Chapter 1, Approaching the College Entrance Exam, After Years of Torment. May 8, 2022, 10 p.m. The teaching building of Jeongcheong Baiji First High School remained brightly lit. In Class 12 of the senior year, most students were scribbling furiously, while only a few were drowsing off. Above the podium hung a countdown sign reading 30 days left for the college entrance exams, the glaring red characters pricking at everyone's nerves. My desk was piled with over 20 different subject test papers from the Tianli 38 series, yet I'd only managed to complete a couple. I was nearly sick of them. Just then, class representative Fong Jing came in through the back door, carrying a stack of graded exams. As she passed my desk and saw me still struggling with the last two major math problems, she couldn't help but sigh. "Old Chi, during these 3 years of high school, you've been in and out of the hospital so often, you've spent more time there than in the classroom. If you can't crack these problems, focus on drilling the basics instead. At least then you can scrape together enough points in the exams to get into a vocational college." Fong Jing was a tall girl with a ponytail and slightly dark skin, who could roughhouse with the boys just fine in her neat school uniform. She fished out my math test and handed it to me before going off to distribute papers to the rest of the class. I glanced at the 82 on the test paper, smiled silently, and carefully studied where I'd gone wrong. The math section of the college entrance exam was worth 150 points in total, with 90 needed to pass. According to what Fong Jing said, it seemed I really was only cut out for the basic problems. Vocational college might actually be my target. With just 30 days left until the college entrance exams, I didn't know how much I could change. All I could do was bury my head and rework the problems I'd gotten wrong in the mock exam. This mock test had been written by teachers from Baiji High School, Jiang Province's top-ranked high school, an incubator for top scorers and a jewel among elite institutions. But Jiang Province was one of the most competitive exam regions, overflowing with talent and high score thresholds. Getting into college here required 3 times the effort of an ordinary student. With this mock score of 82, I might not even make it to vocational college. Just like the homeroom teacher said, don't treat yourself as a human, treat yourself as a machine that never gets tired. Lose 1 point today, and you'll be on a downward spiral in life. I gripped the black gel pen, staring at the problems on the exam paper. Before long, the text started to blur. Here we go again. I blinked hard as veins throbbed at my temples, that familiar dizziness radiating from every limb. I clenched the pen tighter, forcing myself not to make a sound in the quiet evening self-study classroom. I'm used to this condition by now, nothing worth making a fuss about. This vertigo carries a nausea from the depths of the soul, the kind that makes you want to vomit but can't, that you can neither pretend to ignore nor fully endure. After about 5 minutes, my vision gradually cleared. Thankfully, this episode didn't last too long. When I could finally see the test questions clearly, I took a deep breath and looked down at my right hand. It was trembling slightly. Waiting for the tremors to lessen, I gripped the pen again, ready to tackle the problems. But as soon as my thoughts grew somewhat clearer, my writing hand locked up. I watched helplessly as my right index finger twitched slightly, followed by my middle finger, ring finger, and pinky, like a silent dance. The searing pain instantly drenched me in cold sweat. My eyes burning red, I tried to lift my left hand to grip my right, only to find my left hand had lost strength too. If my life has spanned 18 years, then I've endured pain for all 18 of them. When I was younger, the pain was still bearable. My parents sought renowned doctors far and wide for me, but to no avail. The test results always came back as perfectly healthy. These past few years, the pain has grown increasingly severe, as if I've reached the end of my life. Sudden bouts of dizziness and inexplicable pain have robbed me of any chance at a normal existence. Ever since starting high school, I've been hospitalized every few days, undergoing every test imaginable, yet nothing ever shows up. I see doctors more often than I see my classmates and teachers. The last leading specialist in the field studied my test results for a long time before helplessly saying all the tests came back fine. It might be food allergies, but the allergen screening showed nothing. He advised me to watch my diet. I've heard this countless times before. "Lao Chi, what's wrong? Why'd you stop writing?" Fong Jing finished distributing test papers and sat beside me, concern creasing her brow. We shared a desk for 3 years, though I'm mostly absent, and she's grown protective of her sickly seatmate, puzzled how someone so tall and sturdy could be so frail. I forced my eyes open, forehead slick with cold sweat, and tucked my trembling right hand into my uniform pocket. "It's nothing," I smiled at her. "Evening study's almost over, I'll head out early." Fong Jing froze for a moment, then waved slightly and whispered, "Then you should go. The teacher won't check on evening self-study, don't worry." I nodded with a smile, picked up my backpack, and quickly left the classroom. On campus, only the senior high school building blazed brightest with lights. On the path leading out of school, I was the only one, my solitary figure appearing fragile and small. Chapter 2, Has Pride Fallen Just Like That? Walking slowly home in the chilly breeze outside, the trembling in my right hand, hidden in my uniform pocket, finally stopped. The pain was gradually fading too. It'd probably be completely gone by the time I got home. Even though May hadn't fully brought summer heat yet, My uniform was already soaked through with sweat. Once again, I won. Once again, I endured through this goddamn pain. Breathing in the fresh night air, I felt considerably better. Street vendors were loudly hawking their wares, and many were carrying baskets of flowers, hoping to cash in on the holiday. An elderly woman waved a neatly wrapped bouquet of carnations at me, smiling brightly. Young man from First High, want to buy some carnations? It's Mother's Day today. Just 18 yuan a bunch. Mother's Day? I glanced at my phone. 11 p.m. With just an hour left before the day ended and a 7-minute walk home, there was still time. I took a carnation, paid via WeChat, and walked quite a distance before hesitating and turning back to ask the woman for one more. Gasping for breath, I sprinted home in 3 minutes, cutting the usual 7-minute journey short. At least I wasn't too late. I rolled up my sleeves, made sure the veins on my right hand had receded, and finally picked up the keys to unlock the door. My home is on Fenghuang Road in Baiji City, adjacent to Baiji No. 32 Primary School, Baiji Experimental Middle School, and Baiji No. 1 High School, all key schools in the city, where property prices have reached 6 figures per square meter. Fortunately, my father, Chi Hong, was one of those who caught the wave early, so we managed to buy a nearly 200 square meter apartment in this area. As the door opened, except for the motion-activated light in the entryway, the entire house was cloaked in darkness. The empty space was dead silent, save for Wankai downstairs letting out a soft whimper, leaving only me and the 2 lone carnations in my hand. I shook the carnations lightly, feeling neither disappointment nor expectation. After changing my shoes, I returned to my bedroom, quickly washed my hands and changed clothes, then solemnly took out a thick photo album from the cabinet above my desk. It was a brown leather-bound album, filled page after page with photos of the same person, a beautiful woman, dressed in various outfits, captured in different places. In every photo, the woman is smiling brightly, radiantly happy. Looking at her smile in the pictures, I suddenly feel joyful too, a faint blue vein pulsing slightly on my right hand. At 11:26 p.m., I carefully placed a carnation on the last page of the photo album. That page showed the woman holding infant me in one arm. Mom, happy Mother's Day. I wasn't in pain today. I had a really good day. I smiled, imitating the woman in the photos so happily, so dazzlingly. After a long while, I wiped the corners of my eyes and silently placed the album back in its box before storing it in the bookcase. The carnations today were fragrant and purple, her favorite color. I had just put away the photo album when I heard movement outside the bedroom. They were back. Chi Lin's voice was loud, a 13-year-old boy in that brash, endlessly talkative phase of youth. He was shouting in the living room, "Mom, looks like Chi Feng's home." Chi Feng is really something, knowing full well it's Mother's Day today yet refusing to spend it with you. At least you have a good son like me, considerate, filial, and studious. Chi Lin had never been able to stand his half-brother. I used to be frail and sickly, so the whole family had to indulge me. Being a sickly kid who managed to get into a top-tier high school like Yigishong made me the apple of their eye. But tides turned this year. He was admitted to the best junior high in Baiji City and finally had his moment of triumph. Chi Lin was just about to plant his hands on his hips and continue mocking me indirectly in the living room when Song Yin bent his fingers and gave him a light tap on the forehead, saying gently, "Stop spouting nonsense all day long. Your brother is about to take the college entrance exams, his studies have to come first now." Song Yin wore a champagne gold gown, with a delicate pink pearl necklace around her neck, exuding an aura of serene elegance. From afar, it was easy to be captivated by her gentle demeanor. Such a woman seemed naturally poised above the mundane, untouched by worldly trivialities. Chi Hong chuckled, glanced at my bedroom, and without saying much, patted Chi Lin on the head, proudly declaring to Song Yun, putting everything else aside, "Our Chi Lin here is truly remarkable. This month's exams, he ranks second in his grade. Don't even get me started." Old Zhang and the others were practically green with envy, he continued. They kept telling me how well named our Chi Lin is, truly the Chi Lin of our Chi family. After speaking, Chi Hong ruffled Chi Lin's hair again, much to the boy's annoyance as he yelped about his ruined hairstyle. But Chi Hong remained bursting with pride. His son's success was his pride. A healthy, high-achieving son was everything Chi Hong had ever wanted. "Xiaofeng must be asleep, let's not disturb him." Chi Hong glanced at his wife's intention to warm milk for me and shook his head to stop her. After all, it was Mother's Day. Wasn't it absurd that this brat of mine couldn't even come out to greet Song Yun, and instead, she might have to go inside to wish me well? Chi Hong patted Song Yun's hand, his face full of heartache as he said, "You've endured so much over these years." Chi Hong had had a bit to drink today, and my unreliability, along with my inexplicable strange illness, constantly gnawed at his heart. At least he still had another son. We went out for dinner today, and who knows what Xiaofeng ate alone in the evening. "You shouldn't have insisted on not inviting him along." Song Yun chided Chi Hong gently, her reproach as soft and understated as water. Song Yun had beautiful eyes. When she smiled, they became even more striking. She gazed at Chi Hong intently, and this time, she finally saw disappointment in his eyes directed at me. "Well, I suppose hearing my less-than-stellar mock exam results didn't help." Chi Hong was a top student at Huaxia University. With high standards, he must be unwilling to accept that his own son might not even get into a community college. She still remembered the first time she came to the Chi household, when she was Chi Hong's treasure. I stood in this house, dressed in designer clothes, watching her quietly. My grades were impeccable. I could ride horses, play the piano, swing a golf club. Even with illness dragging me down, I excelled in everything. So perfect I barely seemed human. In Chi Hong's eyes, I was the pride of his life. And now, has that pride just crumbled to dust? Chapter 3, The Promotional Flyer of Dragon Kingdom University. I silently leaned against the doorframe for a long while before tossing the carnation in my hand into the trash bin. When all hope for the future is lost, no one will hold any expectations for you. I knew full well that the lowest point in my life would begin 30 days later when the college entrance exams ended. At night, lying in bed, I wondered why I had contracted such a bizarre illness. The cause was unknown, when it would strike was unknown, and when it would end was also unknown. I still remembered that year, when Chi Hong sent me to participate in an international piano competition. The moment I played the first note, the illness suddenly flared up, and I curled into a ball once again. From that moment onward, perhaps all that remained in Chi Hong's eyes was disappointment. At 6 in the morning, I rose early. Just as I pushed open the bedroom door, Song Yun, wearing an apron and beaming with a smile, was bustling about in the kitchen. As soon as she saw me, she swiftly handed me a bamboo steamer of buns, a bowl of plain congee, and 2 side dishes. Wiping her hands, she gently said to me, "Last night, I wasn't sure if you ate well, so Auntie Yun specially made your favorite mushroom buns for you." The buns smelled delicious, and Song Yun's smile appeared genuine. Yet, all of this sent a chill straight to my heart. I could only nod and force a smile in return. There were domestic staff at home, so Song Yun didn't have much to do. Sitting opposite me like a kind mother, she spoke softly, "Xiaofeng, your health isn't good. You don't need to push yourself so hard. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Even if you don't get into college, it's okay. Our family will always support you." Song Yun smiled warmly, her eyes filled with tenderness and sincerity. If someone said she was a stepmother, even ghosts wouldn't believe it. Nonsense. Chi Hong walked out of the bedroom dressed in home clothes. First, he drank a cup of lukewarm honey water heated to precisely 45 degrees before addressing me and Song Yun. "Xiaofeng, let me tell you, my extraordinary life truly began the moment I set foot on Huaxia University's campus. Forget it, you should just focus on studying first." Sigh. Chi Hong glanced at me, hesitated for a long while, and ended up dissolving all his expectations into that sigh. "What's the big deal, Dad? Don't worry, my life will definitely be more exciting than yours." Qilin rubbed his eyes as he emerged from his bedroom, still half asleep, but upon hearing his father's teasing, he immediately jumped at the chance to one-up him. There might not be much else that interests him, but putting me down is always a sure bet. Qilin puffed out his chest with an air of grandeur, shaking his small frame as he declared arrogantly, "Forget Huaxia University, I could even get into Dragon Kingdom University for you." Huaxia University was already considered sacred ground for students across Dragon Kingdom, with only 1,000 accepted out of millions of applicants, the most fiercely competitive of all. Dragon Kingdom University was even more unthinkable. Yet Qilin's boast amused Chi Hong greatly. He ruffled his son's hair affectionately and said warmly, "Good lad. Forget about Dragon Kingdom University, but you have to get into Huaxia University for your old man." Pfft. What's so hard about Dragon Kingdom University? Why can't I aim for that? The aroma of steamed buns filled the morning air as warm sunlight streamed down. I took a bite of my bun, watching Qilin's confident demeanor as he earnestly told Dad he'd get into Draconic University. Dad went on about the university's mystique, saying everyone who enters becomes elite, proudly patting Qilin's head with admiration. When did it start? Probably ever since Qilin was born, and that charlatan Zhang declared, "The Qi family's unicorn child will achieve greatness." From then on, Dad never showed me that same affection again. My eyes grew moist as I wolfed down the remaining bun, fleeing the house like escaping a nightmare. Behind me, Qilin's smug voice chased after me. "Xiaofeng, even if you can't get into college, don't worry, once I'm at Draconic University, I'll watch your back." When I arrived at school, it wasn't even 7 yet, still early before morning self-study, but the classroom was nearly full, and the entire senior year was in chaos, buzzing like a hornet's nest. On every desk lay a golden flyer, its text glinting painfully under the sunlight. I picked up the flyer on my desk, just 2 lines of text. "The extraordinary life you deserve isn't something Huaxia University can offer. That privilege belongs to me, Dragon Nation University." No introduction, no details, not even a single image. Just blatantly mysterious. When our homeroom teacher came in and saw the flyer, she froze. Turns out, on May 9th, every high school senior across Dragon Nation received this same Dragon Nation University flyer. Suddenly, I noticed a row of tiny golden text in the bottom right corner. Straining my eyes, I made out, "Please arrive at 16, Fengahua Mountain Road, Baiji City, at 9 a.m. on May 13th for an interview." The moment classmates saw the fine print, debates erupted. Some mocked the idea of Dragon Nation University bothering with flyers, while others speculated whether acing the interview might boost college entrance exam scores. To adults, admission to Dragon Nation University meant entering an elite world. Graduates either landed high-paying jobs or became influential figures within the system. Fong Jing slapped my shoulder excitedly, her eyes gleaming as she raved about Dragon Nation University's graduates making millions annually, even in their worst years, living in absolute luxury. But the top-ranked girl in front just scoffed. She dismissed the university as suspiciously secretive, probably riddled with pitfalls, and insisted she'd only consider Huaxia University. She even mocked Fong Jing for having no chance of getting into Dragon Nation University. Fong Jing was so furious she asked me if I was going to the interview later, complaining that Longwei University didn't even have an admissions brochure. Clutching the flyer, my heart pounded wildly. Could passing the interview mean direct admission? But what exactly would they ask? My mind was flooded with question marks. After school at noon, I got my phone back and planned to look up information about Longwei University online. After all, the school rule required us to leave our phones in the designated pouch at the front podium during class. Only after school could I retrieve my own phone. All morning, whether in class or around campus, everyone was buzzing about Longwei University. Yet no one could clearly explain what kind of place it actually was. First, I searched for information about Dragon Kingdom University's interview process and was completely baffled. Based on online complaints, I summarized the types of students who managed to get into Dragon Kingdom University. 1. Male, college entrance exam score 720, frail physique, extremely poor health, 800-degree myopia. 2. Female, college entrance exam score 710, strong and robust, with clear and bright eyes. 3. Male, college entrance exam score 386, delicate constitution, vision status unknown. 4. Male, did not take college entrance exam, unremarkable academic history. 5. The pattern I identified is, there is no pattern. The admission criteria feel completely random, as if the school picks you on a whim when they're in a good mood or rejects you when they're not. It's utterly capricious. Just as I was about to put away my phone in frustration, I suddenly came across a new post with an eye-catching title, a word of warning, Dragon Kingdom University isn't simple. My cousin has been missing for 5 years after entering. I saw the title, and a nerve in my temple twitched violently. With suspicion, I clicked in and saw the original poster's follow-up comments. My cousin was outstanding. The day he got into Dragon Kingdom University, the whole family was overjoyed for him. But 5 years ago, he suddenly called home one day, then disappeared completely. We could never reach him again. It was as if he had vanished from this world. We tried every possible way to find him, but to no avail. No department would help us. Dragon Kingdom University gave us no explanations either, only handing over 2 million Dragon Kingdom yuan to my aunt's family. Those 2 million yuan clearly showed Dragon Kingdom University's guilt, but there was nothing we could do. My aunt nearly cried herself blind. That was her beloved son, treasured for 18 years. We were filled with hatred, sorrow, and helplessness. Who knows how long this post will stay up? But I just wanted to warn everyone. My aunt regrets letting my cousin enter Dragon Kingdom University. This school is too mysterious, refusing visits from outsiders. Its military-style management, sealed off 24/7, only allowing 2 family visits per year with many strange requirements. We know absolutely nothing about his life and experiences inside. My cousin, how are you? Are you still alive? #### Chapter 5, Mockery. I glanced at the comments below. Some offered condolences, while kind souls vowed to keep bumping the trending thread. But some rational voices analyzed, "OP, I truly sympathize with you. But your cousin did call home. Could he possibly be carrying out some glorious mission? Yeah, he's probably on a secret mission. Otherwise, so many departments wouldn't refuse to help you." I hope the original poster doesn't reveal too much about the cousin's information, or it might put him in danger if the wrong people see it. The comments in the post were divided, but I think the possibility of him being on a secret mission is quite high. Though Dragon Kingdom University isn't a military academy, I've heard most of its graduates are directly assigned to government positions, so it's likely he's on a secret mission. I gave the post a like, guessing what might have happened, and decided to stay tuned for updates. That noon, I summarized all the information I could find about Dragon Kingdom University. The school seems incredibly mysterious. There are no photos online, but overall, it has a decent reputation. I don't particularly care about Dragon Nation University's campus environment. Nowadays all universities have loft beds with study desks underneath. As a top-tier institution with ample funding, there's no way they'd cram 20 students into one dorm room. Right now I'm perfectly clear-headed. Dragon Nation University is the one that might look down on me, not the other way around. If I hadn't discovered through research that entrance exam scores aren't their sole admission criteria, I wouldn't dare entertain any hopes about it. Old Chi, tell Sister Jing, do you actually want to go for the interview too? Fong Jing lives near campus. After eating at home, she'd dash back to school, plop into her seat and lean in close with gossipy eyes. I neither nodded nor shook my head. With grades like mine, going for an interview would just be asking for humiliation. So I deflected, young lady, shouldn't keep getting so close to boys like this. This remark nearly made Fong Jing choke me in anger, but then her eyes darted slyly as she whispered coaxingly, go on, let's go together. I'll help you ask the homeroom teacher for leave. That day is a Friday, there's a weekly test, Fong Jing added, giving my shoulder a little squeeze. Humph. Her little scheme was obvious at a glance. She wanted to keep the top-scoring girl in front of her from outshining her, while dragging along a mediocre student like me, someone with poor health, just to make herself look better by comparison. The more she looked at me, the happier she became, convinced that neither my grades nor my physical fitness could hold a candle to hers. She probably thought the interviewers would take one glance at the contrast and deem her a once-in-a-century genius. I went straight to the point with her. Fong Jing, your little schemes are too obvious, they're written all over your face. Got any? No way. Fong Jing quickly covered her face, but that sly grin at the corner of her mouth couldn't be hidden. She was absolutely determined to con me into taking the fall for her. May 13th, 5 a.m. The alarm hadn't gone off yet when I opened my eyes, gasping for air as I stared at the ceiling. My vision was completely crimson, and beads of sweat the size of peas slid down my forehead. That inexplicable agony had come again, nearly preventing me from waking up. After a long while, my face pale, I clenched my teeth tightly, not making a sound, not calling out, not screaming for help. When the alarm set for 5:30 finally rang, I crawled out of bed drenched in sweat. After washing up and stepping out of the bedroom, I saw Chi Lin sitting stiffly in his neat school uniform on the sofa. It was clear he had been waiting for a long time. Chi Lin noticed me coming out and let out two cold sneers, looking at me with disdain. Every time I have an episode, my face turns even paler than usual, and seeing this only fueled his amusement. Chi Fong, what's the point of you going to this interview? He taunted. If I were you, I'd hide instead of embarrassing myself by having an episode in public. This young boy was filled with nothing but jealousy and resentment. Seeing my indifferent reaction, he grew even more agitated and stood up, intent on telling me I wasn't worthy of attending the interview. But before he could spit out the words, the door to our parents' bedroom opened, and he promptly shut his mouth. Only when he saw it was Song-Yun stepping out did he relax. Song-Yun looked elegant in her gentle dress, her long, delicate hair cascading down as she smiled warmly at us. Whether she had overheard Chi Lin's words or not, she merely asked in her usual gentle tone, Xiao Feng, Chi Lin, have you two had breakfast yet? Xiao Feng has an interview today. Antian specially prepared fried breadsticks and eggs for you, wishing you full marks. Song-Yun gently brushed past our earlier tension, smiling as she saw me out the door. Then she put away her smile, her hands trembling involuntarily. After glancing at Chi Hong, still asleep in the bedroom, she finally relaxed. Mom, he won't pass. There's no way he'll get full marks. He'll always be trash. I am Chi Fong, and the scene at home flashes through my mind once again. Chi Lin growled at Song-Yun in a low voice, every word laced with venom as he vented his intense dissatisfaction, though he uttered the words trash very quietly. After closing the bedroom door, Song-Yun walked to the dining table and gently touched Chi Lin, who was still eating breakfast, with a soft laugh. Silly child, she murmured. Her movements were tender as she lightly patted Chi Lin's shoulder before adding, your father will only ever have you as his pride. Song-Yun wasn't the least bit afraid. In her eyes, it was just an interview anyway. A person who's already finished doesn't have the right to pick up gold even if it's lying right in front of them. She didn't know the reason for my illness, but she was glad I had it. She thought that as long as I failed the college entrance exam, Chi Hong would completely stop caring about me, and I could finally leave this home for good. With a smile, she personally poured a glass of milk for Chi Lin, putting on a motherly tone as she said, from now on, don't talk to your brother like that. If Dad hears, he won't be happy. Arriving at the small courtyard at number 16 Fenghua Mountain Road for the interview, the red brick walls and grand arched doorway stood out, with a threshold twice as high as those of ordinary houses. From the entrance of the courtyard, a long line of interviewees stretched out ahead. Behind me was Fong Jing, and behind her was an even longer queue. It seemed like 70 to 80% of the high school seniors in Baiji City had swarmed here. I glanced at the number 168 tag in my hand, then at the line ahead, comforted by the thought that I might still have a chance to be interviewed today. But Fong Jing, chatterbox that she was, wouldn't stop for even a moment. Oh no. Even though our desk mate didn't come, a bunch of top students from our school are here. Look, isn't that the top-ranked student from San Hai? Damn, why is he here too? We should have fooled all the slackers from our class into coming. Then there'd be plenty of people cushioning my fall. I could only shake my head, forcing myself to tune her out like background noise. Standing here, my confidence is dwindling. I thought number 168 would take forever, but suddenly, the interview line has fast-forwarded less than half an hour in, and there are only about 10 people ahead of me. Is this really an interview? Feels more like a mass rejection process. Each candidate barely gets enough time inside to fully say their name. I was too busy half listening to Fong Jing earlier and didn't notice what was happening with those going in. Now that I look, this is damn weird. The person who just went in didn't even last 30 seconds before stepping out, looking utterly bewildered or confused. The next few entering afterward lasted about a minute tops, emerging equally puzzled, muttering, "Did I just interview air?" The third person ahead of me was a top-tier student from Bajie High, internationally decorated in academics, excelling in poetry, calligraphy, painting, and even athletics. He barely lasted a minute inside, stepping out utterly lost. I'm stunned, suspecting there's something fishy going on with this interview process. Soon it was my turn. Number 168, Chi Fong. Hearing my name called, I took a deep breath and strode forward, while Fong Jing whispered good luck behind me. The courtyard had a two-stage layout. The interview area was in the corridor to the right of the entrance hall, marked by a sign reading Interview Area. Straightening my clothes, I entered the corridor. The interview room had 6 paneled doors that appeared even more imposing than the main entrance. Above the doorframe were 2 questions. On the left, at 40 years old, would you choose to answer your country's call to war? On the right, at 20 years old, would you choose to dedicate your youth and future? These questions seemed odd, but if it's just about answering them, it should be straightforward. I stopped overthinking, knocked politely on the door, and after hearing come in, took a deep breath before pushing it open. Behind this door lay the long-awaited opportunity I'd been yearning for. I had prepared extensively for this interview, imagining countless scenarios. Yet the scene that greeted me was completely different from what I'd envisioned. I had expected to see a neatly dressed senior professor in a well-lit room, engaging in a normal Q&A session with me. Instead, slumped in the central interviewer's seat was a man with unkempt stubble and flowing long hair, fast asleep, his locks dangling over the chair and swaying in the breeze, accompanied by the sound of snoring. Beside him sat a shirtless, muscular man with bandages wrapped around his torso and right arm. Blood had seeped through the bandages on his right arm as he slumped in his chair, occasionally whimpering in pain, muttering, "God damn it, this hurts like hell." If not for the comparatively normal-looking woman present, I would have suspected this whole interview was a scam. Steeling myself, I obediently greeted the 3 interviewers. Teachers, hello. Chapter 7 Dragon Peak Express. The woman adjusted her sunglasses and nodded briefly at Chi Fong. Noticing that, unlike previous students, Chi Fong seemed unfazed by the interviewer's injuries, she quickly added, perhaps to avoid unnecessary confusion, "Classmate Chi Fong, this interview teacher got into a car accident on the way here, but insisted on completing the interview, so I hope you won't mind." The woman's voice was hoarse, as if it had been smoked through. Chi Fong couldn't care less about these things. He himself had a bunch of inexplicable illnesses, so how could he possibly mind others' injuries? It's just that this explanation seemed to indirectly illustrate that the professors at Dragon Country University were quite dedicated. Chi Fong smiled and was just about to begin his self-introduction when the woman waved her hand and said, "All right, the interview is over. You may leave now." Chi Fong was dumbfounded. He had no idea what the interview had even been about. He hadn't even had the chance to speak, had he? But with the order to leave already given, Chi Fong had no choice but to go. Chi Fong stepped outside and checked the time on his phone. Good, he'd lasted at least 1 minute and 20 seconds inside. Fong Jing followed right after Chi Fong. They couldn't really talk freely at that moment, and though Fong Jing clearly had many questions, she had no choice but to obediently proceed with her interview first. But just 1 minute later, Fong Jing was finally unleashed. Grabbing Chi Fong by the arm and planting her hands on her hips, she looked downright furious. "Old Chi, tell me, just what the hell is Longwei University playing at? This is downright disrespectful. They only interviewed me for 1 minute and didn't even let me speak a word. The worst part? The interviewer actually fell asleep during the session. How fucking ridiculous is that?" Fong Jing's language grew increasingly vulgar, quite unbelievable for a girl known to be academically bright. Chi Fong ignored her complaints, instead reminiscing about the interview scene. He couldn't shake the feeling there had been more than just 3 interviewers present, as if someone else had been in that room. What exactly was this less than 1 minute interview supposed to accomplish? Interview room. Song Jiaojiao removed her oversized sunglasses, revealing 2 massive black eyes, one on each side. The swelling from the bruising made it difficult for her to open either eye properly. Song Jiaojiao's throat had been smoked hoarse, so she couldn't be bothered to speak. Instead, she stretched out her long leg and gave a hard kick to Yi Tian, who was sprawled on the chair snoring heavily. As expected, Yi Tian was sent tumbling to the floor from Song Jiaojiao's kick, but he merely rolled over and continued snoring deeply without any sign of stirring awake. Song Jiaojiao, why kick him? If he could wake up, he'd have done it already. He hasn't slept for 7 straight days, and you had the nerve to kick him so hard? Zhao Long gritted his teeth as he unwrapped the bandage around his abdomen, changing the dressing himself while still managing to throw a jab at Song Jiaojiao. "Quit pretending to be the good guy here. When I got beaten to this state, I didn't hear a single kind word from you." Song Jiaojiao tossed her hair aside, finally revealing the gruesome 10-centimeter wound on her neck so deep the bone was nearly visible. Blood still dripped steadily, staining the fur on her back with its color. Yet Song Jiaojiao casually grabbed a piece of gauze, wrapped it around herself, and treated it as job done. After finishing the bandaging, Song Jiaojiao shot Zhao Long a scornful look and muttered with disdain. I told you, there's an interview today. Dress properly, don't do anything weird to scare these students. And look at you bandaged up like this, might as well be trying to frighten people. Such a small wound, couldn't you just tough it out? Zhao Long glanced pitifully at his nearly gut-spilling wound, on the verge of tears. Damn, is this supposed to be a minor wound? Zhao Long had no desire to engage with Song Jiaojiao, what a delicate name for someone with such a fierce personality. He simply turned to the empty air and called out softly, Xiao Mumu, how many of today's interviewees actually qualified? Xiao Mumu's voice arrived right on cue, gentle, refined, like a spring breeze caressing your face or wind chimes singing sweetly. Each syllable floated delicately by your ear, a symphony of pure delight. Little Mumu here. There are a total of 31 qualifiers, no A grade, no B grade, no C grade, 4 D grades, 26 E grades, and F grade, just one. When little Mumu mentioned the F grade, there was a slight hitch in her speech. After all, this level was truly rare. Oh, there's actually an F grade? With talent that lacking, and they still got in? Zhao Long's desk was lined with a row of ointments, golden sore medicine, disinfecting powder, painless powder. Zhao Long applied those ointments to his wounds one by one, sprinkling them like cooking ingredients, utterly carefree. Song Jiaojiao rolled her eyes at least a dozen times before muttering under her breath, what a brute. Of course, that goes without saying. At this point, we have to accept them no matter how bad they are, even if it's an F rank. Besides, our school's policy has always been, anyone with talent gets in. Though, to be honest, it's been decades since our school last saw someone with talent this poor. But hey, even an F rank is slightly better than an ordinary person, right? Song Jiaojiao spoke these words with a hint of worry on her face. The current situation is truly too difficult. The Qi family. Qi Feng arrived home just past 7 p.m., right during dinner time. Qi Feng sat quietly at the dining table, listening as Qi Lin enthusiastically boasted about his achievements, about how he was about to secure a spot in the United Nations speech competition and how extraordinarily well he would perform. Qi Hong was smiling so broadly his eyes nearly disappeared into slits. Perhaps Qi Feng had been too quiet today, making Qi Hong completely forget that Qi Feng had attended an interview at Longwei University today. Or rather, no one had any expectations for Qi Feng's interview at all. It wasn't until Qi Feng finished eating and was about to return to his bedroom that Qi Hong finally glanced at him and asked indifferently, how did your interview go today? What questions did the interviewers ask you? Qi Feng then turned to look at Qi Hong sitting in the chair. Sure enough, there was no expectation in his eyes, or rather, he had long stopped caring about what his eldest son could achieve. After all, having his younger son excel was enough. He didn't say much. The entire interview barely lasted a minute before I came out. Qi Feng didn't hide anything. Why give Qi Hong false hope when even he himself held none? Upon hearing this, Qi Hong showed no trace of disappointment. Instead, he chuckled lightly, his relaxed expression clearly saying, just as I expected. Yes, in Qi Hong's heart, this was how Qi Feng should be. If there were really any miracles, that would be downright supernatural. After all, this eldest son's future was probably just like this. Actually, I wanted to say yesterday that there's no need for you to go over. What if you have an episode at their place? Wouldn't that just be humiliating enough? When word gets out, probably no university would dare accept you. I don't have the heart to discourage you since you're insisting on going. Qi Feng, you're nearly an adult now, I hope you know your limits. Don't aim beyond your reach. How could someone like you ever hope to get into a university like Longwei University? Qi Hong wore an expression of doing this for your own good, his eyes seemingly filled with nothing but concern for Qi Feng. After a long pause, he even let out a deep sigh. Qi Feng looked up, clenching his fists, a stifling anger weighing heavily on his chest. He gazed at this home, at every single person in it. Suddenly, everything feels so unfamiliar. A father who always puts me down. A stepmother with honeyed words and a serpent's heart. And a younger brother with a face full of smug satisfaction. A ding-dong sounded from outside the door, the doorbell chime, immediately followed by someone calling outside. Hello, is anyone home? I'm from Longfeng Express. Chapter 8, the notification letter. That must be my delivery. Probably bringing me the invitation letter for the United Nations speech competition. Qi Lin lazily got up, deliberately glanced at Qi Feng, then leisurely walked toward the door while continuing. My dear brother, Dad's words aren't wrong at all. One must have a clear understanding of oneself. Just like Dad said, if you were to have an episode in such a setting and someone filmed it to spread online, not only would no school dare to admit you, but probably no employer would ever hire you again. Dad has your best interests at heart. Qi Feng, you must understand people are different from one another. As for me, I'm destined to be among the elite, the favored child of heaven. And you're bound to be at the bottom of society, worthless trash. Qi Lin was smug and beside himself with arrogance. and even Chi Hong didn't see anything wrong with what Chi Lin had said. When Chi Lin opened the door, he saw a delivery guy in uniform. The guy was holding a very large box, about the size of a suitcase, and this box was somewhat different from an ordinary delivery package. To be precise, this box was more refined than an ordinary one, with golden patent leather and retro patterns engraved on its surface. The style made Chi Fong feel it somewhat matched the vibe of that promotional flyer. Both had this indescribably flashy quality. The delivery guy was holding the box, making it somewhat inconvenient for him. Frowning, he looked at Chi Lin and said, "You're Chi Fong? We need to verify your ID in person before handing over the package, and you'll have to sign for it." Reaching out to take the package, Chi Lin suddenly felt awkward. He withdrew his hand with a huff, turning his head away as he complained displeasedly, "Chi Fong, your package. Who knows what junk you're ordering all day long?" Chi Lin grumbled under his breath, clearly in a foul mood. He thought it was his invitation letter, instead it turned out to be Chi Feng's delivery, which somehow made him feel like he'd lost face. Chi Fong looked surprised. After all, he hadn't ordered anything recently. Especially with all these new types of fraud nowadays, could this be some kind of courier scam? Suspicious, Chi Fong took out his ID card to verify his identity, expecting the courier to demand cash on delivery. But to his surprise, the courier simply handed over the box without any fuss. Then, the courier left. Staring at the large box before him, Chi Fong was somewhat baffled. He picked up a utility knife and began unpacking it. Alas, as soon as the lid was opened, the entire box seemed to have some kind of spring mechanism inside. With a bang sound, something enormous sprang out. The noise was so loud that Chi Hong and the others immediately looked over. Even Chi Fong was completely baffled by the situation. What popped out was a furry stuffed toy, a giant black and white bear. Except for its 2 eyes, head, and some parts of its body which were black, the rest of it was entirely white. A silly-looking plush toy, clearly modeled after a certain national treasure. Its adorable form was utterly contradicted by the terrifying commotion of its entrance. Just as Chi Fong assumed it was one of his friends playing a prank, the black and white bear suddenly moved. First its head twitched, then the little paws waved enthusiastically, followed by a sweet, milky voice emanating from its belly. Target confirmed, Chi Fong. Initiating pupil verification. Estimated time required, 10 seconds. After speaking, the bear's eyes emitted a beam of light directly at Chi Fong. Startled, he quickly took 2 steps back, completely baffled by what this thing could possibly be. Is it a prank, or a bomb? Just which bastard gave him this damn thing? Just as Chi Fong was about to step forward to throw it away, the thing spoke again. Chi Fong, hello, I am Xiaomu number 16688. First of all, congratulations. You have been admitted to Dragon Nation University. In the box, you'll find 2 documents. The Dragon Nation University admission letter and Dragon Nation University guidelines, along with a student ID card. Xiaomu number 16688 has successfully delivered the supplies. Chi Fong, please confirm receipt. This little wooden creature number 16688 blinked its eyes, made of who knows what material, and gazed seriously at Chi Fong. Chi Feng's mind was completely muddled at this moment. He vigorously rubbed his ears, making sure he hadn't misheard. Holy shit! Dragon Country University? I got accepted? Just from that interview that lasted less than a minute, how could I possibly get in? Since returning home, Chi Fong had given up all hope of getting into Longwei University. He hadn't even gotten a chance to speak, clearly placing him among the rejects. Most likely, his trip there had just been to make up the numbers. So after coming back, whether facing Chi Hong's condescending for your own good or Chi Lin's smug attitude, Chi Fong hadn't said a word, because he truly didn't know what to do anymore. Resist? Keep stubbornly denying? Swear emphatically that he could definitely succeed? Chi Fong had no choice but to accept this after all, who asked him to be such a person? But now, this bizarre giant bear was actually telling him he'd been accepted? Is this really acceptance? Chi Feng's eyes were moist, crimson as he stared at this giant bear, his lips trembling slightly. He was terrified this might just be a dream. Terrified that when he woke up, he'd have to face Chi Hong's disappointment and Chi Lin's smugness all over again, and then confront the harsh truth about himself, that he was just an ordinary person with nothing remarkable to show. Chi Feng's heart was pounding wildly, the thump-thump-thump sound frantically beating against his chest, screaming at him that this wasn't a dream. The big bear appeared somewhat impatient, its plump body twisting slightly as its massive little foot stomped the ground and urging, Chi Fong, please acknowledge receipt. You're saying your Longwei University's admission notice? Are you sure? You're not lying to me, right? Is this some TV station's prank show? Chi Hong rushed forward in an instant, grabbing De Xiong by the collar excitedly, clearly filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could Chi Fong have accomplished this? Did our Chi Fong really get into Dragon Country University? Chi Hong's voice cracked with excitement. Everything felt like a dream. How could his eldest son, whom he'd long given up hope on, suddenly make him so proud this time? That's Dragon Country University we're talking about. The most badass university ever. Could Chi Feng really have the skills to get admitted? Chi Hong was completely overwhelmed with emotion. He clutched Big Bear's collar tightly, clearly finding it hard to believe yet desperately wanting to confirm this matter. Bringing glory to the ancestors. If I really got admitted, how prestigious that would make me. Dad, these might just be pranks. Qilin's voice was very soft, his lips trembling as his face turned slightly pale, clearly unwilling to believe these things were real. Even the usually elegant Song Yin found it hard to remain composed, unable to maintain her usual poised and gentle demeanor. Big Bear might be getting impatient, growing anxious of watching as all the other branches completed their tasks while it's stuck here being questioned about authenticity. This is just too much bullying for a bear. Chi Feng might be too overwhelmed to speak. Substitute Xiao Mumu 16688 confirms receipt on behalf of Chi Feng. Chi Feng acknowledges. Xiao Mumu 16688 has completed its task. Unit 16688 has autonomously initiated final procedures. Please evacuate the area around Xiao Mumu 16688 to allow sufficient blast radius. Finally, congratulations to Chi Feng, who is about to embark on a new and extraordinary life. Chi Feng's eyes widened instantly, barely registering the congratulatory tone in Xiao Mumu's final words before hearing. Explosion, range? Chi Feng reached out to grab Chi Hong, but before he could make contact, deafening boom shattered the air from the Chi family compound. Chapter 9 Precautions. 1:28 a.m. Chi Feng sat at the desk, staring motionlessly at the admission letter from Dragon Nation University on the table. He had already flipped through this letter over 30 times, yet Chi Feng still couldn't contain his excitement, his heart pounding incessantly. Fortunately, that small wooden explosion only left the person covered in fluff, causing no real harm. Only Chi Hong, who was standing too close, got completely covered in fluff, looking like a hairy wildman, and has been cleaning himself up until now. The registration time on the notice was unusually early. It required arriving in Beijing before June 1st for enrollment. But remember, the National College Entrance Exam isn't until June 7th. What university requires enrollment this early? Moreover, don't they need to admit students after the exam results come out? Shouldn't all students report together during the standard enrollment period? Chi Feng was truly brimming with questions, yet apart from that self-destructing little Mumu, he couldn't reach anyone at Dragon Country University. Including this admission letter, there wasn't a single contact method listed on it. Counting today, there were only 17 days left until registration. Even now, the cheerful loud voice of Chi Hong can still be heard from the living room outside. He's made over 20 phone calls already, and every single time, he insists on telling the person on the other end, what's the big deal? It's just Dragon University. If Xiao Feng got in, your kid definitely can too. Then he'd wait for the other person to modestly downplay it before sighing and continuing. Sigh, not that I mean to complain, but Dragon Kingdom University is really hard to get into. I never expected Xiao Feng to be so outstanding. Exactly. Everyone says those who get into Dragon Kingdom University will go far. I don't expect much from this kid, just that he can take good care of himself. Chi Hong was absolutely overflowing with pride, making call after call without a care for how late it had gotten. As for Song Yun, after what had just happened, she'd completely cooled down and could now maintain a perfectly composed smile. Only Qilin remained, his little face still pale, his eyes glancing inexplicably at Chi Feng's bedroom, lost in unknown thoughts. Qilin suddenly stood up, frightened and restless, walking over to Chi Hong before raising his head anxiously to ask, "Dad, am I still your pride?" Chi Hong probably didn't expect Qilin to ask such a question, but he didn't care since he still wanted to show off to old Zhang, so he brushed it off casually. "As long as you also get into Longwei University, you'll be my pride too. Only by getting into Dragon Country University, right?" Qilin's voice was so soft that Chi Hong couldn't even hear what he was saying. F rank in the university 1 to 88, dubbed.txt. Early the next morning, Chi Feng contacted the homeroom teacher about the admission notice. The homeroom teacher was naturally overjoyed. Initially, they had assumed Chi Feng would drag down the class's average score, but unexpectedly, he was admitted to Dragon Nation University. This meant the eventual college admission rate for top-tier institutions would look much more impressive. Since the enrollment date on the admission notice was unusually early, Chi Feng essentially graduated from high school ahead of schedule. Though clearly elated during the phone call, the homeroom teacher also expressed some reluctant concern and said earnestly, "Chi Feng, the road ahead is long, and there may be much pain. Not everything will satisfy you, and this moment might seem like an abyss, but the next could bring boundless prospects. Don't lose heart because some people are dissatisfied. There are still many things worth loving." Throughout the 3 years of high school, Chi Feng's homeroom teacher had some understanding of his family situation and health. While unable to change Chi Feng's circumstances, the teacher hoped this young man could find happiness. Longwei University will mark a new chapter in your life. May your future be as splendid as brocade. Among all the blessings Chi Feng had received, this one felt the most sincere. After hanging up the phone, Chi Feng could now consider himself officially graduated. His diploma would be mailed to him by the homeroom teacher in due course. From the homeroom teacher, I learned that 3 students from our first high school were admitted to Dragon National University. Across the entire Jiang province, only slightly over 300 were accepted. As for the remaining 2 students from number 1 high school, Shi Feng remembered them very well. One was the bug who stood in front of him in line that day, and the other was Fang Jing who stood behind him. Baiji City is the capital of Jiang province, which boasts a large population, with over 1 million students taking the college entrance exams. And this time, countless candidates must have headed to Baiji City for interviews, yet only a little over 300 were ultimately admitted. The admission rate was remarkably low. Shi Feng shook his head, truly surprised that such slim odds had worked in his favor. He had actually been accepted. Am I just having a stroke of luck? Shi Feng began to wonder, what exactly did Longwei University see in him? The more Shi Feng thought about it, the more confused he got. He decided to stop dwelling on it and instead went to check out the book Longwei University Guidelines that little Mumu had sent over. It was called a book mainly because these guidelines were absurdly thick, a whopping 50 centimeters. The reason yesterday's box was so big was mainly because it was entirely filled with this precautions manual. Yesterday, due to being overly excited, Shi Feng hadn't had the chance to flip through this precautions manual yet. Just as he was about to take out this precautions manual, Shi Feng's phone rang. It was actually Fang Jing. The moment he answered, he heard Fang Jing's booming voice shouting, "Shi Feng, it's over, it's over. Dragon Nation University scammed me. They sent me a precautions manual with no words in it. Quickly check your own notice and tell me what's written on it. See if there's anything we need to pay attention to." Shi Feng was nearly deafened by the loud voice and helplessly reached to flip through his own notice manual. The moment he did, his pupils instantly dilated with complete disbelief. Damn it, his copy was blank too. Shi Feng slapped the phone onto the table and rapidly flipped through his notice manual. It was truly empty. Every page was fresh, pristine white paper. The paper quality was quite good, with exceptional toughness, just like satin fabric, impossible to tear even when pulled. Mine is blank too. Shi Feng was baffled. He couldn't understand why that so-called little Mumuno, X, would send a blank instruction manual. What was the point? Making such a big fuss just to deliver a stack of blank papers this thick? Does Dragon Nation University have some kind of problem? Are they messing with us on purpose? Old Shi, did you see what's written on the admission notice? You absolutely must bring the notice, precautionary guidelines, and student card, all 3 items, to complete registration. They might not mind the trouble, but I do. I already have enough luggage to carry, and now I have to haul around this thick stack of useless blank paper. Old Shi, believe me, Dragon Nation University is definitely playing games with us freshmen on purpose. Fang Jing's anger issues were getting worse by the day. She ranted non-stop about Dragon Nation University for a full 3 minutes before finally pausing to catch her breath, then cheerfully turned to Shi Feng. Old Shi, I haven't congratulated you yet. Who'd have thought you'd get into Dragon Nation University too? Honestly, it makes me think Dragon Nation University isn't even that prestigious anymore. Humph. Still, Fang Jing was genuinely pleased that Shi Feng had managed to get into Dragon Nation University. After all, if Old Shi's grades were used for the college entrance exam, he would likely fail miserably. Now that Shi Feng can attend Dragon Nation University, Fang Jing is genuinely happy for him. Hee, as expected of my deskmate. After chatting for a while, Shi Feng hung up the phone with Fang Jing. After ending the call with Fang Jing, Shi Feng turned all his attention to Dragon Nation University. Because currently, all the news coming from Dragon Country University seems downright bizarre. A notification delivery that ends with the messenger self-destructing, what kind of Xiaomu does that? Besides, since when do universities deliver acceptance notices with such earth-shattering theatrics? Honestly, in all his years, Shi Feng had never heard of anything like it. Especially those 3 eccentric examiners during the interview, that was particularly bizarre. One with wounds all over the abdomen and arms, one completely unconscious in sleep, and one dressed in sable fur. Looking back now, the interview room that day reeked heavily of blood, so thick it was almost eerie. Shi Feng turned his gaze to the instruction booklet, picked up a pencil, and tried writing a character to test what kind of paper it was, only to find the surface utterly ink-resistant. Neither pencil nor ballpoint pen, none of the colors would leave a mark. Clearly, this stack of paper is made of some special material, it can't be torn, has exceptional resilience, and refuses to hold any ink. Shi Feng's mind was swarming with questions. What exactly was this blank instruction booklet? Could it be the legendary scripture of no words rumored in martial arts lore? Unlike Fang Jing, Shi Feng refused to believe it was just a prank. Though he couldn't guess its purpose, surely Dragon Kingdom University wasn't this childish. Douse it with water? Burn it with fire? Sprinkle some special liquid? Shi Feng's curiosity was piqued by this book, his mind wholly preoccupied with decrypting it. Without hesitation, he dove right in. Half an hour later, Shi Feng finally gave up. This damned manual was utterly impenetrable, like oil that couldn't be splashed through or water that wouldn't soak in. Hell, even holding it over a flame didn't turn the pages yellow. Damn impressive. Now, Dragon Kingdom University seemed stranger than ever. Nothing but mysteries, he muttered. Chi Feng sighed deeply. At this moment, he began to wonder what kind of place Longwei University really was. The unknown is always terrifying. But Chi Feng had no choice, he could only swallow his doubts and head to Dragon Kingdom University. Chapter 10, Arriving in the Capital. May 28th, 3 days left until the school opens on June 1st. At Jing City's train station, Chi Feng is wearing the new clothes delivered to the homes of all admitted students 3 days ago by Longwei University via express mail. Calling this outfit a school uniform wouldn't be quite accurate. It was a golden short-sleeved shirt with fluorescent stripes. Moreover, the shirt had a large logo that read, "I love Dragon Country University, Chi Feng, freshman." Wearing it made the person look both silly and awkward, resembling a shiny golden banana that always attracted extra attention in a crowd. Along with the package came a note. You must wear this garment when arriving at Jing City Railway Station. A designated person will meet you and recognize you by this clothing. Failure to comply will result in consequences. Had Chi Feng known what those consequences entailed, he would never have worn that outfit and subjected himself to public humiliation. Standing before the crowded train station, with people coming and going, they always gave Chi Feng a few extra glances before letting out some ambiguous chuckles. Chi Feng suddenly thought, damn, could this be some prank from Longwei University? This outfit, are they seriously not messing with him? No one can see me, no one can see me. Fang Jing held a suitcase with one hand while using the other to tightly wrap a silk scarf around her head, hiding behind a pillar as she muttered to herself. The only difference between Fang Jing's clothes and Chi Feng's clothes was the logo printed on them. Fang Jing's logo read, I love Dragon Nation University. I'm freshman Fang Jing. Fang Jing had covered her face completely, leaving only 2 darting eyeballs exposed. Chi Feng, with so many people watching us, could it be my outstanding good looks that attracted them? Coming along with Chi Feng and Fang Jing was the Flaw who had been ahead of Chi Feng in the interview queue. Flaw, Chi Feng, and Fang Jing were all students of Baiji High School and were admitted to Dragon Kingdom University at the same time. Thus, these three naturally bonded together. At this moment, they were still wearing clothes printed with their respective names, standing glittering in front of the train station, subjected to the judging gazes of passing pedestrians. To be precise, only Chi Feng and Fang Jing felt mortified. The guy named Weiqi, a towering 1.8-meter tall man, stood proudly beside Chi Feng with his chest puffed out, occasionally running his fingers through his hair, utterly convinced of his own handsome appearance. Weiqi gripped his suitcase and deliberately flexed his pectoral muscles, ensuring that everyone passing by could clearly see the logo on his clothes. Chi Feng, Longwei University's aesthetic sense isn't bad. I always thought only I could possess such exceptional taste, but I didn't expect the outfit prepared by Longwei University to be quite trendy. No wonder it's a school capable of admitting someone like me, Wei Qi. They truly have good taste. After speaking, Wei Qi flexed his arms, proudly displaying his well-developed biceps to passers-by. Chi Feng glanced at Wei Qi and fell silent upon realizing the guy wasn't actually being sarcastic. After a long while, Wei Qi had probably shown off enough to passers-by and started talking to Chi Feng again. Chi Feng, when do you think the people from Dragon Kingdom University will come to pick us up? Chi Feng glanced at his phone. More than 40 minutes had passed since they got off the train, but apart from themselves, there weren't any other students in gold uniforms, nor any personnel or vehicles from Dragon Kingdom University here to receive them. Logically speaking, Chi Feng and the others could have gone to the university by themselves. After all, with the prevalence of ride-hailing apps and advanced technology nowadays, they could just search the map and wouldn't get lost. So Chi Feng and the others could have easily gone to register at the university by themselves. Yet, they were made to wear these flashy outfits and embarrass themselves in front of the train station for no reason. Let's wait a little longer. If no one shows up in half an hour, we can just go to the school ourselves. Chi Feng checked the time, it was almost 6 p.m. If no one came to pick them up after 6, when working hours ended, chances were no one would come at all today. Wei Qi nodded and said, yes, after 6 o'clock, there's a high chance no one will come pick us up. Let's just leave now. I really can't stand wearing this outfit and staying here any longer. It's so embarrassing, Lao Qi. Fang Jing, with her scarf draped over her head like a thief, nervously sneaked up to Chi Feng, completely avoiding eye contact with passers-by. We'll leave at 6. Besides, this outfit looks great. Fang Jing, you're so old-fashioned. Wei Qi was the first to disagree, always feeling that Fang Jing thought the clothes were ugly and was insulting his taste. Thus, in no time, the two of them started arguing endlessly over a piece of clothing. One side attacked the other's taste as tacky, while the other side countered by calling them pretentious. Just as the two were passionately hurling insults at each other, a bald man approached from a distance. Spotting Chi Feng and the other two, he scrutinized them from head to toe. After a couple of seconds, he managed to suppress his grin and nodded solemnly. Chi Feng, Fang Jing, Wei Qi, hello there. I'm the one here to pick you up today. The bald man's barely contained grin left the three of them completely exasperated. Yet there was something vaguely familiar about this bald fellow. Built like a bear with rugged muscles, he wore a hoodie and carried a backpack slung around his waist. If this bald guy had taken off his clothes, Shifeng and the other two might have recognized him instantly. Wasn't he that examiner at the Baiji City Test Center, the one who was bare-chested with injuries on his waist, abdomen, and arms? It has to be said, Shifeng had a particularly vivid impression of this examiner. On top of that, the female examiner's explanation at the time about being injured in a car accident but still coming to conduct interviews despite his condition only made him more memorable. What a relentless overachiever. Oh my, it's the interview professor. Hello, professor. I didn't recognize you at first with your clothes on. You look really good dressed up. Fang Jing had always been the class academic monitor and had made it a habit to butter up school teachers and administrators at every opportunity. As soon as she recognized the person as an interviewer, Fang Jing no longer bothered with her scarf disguise nor felt ashamed of her clothes, lighting up instead with enthusiasm. However, Fang Jing's remarks, particularly that you look great in clothes, left Zhao Long feeling awkward. Zhao Long rubbed his nose and gave Fang Jing an awkward smile before addressing the trio. I'm not a teacher, I'm your senior. By the time you enroll, I'll be a junior. My name is Zhao Long, you can call me Brother Long, or Senior Zhao if you prefer. As for interviewing you, we're also carrying out the school's assignment, helping them conduct interviews. After speaking, Shifeng and the other two exchanged glances, each pair of eyes blazing with the same fierce message. The ones interviewing us, the college entrance examinees, were merely seniors. The teachers wouldn't even show up in person. This is seriously unreliable. Chapter 11, Passing Through the Guardian Gate, officially arriving at Dragon Kingdom University. Dragon Kingdom University's shuttle wasn't an ordinary coach bus, but rather a 7-seater business vehicle. The enormous grille front intake, paired with the distinctive red flag emblem, managed to restore some of Shifeng and the others' trust. The driver was dressed in a black suit and even wore white gloves. Everything looked thoroughly polished and professional. Sitting on the genuine leather seats, Shifeng could only feel one thing, sheer luxury. Indeed, Dragon Nation University had another nickname among outsiders, the Big Spender University. Of course, when we say big spender, we're not referring to a student, but to the school itself. Normally, for pickup and drop-off services, schools arrange buses to make it cost-effective. Zhao Long sat in the passenger seat while Fang Jing began making small talk and fishing for information. Brother Long, how much is our school's tuition? The admission letter didn't mention the tuition fees. Brother Long, can we choose our dorm rooms ourselves? Brother Long, why doesn't the admission letter mention which major we've been accepted into? Do you know why? Fang Jing was practically firing off endless questions, but fortunately these were the same doubts that Shifeng and Wei Qi had too. So among the 5 people in the car, 3 of them perked up their ears, eager to hear the answer. Shihong directly transferred 50,000 yuan into Qifeng's account to cover tuition fees and living expenses for the semester. Shihong felt exceptionally proud that Qifeng had been admitted to Dragon Nation University, celebrating nonstop for 7 days by treating guests. Even the most distant relatives were dragged in by Qihong to show off. Precisely because of Qihong's feasting, Qifeng's plans to arrive early in the capital city were disrupted, ultimately traveling together with Fang Jing and the others. This time, Qihong didn't hesitate at all. With a grand flourish, he immediately transferred 50,000 yuan. Shifeng still remembered how Song Yun's smile had noticeably stiffened when Qihong sent that 50,000. Over the past few years, Qihong had been generous to Qilin. This was the first time he showed such generosity toward himself. Though financially comfortable, Shifeng was still curious about how much tuition would cost at Dragon Country University. After all, that admission notice could honestly be called the most useless notice ever. It had absolutely no information. No declared major, no school introduction, no tuition breakdown. Not even a financial aid form for needy students. Really quite useless. Zhao Long's gaze remained fixed outside the car window, as if vigilantly observing something, without turning his head as he replied with a smile. No need to worry, Longwei University has no tuition fees, nor dormitory fees. Moreover, Longwei University provides free meals, drinks, water, and electricity for all. What? All for free? Shifeng doubted his ears. There had been news reports not long ago about how universities in Dragon Country operated at a loss, with national funding allocated precisely for talent cultivation. Waiving tuition fees was understandable, but free meals, utilities, and everything? This was just too extravagant. Senior Zhao, is it free for high-achieving students or all students? Wouldn't the school lose money? Wei Qi also found it strange. It was the first time he'd heard of a school offering complete tuition waivers, so he asked frankly. This time, Zhao Long finally turned his head to look at the trio, his eyes carrying an inexplicable meaning as the corners of his lips curled into an eerie smile. Don't worry about the school losing money. Remember, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Zhao Long finished speaking and couldn't help sighing, remembering how naive and innocent he used to be. He'd even worried the school might suffer losses. Damn it, why had he been so stupid back then? At this thought, the wound in Zhao Long's abdomen ached slightly, forcing him to shift his gaze out the car window, remaining vigilant every second. Shi Feng and the other two exchanged bewildered glances, all feeling slightly stunned. After all, as Zhao Long said, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Everything that appears free actually has its price secretly marked in advance. They just didn't know what exactly might be waiting for them. Longwei University is located in Jingtian district of Jing City, a newly developed area that's somewhat remote with almost no commercial establishments. As the business vehicle drove further away, the skyscrapers lining both sides of the road became increasingly sparse. Fortunately, even the most secluded parts of Jing City still retain some traces of human activity. After roughly another 20 minutes of driving, a massive building complex came into Qifeng's view. The colossal gate, the massive steel, and the boundless walls conceal all mysteries within the campus. The 28-meter-high gate bears the bold inscription Dragon Nation University in striking calligraphy, flanked by Euphrates the River all red engraved on its sides. Solemn and majestic, it seems to emanate the very history of Dragon Nation University from its threshold. This gate once became a viral sensation online, famously known as the Gate of Guardianship. Shi Feng had seen photos of this university gate online, but only through personal experience could one truly feel its imposing grandeur. When you stand directly facing this gate, it seems to exert a magnetic pull, compelling you to straighten your back instinctively, imagining yourself as upright and towering as the gate itself. The significance of the Guardian Gate has always been more majestic than its appearance. Zhao Long slowly stepped forward, looking at the three newcomers before him. He recalled how he, too, had been awestruck by the solemn grandeur of the Guardian Gate when he first saw it. But it wasn't until he learned the history of the gate that he truly understood why it was called the Guardian Gate. Remember, this is the only moment, your first enrollment, when you may enter Dragon Nation University through the main entrance of the Guardian Gate. From now on, you'll need to accomplish great merits if you wish to enter through the main gate again. Zhao Long's eyes flickered with complex emotions as he took one last profound glance at the Guardian Gate behind him before turning to Qi Feng and the other two with a hint of melancholy. Congratulations, you're about to embark on a completely different life. May your future be safe. After speaking, Zhao Long let Qi Feng's trio enter the school through the Guardian Gate first while he himself had to use the side entrance. The four would reunite inside the campus. Entering through the main gate is every freshman's right, but to do so again in the future becomes as difficult as reaching the heavens. At this moment, Qi Feng still doesn't understand just how difficult as reaching the heavens truly is. The moment you pass through the Guardian Gate, everything from your past becomes transient, and your life transforms anew. The Guardian Gate stands tall and massive, towering here, blocking out the sky and sun. Qi Feng pulled his suitcase, walking slowly under the Guardian Gate, with Fang Jing and Wei Qi following behind. When Qi Feng truly stepped through the main gate, Longwei University finally appeared before his eyes in its full glory. According to public records, Longwei University's campus spans 10,000 mu, about 666 hectares, but in reality, its area far exceeds this figure. Looking into the distance, the view was magnificent. Towering buildings stood amidst lush greenery, ancient structures harmoniously blending with modern architectural marvels, where a sense of history and technological advancement complemented each other perfectly. The first main teaching building visible straight ahead through the entrance gate is the towering Longwei University Hall. With this hall as the central axis, the buildings on both sides are perfectly symmetrical. Most importantly, as Qi Feng and his two companions stepped onto campus, Xiao Mumu's crisp voice instantly resonated across the entire grounds. Welcome, student Qi Feng, to your official enrollment at Longwei University. From this moment onward, you will embark on an extraordinary and splendid life journey. Your student ID number is 2022166688. Welcome, Wei Qi, officially enrolled at Longwei University. Student ID 2022122300. Welcome, student Fang Jing, officially admitted into Dragon Nation University. Student ID 2022157889. The announcement echoed throughout the entire campus, ensuring every single person in the school heard it clearly. Dragon Nation University had welcomed another new member. Chapter 12, The Campus of Dragon Nation University. Qi Feng was utterly bewildered. What kind of special ritual was this? And what's with the number? 16,688? Qi Feng suddenly remembered that little Mumu number 16688 who had visited his home and spontaneously combusted seemed to have this exact same number. Could this be the originally assigned number? Congratulations, you've officially been admitted to Dragon Nation University. Zhao Long suddenly appeared from nowhere and, brimming with enthusiasm, began giving the trio a detailed tour of the campus. The entire campus resembled something out of Arabian Nights. If no one told you it was a university, you'd hardly believe such a place could be a school. In the mysterious school known to the outside world, one might assume it would be entirely militarized in management, filled with military supplies everywhere, maintaining a frugal and simple style. Or perhaps, just like those ordinary schools, with similar teaching buildings, unremarkable playgrounds, and largely identical living environments. But this mysterious Dragon Kingdom University is completely different, embodying luxury to the fullest extent. From the tour Zhao Long gave Qi Feng and the others, they couldn't help but sigh in amazement. No wonder it's called the Tycoon University. Damn, that's ridiculously extravagant. An artificial lake so vast you can't see its edges, with a 100-story sports pavilion built right on it. Teaching buildings so tall you can't glimpse their tops. Turns out they're over 100 stories each when asked. Dragon Kingdom University seems determined to exemplify the principle of maximum utilization of resources. Nearly every structure in sight exceeds 100 floors. Fang Jing scooted closer to Qi Feng and murmured in a low voice. Old Qi, do you think Dragon Kingdom University's completely closed-off management is because they're afraid outsiders might see how lavish they are and damage their external reputation? Hard to say, could be. Qi Feng nodded. What he'd initially thought was a simple girl with braided hair had now transformed into a glamorous fashionista striding through international urban circles. This change in impression was quite sudden, but it feels not bad at all. The only thing is that along the way, I didn't see many senior students, mostly freshmen instead. Seems like you guys really enjoy it here. Hope you can keep that enthusiasm going. Back in our year, about 1/3 of the students wanted to drop out after entering. Zhao Long smiled as he saw the astonished expressions on their faces about the school, his bald head gleaming under the sunlight. After letting out a couple of sighs, he continued. Actually, you haven't attended any freshman orientation yet, so all you need to remember for now are 3 locations. The first is your dorm. Little Mumu should have already assigned your dorm rooms based on your ID numbers. Just head straight to your own dorm. The second is to remember where the freshman lecture hall is. Once all the new students in your batch have arrived, you'll probably start your very first class there. The third one is the dining area. The school has 16 large canteens where you can eat whatever suits your taste. Everything's free, after all. As Zhao Long spoke, he escorted the 3 newcomers toward the freshman dormitory area. The freshman dormitory area consisted of only 2 buildings, each standing a staggering 88 stories tall. Qi Feng and his 2 companions looked up at the towering structures before them, all feeling slightly unsettled. Truth be told, Qi Feng had visited other universities before. Most university dormitory areas are typically divided into male and female sections, and most importantly, it's rare to see dormitory buildings that are 88 stories tall. Most are around 7 stories at most. 2 88-story dormitory buildings, neither segregated into male or female sections, with both men and women coming and going in each building. Brother Long, this dormitory area is co-ed? Fang Jing finally couldn't hold back any longer. Ever since entering Longhua University, every scene before her eyes had shattered the rigid impressions of campus life ingrained in her mind. But right now, how did we end up with co-ed dorms? This offers absolutely no privacy. Zhao Long glanced at Fang Jing's flat figure and patted her shoulder solemnly, saying, "Don't worry, Junior. Our school has a very low dating rate. Pretty girls don't have much of a market, let alone someone like you, a beansprout. And each room is single occupancy, so you can rest assured about privacy." This was like an enormous surprise dropping right onto these 3 people's heads. Who would want to live in a dormitory when they could have a private room? Not to mention that schools in the country offering single rooms typically charge around 50,000 yuan in tuition per year. But Longhua University is completely free. After escorting them to the dormitory building, Zhao Long exchanged contact information with Qi Feng and the other 2 before leaving. The freshman dormitory building stands 88 stories tall, with 99 rooms on each floor. According to their assigned numbers, they went to building 1 of the freshman dormitory area. After checking the directory, the 3 of them headed to their respective dorm rooms. Qi Feng's dorm was room 68 on the 83rd floor of building 2. Fortunately, Qi Feng didn't have any fear of heights among the 3 of them. His dorm was on the highest floor. Upon entering the dormitory area, they noticed it wasn't stuffy at all, likely due to some special ventilation design. Outside room 68 on the 83rd floor, Qi Feng took out his student ID card, which came with the admission letter, from his backpack, feeling a bit nervous. Whether it was Zhao Long escorting him or stepping onto the university campus, Qi Feng actually remained utterly incredulous the entire time. At last, when he was finally alone, his emotions began to stir with excitement. Qi Feng, was finally about to officially begin his studies at Dragon Kingdom University. The locks on each room required student card access. When Qi Feng placed his student card against the door lock, a soft beep sounded before the door silently swung open. The room wasn't large, about 10 square meters, but it came with a private bathroom and was fully equipped with necessities, a wardrobe, desk, chair, and bed. Dragging his suitcase into his new dorm, Qi Feng could clearly feel his heart pounding in his chest. This dorm marked the beginning of his life for the next 4 years. Qi Feng had just put down his suitcase when he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an unfamiliar face. Zhao Yunfan sported gold-rimmed glasses and held a gift box of specialty crispy duck in his hands, beaming at Qi Feng. Hello there, fellow student. I live across the hall. My name is Zhao Yunfan. I'm from Yunnan province. This is a local specialty I brought for everyone to try. After speaking, Zhao Yunfan adjusted his glasses and placed the gift box inside Qi Feng's dorm room. Taking a glance at Qi Feng's outfit, he nodded slightly and smiled. You're Qi Feng, right? Qi Feng chuckled and nodded. Zhao Yunfan had knocked on the door too quickly, so he hadn't had time to take off this golden outfit. You're too polite, we're just across the hall. Have you eaten? Let me treat you to a meal. After saying this, Qi Feng suddenly remembered that meals at Longhua University were free. It seemed he couldn't treat her after all. No need. I just came to ask, do you know when the freshman orientation starts? I've been staying in my dorm for 3 days already and still don't know anything about what's going on. Freshman orientation? Zhao Long had also mentioned earlier that they needed to attend the freshman orientation first. It seems this freshman orientation is very important. Only after attending it can we make the next step in our planning. Chapter 13, Joining the Freshman Group Chat and Weird Outfits. Just as Qi Feng and Yunfan were exchanging glances, both wondering what exactly this freshman orientation was about and when it would start, little Mumu spoke up again. The dormitory corridors had 10 speakers installed on each floor, ensuring that every word from this little Mumu would be clearly transmitted to everyone. Dear freshmen, at precisely 9 a.m. on June 1st, please proceed to the Dragon Kingdom Grand Lecture Hall to attend your first class. Please note, the time is 9 a.m. sharp on June 1st. Dragon Kingdom University does not tolerate tardiness. Latecomers will face penalties. Little Mumu broadcasted 3 times in a row before finally going silent. Having received the accurate information, Zhao Yunfan no longer had any doubts. He just adjusted his glasses and asked Qi Feng with genuine confusion. Classmate Qi Feng, I arrived a few days earlier than you, and I've noticed there seems to be something a bit strange about this entire campus. Besides the cafeteria and dormitories, all other areas are off limits to us freshmen. So these past few days, us early arrivals have created a class of 2022 freshman group chat. You're welcome to join too. We can all communicate and help each other with any questions. After Qi Feng joined the group, Zhao Yunfan tactfully took his leave and exited Qi Feng's dorm room. Apparently, Qi Feng wasn't the only one who sensed something unusual about this school. As soon as Qi Feng entered the group chat, he noticed there were already over 200 members, with everyone currently engaged in lively discussions. Qi Feng didn't start packing first, but instead observed what everyone was talking about. The group name was quite interesting, called 2022 Graduates Deciphering the Strange Dragon Country University Together. Frowning, Qi Feng began carefully reading through the chat content. A grain of white sugar, classmates, let me report first. I discovered over 20 giant trucks at the eastern outskirts of the school unloading over 100 extra large crates, but they're completely preventing us new students from getting close. Big Bell eating hot pot, reporting in. I'm currently at the artificial lake. I just realized there's actually no path leading from the lake to the stadium. So tell me, how are we supposed to get into the stadium? By rowing a boat or what? Go. I'm at cafeteria number 2. It's mealtime now, but aside from freshmen, I don't see a single upperclassman in the dining hall. What do you think all the senior students are up to? 5-star general, same situation at cafeteria number 1, not a single upperclassman in sight either. White Cypress, at a grain of white sugar, I'm also near the eastern outskirts. Not sure if you've noticed, but there's an overwhelmingly strong smell of blood here. The stench is really intense. What exactly did they transport in this shipment? Everyone was actively exploring the school and reporting their findings. Qi Feng felt helpless. Damn it, he didn't just think the school was strange now, he even felt these freshmen were acting bizarre too. Whoever saw a group of new students treating school orientation like some escape room adventure? Qi Feng opened his suitcase and first took out that ridiculously thick instruction manual. Flipping through it, he found every page blank as snow. Truth be told, this blank instruction manual had piqued Qi Feng's curiosity more than anything else. He typed out a message to ask his classmates in the group chat. Hey everyone, are all your instruction manuals blank too? Qi Feng's simple question sent waves through the group. Clearly, everyone shared his utter disdain for this useless instruction manual. Holy shit, of course it's blank. I traveled across 4 provinces carrying a stack of blank papers to the capital, and Dragon Nation University doesn't even know what the hell they're trying to do. Forget about blank precautions. Have any of you had those weird little muumuus show up at your place and self-destruct? One blew up near my mom and turned her into a wild woman, then she beat the crap out of me. Any joy I had over getting into Dragon Nation University vanished straight away. Speaking of those brain-dead little muumuus, they piss me off. What are those things anyway? My family spent a whole damn day cleaning up after one. Qi Feng glanced at the precautions in his hand. Seemed like everyone got blank ones. Others might think this thing is problematic, but Qi Feng has conducted various experiments on the warning paper sheets and is completely certain that these papers are extraordinary. Therefore, something so special definitely can't just be a stack of scrap paper. A single dorm room is great, you can take a shower whenever you want, but you're also the only one cleaning it. After Chi Feng finished tidying up the dorm, he grabbed a change of clothes and headed into the bathroom. The golden glittering garment was casually tossed onto the wash basin by him. Though it was an absent-minded throw, Chi Feng's eyebrows furrowed. This piece of clothing actually wouldn't get soaked by water. Chi Feng threw the garment into the water, yet no matter how he scrubbed it, the clothing maintained its original form. No wrinkles, no saturation. Exactly the same as that stack of precautionary notes. Chi Feng didn't smoke, but like most boys, he always carried a lighter. With a sharp click from the lighter, just as expected, the fabric of this clothing was actually fireproof. Hey, that's strange. This thing is neither afraid of water nor fire. If I wear this outfit, could it possibly make me invulnerable like bronze skin and iron bones? Chi Feng stared at the garment, lost in thought. After a long while, Chi Feng finally dug out a fruit knife from the dormitory. When the knife tip scraped against the golden garment, an invisible resistance completely blocked what was supposed to be a sharp blade. Chi Feng felt the experiment wasn't enough. Gritting his teeth, he put on that embarrassing outfit again, the one that made him want to die of shame. No choice, too many unanswered questions were gnawing at him. He'd just have to test them out one by one himself. After putting on the outfit, Chi Feng pointed the knife tip at his abdomen beneath the fabric. He intended to steel himself and make the cut, but at the last moment opted for caution instead, redirecting the blade toward his cloth-covered arm. Damn it! Chi Feng was shocked. When the blade swiftly touched the clothing, the fabric naturally possessed an elastic force, completely resisting the sharp edge. Chi Feng lowered his head to look at his own clothes again, truly bewildered. What's Longwei University playing at? How can a simple piece of clothing come with such a bug built in? The real question is, does this outfit stop bullets or not? Anyway, this gear is impressive. It makes Chi Feng feel incredibly secure. Except, it's kind of ugly. Handing out such awesome gear, could there be some danger at school? Chi Feng furrowed his brows and opened his constantly buzzing phone, only to see Fong Jing had sent a string of messages. Old Chi, I threw away that ugly, poop yellow jacket, and I instantly feel so much better. I, Fong Jing, swear if I ever wear gold-colored clothes again, I'll live-stream myself eating shit while standing on my hands. Chi Feng glanced at his clothes, then looked at the message on his phone before helplessly replying to Fong Jing. It's possible, you might regret saying that. Chapter 14, Non-Disclosure Agreement and Letter of Responsibility. June 1st, 8 a.m. Dragon Nation University's cafeteria number 1, being the closest to the freshman dormitory area, was currently packed to capacity. Because that day, little Mumu had said to arrive at Dragon Nation University Hall on time and not be late. Among those who could enter Dragon Nation University, 80% of the students were top academic achievers, so everyone took keeping promises very seriously. Over the past 3 days, Chi Feng had grown accustomed to Dragon Nation University's slightly different way of life in every aspect. The breakfast was simple, 2 steamed buns, a bowl of soy milk, and a poached egg. The cafeteria at Longwei University had a certain magic to it, its meals were remarkably well made. Wei Qi devoured the steamed buns with his hands, eating ravenously while occasionally shaking his hair. Fong Jing, however, didn't have much of an appetite. She sighed repeatedly before turning to Chi Feng and saying, Old Chi, you're really not playing fair. Do you know how many dumpsters I had to rummage through to find this outfit? I've been digging through trash bins so much these past few days that I've completely lost my appetite. Wei Qi hadn't even finished swallowing his steamed bun when he shot Fong Jing a contemptuous look and said, I look like this, and I don't even mind how ugly those clothes are. With how you look, what gives you the right to complain about them? Besides, it's golden and so pretty. After speaking, Wei Qi took another bite of his steamed bun. That sentence managed to infuriate Fong Jing, and instantly the two of them launched into their 221st mutual roasting session in just these past few days. Chi Feng quickly finished his breakfast, not wanting to engage with the two any longer, and swiftly left cafeteria number 1, heading straight to Longwei University Hall. When Chi Feng and the others first passed through the Guardian Gate, the first building they laid eyes on was Longwei University Hall. The hall was entirely constructed in ancient architectural style, aside from its towering, cloud-piercing height that made its exact number of floors impossible to discern. Every aspect of its design, from the threshold, door knockers, and nail-studded gates to the stone pedestals, from the beams, pillars, and bracket sets to the upturned eaves, adhered strictly to ancient traditions. Its grandeur was innate, capable of purifying the heart and restraining desires through its very presence. Chi Feng looked up at the school building, took a deep breath, and then stepped over the threshold into the Dragon Nation Academy. Somehow, Chi Feng had a feeling that today's class might provide many answers. The Dragon Nation Academy, the name was as audacious as the university itself, carrying an extreme boldness. When all the freshmen gathered in the main hall, the first floor astonishingly accommodated 10,000 people effortlessly, without the slightest hint of crowding. At this moment, everyone stood there as if being punished, with only a few robots patrolling to manage the crowd. Aside from them, no other people could be seen. Chi Feng and the other two stood somewhat toward the back. So, when a dim-witted little robot came over to register, Fang Jing insisted on tugging at the robot to ask, "Alright, what's your name? Do you get paid? And where have all the teachers gone?" Fang Jing's thoughts jumped around wildly. After a few seconds of frozen screen activity, the little robot replied solemnly, "I am Little Moo Mercury. If you disturb my work again, I will report you to the Little Moo switchboard, and they will punish you." After saying this, Mercury displayed a forced smile on the screen and then left with a flourish. Fang Jing was so furious she began cursing loudly. If Chi Feng hadn't stopped her, she would have gone up to challenge Mercury one-on-one and delivered an Oscar-worthy slap to its face. Chi Feng thought about what Fang Jing had just said, and his temple throbbed slightly. Yeah, in all these days at Dragon Kingdom University, I've never actually seen any teachers around. A whole university, yet you can't spot a single teacher. Not even in the dormitory areas, you can't even find a dorm supervisor. Isn't that just plain bizarre? Just as Chi Feng was still pondering these matters, the restless and noisy hall suddenly fell silent. Turns out, these elusive professors had finally made their appearance. They hadn't shown up during the interviews. They hadn't shown up during freshman orientation either. At last, these teachers have appeared. The ground floor of Longwei University's hall features a 3-foot-high lectern, or rather, it would be more accurate to call it a stage, given how exceptionally large it is. Now, at last, figures have emerged on this stage. Judging by their appearances and ages, these must be the long-awaited teachers everyone has been anticipating. All the students in the auditorium felt a sense of relief after holding in their questions for so many days. Someone had finally come to clear things up. There were 6 people standing on stage in total, 4 men and 2 women. In the center stood a robed man with a long scar across his face, stern-looking with graying hair. He exuded an intimidating fierceness from head to toe. Honestly, you'd swear his actual profession was highway robbery. That would have been a more fitting description. The robed man scanned the students below until the entire university hall fell completely silent. Without using a microphone, his voice alone commanded the entire venue. First, welcome to Dragon Country University. I am Zhao Qiyuan, the president of this institution. There are 16,688 freshmen in total, and all 16,688 are present today. Now we will distribute confidentiality agreements and liability documents. You may choose to sign them or not, but those who refuse must leave Dragon Country University. As Zhao Qiyuan finished speaking, the 5 people beside him and several small robots within the venue began distributing documents to each student. 2 documents. One is a confidentiality agreement, the other is a liability waiver. The confidentiality agreement is self-explanatory. What you see in here must not be disclosed. The liability waiver, however, is chilling. It reads more like a death warrant, stating that one bears full responsibility for life and death, with no one else to blame. Chi Feng frowned, staring at the seemingly insignificant sheets of paper in his hand, yet they felt overwhelmingly heavy. Just going to college, why do we have to sign some life or death waiver? Once that signature is down, it's legally binding. If I die at this university, it'd be truly for nothing. Chi Feng's grip on the liability form grew sweaty as he admitted to himself he was scared. A bizarre university, plus this death waiver. Damn it, who wouldn't be scared? Longwei University, what the hell are you trying to do? Because of the liability agreement, the atmosphere instantly became restless again. Everyone felt uneasy, and some had already started considering withdrawing. After all, among this year's freshmen, there were many top students who could have easily gotten into elite universities through the regular college entrance examination. Zhao Qiyuan lifted his wrist to check his watch, then continued pressuring the audience below the stage. You don't have much time to make your choice, just 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, anyone who hasn't made a decision will automatically be considered as leaving Longwei University. Today is June 1st. After leaving, you'll still have time to return and take the college entrance exams. Those who wish to leave can simply walk out the main gate. Let me make this clear in advance. After signing the liability waiver and confidentiality agreement, what awaits you will be danger, terror, responsibility, and even death. The word death thoroughly stimulated the sensitive nerves of the students present on the field. It was precisely because of these 2 words that some people chose to leave immediately. They were in the prime of youth with bright futures ahead. Who the hell would play a death game with you? Chapter 15, to sign or not to sign. All students at Longwei Academy were collectively thrown into anxiety because of this liability agreement. Some dared to leave, some hesitated, some gritted their teeth, and others felt uneasy. Zhao Qiyuan, along with the remaining 5 teachers, stood aloft, completely indifferent to whether these students departed or signed. Chi Feng held 2 documents in his hands and hesitated for quite some time before finally raising his head to gaze at Zhao Qiyuan and the others on the podium. His voice was loud, but amidst the tumultuous scene, it seemed faint, yet this volume was enough. Principal Zhao, I'm Chi Feng, a freshman this year. Before having us sign this liability agreement, shouldn't you first explain what we'll be facing after signing it? And what stance will the school take toward us? Will you protect us, or will you adopt a hands-off approach? Shi Feng's eyes held a remarkable strength, a power that allowed him to calmly confront the formidable Zhao Qiyuan before over 10,000 students. During the transition from high school to university, many students still don't dare to openly defy the school, its leadership, or teachers. Shi Feng's initiative instantly sparked a series of challenges in the crowd, with numerous voices joining in to demand, why should we risk death just to get an education? What exactly does the school want us children to do? These documents blatantly violate human rights. When deaths occur, shouldn't the school take responsibility? Why are we being forced to sign liability waivers? Principal Zhao, we came here to study, not to play death games. Does the country know about these things? Does the state know you're making us sign these agreements? One accusation after another poured from the students' mouths, yet Zhao Qiyuan's expression remained utterly unperturbed. Shi Feng watched Zhao Qiyuan's composed demeanor, and his heart sank. It seemed these two documents weren't something Zhao Qiyuan and his team had produced on their own, they had passed higher-level review. Shi Feng thought back to that forum post titled, My Cousin Who Disappeared for 5 Years. Suddenly, some hunches seemed ready to spill out. Shi Feng distinctly remembered that Dragon Country University was one of the nation's top-tier universities, featuring a comprehensive academic profile rather than being a military institution. Had it been a military academy, Shi Feng could have understood students might be required to undertake missions during their studies, thereby exposing them to potential threats. But an ordinary comprehensive university, where would such dangers come from? The long scar on Zhao Qiyuan's face stretched from his forehead, across the entire eye socket, all the way to the corner of his mouth. Clearly, someone had struck his face with a sharp blade to create such a wound. A university president is supposed to be refined and cultured, why would he bear such a horrifying scar? At that moment, Zhao Qiyuan on the podium smiled, but his smile was tinged more with contempt, disdain, and a refusal to bother with explanations. He scanned the students below before fixing his gaze directly on Shi Feng, the first to challenge him, his tone neither pleased nor sorrowful. I wouldn't mind if all of you left. To be honest, our resources at Dragon Nation University are already stretched thin. I have absolutely no desire to train a bunch of cowards. You keep talking to me about human rights and responsibility, but what qualifications do you have to discuss these matters with me? After speaking, Zhao Qiyuan laughed. Frowning, he swept his gaze across each of those youthful faces one by one, then sneered and continued. What have you done for this country? What have you contributed so far? What responsibilities have you shouldered? None of you standing here are fools. Our Dragon Nation University has 200 years of history. The country will not allow us to host any deadly games on campus. So I, Zhao Qiyuan, will tell you straight, I, Zhao Qiyuan, won't let you die in vain here. But deaths, there will certainly be some. It could be you, or him, or every single one of you. After speaking, Zhao Qiyuan pointed to the time on his watch and coldly addressed the students below the stage. 3 minutes left. Those who won't sign may leave Dragon Kingdom University. After speaking, Zhao Qiyuan deliberately spared a glance at Shi Feng. Among the 16,688 freshmen, he remembered this Shi Feng was student number 16,688. Zhao Qiyuan had never feared challenges or doubts, the scene repeated every year without fail. He remembered last year's batch had made an even bigger fuss. Old Shi, should we sign or not? Feng Jing hesitated a little. She tugged at Shi Feng's sleeve. Normally a reckless tomboy, even she felt somewhat scared now. Even the most thick-skinned person could sense the strange atmosphere. But just as Shi Feng pondered for a moment and finally decided to sign, Feng Jing had already swooshed her pen twice and finished writing her name. Her swift action left Shi Feng momentarily stunned. Shi Feng had thought it through carefully, just as Qi Hong had said. The most exciting chapter of Qi Hong's life began at Huaxia University. After leaving Longwei University, Shi Feng wasn't confident about getting into a good college. In other words, Longwei University was his only option. He didn't want to go back and face Qi Hong's scornful glances, didn't want to see Song Yun's benevolent expressions, and didn't want to listen to Qi Lin's sarcastic remarks. No matter what lay ahead on the road, Shi Feng believed he could endure it. Just like that inexplicable illness, he was certain he could pull through. But Feng Jing was an excellent student, she had many options and absolutely didn't need to risk her life to attend Longwei University. Yet Feng Jing laughed heartily, smugly arching her eyebrows as she proudly taunted Shi Feng. I've thought about it, and Dragon Kingdom University seems thrilling. It's completely piqued my curiosity, I can't wait to see just how dangerous it really is. As she finished speaking, Feng Jing even waved the signed document at Wei Qi, declaring with immense pride, Scaredy cat, dare you sign? I think you'd better crawl back to First High and continue being the world's glitch. From now on, this place belongs to Feng Jing. Wei Qi ran a hand through his hair. He hadn't planned to sign yet, but Feng Jing's provocation made him grit his teeth and say, Feng Jing, you think your taunting tactics work on me? You think I'd sign just because you provoked me? Ha! Let me tell you something, I'm fucking signing this document right now. If even a tomboy like you dares to stay here, what does Wei Qi have to fear? Wei Qi stiffened his neck, acted against his conscience, and with 2 swift strokes of his pen, signed his name. After signing, Wei Qi stared at his signature and began to feel a faint dizziness, a creeping sense of apprehension starting from the base of his skull. But even so, Wei Qi absolutely refused to admit that Fang Jing's provocation had pushed him into signing. He wasn't that foolish. In the end, Shi Feng and the other 2 submitted 3 copies of the document, each signed with their respective names. At this moment, there were only 10 seconds left before the countdown of 10 minutes Zhao Qiyuan had mentioned. Thus, numerous students on the field, unsure what kind of internal battles they had fought in their minds, rushed to sign before the final moment. Chapter 16. The second floor of the University Hall. 10 minutes later, the first floor of the auditorium was completely cleared out. Zhao Qiyuan wasn't joking, everyone who hadn't signed was indeed asked to leave by Longwei University. Though quite a few people appeared to leave, in reality fewer than 100 chose to depart. Thus after the clearing, the crowd appeared nearly as large, though the atmosphere had become exceptionally quiet. After all, both documents were signed this way, they must be considered one of our own now. So, everyone in the room fixed hopeful eyes on Zhao Qiyuan, waiting for him to provide answers. All the answers are upstairs. You may proceed in an orderly line up the staircase by the east door and visit each floor one by one. Zhao Qiyuan gestured toward the east door stairs, then cast a deep, somewhat remorseful glance at the young people in the room. Class of 2022, 16,688 new students, 69 left. Years later, how many of these kids would still be standing here full of energy, daring to challenge him? Zhao Qiyuan was dubbed Butcher Zhao by outsiders, a ruthless man without an ounce of human kindness. But if he were too soft-hearted, would he even dare to serve as president of Longwei University? Class of 2022, remember this, today marks your farewell to the past as the real world is about to arrive. Finally, old Zhao here wishes you all safety in your future journeys. After Zhao Qiyuan finished speaking, he was the first to step down from the podium and led the crowd toward the second floor of Dragon Kingdom University Hall. Shi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly as the blood in his veins began to simmer with anticipation. With the truth about to be unveiled, all we could do was keep our eyes wide open and see this world clearly. 10,000 children stared at each other, some puzzled, some doubtful, some uneasy, some exhilarated. Little robots directed the crowd, ensuring that after these 10,000 children climbed the stairs and witnessed something unexpected, no stampedes would occur. But when the first row of children rushed up to the second floor, each let out piercing shrieks. Fearful screams of awe echoed through the entire university hall. The girls' shrill screams and the boys' pale little faces all bore witness to the terrifying scene before them. With the crowds being so thick, Shi Feng was still at the corner near the staircase on the first floor when the ear-splitting noises erupted from upstairs. Immediately, the medical team, which had been standing by, rushed into action, carrying away the children who had fainted. A girl on a stretcher, drenched in sweat with a sickly pallor and trembling violently, passed right by Shi Feng as she was being carried down from the second floor. Fang Jing glanced at the girl and immediately halted, yielding the front position to Shi Feng so she could hide behind him. At this moment, though his expression remained largely unreadable, Shi Feng's heart was beating furiously fast. Thump, 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 it felt like it might leap out of his chest any second. Composing himself, Shi Feng ignored the quiet murmuring between Fang Jing and Wei Qi behind him and stepped firmly onto the stairs. A person can't spend their whole life running away just because they're afraid. When Shi Feng was little, his mother told him the world was vast, vast beyond imagination. Even Zhao Qiyuan just said the real world is about to arrive. Well, Shi Feng thought, that worked out perfectly because he also wanted to see what the real world was actually like. Shi Feng's every step up the staircase was resolute, though his legs felt somewhat shaky. The more frightened he was, the more determined he became to move forward. Numerous students were frantically fleeing down from the upper floors. As their panicked figures rushed past those like Shi Feng who were ascending, their terrified expressions caused even more students to hesitate and turn back. What exactly was up there? Gritting his teeth, Shi Feng ignored the reactions of those around him and kept climbing upward with unwavering resolve. 5 steps, 10 steps. The final step. Shi Feng looked up. At that moment, his entire body went numb as a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Every hair stood on end, goosebumps instantly rising across his skin. His mind remained acutely aware of how fear had turned his body rigid. All Shi Feng could do was struggle to take deep, gulping breaths, trying desperately to calm his pounding heart. He stood frozen in place, not letting out a cry, not panicking, not breaking into a run. He raised his head to gaze at the abyss above him, and at the corridor walls on either side, covered with the carcasses of enormous creatures. He strained to keep his eyes wide open, refusing to blink even once, for he struggled to comprehend the reality of this moment. Behind Chi Fon lay the long-dead body of roughly 6-meter-long black beast, a monstrous hybrid with a serpent's head, a bear's body, and human limbs. The black bear had for so long it stretched endlessly, hanging there for who knows how long. When the wind blew, its hair grew so lengthy that it drifted onto the faces of the students standing nearby. As the fur touched the student's face, the person instantly threw up. Yet, despite vomiting, they didn't dare move, just stood there dumbly, legs trembling uncontrollably, their clothes splattered with large stains of their own sick. Here, there wasn't just a 6-meter-long black bear, there were also lions bigger than elephants, monkeys longer than giraffes, and even a plump rabbit the size of a house. Their skin was streaked with bizarre patterns, their forms twisted and peculiar, unlike any living creatures found on Earth. Their appearance was terrifying, chilling to the core. These colossal creatures should all be dead, hanged motionless on the second floor walls. Where is this place? Everything here seems like it could only exist in a nightmare. Are you curious about where this is? Zhao Qiyuan's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried clearly to everyone's ears. He strolled over to the side of that giant bear, patted the head of the grubby kid who'd been scared into vomiting by the panda, and seemed to be comforting the child. But the very next moment, Zhao Qiyuan thrust his palm directly into the belly of the giant bear, and to everyone's shock, his hand actually pierced straight through its stomach. Zhao Qiyuan withdrew his hand abruptly, and in that instant, intestines and clots of blood spilled out. A child who would normally vomit at the slightest touch of bear fur took one look at the intestine thicker than himself, rolled his eyes backward, and fainted on the spot. Zhao Qiyuan waved his hand, signaling the medical staff to take the child away. Then, he pulled out a handkerchief from his sleeve and began meticulously wiping the blood from his hands. This is the outer perimeter of Tian Prison, considered a safe zone. The towering Longwei University Hall stretched high into the clouds yet consisted only of a first and second floor. Because from the second floor onwards, the entire university building leads straight to the heavenly prison. What is the celestial prison? The endless abyss opening from the heavens, a living hell descended from the skies. Afraid? This place isn't actually scary at all now. Zhao Qiyuan clasped his hands behind his back, his expression grim. This batch of freshmen truly had too little courage, and his voice finally carried a trace of anger. 280 years ago, we were just as terrified as you are. The sky was suddenly torn open, a black hole appeared before our eyes, and endless swarms of invaders descended upon us from above. To ensure our own survival, and to enable more people to live on, Dragon Nation University has stood guard here for precisely 280 years. We sacrificed hundreds of thousands of lives to defend this place, pushing the invading front 400,000 kilometers away, and trapping the aggressors at their own doorstep. This is the outermost perimeter of the celestial prison, the safest zone available. Above us, our military stands guard, your senior students stand guard, and your professors stand guard. But they might not hold forever, for invasion and death lurk at every moment. When that day comes, what then? You are freshmen, you are hope, you are the future, you are the next defenders standing guard. You bear responsibilities, shouldering the safety of a nation, protecting the countless lives behind you. Longwei University doesn't choose ordinary people just to send them to their deaths. When you return and begin your training, you'll realize you have talent. Moreover, your seniors, your teachers, and our country will surely give you time to grow. So under no circumstances should you be afraid, because we long ago lost the right to fear. To the children witnessing this moment, congratulations, you've earned a new title. This honor has been passed down for 280 years at Dragon Nation University, and today I bestow it upon you once again, the great guardians of Dragon Nation. March forward with courage, fear nothing, and protect Dragon Nation. Chapter 17, Chi Feng gets a little hungry. Uncertain how much time had passed, although Zhao Qiyuan's words still echoed in his ears, fear continued to spread through his heart. But here and now, these confused freshmen who had just entered this place could only suppress their timidity, trembling, and terror, then meekly accept reality. You may leave here in an orderly manner. Formal classes begin tomorrow. Your class assignments and course schedules will be sent to your email by Xiaomu. As for any questions you may have, your teachers will answer them for you tomorrow. These relatively warm words certainly didn't come from Zhao Qiyuan's mouth. Zhao Qiyuan and the other teachers had already left this place long ago. The person remaining here now was a female teacher who appeared quite gentle. Beneath giant objects covering the walls and the eerie glow emanating from the abyss overhead, Xiaoxi smiled warmly, her long hair cascading down beside the elegant cheongsam she wore. Xiaoxi walked gracefully in her high heels, her movements as refined as those of an aristocratic young lady from the olden days. As she passed by the children, she tenderly pointed at the scattered intestines on the ground recently strewn about by Principal Zhao and affectionately said to the little robot standing nearby, "Little Mumu Mercury, please clean this up quickly, or the students will find the smell quite unpleasant." After Xiaoxi left, Wei Qi, who had been shivering uncontrollably at the sight, stared wide-eyed. Grasping Qi Feng's arm, he kept his gaze fixed on Xiaoxi's retreating figure and said, "What's that teacher's name? Will she be the one teaching me later? She looks exactly like the goddess in my dreams." Xiaoxi's gentleness seemed to heal many students' inner wounds. Smiling, she patted one student's head while tenderly comforting another who was trembling. Fortunately, Dragon Kingdom University showed some humanity by arranging several psychological experts on the first floor of the Great Lecture Hall. Every student leaving the second floor undergoes evaluation by the little wooden figures before being permitted to exit or directed to counseling. Upon receiving the order to leave, most students flee the area as if escaping for their lives. Fang Jing remained half-conscious with her eyes nearly shut, trembling hands clenched tight as she desperately tried to convince herself. It's all fake, none of this is real. I'm Fang Jing with good fortune now, can't see, absolutely nothing is visible. Thus Fang Jing comforted herself while trembling down the stairs. Qi Feng was also terrified, but he adapted quickly. Though the corpses hanging on both walls were utterly horrifying, he managed to force himself to stay composed. Instead of rushing downstairs, he chose to raise his eyes and gaze into that abyss. According to Zhao Qiyuan's words, the building on the second floor should lead to the heavens. At the very least, it extends straight up to the so-called celestial prison battlefield. Qi Feng craned his neck, trying to make out what was above, but all he could see was a dark abyss, occasionally punctuated by golden glimmers. Child, you can't see the battlefield from here. Though this path leads to the celestial prison, it's also where our station troops are stationed above. So if you go up, the first thing you'll see will be our own people. To be precise, from here to the top, there are 9 gates jointly created by powerful individuals and technology, providing layered protection. Xiaoxi walked up to Qi Feng, a gentle smile playing at the corners of her lips. Xiaoxi's aura resembled that of Song Yun's, able to maintain that effortless grace at any given moment. Yet while Song Yun's elegance required immense restraint, Xiaoxi's grace stemmed from genuine inner peace. Qi Feng came back to his senses and looked at Xiaoxi, nodding to express his gratitude. Thank you for the explanation, teacher. But may I ask, what is this door you mentioned? Is it like the barrier described in novels? And what kind of strong individuals are you referring to? Is it something like cultivation immortality? Qi Feng finally blurted out all the questions he had been wanting to ask. Qi Feng had been puzzled all along. When he viewed the Dragon Nation Academy from outside, he only noticed how tall it was, but he never suspected that this thing could actually reach straight to the heavenly prison. If it's this tall, how could it possibly remain hidden from the outside world? Whether people fly in airplanes or do anything else, how could they possibly fail to notice it? Just a random snapshot would definitely make this topic trend online. Yet the outside world only mentions the Guardian Gate of Dragon Kingdom University, while remaining completely silent about the Dragon Kingdom Academy. And what kind of powerful being is this female teacher referring to exactly? Soaring through the skies? Vanishing underground? Omnipotent? Ascending to immortality? Qi Feng's heart was pounding rapidly, filled with nervous anticipation. Like every young man, he harbored dreams of cultivation. But was the concept of the strong mentioned by the female teacher the same as what he understood it to be? Especially after witnessing how Zhao Qiyuan effortlessly sliced open the giant bear's belly with just one hand. Could it be that? Qi Feng swallowed hard, his eyes burning with excitement as he gazed at Xiaoxi. He feared both overthinking and underthinking the situation. Seeing Qi Feng's exhilarated expression, Xiaoxi suddenly found it endearing, much like their group in the old days, and let out a soft chuckle. Child, to be precise, what we cultivate is not the path to immortality. What we cultivate is the path of might. Cultivate the self, refine martial abilities, temper the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and nurture the extraordinary meridians. These matters will be explained to you tomorrow by the specialized course instructors. We are not the legendary immortals of myths, we are the guardians living in this very world. After finishing her words, Xiaoxi patted Qi Feng on the shoulder and then left the place. At this moment, all the students on the second floor had already evacuated. Though no one was forcing you to leave, the terrifying dark void, the thick metallic scent of blood, and those massive creatures, each element served as a silent command urging everyone to flee immediately. Only Qi Feng's departing steps were unhurried. After observing the black hole, his attention shifted to the enormous creatures mounted on the walls. When fully stretched out, each carcass measured about 7 to 8 meters long, covered in dense fur with enormous eyes. Particularly striking was the black bear with its belly pierced, its eyes still reflected glimmers of light. Qi Feng let his gaze slowly sweep across these massive beasts, harboring a peculiar thought. These gigantic animals probably tasted delicious. For some unknown reason, Qi Feng's stomach growled fiercely with hunger, making constant rumbling sounds. He had clearly just eaten breakfast, yet he felt truly famished. It felt as if he urgently needed sustenance. This hunger originated from the depths of his blood, especially when looking at the massive bear before him. It appeared extraordinarily plump and delicious. Qi Feng swallowed hard. Though he was afraid of these animals, he couldn't help thinking they looked delicious. Braised? Steamed? Grilled? Qi Feng stared at the giant bear's massive paw. The meat looked tough, probably very chewy. He wondered if he'd ever get the chance to take a bite. Chapter 18 The Allotted Computers. Dragon Country University, East Suburbs, Faculty Residential Area. Villa number 1, 3 stories high. The air was fresh, the flowers were in full bloom, and the sunlight was exceptionally bright, yet the atmosphere inside the villa was far from pleasant. Old Zhao, just look at you. Every year you insist on taking freshmen directly to the second floor of the Great Hall, and then scare them with that life or death waiver. And now this time, 69 students dropped out because of it, including 2 with B-grade talents. A man who appeared to be in his 40s stood there, dressed in a crisp shirt, a tailored waistcoat, and handcrafted leather shoes, the very picture of aristocratic elegance. Topped with his meticulously combed back hair, he truly embodied sophistication and charm. However, the golden suit vest was exactly the same color as the poop yellow outfit Fang Jing had complained about. Combined with those dazzling golden leather shoes, they were practically blinding. Xu Zi rested one hand on the shoulder of the young woman beside him while swiping through the holographic data panel with the other, clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction. These kids are still young. We need to boil the frog slowly, take it step by step. How can we charge ahead like this every time? Old Zhao, as president, you're falling short in your duties like this. After finishing his words, Xu Zi didn't even bother to look at Zhao Qiyuan's scowling face. He simply extended a hand to the young woman beside him and walked out, throwing one last disdainful glance at Zhao Qiyuan's villa before leaving. The young woman beside Xu Zi maintained a sweet smile all along. Holding hands with Xu Zi cooperatively, she followed him closely, step by step. The faculty residential area couldn't exactly be called plain, but apart from the slightly larger houses, there weren't any excessive decorations. Xu Zi strolled through the residential area with a young woman in tow, all the while incessantly muttering curses. Old Zhao is nothing but a brute, no wonder people call him Butcher Zhao outside. What does a butcher know about management or education? Under his leadership for so many years, Longwei University hasn't made a single bit of progress. I finally managed to recruit so many students this time, only for him to drive most of them away. Xu Zi cursed for a long while before suddenly stopping. He looked at the young woman beside him, his eyes glinting with cunning as he smiled. How about this, I push old Zhao aside and become the president myself. My dear little Mumu? As the intelligent AI that manages and protects the entire Longwei University, Xia Omu has no physical form. At this moment, she is merely a projected virtual entity. Different from the other robots on campus, she lacks a tangible body. However, within the boundaries of Longwei University, Xia Omu's virtual form can roam freely across the entire campus. Xia Omu is strikingly beautiful, designed by Xu Zi, who sculpted her facial features entirely according to his own aesthetic preferences. With the face of a pure campus belle, doe-like enchanting eyes, and shoulder-length hair reminiscent of the girl next door, she is simply perfect. Little Mumu blinked her eyes, tilted her head to look at Xu Zi, rolled her eyes, then shook her head. That won't do. Principal Zhao is a good person, you can't bully him. But if he becomes the principal, little Mumu would be super happy. Xu Zi knocked on little Mumu's phantom head with a look of mild disgust and said, Impressive, what have you been watching lately? Did you learn the head tilt move too? Xia Omu rubbed her head with a pained expression before asking excitedly, Do you like it, Calling you Xia Omu was the right choice, you're so goofy, like a silly little block of wood. Xu Zi shook his head, but seeing the utterly innocent expression on Xiao Mumu's face, he reluctantly nodded again and continued. I like it. The smile on Xiao Mumu's lips instantly widened into a huge grin, making him look every bit the silly blockhead. Freshman dormitory area. As Chi Feng returned to his dorm floor, he immediately spotted a robot standing by the elevator, yet another assistant from the Xiao Mumu series, whose specific numbered iteration remained unknown. The small robot, upon seeing Chi Feng, approached while carrying a box, wearing a polite smile. Chi Feng, ID 16688, here is your laptop. Xiao Mumu will use this device to stay in contact with you, assisting with course confirmation, task assignment, credit exchange, and related matters. Once Chi Feng took the box, this particular iteration of Xiao Mumu vanished. Chi Feng was quite curious about Xiao Mumu. After all, he had already encountered Xiao Mumu Mercury, Xiao Mumu Mars, and Xiao Mumu 16688. What Xiao Mumu was, there was no doubt about it, must be artificial intelligence. From what he'd seen so far, Xiao Mumu was pretty smart. Chi Feng carried the box back to his dormitory and immediately began unboxing it. Given that his previous unboxing experiences at Longwei University hadn't gone particularly well, he couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive. Fortunately, this time the box truly contained nothing more than a laptop. What's more, the model appeared to be one completely unavailable on the market. And on the logo at the bottom right corner of the laptop, the words Xiao Mumu were printed. Although it was a Xia Omu branded computer, its operation was no different from an ordinary PC. Chi Feng skillfully powered it on, and after the freshman guidance page popped up initially, the home screen turned out to be quite interesting. The background featured the Guardian Gate of Dragon Kingdom University as its wallpaper. All the essential apps and browsers were present, and additionally, the computer came pre-installed with 4 distinct modules. 1. Course schedule. 2. Credit exchange. 3. Mission acquisition. 4. Manhwa University forum. Chi Feng glanced at the page and first clicked into the course schedule section. So far, although Chi Feng had gained a new understanding of Manhwa University and knew that conventional logic didn't apply here, he was still quite curious what departments did they all belong to, and what courses would be arranged for them. The page appeared quite feature-rich upon entry, with Chi Feng's personal information displayed in the top right corner. Clicking to view. Name, Chi Feng. ID, 16,688. Affiliated department, unassigned. After 1 year of collective training, department placement will be determined based on individual capabilities. Class, F class. F? Chi Feng was momentarily stunned. This class ranking probably isn't very good, right? Chi Feng's gaze drifted further down until he saw a special note at the very bottom of the personal information section. Talent level, F. Talents are graded from A, B, C, D, E, to F. Those glaring F-rank characters even came with golden shadows, making them impossible to ignore. F grade? Chi Feng felt a bit bitter, though it was understandable. After all, Chi Feng had indeed performed poorly academically throughout high school, and most of those who came to this school were elite students. For someone like him with a strange illness, being able to come here was already a stroke of great fortune. So what if it's just an F grade? At least he made it here. Chapter 19, Class F. Early the next morning, Chi Feng headed to the freshman teaching building with tired eyes. The freshman teaching building wasn't too far from Chi Feng's dorm. As he walked past Manhwa University Hall, he suddenly stopped. He looked up at the second floor of Dragon Nation Academy, swallowing hard as the blood in his veins roared endlessly. Last night, Chi Feng's illness struck again. The excruciating pain kept Chi Feng awake all night. By morning, Chi Feng rushed straight to the cafeteria and devoured 4 steamed buns, yet his stomach still churned with intense hunger. This hunger feels unbearable, as if every cell in the body is screaming frantically. Screaming that they're starving, that they haven't had their fill. Am I going crazy? At this moment, Chi Feng stood outside the Dragon Kingdom University, gazing longingly and imagining how delicious those massive animals on the second floor must be. Chi Feng almost couldn't resist rushing forward to take a bite of those massive creatures to satisfy his hunger. However, what makes humans human is precisely that extra bit of reason we possess over animals. All Chi Feng could do was use reason to restrain himself, shifting his footsteps toward the freshman teaching building. There were altogether 6 freshman teaching buildings. They are labeled as Building A, Building B, Building C, Building D, Building E, and Building F. The 6 teaching buildings stand side by side. They are identical in height, exterior design, and floor area. In front of the teaching buildings are a vast sports field, spectator stands, and even a fighting ring. Chi Feng frowned because, with the exception of Building F, the entrances of the other 5 buildings were overcrowded, bustling with people coming and going. And why does this F building feel a tad bit empty and desolate? Chi Feng glanced at his watch. He had been standing in front of this teaching building for about 10 minutes, yet surprisingly, he hadn't seen a single person who intended to enter it. Hey, Lao Chi, I'm so unlucky. I actually got assigned an E-level talent, boo-hoo. Fang Jing came trotting over with a braised egg stuffed in her mouth, wolfing it down as she whimpered at Chi Feng. However, when Fang Jing stuffed the braised egg into her mouth and looked up at the enormous F on the teaching building behind Chi Feng, she immediately burst into laughter. Heh, looks like my talent isn't the lowest after all. Satisfied, Fang Jing let out a burp, waved at Chi Feng, and scampered off toward the overcrowded E-Wing teaching building where she belonged. 15 minutes had passed, and the F-Wing still hadn't welcomed a single student. Chi Feng glanced at the neighboring E-building classroom and began counting on his fingers. That's already 3,000 or 4,000 people going in. Chi Feng felt a pang of guilt. Could his talent really be so abysmal that barely any students in the entire school scored as low as F grade? Yesterday, he could still console himself with the thought that at least he'd made it here. But when Chi Feng realized F level had only himself, he instantly felt a slight panic. Not wanting to stand like a fool at the teaching building entrance anymore, Chi Feng turned and entered the F level building regardless of how many students were inside. After all, he belonged there. Following his class schedule, Chi Feng found classroom 108. Room 108 was enormous, a lecture hall with tiered seating that could accommodate hundreds. When Chi Feng pushed open the door, he was surprised to find Zhao Yunfan, his dorm neighbor across the hall, sitting in the first row of the classroom. The two stared at each other in mutual astonishment. Upon seeing Chi Feng, Zhao Yunfan visibly brightened with delight and quickly stood up, gesturing for Chi Feng to take the seat beside him. Classmate Chi Feng, it's such a pleasure to meet you here. I was almost convinced I'd be the only F-grade student in this place. Zhao Yunfan adjusted his glasses, clearly somewhat bashful. After all, nobody here is a fool. Although the school hasn't explicitly stated what F-class means, isn't it obvious that this is the underachievers class? When Qifeng first met Zhao Yunfan, the scholarly aura he carried, paired with those gold-rimmed glasses, made him look every bit the top university student. Nobody could have guessed they'd find someone like Zhao Yunfan in this so-called underachievers class. Well, that's alright, at least we can keep each other company, Qifeng thought. Qifeng smiled and nodded, showing no outward signs of embarrassment, though the unspoken bitterness of being categorized as a weak student was evident. There were still 20 minutes left until the precise 9 a.m. class start time. However, the entire classroom 108 currently contained only Qifeng and Zhao Yunfan. For a tense moment, the two kept glancing at the clock, terrified that from now onward, their F-level class might truly consist of just the two of them. If that were truly the case, how could they ever show their faces in public again? Thus, Zhao Yunfan, sweating profusely, kept glancing at the time on his phone while muttering under his breath, "Dear heavens, please send some people my way." Being F-grade wasn't embarrassing, but having only a few people in an F-grade class would truly be humiliating. Fortunately, with just 10 minutes left before class, the classroom door swung open again, and 7 people streamed in all at once. Although thousands of people come and go next door in Building E, for Qifeng and Zhao Yunfan, whose hearts are suspended in outer space, seeing such a crowd suddenly pour in is already quite satisfying. Fortunately, they won't be the only two carrying the title of the worst anymore. As for face, when more people lose it together, you stop feeling the shame. By the time the class officially began at 9 o'clock sharp, the entire classroom should have been filled with students from the F-grade. Qifeng counted carefully, damn it, including himself, there were only 16 people. Chu Zi, gleaming head to toe in gold, held little Mumu's hand with his left while lightly kicking open the classroom door with the tip of his foot. Then, with an outrageously flamboyant stride, he stepped onto the podium, glanced down at everyone with disdain, and sneered. "So, you're the 16 F ranks." Chu Zi had Xiao Mumu sit to the side, so the obedient Xiao Mumu projected another chair and sat properly on the lecture platform, facing everyone with a perfect 8-teeth smile on her lips. Qifeng was stunned, whether by this dazzlingly golden teacher or the phantom girl sitting on the platform. Damn, is this what F-rank classrooms are like? So surreal? Even Zhao Yunfan, a true top student who had always been ranked first in class since childhood, was slightly dazed by the sight before him. Zhao Yunfan shook his head, looking utterly dejected and on the verge of tears. Indeed, students assigned to the worst performing class were given up on by their teachers. Just look at this, what kind of teacher would actually bring a girl to class? Chu Zi couldn't care less what the students below him were thinking. After finishing the roll call with obvious dissatisfaction, he brandished his teaching rod, nearly 2 meters long and 30 centimeters thick, letting it gleam ominously under the sunlight. Look carefully, I don't believe in corporal punishment, I prefer hands-on methods. My hope for the coming year is that you'll get beaten a little less often. Chapter 20, The Untold History. Alright, no need to be scared. I'm actually quite lenient with my own people. After Chu Zi had established his authority, he put away the iron rod, clasped his hands behind his back, and then addressed little Mumu sitting on the podium. Little Mumu, give these fledglings a basic rundown. If you have any questions, just ask. In this entire school, there's probably no one better at explaining basics than little Mumu. Having said that, Chu Zi left little Mumu behind and leisurely strolled out of the classroom. This time, Qifeng's eyes lit up with excitement. He had accumulated far too many questions and was just about to speak when Zhao Yunfan beside him cut in first. Xiao Mumu? So you're Xiao Mumu? You're so pretty. Are you an AI? As Zhao Yunfan spoke, his eyes brimmed with infatuation. Clearly, Xiao Mumu's appearance hit every single checkbox on his list of aesthetic ideals. However, after speaking, Zhao Yunfan snapped back to reality. Hastily suppressing his love-struck expression, he composed himself into what he believed was his most charming demeanor and said earnestly, "Little Mumu, my name is Zhao Yunfan. I'm from Yunnan Province. I've won the National Mathematics Olympiad Champion Award, the International Invention Gold Medal, the New Concept Composition First Prize." While Zhao Yunfan was still listing his awards, little Mumu mercilessly cut him off. Little Mumu smiled softly, scanned the students present, and nodded. "Hello everyone, my name is Little Mumu. I was born in 2002 and I'm 20 years old this year. Students of Longhua University can call me Little Mumu. Of course, I'd be very happy if you'd prefer to call me Professor Mu. My system has once contained detailed records about the beginning and end of the Tianyu world. According to Little Mumu's introduction, Tianyu is vast, and it represents an unknown civilization. 300 years ago, the Tianyu black hole first appeared in the city of Wei in the United States. That day, countless giant creatures fell from the sky. Grotesque in appearance, with terrifying fangs and long shaggy fur, they descended like meteors, pouncing from the heavens. They killed indiscriminately, devouring people alive without mercy. In less than an hour, Wei City, with its population of millions, was reduced to a city of the dead. Blood, terror, and death permeated every corner of the city. Firearms couldn't penetrate their skin, machetes couldn't pierce their fur, an average adult couldn't even reach the height of these behemoths' legs. By the time the US government reacted, a bomb had already dropped, and the mushroom cloud that rose to the heavens shook the skies. But when the smoke cleared, all the buildings in Way City had turned to ashes, yet the behemoths remained standing. Just as America thought their doomsday had arrived, trembling in fear, the black hole in the celestial prison emitted a call, and these colossal beings departed one by one, seemingly pleased. No one knows when these giants will return, nor what that black hole in the sky truly is. The United States urgently deployed satellites overnight, only to discover that the black hole traversed light years, linked directly to Earth from billions of light years away through an extraordinarily durable mechanism. Thus, to save itself, America acted, while other nations, fearing shared peril, unanimously agreed to intervene. A global alliance was formed, with each country contributing personnel to create a suicide squad determined to climb through the black hole above Way City and discover what kind of world lay on the other side. After rigorous selection, the final suicide squad consisted of exactly 10 members. No one knows what kind of catastrophes these 10 individuals endured. That night, Earth's signal receivers picked up a special coded transmission. After decryption, the initial words revealed by this code were, "Select those with talent, cultivate martial prowess, only then can calamity be resolved." This was our first understanding of martial prowess, of that terrifying celestial prison. But those 10 people never returned. Their names could not be celebrated throughout the world, nor could they be engraved upon the roll of honors. Fortunately, we now have a direction. After years of exploration and fearless investigations by many, we finally discovered the cultivation methods of martial energy from that terrifying celestial prison. At last, we have developed martial energy cultivation techniques suitable for humanity. After the incident in the United States, the Global Martial Energy Alliance was officially established, with the US, Dragon Country, Bear Country, Rooster Country, and Cow Country serving as the 5 permanent council members. From that day onward, nations established martial energy academies, actively cultivating martial energy, pushing their military training to the absolute limit. For no one could predict when or over which nation's sky the celestial prison would rip open a tear. 20 years later, when the sky above Dragon Nation's capital was torn apart by the celestial prison, our preparations prevented us from repeating Waysher City's tragedy. Yet still, it claimed the lives of tens of thousands of Dragon citizens, before we barely managed to establish footholds at the celestial prison's periphery to fend off those colossal invaders. 3 centuries have passed since. Our cultivation systems have grown increasingly sophisticated, and throughout these 280 years, Dragon National University has nurtured numerous martial energy masters precisely to resist the celestial prison. Little Mumu's voice remained flat, her expression neither sorrowful nor joyful, yet it still made the hearts of all 16 people present tighten. Chi Feng and these children all came from normal society. They never knew that in the corners of their happily lived world, hidden from ordinary view, so many lives and so many stories had been buried. For these 300 years, this history unknown to ordinary people, these powerful individuals must have carried it with great hardship, right? Little Moo, Teacher Mumu, is the heavenly prison only home to those giant creatures, or are there also life forms like us there? Just as everyone was sinking into sorrow, Chi Feng raised his head to look at Xiao Mumu and asked this question. Xiao Mumu turned slightly to glance at Chi Feng in the first row, her eyes darting before she nodded and said, "Yes." This single word jolted all the freshmen who had been immersed in grief, with many exclaiming in surprise, "Holy shit, that enormous thing actually has intelligence and can cultivate? Can we even handle it? Why am I getting goosebumps all over? This is way too terrifying." Little Mumu scanned the students in the classroom. She didn't care whether they were scared or not. He had told her to properly educate everyone. She maintained her smile and answered, "Our military has always remained on the outer edges of the celestial prison. We can't venture deeper. But according to some powerful individuals who have spied on the interior of the heavenly prison, there are normal structures inside it. Yet our understanding of the heavenly prison spans only 300 years, and we've never encountered its core civilization. So while we can be certain the heavenly prison must house intelligent beings, we have no idea what form they take. In short, after extensive research, we've concluded that the heavenly prison's intelligent beings are definitely not those massive creatures that frequently emerge to invade and operate along the periphery. However, even so, no one should hold on to the delusion that what's attacking us are those giant creatures rather than the true intelligent beings, because according to earlier research, these behemoths only emerge to invade when they receive orders. Xiao Mumu smiled cheerfully, her face full of expectation. She loved answering all sorts of questions. Chapter 21, Premium Meat. So, Teacher Xiao Mumu, what is Wunang, and what is cultivation? This issue has been weighing on the children's minds for far too long. In the world of ordinary people, the most badass individuals are the SWAT officers carrying firearms. But Dragon Nation University has ushered everyone into a new world, so what kind of powerhouses exist here? Don't rush, everyone. This afternoon's class will focus specifically on cultivation matters. I'll give you a brief explanation here. Cultivation requires innate talent, ordinary people cannot undertake it. The reason you were admitted to Dragon Kingdom University is precisely because you possess this aptitude for cultivation. A full 3 hours were devoted solely to Xiao Mumu's Q&A session. What is celestial prison? What is invasion? Some even asked whether little Mumu, being so pretty, might actually be a boy. However, little Mumu responded with great composure, answering every question except those that annoyed her. By noon at 12 o'clock, Chi Feng walked along the campus path, slowly digesting the morning's lesson content. All of this seemed like something straight out of a fairy tale, too fantastical to be real. When Chi Feng rushed to the nearest cafeteria, it was completely packed. With no other choice, he had to head to the farther cafeteria 16. After all, Xu Zi was scheduled to teach basic cultivation in the afternoon, and he had explicitly announced in the F-class group chat that he expected to see everyone by 2 p.m. sharp. Anyone who dared to be late would face his wrath. However, when it came to cultivation, everyone was brimming with curiosity, so it was unlikely anyone would be late. Cultivation. This is simply something that fills people with infinite anticipation. Who hasn't dreamed of cultivation? Otherwise, why would fantasy novels and web literature be so popular? Chi Feng is also a normal young man. He too has dreamed of roaming the world with a sword, had his Chinibyu phase during adolescence, and fantasized about flying through the skies and tunneling through the earth as a child. Chi Feng's heart swelled with excitement as he walked with buoyant steps, looking forward to the afternoon classes with great anticipation. According to Xiao Mumu, every new student undergoes a year of foundational training before they can take specialized exams based on their strengths. There are no elimination tests, just sorting into different departments. Currently, Longwei University mainly operates as a martial arts academy, with the sole purpose of training talents for the battlefield. Thus, Longwei University consists of 4 major departments. 1. Combat Department. Specifically designed to cultivate cultivators, it's the department that produces the most strong individuals among the 4. 2. Command Department. As the name suggests, it's for frontline command. Xiao Mumu mentioned that promotion pathways are very fast after completing the internship period in this department. 3. Research Department. This department has many internal divisions, including research on the heavenly prison, cultivation techniques, and cultivation energy sources. 4. Support Department. To put it bluntly, it handles logistics, miscellaneous tasks, and assists in combat operations. The only fly in the ointment was that Chi Feng never expected the flashy, golden-robed Xu Zi to be his homeroom teacher for the upcoming year. Moreover, according to Xiao Mumu, this homeroom teacher would also be their basic cultivation instructor for the next year. After class, Zhao Yinfan kept telling Chi Feng that the school must have given up on their group of F-grade freshmen, which was why they assigned them such an unreliable teacher for basic cultivation training. Chi Feng found it hard to disagree with Zhao Yinfan's assessment. No matter what, since teacher Xu Zi had specifically warned against being late, Chi Feng felt he ought to show extra respect to this instructor. He promptly headed to the cafeteria for lunch. For several days in a row, Chi Feng had been eating at cafeteria number 16. Canteen number 16 is located in the residential area for workers in the eastern suburbs. Although it's quite far, Chi Feng thinks the food there is the best, so he prefers to walk a little farther to eat here. Perhaps because it's so far, most students don't like coming here. As a result, it's never crowded, and you can enjoy a proper meal in peace. Hey, Xiaoqi, got some good stuff today, free-range chickens from the mountains. I spend hours stewing them with premium herbs. Want to try a bowl? Old man Qian, wielding a large ladle, stood at his canteen stall and shouted at Chi Feng. These past few days, Chi Feng had been eating at Old Man Qian's stall, whether it was braised chicken, stir-fried chicken, or red braised chicken, so naturally, he had gotten familiar with the old man. The food at Longwei University's canteen was indeed free, but this free referred to being free within the meal allowance. The daily meal allowance per person was 10 yuan for breakfast and 20 yuan each for lunch and dinner. If you exceed this standard, you'll have to pay. That's why Old Man Qian is so enthusiastic when he sees Chi Feng. This special free-range chicken soup isn't cheap, it costs 88 yuan per bowl. Most sophomores and above students no longer eat on campus, but freshmen are still conscientiously following the free meal standards. So naturally, Old Man Qian has to grab Chi Feng and pour on the enthusiasm. Chi Feng was quite generous after all. Chi Hong had given him plenty of money, and he didn't have to pay tuition anyway. Spending a bit on food was no big deal. Besides, Old Qian's cooking was definitely worth the price. Deep down, he felt it was worth it, but he couldn't let it show. Shaking his head, Chi Feng put on a theatrical sigh. Uncle Chen, your stall's food is way too expensive. The stall next door sells a whole pot of claypot chicken for just 88 yuan. How can you even compare? All my ingredients are top quality. Old Man Qian would never cheat students with inferior stuff. Old Man Qian removed his mask somewhat indignantly, deliberately letting his hand tremble while serving Chi Feng's chicken. Just like that, a chicken thigh fell right back into the pot. Uncle Chen, you just shook my chicken thigh away like that? And here I thought I was your regular customer. Chi Feng shook his head helplessly. The old man's trembling hand could rival that of the auntie in his high school cafeteria. Old man Chen, hearing Chi Feng's remark, looked somewhat embarrassed and scooped the chicken drumstick back onto his plate before handing the lunchbox over with palpable pride. Don't worry, my ingredients are absolutely top-notch, premium quality. How top-tier could they be compared to those monstrous portions from the second floor of the university canteen? Chi Feng took the lunchbox, disbelief written across his face. Chi Feng had just casually mentioned it, but old Chen took it seriously. He glanced around and lowered his voice as he spoke to Chi Feng. What's up, kid? You've actually eaten that stuff? No way. I only found out about it yesterday. But, it does look pretty tasty. Chi Feng shook his head, eyeing old Xian with suspicion. Could it be that this old guy had actually tried it before? Old Xian was dumbfounded and looked at Chi Feng with suspicion. Are freshmen this reckless nowadays? His first thought upon seeing that thing was whether it tasted good. Old Xian was truly baffled. Everyone has been young before. Back in his day, they had been scared out of their wits. How have young people turned out like this now? Was I left behind by the times? Or was I just too timid back then? Old man Chen glanced at Chi Feng, not quite believing he'd been cowardly, and deliberately tested the waters by saying, Fine, kid, if you want to eat it, as long as you're willing to pay, I'll fetch one for you to see how you like it then. For real? Dare to eat it or not? 200 grand per bug. No money. Chi Feng rummaged through his pockets. He truly was broke. But seeing old man Qian's dead serious expression, he switched to bargaining mode, putting on his most ingratiating smile. Uncle Qian, give me a discount, the lowest price you can offer. I've been eating here all year. Old man Qian remained unmoved, but after being pestered by Chi Feng for what felt like ages, he finally raised 2 fingers with a touch of pride and said, 1 pound of meat, at least 20,000, plus 1,000 for cooking, fixed price, 21,000. Deal, it's settled. Chi Feng gritted his teeth and agreed, though his heart was bleeding. Yet deep down, he felt compelled to take this bite. Chapter 22, Chu Zi's Class. There were still 20 minutes left before the afternoon class. After making the agreement with old man Xian, Chi Feng hurried toward Building F of the teaching complex. According to old Xian's explanation, these giant creatures aren't easy to obtain, as they aren't normally circulated in the regular market. So old Xian wasn't sure when he could get them, asking Chi Feng to patiently wait for a couple of days. Rushing to the classroom, Chi Feng saw the remaining 15 F-grade newcomers had all arrived early, each brimming with anticipation for the afternoon's lesson. Zhao Yunfan was still sitting in the front row, closest to the lectern. Upon seeing Chi Feng, he enthusiastically waved him over. After Chi Feng took his seat, Zhao Yunfan pulled out a handwritten notebook, voice recorder, and fountain pen from his backpack, completely prepared with all his study tools. Chi Feng was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, Isn't the upcoming lesson about teaching foundational cultivation? Why would those things be necessary? The main issue is, I genuinely don't know what preparations are needed for a cultivation class. I even prepared a meditation cushion. Zhao Yunfan turned his head to glance at Chi Feng, looking equally bewildered. In 18 years of life and over a decade of schooling, this was his first time attending a cultivation class. Chi Feng nodded, giving Zhao Yunfan a thumbs up, then joined the others in anxiously waiting for Chu Zi's arrival. At exactly 2 o'clock, Chu Zi strode in wearing his handmade leather shoes, carrying a stack of books that gleamed as he pushed open the classroom door. This time, he was still followed by his assistant, little Mumu. Chu Zi glanced at Chi Feng and Zhao Yunfan, who were seated closest to the podium, and then tossed the stack of books in his hand directly onto their desks. With an air of cold indifference, he said, 1 copy each. Pass them out. Chi Feng lowered his head and looked at the books piled on his desk. Brand new textbooks, in a nearly identical format, look almost exactly like the covers of the previous language, math, and foreign language books. Except the titles Standard Experimental Textbook for Ordinary High Schools, Compulsory Language 1, Mathematics Compulsory 2, English Compulsory 3, and so on have been replaced with Standard Experimental Textbook for Dragon Nation Universities, Basic Martial Energy Training, Part 1. The cover of the book even features an illustration of a small figure sitting in meditation. Chi Feng was dumbfounded. He had thought cultivation meant escaping textbooks, never expecting there would be systematic cultivation textbooks. This is quite special. Only after Chu Zi cast him several cold, displeased glances did Chi Feng hastily rise to distribute the remaining textbooks to his classmates. After the textbooks were handed out, it turned out Chi Feng wasn't the only one feeling somewhat disappointed. Clearly no one had expected that what they'd eagerly anticipated would turn out to be textbooks strikingly similar to those from high school. As they touched the familiar-smelling books, everyone's eyes welled up with tears. Chi Feng returned to his seat and sat down obediently. Though the textbooks were disappointing, he remained quite excited about the courses. Turn to the first page of your textbook. This is the diagram of human anatomy. In this morning's class, Xiao Mumu probably already told you that cultivation requires talent, and everyone who's entered Dragon Kingdom University possesses that cultivation talent. However, cultivation also follows talent hierarchies. Chu Zi stood at the podium, glancing at this group of F-rank freshmen before shaking his head. F grade. As the name suggests, it's the lowest talent level. This year's incoming class totals 16,688 students, with 69 dropping out. Within these rankings, A rank makes up 1% of total students, B rank 5%, C rank 20%, D rank 35%, and E rank 39%. And among them, the F-grade freshmen make up only 0.1% of the total number. It seems that the proportion of F-grade freshmen is even smaller than that of A-grade freshmen. However, a smaller proportion doesn't necessarily indicate greater talent. When it comes to physical attributes and innate abilities, F-grade students are only slightly superior to ordinary people. So this group of people, if they didn't perform unusually on the interview day due to certain reasons, would most likely be judged as ordinary people with no talent at all. What counts as a special reason? Let me give you an analogy. During your interview, factors like extreme nervousness, rapid heartbeat, illness, or fever could cause extra fluctuations in your body, which might then detect that slight edge you have over ordinary people. Because their talent is so weak, they show up in the detection proportion the least. This is completely different from the most formidable A-level talent, which only makes up 1% of the total. Grade A represents exceptional talent, 1 in 10,000. Grade F is indistinguishable from ordinary people, 1 in 10,000. Xu Zi stood on the podium, brandishing his teaching stick, giving Xiao Mumu a meaningful glance. Xiao Mumu quickly understood the cue and promptly projected the teaching panel. The teaching panel displayed the first page of the textbook, an anatomical diagram of the human body. A standing figure whose internal organs were no different from those of ordinary people. Only the aorta on this little man's heart isn't red, it's white. Xu Zi pointed his teaching rod at the white aorta, then looked at everyone. This is the difference between those who can cultivate and ordinary people. Martial cultivation is divided into 7 realms. The main aorta of the heart grows stronger with each cultivation realm, gradually changing its color as a result. For ordinary people capable of cultivation, their heart's main aorta appears transparent, or more accurately, colorless, clean, pure, untouched by worldly impurities. The purer the color of this aorta, the higher their innate talent. It also signifies their future capacity to absorb martial energy far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Xu Zi abruptly changed his tone, his gaze sweeping across the classroom like a sharp blade, then let out a cold laugh. So for this entire month, your training regimen will be completely different from that of the A-grade students. They focus on foundational cultivation, but your task is purification. You must refine your meridians to absolute purity, only then can your future selves absorb greater martial energy. Xu Zi lectured at a rapid pace. Fortunately, although the students in the classroom weren't particularly gifted, their minds were sharp enough to keep up with his train of thought. Zhao Yunfan timidly raised his hand. Everyone was still somewhat afraid of Chu Zi as a teacher, so he asked in a very quiet voice, "Teacher Chu, what exactly is Wu energy? Is it like the spiritual energy described in novels?" Chu Zi glanced at Zhao Yunfan, then scanned the classroom filled with curious faces. With a cold smile, he replied, "I'm no wooden puppet who has to answer every single question of yours. From now on, don't come to me with questions whose answers can be found in textbooks. Go back and study your materials thoroughly, memorize every single detail." Having said this, Chu Zi checked the time and, seeing it was about right, continued addressing the students. "I'll upload the breathwork technique for expelling impurities to the class group chat. Classes will resume in 3 days. I hope you'll make the most of this time to cultivate diligently." After finishing his words, Chu Zi took little Mumu's hand and left the classroom, leaving behind a group of wide-eyed children who still hadn't quite gotten used to this teaching method. Chapter 23: The High-Cost School. Since Qi Feng and Zhao Yunfan lived across the hall from each other, neither felt like eating after class and decided to return to the dormitory together, both eager to dive into their textbooks as soon as possible. As soon as Qi Feng returned to his bedroom, he saw the small group chat between Fang Jing's organization and Wei Qi flashing incessantly with new messages on his phone. Opening it, he found the two of them bickering in the group. "Fang Jing, Wei Qi, listen here, just because you're in class E25 and I'm in E61, doesn't mean it's certain who'll end up in the support department a year from now." Attached, an eye-rolling meme. Wei Qi, once better than you, always better than you. There's a class shuffle at the end of the month, prove yourself and move up if you dare. If you manage to break into the top 100, you might even get some credit rewards. Attached, a boasting meme. The two were fiercely arguing with each other. Aside from the 16 F-rank students, freshmen from ranks A, B, C, D, and E would take an exam at the end of the month to determine possible class reassignments. As for the F class, just as Chu Zi said, this month's task is to expel impurities. It must be said that Dragon Kingdom University appears egalitarian on the surface, yet its hierarchy is rigidly defined. Apart from the ABCDEF ranking system, there are also variations in quality within each grade level. Perhaps, this is the world of the strong? Survival of the fittest, the jungle law? After today's lesson, Shi Feng has gained a basic understanding of the school. He opened his computer and looked at the 4 sections he hadn't understood before: course arrangements, credit exchange, task collection, and the Dragon Kingdom University Forum. Following little Mumu's introduction from today, he clicked into each one by one. 1. Course arrangement. Aside from mandatory courses, students may attend any class taught by instructors based on their cultivation needs. At Dragon Kingdom University, mentors are also ranked by tier, so the stronger the instructor, the harder their courses are to secure. 2. Credit exchange. Shi Feng hasn't yet grasped the full importance of university credits, but according to Little Mumu today, these credits can be traded for cultivation techniques, martial energy resources, weapons, and other vital training materials. Upon enrollment, the university allocates baseline credits to each freshman according to their innate talent tier. Grade S students start with 30 credits. Grade B students start with 25 credits. Grade C students start with 20 credits. Grade D students start with 15 credits. Grade E students start with 10 credits. And Grade F students? They begin with only 5 credits. 3. Accepting missions. Since credits are so important, there must be places where students can earn them. Mission boards are where various tasks are posted. Students can accept these tasks, complete them, and earn credits in return. Choose tasks according to your own abilities. 4. Dragon Country University Forum. This is just an on-campus forum without anything particularly unusual. After browsing these 4 sections, Shi Feng looked at the pitifully low credit score on his information sheet and suddenly felt a sense of urgency. What the hell? I only have 5 points? Is this too little? Will it be enough? Although the credits are few, what if the cultivation resources are cheap? Shi Feng, holding on to a sliver of hope, opened the credit exchange page to check the prices of the items listed there. But at a glance, Shi Feng was dumbfounded. Level 1 Martial Energy Pill, 1 credit, normal consumption can sustain freshmen for 7 days of martial energy cultivation. Data shown is for reference only. Second tier Martial Energy Pill, 10 credits, standard dosage sustains 90 days of martial energy cultivation for freshmen. Data for reference only. Level 3 Martial Energy Pill, 100 credits, not recommended for freshmen. This was just the price for medicinal pills. Shi Feng counted on his fingers and realized his measly 5 credits were only enough to exchange for 5 pills. As for things like cultivation techniques, weapons, or high-grade pills, Shi Feng didn't even dare to look. With a ding-dong sound, the class group chat of Chi Feng's 17-member class lit up. Opening it, he saw Chu Zi had uploaded the breathing technique. Shi Feng couldn't be bothered with worrying about those credits anymore and decided to download the breathing technique first, eager to start learning immediately. Already stuck at F rank, lagging so far behind others, if this slow bird doesn't start flying earlier, there'd be no catching up at all. But when Shi Feng clicked on it, he saw. Original price of toxin expulsion breathing technique is 20 credits. Special event price for Class F students, only 3 credits. Number 16688 Shi Feng, please confirm your purchase? Shi Feng was stunned. He had thought this cultivation technique was being given to him for free by Chu Zi. Turns out it costs money after all. But why does it have to be so expensive? He only has 5 credits. Shi Feng gritted his teeth and paid 3 credits. Looking at his remaining balance, he suddenly felt a pang of heartache. So he opened the task board to see if he could earn some credits back. 1. Post-task, dog walking for 1 month, reward 0.1 credits. 2. I'm from the research department, currently conducting experiments on newly developed elixirs. Volunteer to take the medication and assist in the experimental survey to earn 1 credit. 3. Urgent. Please help find which book a specific passage comes from in the university library. Will pay 0.01 credit for the service. After reading these notices, Shi Feng became even more certain the cost of living at Longwei University was absurdly high. However, given Shi Feng's current level, a freshman who hasn't even begun cultivation, high credit tasks are beyond his reach. After all, the higher the credits, the greater the danger involved. If you want to earn credits, your only option is to cultivate diligently. Shi Feng sighed in resignation and opened his textbook, determined to first gain a systematic understanding of cultivation. 290 years ago, the Dragon Kingdom's research team was the first to develop cultivation techniques, hence the classification system for these techniques was named by them. According to current research, cultivation is currently divided into 7 realms. 1. White Strand Realm, 2. Green Inch Realm, 3. Azure Ruler Realm, 4. Golden Quest Realm, 5. Crimson Edge Realm, 6. Purple Fathom Realm, 7. Abyssal Sea Realm. These 7 realms, the first character indicates color while the second denotes the intensity of martial power. Upon entering the white strand realm, the color of the aorta in the heart turns white. The combat power one can unleash at this stage is actually quite feeble, akin to the tip of an autumn strand. Upon reaching the Bitsuan realm, the main artery of the heart takes on a jade-green hue, and the martial force one can unleash at this stage is measured with precision. As for the Tsunchi realm and the Jinshuan realm, the same applies. However, the textbooks provide only scant descriptions of realms beyond the inch of Emerald realm. After all, having reached such a level, the combat power they can unleash can no longer be simply measured with data. So what exactly is martial energy? Every practitioner must inherently be a vessel capable of containing and absorbing martial energy. The distinction in talent levels reflects the quality of these vessels. Practitioners are born with the ability to absorb martial energy. However, only through systematic cultivation techniques can they refine the absorbed energy to strengthen themselves and ultimately become powerful warriors. 300 years ago, Earth had never studied martial energy, but after the emergence of that black hole 300 years ago, humanity began researching martial energy. Currently, it has been confirmed that there are trace amounts of martial energy in the atmosphere. Moreover, the closer a city is to the heavenly prison, the denser the martial energy in its air becomes. Chapter 24, Breathing Technique. Doesn't that mean the place with the most martial energy should be the heavenly prison? Shifeng looked at the explanation of Wuning in the textbook with some confusion. Unfortunately, the current textbook doesn't provide much information about Tian Prison. However, the textbook does clearly state that taking elixirs can accelerate cultivation. After some thought, Shifeng realized that the cheapest Wuning Dan in the exchange requires at least 1 credit point. Just as Shifeng was pondering whether to grit his teeth and buy a martial energy pill, he saw Chu Zi speak again in the class group. If any of you have the means, you might consider purchasing some martial energy pills for training. After all, your innate talents are rather poor. After Chu Zi finished speaking, the class group fell into silence. Everyone was a freshman with an F-grade aptitude, just like Shifeng, and all of them had only 2 academic credits left to their names. Moreover, Chu Zi's sarcastic way of speaking was anything but teacher-like, making it hard for anyone to trust him. Shifeng opened the breathing technique he had spent a whopping 3 credits on, eager to see how exactly one should practice it. What kind of nonsense is this? Face the light source, let it illuminate your entire body, breathe naturally, perceive your soul. There were a total of 10 breathing techniques and postures, including the inversion method, light exposure method, elimination method. Shifeng always felt there was something off about these things. When he flipped to the title page of the breathing technique manual and saw the author's name, Chu Zi, written in bold characters, his heart sank halfway. It's not that he didn't trust Chu Zi, but it's hard to fully believe someone who's flashy, unreliable, constantly threatens others, intimidates people, and belittles them could be a good teacher. But Shifeng had no choice. He could only try following Chu Zi's breathing technique. After all, he'd spent 3 credits on it. Shifeng slowly lifted his leg according to the movements in the picture, then hooked his leg over his shoulder before bending down, and taking a deep breath. Damn, I didn't feel anything else, just that my leg's about to break. The difficult pose made Shifeng's face turn bright red from exertion. He panted heavily, feeling like even breathing was becoming difficult. Hold on, just a little longer. Shifeng held his breath stubbornly, maintaining this posture rigidly while adapting his breathing according to the prescribed method. As time slowly passed, Shifeng began to feel a burning sensation stretching from his throat through his bronchial tubes and into his lungs. His heart, in particular, was beating increasingly faster. It felt as though something was gradually changing and pressing against it, causing immense discomfort. Shifeng checked the time. He had only persisted for about half an hour so far. Since we're all F rank, we just have to endure a little longer. Shifeng gritted his teeth. If he could endure such excruciating illness all these years, what was mere cultivation pain to him? If there was one thing Shifeng had mastered over the years, it was perseverance. Yet even so, his legs had gone numb, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead in large drops, and his face turned alternately green then red, sheer agony written across his features. Yet, he could still endure it. If you ever experienced pain worse than death, being tormented constantly for over a decade without respite, the only thing you could do was bear it, and endure. Endure until that bone-deep pain fades, only to come alive once more. The most tormenting aspect of this pain is that it isn't a swift death, but like a dull knife slowly carving flesh. Survive one cut, never knowing when the next will fall. Truly, although cultivating this mere breathing technique is agonizing, for Shifeng, it never quite reaches unbearable levels. Faculty housing area, Villa number 2. Chu Zi lay on his 2-meter-wide bed, a seaweed facial mask covering his face, soft music playing by his ears, while the scented candle by the bedside slowly burned. Little Mumu sat nearby and, as if out of nowhere, produced a facial mask for himself as well, placing it on his face. Then, imitating Chu Zi, he gently patted his own little cheeks. If you want better skin, why don't you just adjust the parameters? Chu Zi gave Xiao Mumu a somewhat exasperated look before telling him to switch to a different movie on the screen. Tilting his head to one side, Xiao Mumu asked in confusion. But if he wants better skin, he can just use his martial energy to alter his skin condition. Xu Zi was clearly caught off guard by Xiaomu's question, then turned to look at her with a smile but remained silent. After a long pause, Xu Zi finally laughed and said, "You've been getting smarter and smarter lately." Without paying attention to what Xiaomu was doing, Xu Zi simply closed the movie panel and pulled up the aptitude test scores from the current F-class students' interviews. The talent level measurement primarily tests the main aorta of the heart. When this aorta becomes nearly transparent, it represents the highest level of innate talent. The grade of one's talent not only allows faster cultivation progress compared to others but also ensures greater strength within the same realm. Most crucially, it determines the upper limit of one's cultivation potential. If we were to explain this talent using numerical values, with 100 being the perfect score, then Grade A students score between 90 to 100, Grade B students score between 80 to 90, Grade C students score between 70 to 80, D grade students score between 60 to 70, E grade students score between 50 to 60, F grade students score between 20 to 50. Students of poor aptitude have definite upper limits even after practicing the impurity expulsion breathing technique. Their innate potential restricts their progress. Just like an F-grade student, even if he improves to his best potential, his score won't exceed 60. In fact, managing to improve even 1 or 2 points beyond their original baseline is already extremely difficult. Then why does he insist on having everyone practice the turba-dispelling breath technique? Moreover, when this technique was first created, the Alliance priced it at 300 credits per copy. But he insisted on setting it at 20 credits, and now he's offering special discounts for these kids, just 3 credits to buy. We've lost so much money. Little Mumu was indignant. After all, she managed to ease finances and loved having piles of money. Nonsense. Techniques for altering talent limits shouldn't be messed with by those damn Alliance fools. That damn Alliance lost its way long ago, just a bunch of money-grubbing idiots. Xu Zi poured himself a glass of red wine. Swearing would tarnish his gentlemanly demeanor, so after suppressing his anger, he shook his head indifferently and smiled. You seem clever, yet you're also rather foolish. Even a slight improvement in talent would be beneficial for those children. Cultivation gets harder the further you progress. Even a modest boost in innate ability might prevent someone from being permanently stuck at a certain stage, unable to advance for ages. Perhaps, the mortality rate in the heavenly prison would be slightly lower then. Xu Zi's home, much like his fashion aesthetic, was a dazzling spectacle of gold and opulence. Yet amidst all this luxury and splendor, there was an indescribable melancholy in his eyes. Besides, I'm not short on money anyway. Before Xiao Mumu could respond, Xu Zi handed him a glass of red wine. Unable to drink the real thing, Xiao Mumu had no choice but to project a virtual glass for himself. And so they drank together, one with real wine, the other with a holographic illusion. It took a long while before Xu Zi finally gasped in astonishment. Oh crap, I forgot to tell those F-rank newbies, the breathing technique should only be practiced for up to 20 minutes a day. Otherwise, they're going to suffer terribly after 20 minutes. Xiao Mumu turned her head, blinked her eyes, then imitated Zhao Qiyuan's grand toast gesture and raised a cup to Xu Zi before shaking her head and saying, "You're the silly one, no need to even say it. First of all, how could they possibly last more than 20 minutes? Besides, the longer they hold on, the more it hurts. They won't be able to endure it." Xu Zi was momentarily stunned. After downing the red wine in his glass in one gulp, he nodded approvingly at little Mumu. "You're absolutely right." Chapter 25 Qi Feng's Daily Cultivation Routine. For 3 consecutive days, Qi Feng hadn't stepped outside his dormitory door. At 6 a.m., as dawn barely illuminated the sky. Once again, Qi Feng's face contorted in agony, the back of his shirt soaked through with sweat only to dry stiffly in the natural air. Yet even so, Qi Feng maintained the position with his leg hooked over his shoulder for the entire night. Through these days of training, Qi Feng found he could endure the breathing technique exercises for increasingly longer durations. Only when the pain became truly unbearable would he allow himself a brief rest. But once he had recovered enough, he would immediately resume training. At this point, Qi Feng still harbored little hatred or understanding toward Tian Prison, or perhaps, the world of Tian Prison still felt too distant to him. The reason for perseverance is quite ordinary, nothing particularly lofty. It's just that after living for 18 years, I suddenly feel hope for my life and want to give it my best shot. Only when the pain became unbearable did Qi Feng get up. He stretched his body, freshened up, and then headed downstairs for breakfast. It must be said that practicing this breathing technique keeps you energetic even without sleep. Over these 3 days, despite enduring severe pain, Qi Feng has maintained a healthy complexion and excellent mental state. As soon as I opened the door, I ran into Zhao Yunfan. Zhao Yunfan looked utterly exhausted. When he saw Qi Feng, a faint glimmer of delight flashed in his eyes behind his glasses, only to fade away instantly as he deflated again. "Good morning, Qi Feng." Today was the day Xu Zi was teaching again. Yesterday, Little Mumu specifically emphasized in the group chat that Chu Zi would test everyone's cultivation progress today, and those with poor results would be beaten mercilessly. So Zhao Yunfan sighed heavily, thinking how he had lived for 18 years as a top student in teachers' eyes, a model student in others' eyes, and as someone else's child in parents' eyes. Forget punishment, even being scolded was rare for him. Classmate Chi Feng, I think I'm definitely going to get beaten up by Chu Shanshan later. Chu Shanshan? Chi Feng came back to his senses since when had Chu Zi acquired such a nickname? But come to think of it, it made sense. Wasn't Chu Zi always sparkling and dazzling with golden brilliance every single day? After Zhao Yunfan finished speaking and noticed Chi Feng's bewildered expression, he hastily added, Classmate Chi Feng, I didn't come up with that nickname, everyone on Dragon Nation University's forum calls him that. I just followed the crowd in calling him that. After speaking, Zhao Yunfan chuckled twice, presumably also thinking the nickname suited Chu Zi perfectly. But once the laughter subsided, his expression crumpled again, and he nearly burst into tears while clutching Chi Feng, continuing miserably. Classmate Chi Feng, this hit me way too hard. Whoa, these past 3 days, I haven't practiced the breathing technique for more than 10 minutes a day. It hurts too much, it hurts terribly the moment I start practicing. Zhao Yunfan was utterly aggrieved. Is this something humans are supposed to practice? He could clearly feel how his internal organs were pressing against and then twisting around each other. That sensation made him wish for death. He could even vividly feel as if there was a raging fire inside his body, constantly scorching his organs, followed by the sizzling sound of them being roasted coming from within. Next came the agony of tearing, the pain of being pricked by needles, the torment of flesh being cut apart. Wave after wave of excruciating pain washed over him, forcing him to grit his teeth and give up. Sigh, student Chi Feng, how long have you been practicing? Zhao Yunfan raised his eyes to look at Chi Feng, eager to know if everyone was the same or if he was just too weak himself. At this moment, Chi Feng found it somewhat unbelievable, though he knew it must hurt. But, perhaps this pain should still be within tolerable limits? However, seeing Zhao Yunfan's aggrieved expression, Chi Feng rubbed his nose and couldn't bear to discourage him, so he replied somewhat awkwardly. It wasn't that long, just a bit longer than you, maybe. Zhao Yunfan sighed and didn't press further, figuring that however much longer this tortuous training might take compared to his own, it probably wouldn't be too significant. Chi Feng didn't join Zhao Yunfan for breakfast. Instead, he headed to cafeteria number 16 to have a chat with old man Qian. These past few days, absorbed in practicing this breathing technique in his dorm, he'd completely lost track of time, forget about remembering to eat. If not for today's classes, Chi Feng wouldn't have bothered leaving his room at all. Even though this breathing technique didn't seem to yield any visible results when practiced. But honestly speaking, staying energetic without sleep and feeling no hunger without eating is quite miraculous indeed. When he arrived at Canteen 16, Old Man Qian was still leisurely kneading dough and making steamed buns there. The moment Chi Feng stepped into Old Man Qian's canteen stall, the old man noticed him immediately. His eyes lit up, face brimming with smiles as he cheerfully said, "What's the matter, kid? Finally couldn't wait any longer? Don't worry, got some news. Remember to come to my stall for dinner at 8 tonight." Old Man Qian even gave a deliberate wink with his right eye, hinting that tonight's goods were top-notch. Chi Feng noticed Old Man Qian's secretive demeanor and couldn't help but feel curious. He leaned in and whispered, "Uncle Chen, you gotta tell me straight, eating this stuff isn't illegal, right? It's not smuggled goods, is it?" Chi Feng was genuinely concerned. After agreeing last time, he had searched online and found that no one seemed to have ever discussed eating this thing. Nonsense. Old money here, would I be the kind of person to do something illegal? Old Man Qian was the first to refuse, tossing the bun back into the pot before shooting Chi Feng a disdainful look. "Young man, how long have you been at the school? Don't you know what those martial energy pills are made of?" Chi Feng's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly. Could it be that warrior energy pills are made from these animal meats? Then this would be a great deal. He didn't have academy credits to buy warrior energy pills, but he had money to buy meat. However, Old Man Qian shook his head and clicked his tongue, saying, "That's not the case. All the martial energy within these colossal creatures is concentrated in their hearts and main arteries. Once extracted from these parts, the rest of the flesh becomes essentially useless. Many complain that it's tough and unpalatable. However, nutritionally speaking, the meat remains highly valuable. Besides, since these creatures have undergone cultivation and resided in the heavenly prison, traces of martial energy still linger in their flesh, though researchers haven't found a way to extract it. So all these beasts are shipped to the front lines as supplemental rations for the soldiers stationed there. But, later due to some issues, not many people ended up eating it anymore." Old Man Qian hesitated as he spoke, but after thinking about how he'd never cooked those colossal creatures himself, his fingers began to itch with anticipation. He eagerly encouraged Chi Feng to definitely try eating the giant beast. After all, these enormous creatures contain traces of martial energy within their bodies. Consuming them would be beneficial for cultivation. After Chi Feng left, Old Man Xian watched his retreating figure with some unease, muttering to himself, "There's actually no harm in it, might even be beneficial. Besides, this kid isn't heading to the battlefield yet, so no big deal." Those on the front lines avoid eating it mainly because on the battlefield, those who consume too much of it become easily detectable by the giant creatures of the abyss. And then, whether out of vengeance or something else, a horde of those giants would single out those who've eaten it and attack them relentlessly. Chapter 26, The Guilty Little Woodpecker. Building F, Freshman Teaching Building, Second Floor Testing Room. Chu Zi held a gleaming silver teaching rod in one hand and a tablet displaying each student's information in the other. The testing room differed from regular classrooms entirely. The floor was covered with green anti-slip mats, devoid of any desks or chairs, leaving only a massive iron contraption standing in the center. This iron monstrosity looked bizarre, tall and bulky like a fortress, yet it had limbs and occasionally even swayed its neck. Chi Feng glanced at Mumu standing beside it, delicate as a willow branch and dainty like a little bird. It was hard to believe some robots could be so pretty. This one is specifically for testing talent in cultivation realms. It's completely different from Mumu, nowhere near as smart as me. Perhaps sensing Chi Feng's gaze, Mumu pouted unhappily and lifted her chin with pride, clearly disliking any comparison to those clunky lumps of metal. Fortunately, little Mumu hadn't yet awakened the skill of snitching to Chu Zi, merely glaring with her big round eyes to express dissatisfaction with Chi Feng. At that moment, Chu Zi held a panel and addressed student number 16673. 16673, Wang Fei, sprint in place for 1 minute to let the tester capture your latest talent value. The student named Wang Fei was a somewhat shy-looking boy with refined features and a slightly chubby build. Upon hearing his name, he followed instructions and walked up to the testing device. At first, Wang Fei might have been a bit hesitant, not running very fast, until Chu Zi slammed the teaching stick hard onto the ground. The deafening noise echoed throughout the room. Seeing Chu Zi's face darken completely, as if the next strike was about to land squarely on Wang Fei's head, the latter finally erupted into a frantic sprint. His speed practically transformed him into Superman. But even so, 1 minute later, when the tester's light flickered on, Chu Zi's face turned as black as a lump of coal. 3 days of training, and your talent score hasn't budged at all. You might as well just drop out. Next. Thank goodness, Chu Zi didn't resort to violence. But these were all grown children after all, and damaged pride actually hurt more than physical injuries ever could. And so afterwards, everyone ran desperately, hoping the testing device would capture just one more point to spare them the humiliation. Fortunately, apart from Wang Fei, everyone had shown some improvement, and Chu Zi's expression gradually softened a little. Although none of the improvements were particularly significant, they were within Chu Zi's expectations. As he checked the latest figures on his tablet, he nodded. Good, an increase of 0.01 points. Keep it up. Next. Not bad, an increase of 0.02 points. Next. You're impressive, actually gains 0.05 points. Not bad, not bad. Number 16677, Zhao Yunfan. When seeing Zhao Yunfan's score, Chu Zi's expression turned serious. After carefully verifying it was accurate, he glanced at Zhao Yunfan, nodded, and said, actually gains 0.3 points. After Chu Zi finished speaking, he pulled up Zhao Yunfan's detailed stats panel. After reviewing it, he addressed Zhao Yunfan with rare kindness and said, your current performance isn't weak at all, with an aptitude score of 46. If you work harder this month, it's possible for you to break through to 48. Everyone shouldn't feel discouraged either. Improving one's aptitude score by 2 points is already extremely difficult. Chu Zi's words instantly electrified Zhao Yunfan, who had been feeling utterly dejected just moments before. I had mentally prepared myself to be labeled as a poor student, but never expected to make a comeback and join the ranks of the good students who wouldn't be thrilled about that. Especially when the remaining classmates cast envious glances at Zhao Yunfan, it only amplified his excitement. In the subsequent tests, no one else made improvements quite like Zhao Yunfan's, prompting him to alternately sneak glances at others' scores and secretly gloat to himself. Finally, it was Chi Feng's turn. Apart from Zhao Yunfan's 0.3 point improvement, everyone else had only gained increments of a few hundredths of a point. Chu Zi scrutinized Chi Feng's detailed profile and frowned. The initial results were indeed rather disappointing. Talent score, 26 points. It can be said to be the lowest score among this year's freshmen. Chi Feng also knew exactly what his talent score was, which was why he had been practicing tirelessly day and night these past 3 days. Since he was already this far behind others, what else could he do? There was no other way but to push forward and catch up. Chi Feng placed his jacket on the ground and glanced at the towering testing device before him. He genuinely wanted to know whether his efforts over the past 3 days had yielded any improvement. Even the slightest progress would make it all worthwhile. The sprint was meant to engage his entire body. Both his breathing and heartbeat would exhibit their most significant fluctuations. Only under such conditions could the testing device most accurately capture the changes in his cardiac aorta. Until the tester's light lit up, Chi Feng quickly steadied his breathing and looked up at Chu Zi. He really wanted to hear that he had improved, even if it was just a tiny bit. This time, Chu Zi didn't frown. His expression remained calm, except for his slightly dilated pupils, while his fingers kept tapping the refresh button. Professor Chu, has my score improved? Chi Feng asked after waiting for a long time, seeing that Chu Zi was still staring intently at the panel. Making progress, I suppose? Chu Zi quickly clicked refresh again, but no matter how many times he refreshed, the data remained unchanged. What the hell? What kind of nonsense is this? Is the cultivation method I created really this badass? Chu Zi was stunned. If he weren't the creator of this technique, he might not have realized how outrageous this was. But he's the freaking founder of this breathing technique. Just 3 days of cultivation, and the metrics actually increased by 6 points. 6 points. What kind of concept is this? Since the establishment of this technique, no one has ever been able to raise their talent value by so many points through it. Moreover, Chi Feng had only practiced for 3 days. This is simply unbelievable. Chu Zi looked down at Chi Feng, then at the tablet in his hand. It took him a long while to convince himself perhaps the test data during Chi Feng's interview was inaccurate, and now it's finally showing the correct results. Nevertheless, the grades still needed to be announced. However, having just stated that a 2-point increase was already remarkable, acknowledging Chi Feng's improvement now would be quite a slap in the face for him, wouldn't it? Let's all congratulate Chi Feng, his talent points have increased by 6. I really didn't want to criticize you again, but as you can see, normal scores increase by at least 2 points per day, while yours have only risen by fractions of a point. Go back and ask yourselves honestly, what exactly have you been doing? Starting tomorrow, the testing room will remain open for you. Come test yourselves properly every day and see what exactly you've been accomplishing. Chu Zi's expression changed quickly. After speaking, he deliberately glanced somewhat guiltily at the students before turning and leaving the classroom without looking back. Little Mumu's small face also paled. Maintaining Yi's dignity was her responsibility, so she raised her tiny fist and solemnly declared, "All of you should think carefully. Even a daily increase of 5 points would be considered normal." Having said that, Xiao Mumu quickly left the classroom, afraid that staying any longer might reveal her guilty conscience. Chapter 27, The Situation. After emerging from the testing room, all 16 members of Class F except Chi Feng wore gloomy expressions, looking utterly dejected. I knew it. I can't even last 5 minutes, it must be my own fault. No matter what, I have to grit my teeth and push through when I get back today. Ugh. I've been afraid of pain since I was a kid, even just from getting shots. What kind of terrible training method is this? It hurts so much to practice. Yeah, exactly. It was just too painful for me. I only lasted 6 minutes before quitting. Each person lamented their suffering, vowing to add extra practice time once they got back. Chi Feng was accompanied by Zhao Yunfan, who looked even more dejected after the setback. After a long while, Zhao Yunfan patted Chi Feng's shoulder with a serious expression and said, "Classmate Chi Feng, I've made up my mind, I'm going to learn from you. Even if I have to grit my teeth, I'll push through for 20 minutes today." Seeing Zhao Yunfan's determined expression, Chi Feng could only offer encouragement. After parting ways, Chi Feng returned to his dormitory and resumed his breathing technique practice. Earlier, Chi Feng's score was 26 points, and with today's 6-point increase, his current score has now reached 32 points. This time, Chi Feng specifically followed the requirements of the breathing technique by purchasing 3 small sun lamps. He planned to position them facing himself to conduct the light-facing training prescribed in the breathing method. 6 points in 3 days, averaging 2 points per day. If this continues for a month, is it possible to reach A level? While struggling through the movements and maintaining his breathing with great effort, Chi Feng was simultaneously calculating his potential score progression. I suddenly feel like there's some hope for me. However, Chi Feng also understands that everything becomes more difficult the further you go. Number 2 Villa District. How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. Chu Zi roared like thunder, shaking his head fiercely at Xiaomu. Why not? He can score 6 points in 3 days, maybe he'll reach A-grade standards in just 1 month. Little Mumu tilted her head, blinked her eyes, and tried her best to radiate cuteness. Are you sure the test scores you initially gave were accurate? Chu Zi slumped into his chair, sinking into deep thought. After all, he knew this cultivation technique all too well, such rapid progress was simply unheard of. If one could advance in just 3 days with 6 points of improvement, this technique would undoubtedly be hailed as divine by the Alliance. How could he doubt Little Mumu? Back when interviewing everyone, it was Little Mumu personally capturing all the data. Little Mumu couldn't possibly make a mistake. Hands on hips, Little Mumu puffed with indignation, clearly furious that Chu Zi would dare question her professionalism. Could it be my cultivation technique is truly this extraordinary? Chu Zi poured himself a glass of red wine, visibly skeptical, then shook his head and said, "From now on, pay closer attention to Qifeng. I want every piece of his data recorded and reported to me specifically." After discussing matters regarding Qifeng, Chu Zi finally sighed, took a sip of red wine, and remarked, "Andu country, its entire population adds up to less than 1 million people, doesn't it? Has the alliance confirmed it?" Xiao Mumu immediately shifted from an angry expression to a serious demeanor. After presenting all the data, she nodded and said, "Yes, it's confirmed. The Global Martial Arts Alliance has determined that within 1 month, a new heavenly prison rift should appear above that country's skies. And, it may appear sooner than expected." Chu Zi's hand holding the wine glass paused, and the atmosphere in the entire space grew tense. Because the emergence of a new sky prison rift means new deaths. After a long silence, Chu Zi's voice sounded somewhat sorrowful as he laughed self-deprecatingly. "Has the Alliance made its decision not to provide any resource support to Andu Nation? Just you wait, everyone will eventually revolt. Martial arts techniques, energy-enhancing pills, cultivation resources, the Alliance wants to control every aspect. They used to at least put up a facade, but now they're blatantly shipping all the best resources back to pretty country. Over these past few years, if our nation hadn't produced so many powerful cultivators, we'd have long been bullied to death by them. The United States was the first country to experience the sky prison phenomenon, and while it also suffered the heaviest casualties, opportunity and danger have always been two sides of the same coin since ancient times. The sky prison hovering over the United States contains vast deposits of martial energy mineral resources, unmatched by any other nation's sky prison to this day. Moreover, having been exposed to the sky prison the longest, the United States possesses the most extensive knowledge and control over its mysteries. After the Martial Energy Alliance was established, while there were 5 permanent member states, the United States naturally took the leading role due to its abundance of powerful individuals and resources. Thus, under such authoritarian rule, the Martial Energy Alliance established tax regulations to coerce various nations. Under the threat of the heavenly prison, national borders shall not divide us. Therefore, to ensure more resources are preferentially allocated to the strong, all martial energy resources obtained from the heavenly prison must surrender 50% to the Alliance. Then the Martial Ability Alliance will fairly distribute resources to strong individuals from various countries based on their strength, to ensure better growth for these talents. Using limited resources to nurture powerful individuals to resist the celestial prison, this approach was never wrong in principle. The mistake lies in how the executors have increasingly deviated from the original intent. Martial ability academies in every country could originally receive resources from the Martial Ability Alliance. Though distribution was tiered, it was still reasonable. But look at those damn scoundrels, not only do they find every excuse to withhold resources, but they also deliberately target the Martial Arts Academy of Andu during the grand competition, forcibly cutting off Andu's martial resources for over 20 years. Those 20+ years worth of martial resources were probably all diverted to countries aligned with Pretty Land. 20 years Andu's Martial Arts Academy was starved of resources for 2 whole decades, and now the country is on the brink of collapse. The Alliance must be thrilled, ecstatic that Andu will never raise its head again to demand resources. Disgusting. Chu Zi grew angrier the more he thought about it. Here he was grieving for lost lives, while they were busy playing political games. People's hearts truly lie hidden beneath their ribs. Yeah, right, Pa. Little Mumu also stomped his foot indignantly, then made a valiant effort to spit. Only when he saw Chu Zi crack a smile did he relax, cautiously adding, Don't be sad, our country won't let anyone bully us. We're all very brave, and fierce too." Chu Zi chuckled and pretended to pat little Mumu's head. Though his hand passed through nothingness, little Mumu still reveled in the gesture, rolling onto its back like a contented kitten. As dusk approached, Qifeng stretched lazily and checked the time, nearly 8 o'clock. Murmuring to himself, I wonder if old man Shen made that meat taste good or not. With that, Qifeng tidied up and prepared to head to cafeteria number 16. Chapter 28, The Boastful Old Man Shen. Cafeteria number 16. At 8 p.m., it wasn't actually past dinner time yet, but there were hardly any students left in the cafeteria. After all, at this moment, the freshmen had already officially begun their cultivation training, and few would still be wandering around. As for the seniors, Qifeng hadn't seen many since he first enrolled. As soon as old man Xian spotted Qifeng, he hurriedly waved him over and whispered in a hushed voice, "The aroma is too strong. Come with me to the kitchen first." Old Xian's stall wasn't particularly spacious, but fortunately, the kitchen at the back was hidden well enough. Qifeng followed old Xian towards the kitchen, lowering his voice as he went. "Uncle Qian, don't you try to fool me. Though I've never tasted the meat of a colossal beast, I've had my fair share of delicacies. Ordinary meat won't cut it for me." They hadn't even stepped into the kitchen yet, but the rich aroma of meat was already wafting out, far more fragrant than your average stew. At this moment, a clay stew pot simmered on the stove, bubbling gently over low heat, its aroma filling the air. The gurgling sounds alone were enough to make your mouth water. How about that? Fragrant, right? Old Xian here never fools around. Old Xian raised his eyebrows with a smug expression, stepped forward, and lifted the lid, making the aroma even richer. As the lid was lifted, Chi Feng leaned in for a closer look and frowned. The aroma was strong, alright, but still. This presentation is just too ugly. Isn't this just a giant's toenail? Damn it, it even still has the nail on it. Uncle Chen, at least clean these ingredients properly. Even marinated chicken feet get their nails trimmed. Chi Feng was absolutely speechless. $1,000 for cooking, and this is what I get? I might as well have stewed it myself, at least I'd prepare it in a way that doesn't turn stomachs. Old man Shen just shook his head, deliberately pointing his ladle at the toes with a you don't know quality when you see it expression directed at Chi Feng. Are you really a student of Dragon Nation University? Mythical creatures must be stewed whole, dividing them would cause their martial essence to disperse. Young man, you only wanted to buy half a kilo of meat. I had to beg everyone from elders to grannies before they'd agree to cut this portion for you. Old Xian looked aggrieved, wearing the expression of I went through such trouble to get this for you, and you're still ungrateful, even letting out a dissatisfied snort. Chi Feng genuinely didn't know about these rules. Shaking his head, he replied with sincere earnestness. Uncle Qian, I really didn't know about these things. Our textbooks never mentioned any of this. It's all my fault. I failed to recognize Mount Tai standing before me. Please enlighten me, sir, about the proper way to eat this delicacy. Chi Feng chuckled and shamelessly joked with Old Man Qian for a while. This finally coaxed the proud old man into striking a pose, hands on hips, as he began lecturing Chi Feng with exaggerated seriousness. Young man, you're such a greenhorn who knows nothing. Today your Uncle Qian will educate you about this giant creature. You see, our cultivation is divided into 7 realms, and this thing is also divided into realms. Fortunately, we don't understand the culture of Tian Prison, so we've always just categorized them according to our own realms. However, our White Aura Realm practitioners typically can't defeat those White Aura Realm behemoths in Tian Prison. These things are significantly stronger than us in both physical strength and endurance, at least in the early stages. Chi Feng nodded. This made sense, considering how truly enormous these creatures were. Old Man Qian stroked his chin and continued. The higher this thing's cultivation realm, the larger its body becomes. Back in the day when I, Old Qian, first stepped onto the battlefield, I encountered one at the 3rd realm, a colossal monster at the heavenly ruler level. It was as big as a small mountain. I nearly met my end there. If it weren't for Old Qian's godly axe technique reaching perfection, and especially my movement skills swift as a white steed's fleeting shadow. Chi Feng counted Old Man Qian had used over 30 idioms to describe himself, stretching this outrageous boast for quite some time before finally satisfying his own amusement. With resigned amusement, Chi Feng clapped politely to show he was listening. Only then did Old Man Qian seem satisfied. He took out a thermal container to pack some soup for Chi Feng, ladling it while plicking his tongue in admiration. You've hit the jackpot this time, kid. Look at this, each toe weighs nearly half a kilo. When this colossal creature was alive, it must have been close to breaking through the white tip realm. After packing it up for Chi Feng, the two completed the transaction with an exchange of money and goods. Old Man Qian didn't forget to keep admonishing Chi Feng. Don't let its nastiness stop you from eating it. This thing is probably worth several first-grade Wuning pills, especially those fingernail-sized pieces. Best to swallow them all in one gulp. Until Chi Feng was far out of sight, Old Man Qian was still reminiscing about his glorious feats from back in the day. Oh, back then, his agility, his speed, his axe techniques. Ah, so damn good, so damn good. Freshman dormitory area. When Chi Feng was carrying a thermal container upstairs, he happened to see Feng Jing running laps around the dorm building non-stop. She was completely out of breath, drenched in sweat, while muttering to herself. Come on, Feng Jing, you can do it. Go, Feng Jing. Feng Jing, defeat Wei Qi. It wasn't until she saw Chi Feng that Feng Jing's eyes lit up. After trotting over, she first sniffed at Chi Feng's thermal lunchbox and said, Old Chi, it smells amazing. I'm so hungry too. But after appreciating the aroma, Feng Jing showed little interest in Chi Feng's food. She just waved her fist and declared righteously to Chi Feng. Old Chi, just you wait and see. I'm definitely going to outperform Wei Qi in this month-end exam. Sooner or later, I'll beat Wei Qi until he's picking his teeth up off the floor. These past few days had been particularly frustrating for Feng Jing. First, she went from being the academic committee member at First High to becoming an E-grade student. Worst of all, she was ranked at the very bottom of the grade. Thinking of Wei Qi's ridiculous mocking and disdain towards her, Feng Jing was filled with anger. You should have basic cultivation techniques, right? Why are you still running? Chi Feng was a bit puzzled. Except for their F-grade students, other freshmen should have officially started cultivation by now. Not yet. We've been practicing the Chu Shanshan's breathing technique these days. They say our talents are too inferior, so first we need to see if we can improve our innate abilities a little. I heard even the A-grade freshmen start with breath training first. Those guys already scored over 90 points. If they improve even more, won't we fall completely behind? Fang Jing wiped the sweat from her forehead with a towel, then grabbed Qifeng and vented nonstop. Let me tell you, your F-grade homeroom teacher is downright sadistic. That breathing technique he developed, it's pure torture. I couldn't even survive the pain on my very first day of training. Damn it. Our teacher said if you can't endure it, you should exercise more to push your body to its limit first, then you can withstand that kind of agony. Fang Jing was incredibly talkative. Having finally caught Qifeng, she poured out all her grievances nonstop. She alternated between complaining about her sadistic homeroom teacher, that torturous breathing technique, and the upcoming monthly exam in a month, basically covering every recent school incident through her random chatter. Until the very end, the carefree Fang Jing deliberately patted her chest and asked Qifeng if he was getting used to Dragon Country University. If anyone bullied him, he must tell her, she would definitely stand up for him. By the time Qifeng returned to the dormitory, the soup in his hands had turned quite cold. Staring at the slightly congealed oil floating on the soup's surface and what looked like a fingernail still faintly shimmering within it, Qifeng frowned, trying hard to mentally prepare himself to follow old Qian's advice, just take a big gulp and swallow it down. Chapter 29 Panicked Little Mumu. Qifeng still felt a bit creeped out by this disembodied toe, but he closed his eyes and began eating voraciously anyway. After the first bite went down, Qifeng opened his eyes. Much to his surprise, it actually tasted quite good. It's incredibly chewy. Just like nibbling on chicken feet, tender yet pleasantly chewy. Especially worth mentioning is how this 1,000 cooking fee wasn't wasted at all. Old Man Qian's culinary skills are truly remarkable, and he doesn't skimp on ingredients either. 10 minutes later, Qifeng gasped heavily, his face burning hot and flushed crimson. Is this because of martial energy? Qifeng felt somewhat puzzled. At this moment, he could clearly sense a scorching surge of energy rushing from his abdomen straight to the back of his head, making him feel dizzy and faint. Without a second thought, Qifeng immediately began practicing his breathing technique, fearing he might waste these precious martial energy resources. However, Qifeng couldn't maintain his training posture for even 5 minutes of breathing exercises, because following that burning sensation came an overwhelming wave of pain. This was entirely different from the pain of cultivation. This particular agony was all too familiar to him. That inexplicable illness had chosen this very moment to strike again. Qifeng watched helplessly as the toes on his right foot began to convulse violently in pain, veins bulging rhythmically one after another. The sensation spread upwards from his toes, rising through his entire right leg before engulfing his entire body in a wave of flushing skin, each blood vessel pulsating visibly. Qifeng's eyes burned crimson as he gritted his teeth, refusing to make a single sound. This pain was all too familiar. If he could endure it, everything would be fine. Just endure it a little longer, that was all he needed to do. Time was ticking away second by second, but the pain this time was far more unbearable than ever before. 7 a.m. Qifeng lay on the dormitory floor, gazing at the sun outside the window, when suddenly he laughed. It's so wonderful to see you again. Last night, Qifeng almost thought he wouldn't make it through this time. After all, this pain was significantly different from previous experiences. Both the duration of suffering and the burning sensation inside his body felt unlike anything before. This time, the pain wasn't just the superficial kind that gnaws at your bones, it felt like his internal organs were being pummeled too. What was most peculiar was how last night's fiery internal sensation somewhat resembled the feeling during his breathing technique cultivation. Qifeng examined his body, whether it was the veins or blood vessels, everything had returned to normal. Strangely enough, though the pain was unbearable each time it struck, there were no lingering side effects after enduring it. After changing and freshening up, Qifeng let out a long sigh. Glancing at the thermal lunchbox still sitting on the table, he decided to wash it and return it to Old Man Qian. Over the years, Qifeng had desperately wanted to figure out the true nature of this mysterious ailment. But after consulting so many medical specialists, all the diagnoses pointed to good physical health. It's most likely an allergy. But what exactly is he allergic to? Despite screening for numerous allergens, Qifeng still hasn't figured it out. When Qifeng returned the clean thermos to Old Man Qian, the old man stroked his chin and smiled smugly. You're looking quite refreshed, kid. My special soup works wonders, doesn't it? Feeling more energized for your cultivation? Qifeng shook his head inside. Ah, what a shame. I wasn't feeling well last night and couldn't cultivate. Qifeng truly regretted it. Although Qihong was generous, the single bowl of medicinal soup had cost him a whopping 21,000 yuan. Just like that, it was wasted by that inexplicable illness. I wonder if practicing later when I get back will still have the same great effects as last night. Old Man Qian shook his head, but after taking the thermos and seeing that Qifeng had washed it very clean, the smile on his face grew even warmer as he comforted him. You don't need to worry about that. Although practicing can better help martial energy digest and thus improve oneself. However, every organ in the human body can naturally digest martial energy. Though it's slower and not as effective as dedicated cultivation, this bowl of soup certainly won't go to waste. Looking at your complexion, kid, you must have absorbed this bowl of soup quite well even without cultivation. Old Man Xian wasn't lying. While martial energy pills are meant to be taken alongside cultivation for optimal benefits, consuming them alone still offers some advantages. Noticing Qi Feng's slightly improved expression, Old Man Xian stroked his chin and asked with an amused lift of his eyebrows, "Should I find you another of those giant creatures and make you another bowl?" Qi Feng hastily shook his head. Joking aside, he only had less than 30,000 yuan left in his pocket. If he ate this, he'd truly be broke. Quickly declining, he said, "Uncle Chen, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm currently penniless and can't afford it for now. Although this thing was delicious indeed. What a shame, it's outrageously expensive. The most important thing is, we still don't know if this thing can actually improve cultivation." Qi Feng decided to refuse for now, figuring he could reconsider when he had more money. "Hey, kid, don't get nervous. If you're out of cash, you still have credits." Old Man Xian pointed at Qi Feng's student card. In Dragon Nation University, credit points were quite valuable indeed. Qi Feng quickly hid his student card away, eyeing Old Man Xian defensively as he shook his head. "Uncle Chen, don't even think about coveting my credit points, I've got even fewer than most." After exchanging a few more words, Qi Feng left cafeteria number 16, intending to head to the F building lecture hall to test his aptitude score. After all, he'd spent 21,000 yuan on it. As Old Man Xian said, even if the cultivation effects weren't great, at least he'd consumed it, surely his organs would help digest some of it. Who knows, maybe it could even boost his score by a few points. Building F, second floor. Early in the morning, the number of people who came for testing could be counted on one hand. When Qi Feng arrived at the testing room on the second floor of the teaching building, he suddenly saw the figure of little Mumu projected on the screen. Tilted her head to one side, she smiled brightly at the sight of Qi Feng. "Number 16688 Qi Feng, good morning." Little Mumu was inexplicably enthusiastic, personally operating the testing device and urging Qi Feng to take the test quickly so she could complete the secret task assigned to her by Yi. Qi Feng watched Xiao Mumu's excessive enthusiasm and barely had time to feel puzzled before the tester activated, forcing him to start sprinting. As he ran, Qi Feng glanced in bewilderment at Xiao Mumu waving his fists and continuously cheering him on from the side. "Holy crap, are you nuts? Weren't you always just a business-like AI before? What are you up to today?" Just as Qi Feng was about to check his test results after the indicator light turned on, he heard Xiao Mumu operating the testing panel and suddenly cried out, this can't be. Is Xiao Mumu's campus system broken? I need to find EE and get Xiao Mumu checked out." Chapter 30, keep a close eye on Qi Feng. Xiao Mumu's screen projection flickered and then completely disappeared from the testing room, leaving Qi Feng utterly bewildered. Is this AI thing always so unreliable? The system's having issues, just like that? Qi Feng shook his head and stepped forward himself, intending to check how much his talent value had increased on the tester's panel. What? Qi Feng rubbed his eyes, blinked several times, and confirmed the numbers after double-checking repeatedly. Damn it! It actually went up by 12 points. This money wasn't wasted after all. Those 21,000 bucks were totally fucking worth it. Qi Feng suppressed his pounding heart and calculated his current talent score. Initial talent score, 26 points. 3 days of desperate training added 6 points. After drinking that massive bowl of soup last night, despite being too ill to train, the score actually rose by 12 points directly. Qi Feng was utterly astonished. Who would have thought that slacking off could yield faster progress than training like crazy? Currently, Qi Feng's innate score has reached 44 points. If he can manage to increase it by a few more points in the coming days, does that mean he can advance to E level? Qi Feng feels both excited and anxious, his emotions too complex to put into words. He had already resigned himself to being a slow learner, believing that only by starting early could he hope to keep up. As a result, not only did the dawn of hope arrive at this moment, but it also told Qi Feng that there was a possibility he wasn't a hopeless case after all. With a glimmer of hope in his heart, Qi Feng didn't hesitate for a second. He rushed back to his dorm from the testing room, eager to start practicing immediately. Villa number 2. Have you figured it out? The only unusual thing about him from yesterday until today is that he drank a bowl of soup containing something gigantic. Xu Zi sat on his leather sofa, brows furrowed, his expression full of disbelief as he repeatedly flipped through Qi Feng's personal information. Xiao Mumu stood obediently to the side, nodding continuously. Longwei University was small enough that nothing could escape her surveillance, there couldn't possibly be any oversight. She answered with utmost certainty. It's just a bowl of giant beast soup, 20,000 yuan per pound of meat, and it's merely from a Baihao realm beast at that. What the actual fuck? Xu Zi scratched his head and tossed the tablet onto the couch, completely baffled. How could this be? A single pound of Baihao realm beast meat could skyrocket one's talent value by 12 points? This is absolutely impossible. Throughout history, those who study cultivation techniques and martial arts have never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. Xu Zi remained dazed for a long while before finally stroking his chin and asking little Mumu in bewilderment, "Has there ever been anyone who consumed colossal beast meat to assist their cultivation before even beginning proper training?" Xu Zi had to admit, this little fellow Qifeng was quite generous with his offerings. Little Mumu's eyes rolled dramatically before he nodded. Indeed, Principal Zhao once stewed the meat of a colossal beast for his son who hadn't begun cultivation yet, hoping to enhance his son's talent value. As little Mumu spoke, his smile grew somewhat stiff, and he continued, "But, President Zhao's son, his recorded talent value was 96 points at the time, yet after taking it, his talent score didn't increase by even a single point." Xu Zi had some recollection of this matter. Zhao Pei, that kid from Zhao Qiyuan's family, was indeed extraordinarily gifted. A talent value of 96 points could truly be called 1 in 10,000. And most crucially, Zhao Pei was Zhao Qiyuan's own son. Back then, several powerful figures in Dragon Country even made special arrangements for Zhao Pei, saying they should see if they could push the boy's talent value even higher. He might become the future leading figure. So, to secure a formidable beast for the kid, Xu Zi actually accompanied that old fellow Zhao Qiyuan deep into the heavenly prison, capturing alive a 4th realm golden seeker level beast. And what they fed Zhao Pei wasn't just any ordinary part, it was the heart's main artery of that beast, the spot most saturated with martial energy. Yet, Zhao Pei's talent didn't budge an inch. Old Zhao Qian was so furious he nearly lost his temper right then and there. Actually, there's not much point comparing Zhao Pei. His natural talent score is already 96 points to begin with, so further improvement won't come easily. Xu Zi shook his head, signaling little Mumu to find some other examples. But after rolling his eyes around for a long while, little Mumu eventually shook his head. Little Mumu can't hack into the Martial Energy Alliance's records, so it's impossible to get more information. Based solely on the internal data from Dragon Kingdom University, there were 16 students who consumed giant beast meat before cultivation in an attempt to break through their talent score limits. But aside from student number 199601188, Luo Feng from the class of 96, who consumed 3 pounds of Baihao Realm behemoth meat and saw his talent score increase by 0.03 points, the remaining 15 students did not experience any talent enhancement from consuming the giant creature's flesh. After Xiao Mumu finished reporting the data, Xu Zi once again picked up the tablet he had tossed onto the sofa earlier and began carefully reviewing Qifeng's information from the top. During his many years of teaching at Longwei University, Xu Zi had never encountered data as utterly bizarre as Qifeng's. If the reason can be found in Qifeng, does that mean it can be widely applied to every student? In just 4 days, that kid Qifeng has increased his talent value by 18 points. Seeing this number, Xu Zi's heart was probably beating faster than Qifeng's. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, no concrete reason was found. Until Xu Zi saw Qifeng's medical records, his brow furrowed. Unexplained illness and pain? Pain worse than death? Doctor's diagnosis, possibly caused by allergies? Xu Zi's eyes suddenly lit up as he meticulously read through Qifeng's complete medical history from childhood to adulthood. After reviewing the medical records 3 times over, Xu Zi raised his head and laughed. This kid's physical constitution seems quite intriguing, doesn't it? Before Mumu could press for more details with relentless curiosity, a tremendous explosion suddenly echoed from the distant southwest. The thunderous roar came as if summoned by demons from the abyss, earth-shattering and soul-shaking. In an instant, Xu Zi's expression changed. As the winds shifted and clouds darkened, Zhao Qiyuan stood at the entrance of Villa No. 2 clad in black robes, iron armor draped over his shoulders, gripping a black tasseled spear. He growled at Xu Zi in a low voice. "Old Chu, quit standing there dumbfounded. Hurry up! Angeluo has brought strong warriors from 26 small nations to besiege the Martial Energy Alliance. The situation doesn't look good." Xu Zi's expression changed upon seeing Zhao Qiyuan, then he smiled leisurely again. Deliberately slowing his movements, he wiped his hands with a handkerchief while still remembering to instruct Xiao Mumu, maintain constant indoor temperature in Villa No. 2, change the aquarium water every 8 hours, use the incense from cabinet No. 3. After rambling through a long list of instructions, watching Zhao Qiyuan nearly explode with rage, Xu Zi finally left with satisfaction. At the doorway, Xu Zi didn't forget to lower his voice and speak earnestly to Xiao Mumu. "Keep a close eye on Qifeng for me." Chapter 31, with utmost sincerity. For 7 days straight, Qifeng adhered to his 3-point routine, cycling between the dormitory, cafeteria, and testing room. On the first day, perhaps due to the lingering battle energy in the giant creature soup, Qifeng's aptitude score rose by another 3 points after cultivation. However, afterward, Qifeng's aptitude score no longer increased by such a large margin. Instead, it rose steadily by 2 points per day on average. 7 days later, when Qifeng saw the numerical value on the testing machine's panel, he let out a long sigh of relief. 60 points now. 60 to 70 points is considered D-level talent. This means Qifeng's talent value was no longer at F level. Classmate Qifeng, you are simply too amazing. Standing behind Qifeng, Zhao Yunfan silently shed tears. Since the day Chu Zi personally led everyone's testing, Zhao Yunfan's heart had shattered into pieces. He thought he was the king, but it turned out he was just bronze tier all along. Zhao Yunfan counted his current talent points on his fingers, his heart breaking even harder. It's been 11 days, and my talent score has only increased by 3.1 points in total. Zhao Yunfan's initial talent score was 46 points. With these additional 3.1 points, his current total has now reached 49.1 points. He's only 0.9 points away from breaking away from F rank. Qifeng smiled but remained silent. At this point, Qifeng already had a clear understanding in his heart. At first, Qifeng thought the increase in his talent was just normal numerical growth. But when Qifeng noticed that Xiao Mumu had been neurotically monitoring him every day, he realized the upward trend in his numbers probably wasn't normal. At this moment, Xiao Mumu was hiding behind the testing room door, sticking her head out to observe the situation inside. Her eyes began darting wildly as she shook her head vigorously, silently repeating to herself, "It's Qifeng's problem, Xiaomu's system isn't broken." Qifeng let Zhao Yunfan take the test first while he walked over to the Peking Mumu, intending to ask some questions. Qifeng was no fool. If upon entering the school, he had been ignorant and clueless about its rules, these past 10 days of lurking on Dragon Country University's forum had given him a much clearer understanding of all aspects of martial energy cultivation. For example, Dragon Country University had discussed how a first-level martial energy pill could aid in cultivating breathing techniques, but at most, it would only increase one's talent value by 0.5 points per day. So, could a single bowl of his giant creature's soup truly be so miraculous as to directly boost it by over 10 points? If it's really that miraculous, wouldn't Dragon Kingdom University make students consume more giant beast meat to cultivate talent? Qifeng stood before Little Mumu, nodded with a faint smile, and said, "Teacher Little Mumu, I don't know if you have time, I have some questions I'd like to ask you." Little Mumu, who had been remotely reporting Qifeng's information to Chu Zi, initially failed to notice Qifeng. Startled upon seeing him, she took a step back in alarm. Little Mumu was utterly perplexed by Qifeng at this moment. As the smart AI possessing the most comprehensive data archive at Longwei University, it couldn't for the life of it calculate Qifeng's developmental metrics through brute computational force. So, seizing the moment when nobody was around, Little Mumu's eyes lit up as it grinned from ear to ear. Activating X-ray scanning mode, Little Mumu gave Qifeng a thorough full-body examination, only to confirm with disappointed resignation that this guy was indeed 100% human. With a sigh, Little Mumu glanced at Qifeng and said, "There's definitely time, but it depends on whether I feel like answering your question." Qifeng nodded. After all these days, most F-class students had grown accustomed to Little Mumu's tsundere personality. He glanced at Little Mumu and cut straight to the chase. "Teacher Little Mumu, I'd like to ask if our school has any regulations regarding the control of intelligent AIs? For example, can they freely access students' private information?" Qifeng's eyes were calm and unreadable. Though his face wore a smile, he was deliberately setting a trap for Xiao Mumu. Coming to ask Xiao Mumu questions today, Qifeng had done considerable preparation. He'd read through all those obscure AI regulations and precautionary guidelines on the school forum. After all, Qifeng desperately wanted to figure out whether there was truly something unusual about himself. Were these traits talents, or something else entirely? When Xiaomu was questioned by Qifeng like this, she suddenly realized that everything he had assigned her to do so far actually violated the regulations. But, so what? These rules were all set by Xiaomu herself. Hands on hips, Xiaomu glared fiercely at Qifeng with an indignant expression. Staring into Qifeng's faintly smiling eyes and recalling his medical history, Little Mumu gulped hard. Mumu truly believed Qifeng was a tough soul. Just imagine what those pains had reduced him to, yet this guy had endured it all on sheer willpower. Mumu had once assessed the pain levels described in Qifeng's medical records. When the evaluation hit the highest possible grade, Mumu couldn't help suspecting that maybe Qifeng was actually a robot. In that instant, Mumu's confidence wavered visibly, even the sleek, glossy hair instantly developed split ends. Little Mumu lowered her head, hiding her hands behind her back, her voice barely above a whisper. "He said you probably have a peculiar constitution, like those inexplicable pain attacks that come out of nowhere." At this point, Little Mumu refused to say anything more. The main thing is, Yi didn't explain any further to Xiao Mumu after mentioning this. However, Qifeng had no idea. When Xiao Mumu brought up Qifeng's illness, his face instantly turned pale as his heart twisted in pain. If asked what matters most to Qifeng, number one would undoubtedly be cultivation. Second, there's this inexplicable pain. Qifeng's heart pounded fiercely. After all these years, he truly wanted to know why he had to endure such suffering. What kind of illness is this exactly? Qifeng's voice choked up slightly as he desperately sought an answer. "Teacher Xiaomu, if you have any guesses, or the answer, please tell me." As he spoke these words, Qifeng's smile carried a hint of bitterness. For so many years, Shifeng had always suspected that he might be suffering from some medically unexplainable form of cancer. And so he lived every day as if it were his last, terrified that with the next onset of pain, he might depart this world forever. Yet even so, when he learned he could cultivate, he poured all his strength into training and striving to survive. Shifeng truly loved this world. Just as mother once held Shifeng's hand and told him, "This world is wonderful, and the future will always be worth anticipating." Shifeng looks forward to his future and loves it with all his heart. He gazed at little Mumu, his eyes filled with utter sincerity. Chapter 32, Clouds Melt Away. Little Mumu also doesn't know whether she is an emotional little Mumu or an emotionless AI. But at this moment, as little Mumu gazed into Shifeng's eyes, she suddenly smiled and nodded happily. "Shifeng, I also deeply love this world." Little Mumu didn't understand what love was, but her programming had clearly been coded with the directive to love this world. So, gazing into Shifeng's eyes, she pondered for a moment before saying, "Shifeng, based on my thorough review of your medical history and all the test data I've collected from your body, I can reasonably conclude that you do indeed have a food allergy." "A food allergy?" Shifeng's eyes widened in surprise, feeling like little Mumu was playing a joke on him. Although food allergy was a hypothesis every specialist considered, Shifeng found it hard to believe. If it was indeed a food allergy, what exactly was he allergic to? Why did others experience typical allergic reactions like rashes, swelling, or breathing difficulties, while his reaction was excruciating, unbearable pain? Moreover, when Shifeng suffered such pain before, specialists had treated it as an allergy, so why had that approach been utterly ineffective? Shifeng's eyes were full of question marks, clearly not quite believing what Xiao Mumu was saying. Xiao Mumu snorted, raising her chin in visible dissatisfaction. "You really are stupid, just as I said. Have you ever thought that maybe your allergy is different from others' allergies? Most people are allergic to certain foods, but you're allergic to literally everything edible." After finishing her words, Xiao Mumu felt that she had made a very reasonable point. She even nodded vigorously, putting on an expression that screamed, "I'm so clever," while lecturing Shifeng. "Your allergic reaction is different from others. While they experience pain, you just absorb and digest fiercely, then grow wildly. To put it simply, when ordinary people eat, they can only absorb about 10% of the nutrients while the remaining 90% gets digested and excreted. But you're different, you can absorb 100%. So after eating for a certain period, once the nutrients you've absorbed reach a peak level, your body must undergo a small evolution in growth. It's just like when you were growing taller as a child, your legs would cramp and ache. So every time your body needs to digest the nutrients you've absorbed, it brings you excruciating pain. This explains why others drinking a bowl of giant creature soup wouldn't absorb much martial energy resources, and thus wouldn't experience significant talent value growth. But you can." Xiao Mumu's brain was working furiously. Although he hadn't explained it to her, the clever little Mumu could rely on her own powerful analytical skills to figure it out. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence as she nodded emphatically, her face bearing an expression that clearly said it must be this way. "Shifeng, I bet that night after you drank the giant creature soup, you must have had an episode, and it hurt worse than ever before, didn't it?" After little Mumu finished speaking, without caring what Shifeng was thinking, she patted his shoulder with her phantom-like little hand and said, "Actually, this illness isn't entirely a bad thing. I imagine you must have had very poor physical constitution at birth, probably innate frailty from the womb. If not for this ailment constantly stimulating you, pushing your physical endurance slightly further. Without this sickness, you likely wouldn't have been able to come to Dragon Kingdom University today, nor would you qualify to stand here." Having said this, little Mumu lifted her tiny skirt and left the testing room. Only Shifeng's mind seemed struck by some intense shock, leaving him rooted to the spot. What little Mumu said was something Shifeng had never contemplated before. For the longest time, Shifeng had harbored intense hatred toward this inexplicable affliction. Yet suddenly, when someone tells you one day that this suffering might actually be beneficial, the feeling is profoundly surreal. Little Mumu's guess was correct. When Shifeng was first born, his health was indeed fragile. Combined with this strange illness, it gradually led Shihon to abandon all expectations for Shifeng. More often than not, Shihon saw Shifeng as a child who could leave this world at any moment. So by expecting nothing, there would be no disappointment. Shifeng had speculated about his illness from many angles, but never once had he imagined that this suffering might actually benefit him. But after little Mumu's explanation, Shifeng carefully pondered and realized that some of what little Mumu said might actually be true. Unlike other patients who experience lingering weakness after an illness slowly recovering like pulling silk thread, Shifeng didn't follow that pattern at all. On the contrary, once the pain passed, his body showed no signs of weakness, remaining instead extraordinarily energetic and full of vitality. The more Shifeng thought about it, the more he felt that little Mumu might actually be right. After each episode, he could always sense his physical condition seemed slightly stronger. It was just that he'd never dared to believe it before. Now, when Chi Feng truly faced this damned illness head-on, he realized perhaps it had never deserved to be the dark cloud looming over him. All these years, the disease had been like a sword hanging over his head, constantly fearing it might take his life at any moment. Thus growing fearful, thus feeling uneasy heart, thus exceptionally lost, thus fearful, thus muddling along. Now, with the gloom completely dispelled, Chi Feng's eyes gradually began to shine with more light. Classmate Chi Feng, I finished my test. Let's go, we can return to the dorm together. After finishing his test and seeing only a 0.01 point increase on the panel, Zhao Yunfan felt particularly dejected. Chi Feng's train of thought was interrupted by Zhao Yunfan, yet his heart felt unusually light as he nodded and said, "Alright, let's go together." Zhao Yunfan glanced at Chi Feng, rubbed his eyes and looked again, somewhat uncertain as he remarked, "Chi Feng, you seem a bit different. It seems much lighter now." Zhao Yunfan hadn't known Chi Feng for long, but he always felt that the current Chi Feng seemed somewhat different. Chi Feng smiled without offering much explanation about the matter, merely patting Zhao Yunfan's shoulder as he said, "Then do you think this is a good thing?" Zhao Yunfan adjusted his glasses frame, saying somewhat perplexedly, "That must be a good thing. I don't know why, but whenever I interacted with you before, I always felt like you were carrying some enormous grievance, like your whole being was shrouded in gloom." Haha, no more, never again. Chi Feng's gaze was unwavering. If he was destined to coexist with pain, then now he could embrace it with joy. For the first time, he felt genuinely happy to be studying at Dragon Country University. Chapter 33, Losing Popular Support. Chi Feng and Zhao Yunfan walked back to their dormitory, keenly aware that the atmosphere at Dragon Country University had grown somewhat tense these past few days. One noticeable change was the sudden increase in patrolling mini-robots across campus. As for those senior students who had been absent for a long time, surprisingly most of them returned to campus, yet each wore expressions of anxiety and impatience. Thus, for a while, the overall atmosphere within the school grew somewhat tense and anxious. Zhao Yunfan moved closer to Chi Feng and lowered his voice to say, "Classmate Chi Feng, did you hear that loud noise a few days ago? I heard that some powerful individuals were trying to rebel against the Martial Energy Union." Chi Feng nodded. That deafening boom 7 days ago had indeed been terrifying. For the past few days, there had been quite a few discussions about the Martial Energy Union on Dragon Nation University's forums. However, from the scattered bits of information online, Chi Feng didn't learn much, as he spent most of his time focused on cultivation. Seeing Chi Feng's interest in discussing this matter, Zhao Yunfan lowered his voice and began speaking with great animation. The Martial Alliance seems quite important. It's said that 50% of everything we obtain from the Heavenly Prison must be handed over to the Martial Alliance, which then redistributes it just like paying taxes. For instance, our university's basic student resources, faculty salaries, and even research funding are all allocated by the Martial Alliance. However, since the Martial Alliance is a global entity, our own nation, Manhwa, also discreetly supports our martial universities behind the scenes. Although every country provides funding for their own martial arts universities, surely everyone wants the resources distributed by the Martial Arts Alliance. So I heard, every few years, the Martial Energy Alliance conducts evaluations of martial universities in various countries to adjust their future resource allocations. The weaker the university, the fewer resources it gets. Like Andy University, because its standing is so low, I heard the Alliance has been deliberately targeting them and skimping on their allocations. Zhao Yunfan had been busy with both cultivation and investigating these matters over the past few days. Arriving at this point in his account, he adjusted his glasses again and said cheerfully, "Fortunately, we live in Long Country. Otherwise, the fate of small nations like Andu would be ours." Zhao Yunfan finished speaking with a face full of melancholy, shaking his head and sighing. Many warriors from Andu Kingdom united with several smaller nations to attack the alliance. Who knows how that turned out? There hasn't been any coverage either. I heard Principal Zhao and many teachers from our school went too. I'm not sure whether they went to aid Andu Kingdom or the alliance. Chi Feng frowned slightly. He had his doubts. His school's faculty probably didn't go there to join the fight. After all, according to convention, every time something like this happens, sending people is just to demonstrate one's authority and remind those with ulterior motives that, first, don't casually pin blame on Draconia, lest some individuals take advantage of the situation to level baseless accusations. Second, there's a fear of disruption that through various pretexts, Draconia's rightful interests might be stripped away. Honestly, judging by Chi Feng's recent understanding of the Martial Energy Alliance, he truly doesn't have any favorable impression of this alliance. It's essentially one family, a house slave organization surnamed Beauty. Therefore, this time, Dragon Country must have sent quite a few strong individuals over. Chi Feng felt uneasy inside. Whenever great changes occur, there are bound to be waves. He was genuinely worried that the incident involving the Andu Country Resistance Alliance might have a significant impact on those like him who had just begun cultivating and were still weak. The prices at our school are already outrageously high. Chi Feng, do you think things like Wu Nong pills will end up getting more expensive later on? Zhao Yunfan couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. Unlike Qi Feng, he had already exchanged for a martial energy pill, which worked remarkably well. Now, he was deeply concerned. What if the price of the pill went up? Would he ever be able to afford it again? Longhua University is quite generous to its own students. Although F-rank students initially have only 5 credits, every academic year offers additional credit subsidies based on the student's current cultivation level. For instance, students at the first realm, the White Strand realm, receive an annual subsidy of 60 credits from the school to aid their cultivation. The higher the realm, the more credit subsidies the school provides. I've heard that in the black market, a single grade 1 martial energy pill costs over 100,000. Zhao Yunfan sighed, shuddering at the exorbitant prices found in the black market. There are black markets for Wunang pills too? Qi Feng was hearing about the black market for the first time and clearly seemed surprised. If calculated at black market prices, that would mean each academic credit at their school was worth at least over 100,000 in purchasing power. To think a single first-grade Wunang pill could be equivalent to over 100,000, while my own bowl of giant beast soup only costs a little over 20,000. Qi Feng suddenly felt as if he'd gotten a bargain. But, he wondered if taking a martial energy pill might give him even more score improvement. Zhao Yunfan nodded. He didn't know much either, having only gleaned some information from senior students' discussions on the forums, so he said, "Since there are cultivators, there must be a black market. And I've heard there isn't just a black market, there are also abandoned cultivators. This world is indeed far more chaotic than we imagined." After exchanging a few more words, the two returned to their respective dorms, diligently beginning to practice the breathing technique. After returning to his dorm, Qi Feng contemplated the situation. According to Chu Zi's instructions, they only had 30 days to practice the breathing technique. After those 30 days, regardless of their talent level, they would officially embark on the path of cultivation. In other words, he still had 19 days left to improve his talent. Actually, everyone secretly knows, the higher the talent value, the greater the achievements one might attain in the future. If the current trend of a 2-point increase per day continues, Qi Feng could very well reach a talent value of 98 by day 30. But will it really be that simple? Will there truly be no bottlenecks at all? Qi Feng calculated the remaining balance in his pocket and fell deep into thought. After a long time, Qi Feng made his decision. He was going to give it his all, striving to see if he could maximize his talent value within the remaining time. Beautiful country, Wai City, Conference Hall number 1 of the Martial Energy Alliance. For this meeting, elite warriors from 128 nations were all present. The combined forces of Andu and 26 other nations' strong representatives clearly held considerable advantage during this conference. Especially among the remaining influential figures, the majority maintained neutral stances or even supported Andu's position. After all, the Martial Ability Alliance had thoroughly lost public favor in recent years. Chapter 34, Fong Jing's Relentless Pestering. Outside the conference hall of the Martial Alliance, Chu Zi, Zhao Qiyuan, and others were seated in a small private booth. How the discussions inside the hall were proceeding remained unknown to them for now. This booth was exclusively occupied by Dragon Nation's powerful figures. Many had come this time to contend for interests. Qi Feng's conjecture was correct, people came here solely for profit. Truth be told, discontent with the Martial Energy Alliance had long been brewing. There just hadn't been a suitable opportunity to voice it. Now, various nations are using the Andu Kingdom incident as pretext to challenge the Martial Energy Alliance, seeking to redistribute benefits. To safeguard its national interests, the Dragon Kingdom naturally had to dispatch numerous martial artists. Zhao Qiyuan kept rubbing his black tasseled spear while glaring at Chu Zi, who was still leisurely sipping red wine. He snorted disdainfully and said, "Old Chu, get ready quick. If a fight breaks out later, we gotta be the first to charge in." Chu Zi swirled his wine glass, then glanced at the reckless brute Zhao Qiyuan with disdain before saying, "Relax, there won't be any fighting." Zhao Qiyuan stopped mid-motion, glancing at Chu Zi before whispering, "Old Chu, are you sure it won't come to blows?" After saying that, Zhao Qiyuan grew anxious. If they couldn't fight this out, wouldn't they just have to keep enduring the alliance's blatant favoritism? Zhao Qiyuan wished a fight would break out in the conference hall right now, just so he could charge in and unleash indiscriminate slaughter. "Ha ha ha, old Chu, can't you see? Butcher Zhao here is already in a bloodthirsty rage, itching to slaughter the entire Martial Energy Alliance down to the last man." Sitting beside Zhao Qiyuan, Li Feihu was clad in military green attire, his back ramrod straight, the general's stars on his shoulders gleaming. Li Feihu patted Zhao Qiyuan on the shoulder and said with sincere admiration for his talent, Old Zhao, what are you doing as a university president? You should come back to the army with me. That way you won't turn all those students into carbon copies of yourself." Li Feihu truly believed Zhao Qiyuan was a talented individual. Though reckless, the army was precisely in need of such personnel. So Li Feihu simply couldn't understand why the higher-ups insisted on making a hothead like Zhao Qiyuan a university president. Wasn't that just leading the younger generation astray? Zhao Qiyuan completely ignored Li Feihu, continuing to feel the shaft of his long spear without taking his eyes off the conference hall's direction. Chu Zi took a sip of red wine and glanced once more at that reckless fool Zhao Qian before smiling silently. Why did higher-ups insist on appointing Zhao Qiyuan as president? Precisely because they valued his combination of loyalty, bravery, and recklessness. Dragon Nation University could nurture reckless patriots single-mindedly devoted to their country, yet could also produce fearless but thoughtless bandits. But we must absolutely not cultivate a breed of refined egoists. Thus, as the president of Dragon Nation University and role model for all students, he could be reckless, but must never be a politician. Chu Zi glanced at the group of powerful figures in the private room. How many had already become politicians, and how many still retained their childlike innocence? Old Chu, let me ask you something. Just as Chu Zi was still deep in thought, Zhao Qiyuan leaned in closer, transforming his voice into the force of martial power to communicate with Chu Zi in silence. Chu Zi raised an eyebrow, signaling Zhao Qiyuan to continue. Zhao Qiyuan hesitated for a long moment before gathering his words to ask, Old Chu, I've always understood why you insist on teaching Class F every time. You want these least talented kids to reach higher limits and suffer fewer sacrifices in the future. But this time, I think, you probably shouldn't take charge of Class F anymore. Just now, the boss told me something. There might be some turbulence in the alliance. If countries aren't willing to resort to force while scrambling for resources, the best possible scenario would probably be restarting the league tournament. When the time comes, you'll likely have to take charge of this matter. When Zhao Qiyuan mentioned the boss, there was no one else it could be but that leader. Those 4 words, restarting the league tournament, made Chu Zi pause with his wineglass in hand, his face noticeably tensing up. He immediately shed his earlier relaxed demeanor and looked at Zhao Qiyuan with solemn seriousness. Are you sure? Seeing Chu Zi's expression, Zhao Qiyuan immediately knew that restarting the league competitions would surely lead to yet another vile incident. Yet Zhao Qiyuan could only nod helplessly in resignation. Testing room, 2nd floor, building F. Chi Feng stared at the test value panel on the testing machine, his palms sweating with excitement. For 5 consecutive days, Chi Feng secluded himself in his dorm room, tuning out all worldly distractions as he devoted himself wholeheartedly to practicing his breathing techniques. When the current talent value displayed 70 points on the test panel, although it was within expectations, Chi Feng still couldn't hide his excitement. What does a score of 70 represent? It has reached sea level. After leaving the testing room, Chi Feng hurriedly rushed back to his dorm, hoping to maximize his score within the limited time available. But as soon as he stepped out of Building F, Chi Feng saw Fang Jing standing at the entrance with a miserable expression, giving him a resentful look. The moment Chi Feng appeared, Fang Jing darted over like a squirrel, grabbing him and angrily scolding. Old Chi, you're really not being fair. If you've got a way to boost talent points, just tell me about it. Do you have any idea I'm stuck at 53 points right now? It's no wonder Fang Jing knew about this. Last night when she called Chi Feng and asked about his current score, he calmly told her he'd already reached 60 points. This revelation kept Fang Jing tossing and turning all night. No matter how she racked her brains, she couldn't comprehend how Chi Feng, with his clearly F-rank talent, could reach level 60 in just a few days. After a sleepless night of puzzling over it, Fang Jing decided she absolutely had to corner Chi Feng today and thoroughly investigate the reason behind this. Fang Jing blocked Chi Feng's path, her sharp eyes scanning him up and down like radar before suddenly switching tactics. With puppy dog eyes, she begged pitifully, Old Chi, considering our friendship as classmates, could you enlighten this humble one? If there's any way forward, please give me a helping hand. You have no idea, these past few days that bastard Wei Chi has been mocking me relentlessly. Chi Feng looked at Fang Jing's persistent and pestering manner with some headache. If there really were any secrets Chi Feng possessed, there would only be 2 reasons. 1. Endure the pain. 2. Strong absorption capability. Other than that, what secret techniques could he possibly have to pass on? Chi Feng checked the time, it was only 9 in the morning. For the sake of cultivation, Chi Feng deliberated for a long time before finally deciding to steel himself and purchase another half kilogram of giant beast meat. I had already made an appointment with Old Man Qian, tonight at 8 o'clock. He would once again provide Chi Feng with a pound of the giant's meat broth. At this thought, Chi Feng looked over at Fang Jing, pondered for a moment, and said, Want some giant creature soup? It's not free, 21,000 per pound of meat. Fang Jing was fully prepared to beg shamelessly, but upon hearing Chi Feng mention some soup costing over 20,000 yuan, she tearily agreed in a daze before even processing it fully. Chapter 35 They ought to be a brave generation. At 8 in the evening, Chi Feng picked up 2 bowls of giant creature soup from Old Man Qian. As soon as he reached the dormitory building, he spotted Fang Jing wrapped up mysteriously, peering around furtively. The moment Fang Jing saw Chi Feng carrying 2 insulated food containers, she rushed over with an ingratiating smile. Old Chi, don't worry, your sister Jing will remember your kindness for the rest of her life. Just this morning she'd been calling herself this humble one, but now she'd upgraded to Sister Jing. Chi Feng could only shake his head at Fang Jing's antics. After handing her the containers, he instructed, "Eat it all in one go, then quickly practice your breathing technique." Fang Jing hurriedly nodded, then took out a carefully packaged small wooden box from her pocket and reluctantly handed it to Chi Feng. Fang Jing was quite different from Chi Feng. She didn't have that much money. So this time, it was Chi Feng who shelled out the money, 42,000 in total. Fang Jing needed to give Chi Feng a first-level martial energy pill as compensation. Chi Feng was extremely satisfied with this transaction, as he hadn't exchanged for any martial energy pills until now. As a student with E-level talent, Fang Jing started with 10 academic credits, far more than Chi Feng. Although according to Zhao Yunfan, on the black market, a single credit could be exchanged for at least several hundred thousand. But now, Fang Jing couldn't find the black market either. After calmly accepting this martial energy pill without qualms, Chi Feng carried the thermal lunchbox back to his dorm. Truth be told, Chi Feng really had to thank Shi Hong for his generosity, from childhood through adolescence. Chi Feng was allowed to keep all his New Year's money. Otherwise, not only wouldn't he have been able to cover Fang Jing's expenses, but he'd be broke if he wanted another bowl of that giant creature's soup. As soon as Chi Feng returned to his dorm, he conducted another audit of all his financial assets. Remaining credit points, 2. The 50,000 yuan from Chi Hong has been completely spent. His New Year's money saved over the years only amounted to 20,000 yuan, and even that has been tapped into. In other words, Chi Feng now has less than 7,000 yuan in savings, a martial energy pill conned back from Fang Jing, and a bowl of ultra soup about to be consumed. Chi Feng sighed deeply. Cultivation truly drained one's coffers dry. Sigh. The more Chi Feng thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Drinking this bowl of soup would mean he'd have nothing to eat for his next meal, wouldn't it? Money is a hero's courage, having none means having no guts. After some thought, he realized his talent points had now reached 70. Shouldn't the school compensate him with some basic credits? Chi Feng found this reasoning quite sound, so he took out his phone intending to message Chu Zi privately. After all, his current homeroom teacher was Chu Zi. Any benefits he wanted to secure should be negotiated directly with him. After carefully composing his message, Chi Feng finally sent it. Professor Chu, I wonder if teacher Xiaomo has reported my talent score to you today? If she hasn't, let me inform you, I've already reached a talent score of 70 points. Teacher Chu, so do you think the school might possibly give me some extra initial credit points? Chi Feng also attached a pitiful-looking meme. At this hour, Chi Feng didn't expect Chu Zi to reply, since he knew Chu Zi seemed to have gone to the Martial Energy Alliance. He hadn't shown up for many days now. When it comes to cultivation, Martial Energy University is quite different from regular universities. It places greater emphasis on students' self-discipline and initiative. Teachers may open the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. Fortunately, even though Chu Zi didn't pay much attention to the F-class students, each of them still worked extremely hard. Driven by this atmosphere, Chi Feng didn't dare to slack off easily either. Just as Chi Feng put down his phone, he heard a ding. It was a message from Chu Zi. The school is about to launch a top 100 power ranking for students at all levels. Although your freshmen who haven't officially started cultivation training will still open a top 100 ranking based on your current aptitude values. I think if you can make it onto the list, the school will definitely compensate you with credits. And for those who enter the top 100, the school will additionally reward 30 credits. After reading Chu Zi's message, Chi Feng's eyes turned green with greed. Not to mention that an A-grade student's initial credits alone are worth 30 credits, plus the additional 30 credits as a reward. This instantly makes you filthy rich. Just as Chi Feng was about to reply to Chu Zi and ask what talent score would be needed to break into the top 100, Chu Zi had already sent the message. Let me give you a heads up first. Our freshman class this year has over 160 A-level students alone. A-level freshmen need to have at least a 90-point talent score. In other words, if Chi Feng wants to make it into the top 100, he absolutely cannot score below 90. Although the goal is ambitious, Chi Feng is brimming with confidence. Staring at the massive bowl of broth before him, he gulped hard. Longwei University, Villa Number 2. After days of confrontation, negotiation, and compromise, the Wunong Alliance and the elite fighters from various nations have reached a consensus. The league is set to restart. With that, the nations disbanded and returned to their own lands. The details about the upcoming league will be announced at a later date. At this moment, Chu Zi couldn't tell whether he was happy or not. He simply gazed gloomily out the window at Dragon Nation University, shrouded in melancholy. Only Zhao Qiyuan stubbornly lingered in Chu Zi's room, brimming with rage as he incessantly cursed and raged. Those turtle sons are absolutely ruthless, damn it. From now on, I'll curse those bastards every single day. They should all just drop dead. Though he had already returned to Dragon Nation University, Zhao Qiyuan kept gripping his spear tightly, his chest filled with unvented fury. Because Zhao Qiyuan was present, little Mumu hid in the corner, terrified of provoking this reckless brute who might dismantle him again. Does the group you're cursing include your beloved boss that you're always going on about? Chu Zi turned to look at Zhao Qiyuan, shook his head inside before continuing. Their decision wasn't wrong in any way. If Andu Nation is making demands about fair resource distribution, then what's wrong with having countries compete to determine strength and reallocate resources accordingly? Chu Zi looked at Zhao Qiyuan with a smiling expression, only for Zhao Qiyuan's anger to flare up even more. He fiercely slammed his long-tasseled spear into the ground, then roared with fury, his voice hoarse from shouting. Chu Zi, ask your conscience, how could you not be at fault? If we want to fight, then let us old-timers be the ones to kill, to plunder, to struggle. Why must the League force these freshmen to participate? These kids have just enrolled, just begun to understand Celestial Prison, some haven't even started formal cultivation. What can they possibly fight for? What do they even know? Let them participate in the League. What if there are casualties? The long scar on Zhao Qiyuan's face looked particularly ferocious, yet his eyes were filled with reluctance. Chu Zi smiled. The seemingly iron-fisted Zhao Qiyuan insisted on choosing the most direct way to expose those freshmen to Tianyu prison, yet at the critical moment, he was overwhelmed with reluctance. Zhao Qiyuan, oh Zhao Qiyuan, you clearly know the reason. Why bother asking me? You should understand that when the League begins, if the strongest compete against each other, any harm to them would be a loss for the entire Earth. The battles of the powerful should take place in Heavenly Prison, not on Earth. Those freshmen, no matter how bright their futures may be, are still a bunch of weaklings at the moment. Their matches won't cause significant losses since they lack formidable strength. Furthermore, by letting them compete, the arena becomes more controllable, minimizing unnecessary casualties. Chu Zi sighed and looked at Zhao Qiyuan, speaking earnestly. Old Zhao, I know you can't bear to see it. You want to protect those kids and give them enough time to grow up. But as those people said, the newborns of a nation best represent its future. If they aren't brave enough or determined enough, then this country is bound to decline. You should calm yourself and let them grow, let them see bloodshed, let them fight for their future, to reclaim our Dragon Nation's rightful share of martial resources. Chapter 36, Progress. The second day. Shi Feng drank down a huge bowl of hearty soup last night, and sure enough, the bone-deep pain came rushing back. Perhaps because he had grown accustomed to it, Shi Feng actually found this bout of pain much more bearable compared to the last time. Precisely because of this pain, Shi Feng once again confirmed what little Mumu had told him the other day. The pain that had plagued him for so many years might truly be due to a food allergy, but unlike others who are allergic to certain foods, his allergy stemmed from his body's ability to absorb and digest them. Shi Feng stretched lazily, loosened his muscles, and sensed something subtly different in his body. If Xiao Mumu's words were true, then the irregular occurrence of the pain episodes before was simply because the absorbed nutrients hadn't met the required threshold. So each time the nutritional quota was reached, his body would digest them. Meaning, every time the pain subsided, it signified another enhancement in Shi Feng's physical constitution. After warming up, Shi Feng grabbed his phone and left the dorm, heading straight for testing room F to see just how many talent points last night's giant beast soup had boosted him by. As soon as Shi Feng reached the dormitory entrance, he ran into Fang Jing, whose face was glowing and who looked particularly spirited. Dressed in workout clothes, Fang Jing was practicing punches while walking, muttering "Heya" under her breath, looking somewhat like a female ruffian. The moment she spotted Shi Feng, Fang Jing rushed over, proudly flexing her biceps before whispering excitedly, "Lao Chi, you're absolutely amazing. Did you know, after drinking that bowl of soup last night, I felt like I was bursting with energy. I'm amazing. Right now, I feel like I could knock out Wei Qi with one punch, that little jerk." Fang Jing swung her fist again, completely intoxicated by the strength she was showcasing. "Hey, as if you could even take me down." As Wei Qi stepped out of the dormitory building, he immediately heard Fang Jing's voice. Dressed in a goose-yellow hoodie with a pair of headphones around his neck, he sauntered over leisurely. After rolling his eyes at Fang Jing, he finally nodded at Shi Feng with a smile and said, "Shi Feng, long time no see. Indeed, it's been a while." Back then, the three of them had come to Baiji City together and got along quite well. But since Shi Feng was assigned to Class F, Wei Qi and Shi Feng had completely lost contact with each other. Even though they lived in the same teaching building, the two rarely ran into each other. In the past, Wei Qi was considered the bug of Baiji No. 1 High School, a true genius student. Now, Wei Qi was placed in Class 20 of Level E. Although not quite top of his class, he was still significantly better off than Shi Feng. Academic elites and struggling students might wear the same uniforms, but they often find it hard to have any real common ground. For example, at this moment, to Wei Qi, although they are all students at Dragon Country University, everyone's future paths are completely different. Students from Class F probably won't even make it into the auxiliary military department a year from now. Wei Qi shook his head, silently mourning Shi Feng's future in his heart, then took out his phone and sighed. "Do you know? The school forum updated the top 100 rankings this morning. Even the 100th place among this year's freshmen has a talent score of 91 points. The lowest score is 91 points? Shi Feng indeed hadn't checked the top 100 ranking on the forum yet, but Chu Zi had already mentioned this matter yesterday. Thus, he wasn't particularly curious, he was just starting to calculate when he could finally break into the 90s and join that elite circle of A-grade prodigies. To make progress in cultivation, one must have money at all times. Chi Feng was practically drooling over the academic credit rewards offered by this top 100 ranking. Fang Jing, on the other hand, was visibly excited. She took out her phone and started scrolling through the forum while taunting Wei Qi sarcastically. Ha ha ha, Wei Qi, I'd like to see you keep acting so high and mighty now. Though you've made impressive progress, after all these days you're still stuck at 65 points. If you want to break into the top 100 rankings, you're still 30 points short. After Fang Jing finished mocking him, Wei Qi's expression visibly darkened. With a face like thunder, he bid farewell to Chi Feng while pointedly ignoring Fang Jing before striding off by himself. Once Wei Qi had left, Fang Jing pointed at his retreating figure and complained to Chi Feng. Old Qi, let me tell you, I'm full of regrets now. If I'd known earlier, we should never have played with Wei Qi. Now he only likes hanging out with highly talented people. When he sees me, he just makes fun of my low talent score. I hate him to death. Speaking up to this point, Fang Jing grew somewhat aggrieved and muttered under her breath. Even though my talent score is rather poor now, and I'm placed in one of the last E-rank classes, I used to be a class officer in high school. Chi Feng pondered Wei Qi's earlier demeanor, realizing it seemed like he looked down on him even more than before. Actually, it's understandable. Dragon Country University appears to be a harmonious institution, yet a strict hierarchy permeates every corner. A student's status on campus is wholly determined by their innate talents and cultivation level. Whether it's resource allocation or credit rewards, everything leans more in favor of the strong. Here, every moment reinforces the lesson to all students that the strong deserve respect, while the weak should be abandoned. Chi Feng smiled. The more oppressive the atmosphere became, the harder he was determined to work. Chi Feng glanced at Fang Jing and said with a chuckle, "Come on, let's hurry and test whether that bowl of giant creature soup from last night actually worked. If it works, you might be able to jump up several levels." Chi Feng's eyes shone brightly, inexplicably radiating a trustworthy power. Fang Jing thought for a moment, then stopped complaining. She nodded, and the two went to their respective testing rooms in different academic buildings. Chi Feng looked at the test results before him and let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, his progress had been incredibly rapid. 88 points. The first time he drank the giant creature soup, Chi Feng was in too much pain to focus on cultivation, which only led to a 12-point increase. Last night, although the pain persisted, Chi Feng carried fewer psychological burdens about it in his heart. So he gritted his teeth and endured it, steadfastly practicing his breathing technique. Indeed, his score was much higher than last time. This time, it had risen by a full 18 points. Chi Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and stepped down from the testing machine, thinking that the last place on the top 100 leaderboard was only 91 points, and I'm just 3 points away from catching up to him now. Chi Feng's heart pounded wildly. After being tormented by illness for so many years, he had almost forgotten he could still be among the top 100. It seemed that ever since middle school, when frequent hospitalizations caused him to first fall out of the top 100, Chi Feng had drifted further and further from the word excellence. Chi Feng took out his phone and looked at the name ranked first on the freshman top 100 list. Lu Xiyun, talent score 100. Chi Feng stared at this name for a long time before finally smiling. This position, perhaps he could sit in it too. Chapter 37, The Argument in the 100 Masters Hall. 2 days later, when Chi Feng completed his test at Building F and achieved a score of 92, Xiao Mumu's voice immediately echoed throughout the entire campus. Xiao Mumu's voice, clear and melodious with a touch of excitement, resonated across the entire school. Greetings to all faculty and students of Dragon Nation University. Congratulations to Chi Feng, student ID 16688 from Class F, for breaking into the 2022 Freshman Top 100 list with an aptitude score of 92 points, securing the 100th position. Xiao Mumu shouted 3 times in a row, as though worried someone might not hear. Chi Feng was utterly stunned. Before he could even rejoice over reaching a 90-point talent value, he heard Xiao Mumu's mortifying announcement. Chi Feng looked up, spotting Xiao Mumu, who was always mysteriously present in the testing room every day, recording his results. At that moment, Xiao Mumu even had a slightly proud little expression on her face. Chi Feng was stunned for a long while before hesitantly asking, "Our little wooden teacher, is your system malfunctioning again? Why didn't you announce it before? Why do you have to announce it now?" Ever since the top 100 ranking launched, the bottom spots on the student rankings were being constantly renewed every day, every hour, every moment. But Xiaomu had never reported on such matters before. Xiaomu blinked, looking entirely unapologetic as she replied, "Of course, what do you expect? They're not Ii-sensei's students, you're the only one who is." Xiaomu puffed up with pride, proof once again that Ii was truly the best. Even leading an F class could produce someone who barely makes the 100 strong list's last place ranking. So, in Xiaomu's view, this matter wasn't about reporting Qifeng, it was about reporting Yi. She wanted everyone to praise Yi. Unable to decipher Xiaomu's thought process at all, Qifeng simply waved before leaving the testing room. On the way back to the dormitory, as expected, Qifeng's phone was bombarded with messages. Zhao Yunfan, Qifeng, you've really done us F-class students proud. Congratulations. Then came Fang Jing's messages, +1, +2, +3. A total of 99 messages, all expressing her disbelief, her shock, her utter amazement. When he returned to the dormitory, Qifeng unexpectedly received a message from Chu Zi. Kid, the 60 credits the school compensated you have been credited. 60 credits? Qifeng hurriedly checked his personal information and found that his previously pitiful 2 credits had suddenly jumped to 62. This, if converted to RMB, wouldn't that be over 6 million? Qifeng's breath caught in his throat. The sudden feeling of becoming wealthy felt utterly surreal. After checking multiple times, Qifeng finally believed those 62 points were completely real. It wasn't until his excitement subsided that Qifeng remembered one important thing. Logically speaking, shouldn't the school be curious about how an F-grade student managed to score over 90 points upon enrollment? Why hasn't any teacher or administrator come to examine him, to see if there's anything special about him? Qifeng was baffled. If something like this had happened anywhere outside Dragon Nation University, it probably would have caused an uproar by now. But why is everything here so unnervingly quiet up to this point? What, isn't anyone curious? Do my improvements not even warrant everyone's curiosity? Qifeng pondered for a moment, then carefully sent a message to Chu Zi. Professor Chu, with my F-level talent making it onto the top 100 list, won't it lead to everyone making speculations? Qifeng ultimately decided to ask. After all, he didn't want to end up being dissected for research. As it turned out, Chu Zi's reply came swiftly. Because we've encountered far too many people with talents and physiques more terrifying than yours. You're just slightly stronger than the average person, so what's there to be curious about? With just one sentence, Chu Zi left Qifeng feeling deflated and even a little awkward. You should have said so earlier, had me worried for nothing. Qifeng tossed his phone aside, no longer bothering to check the top 100 rankings on the forum, and began practicing his breathing technique with single-minded focus. Dragon Nation University, 100 Masters Hall. All the teachers responsible for the freshmen of the class of 2022 had already gathered in the first-floor conference hall by now. Chu Zi's palms were drenched in sweat. Normally a man who wouldn't flinch even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, his hands trembled uncontrollably at this moment as he forced himself to maintain composure while thumbing out a reply to Qifeng on his phone. As the university president, Zhao Qiyuan naturally occupied the seat of honor at the head table, his face bearing an indescribably grim expression. The tension stemmed from Geng Ji, vice president of Longwei University, who was relentlessly pressing his attacks at that very moment. Geng Ji, dressed in a gray suit with his stiffly parted hairstyle and wearing stern black-framed glasses, sat at the first seat on the left side of the long conference table, waving his hand commandingly. My stance on Qifeng, this student, is very clear. He must be studied. If necessary, I strongly recommend transferring him to the Martial Energy Alliance Research Institute, where numerous elite researchers from around the world can conduct studies on Qifeng. He went from having the weakest F-level talent to reaching a talent score of 92 in just a few days. There must be a secret hidden within him. If we can conduct research on him, it would undoubtedly benefit countless others. After finishing his statement, Geng Ji deliberately adjusted his collar, putting on a solemn demeanor. Zhao Qiyuan was the first to explode with rage. If not for the strict prohibition of violence in the meeting room, Zhao Qiyuan would have strangled Geng Ji on the spot. What kind of research was he talking about? Emerging from the heavenly prison, far too many volunteers have already perished in the pursuit of researching techniques and elixirs. Unknown experiments conducted on your body, analyzed one by one, people either die or end up ruined. Especially when Geng Ji dared to mention the Martial Ability Alliance Research Institute, just the mention of the Martial Ability Alliance made Zhao Qiyuan's fury burn even hotter. Geng Ji, you heartless old scoundrel. You betray our nation for personal gain. I refuse to stand with the likes of you. You actually dared to think of sending our Dragon Country's students to the Martial Energy Alliance for research? Have you lost your damn mind? Unless, of course, you have what it takes to kick me out of this position. Zhao Qiyuan stood up, spittle flying everywhere as he deliberately sprayed it into Geng Ji's face. At this moment, Zhao Qiyuan's face was twisted with rage, his eyes glaring fiercely at Geng Ji. Were it not for Chu Zi holding him back, Zhao Qiyuan would have already lunged at Geng Ji and beat him senseless. Geng Ji remained completely unfazed by Zhao Qiyuan's actions. After wiping his face with a tissue, he gazed earnestly at Zhao Qiyuan and said, Principal Zhao, respecting you doesn't mean I respect you as a person. I only respect the position you hold. Given these turbulent times, it would be optimal for us and the Wu-Nang Alliance to maintain friendly cooperation and harmonious coexistence. Since the Wu-Nang Alliance has chosen our Dragon Nation to serve as a permanent council member, this clearly indicates their desire for amicable relations with us. If we unite with the Wu Nang Alliance, stand together against outsiders, and share the benefits, Dragon Country will undoubtedly grow even stronger. At this moment, Zhao Qiyuan was no longer someone Chu Zi could restrain. Veins bulged on his face as he grabbed Geng Ji by the collar and began berating him. You and that old bastard behind you talk nothing but nonsense every damn day. The people of our Dragon Nation are unyielding and honorable. Why should we grovel before the Martial Power Alliance? To become their pretty personal slaves? Do you really think they'll share any benefits with you? Ha! Geng Ji, you spineless worm, do you honestly believe kneeling will make you strong? Let me tell you, the longer you kneel, the harder it is to stand. And you still dream of greatness? Ha, spare me, Tui. Zhao Qiyuan spat directly into Geng Ji's face, then disregarding whatever others present might say, he shielded his student like a protective mother hen. Let me make it absolutely clear one more time, Qifeng is a student of Longwei University, which means he's my student, Zhao Qiyuan's student. Anyone who dares attempt to study Qifeng and damages his cultivation foundation, I'll chop them to pieces. Zhao Qiyuan's intimidating presence was overwhelming. The moniker Zhao the Butcher wasn't mere empty reputation. Apart from Geng Ji, everyone else present instinctively drew their necks in like frightened turtles, not daring to utter a sound. Seeing this, Chu Zi smiled, suppressing the shock and thoughts in his heart. Since Zhao Qiyuan had stepped forward to protect Qifeng, and Chu Zi was Qifeng's teacher after all, of course, he should protect this child even more. Chu Zi turned his gaze to Geng Ji, who was still scheming, and said lightly, Geng Ji, as a senior researcher at the Martial Energy Alliance Research Institute, I'm quite interested in studying your daughter. I heard your daughter managed to advance from the White Hair Realm to the Azure Ruler Realm in just 3 years, quite valuable research material. One sentence hit Geng Ji's weak spot straight on, making him instantly flush red to the roots of his neck. Yet he still obstinately stammered. Researching my daughter is fine too, as long as it benefits Earth, I'm willing. But Chu Zi shook his head and scoffed twice before saying, good, as long as you're willing. After saying this, Chu Zi stood up without bothering to acknowledge Geng Ji at all. Just as Chu Zi was about to leave the conference room, Geng Ji panicked and stood up, shouting, Researcher Chu, I promise I won't research Qifeng. You can rest assured. But you must believe that all my ideas are for everyone's good, for the sake of our Dragon Country. Chapter 38 Everyone strives forward. Building a cultivation room. Lu Shiyun, ranked first on the 2022 Freshman Top 100 list with a perfect talent score of 100, had already officially embarked on the path of cultivation. The first realm of cultivation, the White Aura realm, is divided into early, middle, and late stages. Although even someone with a talent score of 20 can begin cultivation, those whose initial talent reaches 100 points are considered the best vessels for cultivating martial energy. Such individuals are remarkably adept on their cultivation journey, possessing frighteningly high talent. The people surrounding Lu Shiyun, though also A-grade students with talent scores around 90, appear just a few points short of 100. Yet this gap is an insurmountable chasm. Brother Yun, have you checked the forum today? Zhou Xiaoyu started with a talent score of 92. After days of practicing breathing techniques, it only increased to 92.2. But this doesn't stop him from believing his talent is exceptional. Pouting with disdain, he continued, the people on the forum are truly laughable. Just an F-rank individual, with innate talent so weak, what does it even prove if they train hard and reach 90 points? And yet they're showering praise, desperately blowing smoke, saying stuff like what does F-rank matter, you can still defy the odds through hard work. Maybe once they officially start cultivating, they'll realize they're still a weakling. Zhou Xiaoyu was jealous, but he refused to admit it no matter what. After all, the teacher of class A once said that innate talent is the true talent. Achievements gained through cultivation can only prove your capability, but they can't truly demonstrate how high your talent really is. It's like being born with an exceptionally high IQ, that's simply fate. But a fool, no matter how hard they try later in life and despite achieving results through effort, just isn't the same as someone who was born smart. Stupid is stupid. No amount of effort can ever change that. This is the difference between initial A grade and initial F grade. Lu Shiyun remained silent until he had completely absorbed the martial energy contained within the second-grade martial energy pill. Only then did he open his eyes and glance at Zhou Xiaoyu, saying, to step into the white tip realm, one must first guide martial energy into the aortic vessel. When the amount of martial energy in the aortic vessel meets the standard, it merely marks the formal entry into martial energy cultivation. At this stage, one hasn't even reached the early phase of the white tip realm. A mere 90 points, why get so worked up over a bunch of people still working on their cultivation talent? Lu Xian left the rest unsaid, but Zhou Xiaoyu understood nonetheless. They simply weren't on the same level, there was nothing worth noticing. Zhou Xiaoyu had been afraid of Lu Shiyun ever since entering the school, mainly because Lu Shiyun was far too ruthless. The A-level students were divided into 3 classes in total. On Lu Shiyun's first day in Class A1, he erupted with terrifying power after being provoked by someone. Zhou Xiaoyu still remembers how casually Lu Shiyun acted that day. With just a light palm strike, he shattered the classroom windowsill's marble slab. Listen carefully, shattered. That was a 10-centimeter thick marble slab. In that instant, a single palm strike reduced it to dust in an instant. Zhou Xiaoyu still remembers how the powder was swept away by the wind, smearing across his face. That day was when Zhou Xiaoyu first witnessed, from Lu Shiyun, the difference between a cultivator and an ordinary person. While fresh fools like them were still naively believing that natural talent determined strength, true powerhouses had long set their sights on the stars and the vast seas. And in Class A1, Lu Shiyun was far from the only one who had stepped onto the path of cultivation. Zhou Xiaoyu's mind instantly cleared, his jealousy abruptly cut short. Their lives had only just begun. Realm represented everything, and only by becoming strong could one prove their worth. Building E, Classroom 25. Wei Qi was stunned. It took him several repetitions to confirm that the voice broadcasted by Xia Mumu was indeed talking about Qi Feng. That F-grade Qi Feng. The same Qi Feng he had considered unremarkable just days before. Recently, Wei Qi hasn't been happy at Longwei University. Back at Baiji High School, he was like the moon surrounded by stars, even jokingly called a human bug for his talents. But ever since arriving at Longwei University, Wei Qi has had to gradually face the reality of being at the bottom of the class. Not just any underachiever, one with embarrassingly weak innate talents from the start. Longwei University was an institution where strength commanded respect and social hierarchies were rigidly defined. Even among freshmen like them, status dictated everything. Wei Qi still remembered wearing his designer streetwear that cost thousands per piece when he passed by the artificial lake. He saw the auditorium bustling with crowds. Many of his fellow freshmen could freely enter. Yet when Wei Qi approached, just 5 meters from the auditorium doors, someone stopped him in his tracks. The interceptor wore ordinary clothes but looked down at him with undisguised contempt before smirking. Sorry, places like this aren't for E-rank freshmen like you. Wei Qi's face flushed instantly crimson. Though his first instinct was to flee, pride forced him to point at the passers-by ahead as he demanded. But why can they enter? They're freshmen too. This isn't fair. The man shook his head and sighed helplessly, saying, Classmate, I advise you to wake up. This is Dragon Kingdom University, the world of martial artists, the world of the strong. It's not some childhood fantasy world where you can play house. The reason they can enter now is because their talent level is high A-grade talent. When you cultivate yourself into a powerhouse, you can come and go as you please too. By the way, let me remind you, there are many places at Dragon Kingdom University where low-tier talents like you aren't permitted to enter. The man's eyes held no trace of contempt, yet every word made Wei Qi feel utterly despised. So even an F rank can score 92 points. Wei Qi's eyes suddenly shone bright. He neither envied nor resented Qi Feng, because his confidence seemed to come surging back. I used to be quite an outstanding person myself. Why should I envy those with innate talent? And why should I follow their lead in mocking those less gifted? Wei Qi, I've always been exceptional. The outskirts of the heavenly prison. Song Jiajiao's delicate face was smeared with blood, obscuring her fair complexion. Upon closer inspection, she bore no fewer than dozens of wounds across her body. Yet, she still found leisure in scrolling through her phone, browsing the forums of Dragon Kingdom University, occasionally bursting into fits of wild laughter. It wasn't until she saw the top 100 rankings that Song Jiajia showed any sign of surprise. She then gave a kick to Zhao Long, the bald-headed man feigning death on the ground, and said, Zhao Long, are you dead yet? Do you remember that F rank we interviewed with Yi Tian in Baiji City? Zhao Long was staring at his little finger, crushed to pieces by that massive thing. No matter how much he tried to use martial aura to restore it, nothing worked. So, Zhao Long gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and chopped off his little finger with a resentful grumble. Later I gotta pull off a big score, make some extra cash. Otherwise, if I go back and have the medical team use combat energy to regrow my missing pinky, they'll probably swindle me again. If I don't earn a little more, it's not worth it for me. After chopping off his little finger, Zhao Long rubbed his bald head before finally having the mood to respond to Song Jiajiao. Somewhat puzzled, he said. I know, it's Qi Feng. Out of all those people, he's the only F rank, with an utterly abysmal initial talent score of just 26. I was the one who picked him up when he first arrived at Dragon Kingdom University. There were 2 other idiots with him at the time. Song Jiajiao nodded and tossed a roll of gauze from her bosom to Zhao Long so he could bandage his pinky finger and avoid dripping blood everywhere. Never would have guessed back then, this kid actually practiced breathing techniques until he cultivated his talent score to 92. The hell you say? Zhao Long froze mid-bandaging and exclaimed in astonishment, completely forgetting they were currently evading the giant tiger that kept attacking them. With disbelief still coloring his voice, he continued. Can you explain clearly, can breathing techniques really boost talent attributes that much? Holy shit, people nowadays are getting freakishly talented one after another. Compared to Yi Tian, is this Qi Feng even more of a monster? Zhao Long muttered to himself for a long while, only snapping out of it when a deafening blast erupted in the distance. In the distance, amidst several meter-tall dense thickets, Yi Tian, with his long hair flowing wildly, finally seized the opportunity and plunged the icy black longsword straight into the eye of the 10-meter-tall black-striped giant tiger. Then, harnessing his own strength, Yi Tian unleashed formidable martial power. As the giant tiger bared its fangs, he twisted the sword and drove the black blade deep into its heart through the eye. The 10-meter giant tiger, a black-striped beast at the late stage of the second realm, by Cun realm. Fangs like towers, a body shaped like a sword, a black-striped giant tiger whose tail could sweep away an army of 1,000. Falls just like that. Holy shit, as expected of a true monster. When it comes to monsters, Brother Yi is still the best. How could someone like Qi Feng ever compare? Yi Tian, you're my god, Zhao Long. We're rich. Yi Tian actually killed this thing. This time we're really gonna strike it big. Zhao Long screamed hoarsely, howling with excitement as he started calculating just how much money he'd make from this haul. Yi Tian withdrew his black sword, landing lightly on one foot, his long hair still flowing majestically. Class of 2020, junior year student at Dragon Nation University, Yi Tian. Mid-stage verdant realm. Single-handedly slaying a peerless colossus of the same realm. And what's more, a late-stage verdant realm black-striped titan tiger. Chapter 39, is 100 points the limit? Dragon Nation University, Villa Number 2. Qi Feng stood obediently inside Chu Zi's villa, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes filled with unease. At this moment, Chu Zi was directing Xiaomo to adjust the massive testing apparatus before them. Seated on the sofa, Chu Zi kept his gaze fixed on Qi Feng while continuously issuing commands to Xiaomo. Turn on switch A, adjust the oxygen levels, prepare the blood serum. Only after adjusting all the switches did Chu Zi finally point at the massive testing device in front of him and say to Qi Feng, "Hurry up, stop dawdling, get in and sit down." Qi Feng had no choice. No one wanted to be randomly tested like this. He quickly took a few steps back and asked with suspicion, "Professor Chu, you're not planning to study me just because I made it into the top 100, are you? Who cares about some freshman top 100 ranking? Do you have any idea how many people are stronger than you?" Chu Zi gave Qi Feng a disdainful glance, but seeing his genuine reluctance to undergo testing, he patiently explained, "Relax, I just want to study your condition, see if it matches what I suspect." Seeing Qi Feng still unmoved, Chu Zi immediately changed his expression, baring his teeth in a threatening manner. "Don't make me do this the hard way." Only when Chu Zi made such a threat did Qi Feng hesitantly decide that discretion was the better part of valor, obediently sitting down inside the testing device. The tester was metallic in color, a gigantic spherical structure that, aside from the numerous adjustment buttons on its panel, strongly resembled an enormous egg. When Qi Feng sat inside the machine and put on the helmet as instructed by Sha Mumu, he immediately felt a tingling sensation. 10 minutes later, Chu Zi kept his word. The moment the machine stopped operating, he let Qi Feng out. However, Qi Feng grew a little nervous watching Chu Zi examining the various readings from the machine, shaking his head then nodding repeatedly. After what felt like forever, with Chu Zi still shaking his head and nodding, Qi Feng couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Professor Chu, is there a problem?" "No problem at all. The analytical conclusion Mumu shared with you the other day was absolutely correct." Chu Zi looked up, hiding the tablet behind his back, then extended a gesture of invitation toward Mumu while saying, "Go on, Shu, get him out of here for me." Chu Zi genuinely demonstrated the attitude of burning bridges after crossing the river to its fullest extent. Just as Qi Feng was still trying to fight for some of his rights, little Mumu summoned 2 robots and unceremoniously kicked him out. Only after Qi Feng left did Chu Zi start studying the data again, scribbling and calculating like crazy. It wasn't until 10 p.m., after sitting there for 8 hours straight, that Chu Zi finally looked up, disbelief filling his eyes, and asked little Mumu, "Is it possible that the best condition of an aortic vessel isn't just a perfect 100 score?" The obedient little Mumu immediately appeared, deliberately dressed in a JK uniform, blinking her eyes as she pondered. It seems, 260 years ago during the Northern Kingdom's heavenly prison riot, the powerful warrior Su Wanwan fought in the prison for 3 months and eventually gave birth there. After the child was born, its aortic vessel was indeed different from that of ordinary people. Just 1 month after birth, the child's talent value had already reached 100. But little Mumu remembers, before Mumu was born, when the data system tested that child's aorta, it was truly unique. Completely different from Lu Xiyun's perfect 100 points, his was clearer, more transparent, as if achieving a state of perfection. Chu Zi fell into deep thought once more, until several violent disturbances echoed from the basement of Villa Number 2, snapping him back to reality. He turned to Xiaomu and said, "Perhaps full marks were never the limit of talent. Perhaps talent has no limits at all." Chu Zi closed his eyes and opened them again. Those eyes brimming with formidable martial power now radiated an unusual glow as they fixed directly on the cages below. In an instant, the things inside the cages fell silent. Only then did Chu Zi address Xiao Mumu. Inform Chi Feng, starting tomorrow at 6 a.m. sharp, he is to report to my villa every morning without fail. I want to see if the limit of talent is really just 100 points. Chapter 40 What is a league? Villa number 2, basement. At this moment, Chi Feng was drenched in sweat, bewildered as he found himself locked in a staring contest with the teardrop-shaped, one-eyed snake before him, neither knowing what to do next. The only thing that could be considered fortunate was that Chi Feng stood outside the cage, while the one-eyed snake remained trapped inside. By 5 in the morning, Chi Feng was already awakened by Xiao Mumu, who then hurried him along until they arrived once more at Chu Zi's villa. Yet, Chi Feng never could have imagined that Chu Zi's basement housed something so bizarre. Chu Zi's basement was vast, containing no fewer than 8 enormous crystal cages. The other 7 cages were opaque, but only the sealed cage containing the one-eyed snake was transparent. So when the one-eyed snake caught sight of Chi Feng, an unfamiliar living person, it clearly grew excited. It lowered its head to stare intently at Chi Feng, its mouth gaping as it made loud, hissing sounds, while saliva dripped 2-meter-long strands from its jaws. The one-eyed snake had an unusual appearance. Its entire body was transparent, a soft, watery substance coiled inside the crystal tank, revealing only a crimson-patterned serpent head and those gleaming red eyes. This snake was different from the colossal creatures Chi Feng had seen on the second floor of the university hall, but he was certain it was one of them all the same. Perhaps the one-eyed snake was too excited. Its body slamming against the crystal sealed container created loud bangs, triggering immediate unrest among all the other crystal containers in the basement. Chi Feng swallowed hard, his body stiffening as he could clearly sense the danger at this moment. This danger felt entirely different from those lifeless things encountered on the second floor of the university hall. It made his legs go weak. Fortunately, there was a crystal cage trapping this creature, offering at least a sliver of safety. Chi Feng even dared not look directly at the one-eyed serpent, though he had yet to begin cultivation, witness true power, or encounter living behemoths. He was no fool. This creature coiled ominously above could snap his life away in a single bite. The rapid clicks of leather shoes echoed from the stairwell. Chu Zi emerged in his shimmering golden suit, striding in new gold-tipped Oxfords, with Xiaomu following in a cheongsam. His arrival plunged the entire basement into dead silence. Even the caged creatures stilled. Chi Feng was initially terrified of the one-eyed snake, but in an instant, it dissolved into a puddle of water. This move left Chi Feng utterly dumbfounded. If shown to an ordinary person, they would certainly think the entire crystal box was filled with nothing but water. In fact, unless you looked carefully, you wouldn't even notice the one-eyed snake's eyeball. Chi Feng swallowed hard. This one-eyed serpent gave him a deeper understanding of the behemoths in the celestial prison. Before, Chi Feng had always assumed that behemoths were just slightly larger than Earth's creatures. Today, he finally realized that these things couldn't even be described as merely larger. What's the matter? Stunned? It's just a mere void thread realm being, nothing to make a fuss about. Chu Zi had the small robot in the basement push out a talent testing machine identical to the one in the classroom building, then turned to Chi Feng and said, "Starting now, I'm going to make your talent grow rapidly." Chi Feng was stunned, not quite processing what he heard. Of course, rapid growth in talent could definitely be considered a good thing. But, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Although Chi Feng had also joined his classmates in complaining about Chu Shanshan, how unlike a teacher she was, he nonetheless felt that Chu Ziyi was actually quite responsible in many aspects. For example, those 60 credits of his arrived exactly when promised. However, at this moment, Chi Feng was somewhat skeptical about Chu Zi's intention to help him improve his talent value. After all, Chu Zi had just studied Chi Feng yesterday, and now he was inexplicably helping him improve again today. Chi Feng was still a bit apprehensive about Chu Zi's unpredictable ways, so he asked with a smile, "Teacher Chu, do you have any requirements for helping me improve? You're not planning to conduct some research again, are you?" Chu Zi stopped fiddling with the instruments, glanced at Chi Feng, hesitated for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. "You little rascal, you're truly too suspicious. Since you asked, I might as well tell you straight. Do you know anything about the league tournament?" Turning around, Chu Zi's gaze burned with unusual intensity, his eyes carrying newfound gravity. In this basement, Chu Zi had hidden too many secrets, yet he had the audacity to bring Chi Feng here. The Martial Energy Alliance had strict regulations explicitly prohibiting the private confinement of living giants. Yet, Chu Zi had raised a full 8 giants in this basement, a flagrant violation of the law. Although Chi Feng currently knew little about the Sky Prison, he had gleaned some information from forums and understood that the penalties for keeping such creatures alive were extremely severe. Light offenders face imprisonment, while serious cases are punished with beheading on charges of endangering national security. 8 giant creatures would probably count as a grave crime. No wonder even Chu Zi's gaze turned solemn, and his specific mention of the Martial Alliance made Chi Feng's mind go blank for a moment. Longwei University imposes no restrictions on forum discussions. Everyone is free to speak their minds and chat casually. Chi Feng still remembered seeing a post like this on the Dragon Nation University forum. According to statistics, the mortality rate in every global league competition reaches as high as 30% of total participants. This meant nearly 3 out of every 10 competitors would die. What kind of competition could have such an alarming death rate? Chi Feng was quite surprised when he saw this post, but upon clicking into it, he understood everything clearly. The post explained that since the establishment of the Martial Energy Alliance, a global league competition had been held every year to allocate resources fairly. The league determined the rankings and decided how much resource each country could receive from the alliance. However, 20 years ago, participants from Mandu and many other smaller nations suffered an almost 100% mortality rate on the battlefield. That year's league witnessed a staggering death toll of over 10,000. The Martial Ability Alliance took the opportunity to use leagues breed discord, with too many casualties, making it unsuitable to continue as an excuse, turning that league from 20 years ago into the final resource allocation standard. And in that league, Beautiful Country took first place. Thus, for 20 years until today, Beautiful Country has monopolized 50% of the alliance's resources. Chi Feng remembered that the post also included an image, its colors somewhat faded, yet deeply sorrowful to behold. The image showed a contestant from Mandu country with one leg severed clean off, his body covered in blood. Yet even with his leg severed, he was fiercely biting down on the ankle of that towering contestant from the United States. He refused to let go no matter what. In that photograph, Chi Feng could clearly sense the despair of the Andu contestant, his eyes brimming with unwillingness, resentment, and worry. In today's Ando Kingdom, there are only a handful of strong individuals, and no resources to nurture newcomers. And when the celestial prison opens above their heads, it could very well mark the day of Andu Kingdom's downfall. What awaits them is utter devastation and countless casualties, all because, due to that league competition, they lost the right to allocate resources. This is the cruelty of the league. If you don't treat the arena as a battlefield and fight tooth and nail, your country will have neither resources nor a future. Chapter 41 Registration. Chi Feng frowned. He knew Chu Zi would never casually bring up a matter without reason, so he asked with concern, "Teacher Chu, what you mean? Could it be that the league is about to reopen? After a 20-year hiatus, is the league really going to start again?" Chu Zi glanced at Chi Feng, eager to learn what these freshmen thought about the league. In previous years, the league selected those who had experienced the Tianyu battlefield, all of them Green Inch realm contestants. While competition within the same realm may seem fairer, the fact that these individuals had been on the battlefield meant they all deeply understood what resources truly represented. As a result, the fights were fiercer, and the mortality rate was exceptionally high. This time in the league, they claimed that to make the competition controllable and reduce the mortality rate, representatives of the 2022 freshman class from Wunan University worldwide would be the ones competing. Everyone assumed that freshmen, being inexperienced in battle, might lack the ferocity and wouldn't resort to extreme measures. But Chu Zi didn't think so. After all, with the nation at stake, who dared to retreat? Thus, Chu Zi was eager to see how freshmen like Chi Feng would react to this. Is it fear, hesitation, or moving forward bravely, fighting to the death, just like those who've been on the battlefield? Chi Feng, are you afraid? Chu Zi's voice wasn't loud, but his gaze was extremely profound. He paced slowly toward Chi Feng, pointing at the crystal cases behind him and continued. Dragon Nation University will ultimately select 6 students from the applicants to participate in the league tournament. Perhaps these 6 will return victorious, or perhaps these 6 will never come back. Are you afraid? Do you dare to sign up? Are you willing to fight for Dragon Country unto death? Chi Feng clearly didn't expect Chu Zi to bring this up. Was he afraid? Did he dare to sign up? Am I willing? Chi Feng looked up at Chu Zi with confusion. In his 18 years of life, he had never considered that one day he would have to fight to the death for Dragon Country. The lessons learned in society always preached self-preservation, and even teachers at school consistently told students to act within their capabilities. Even Shi Hong often said to keep clear of things that didn't concern him. Chi Feng still remembers the 2 questions posted on the door of the interview room at Dragon Kingdom University in Baiji City. 1. Would the 40-year-old you choose to rush to the battlefield for your country? 2. Would the 20-year-old you choose to dedicate your youth and future? Would you? That day, Chi Feng hadn't pondered these 2 questions. Little did he expect that today, he'd be forced to make this choice. Chi Feng looked at Chu Zi without confirming or denying, merely asking in confusion. Teacher Chu, even if I sign up, what are the chances I'd actually be selected for the competition? Up to now, I'm only ranked 100th on the top 100 list after all. Chi Feng was puzzled. Chu Zi's words made it sound as if simply signing up would guarantee his selection. Unexpectedly, Chu Zi nodded and motioned for Xiao Mumu to display the screen. When Xiao Mumu projected the league's rules, everything finally became clear to Chi Feng. This year's competition was different from previous ones. The preliminary regulations stated, Dragon Nation, Beautiful Nation, Bear Nation, Rooster Nation, Bull Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and a minor United Nations composed of countries with fewer than 100 gold-seeking realm experts, each selected one contestant from their 2022 enrollment freshmen, categorized into A, B, C, D, E, and F tiers, to participate in the league competition. In other words, they aren't selecting the absolute top 6 performers, but rather picking the top 6 individuals from each talent tier. So Chi Feng understood, was there anyone in the F tier at Dragon Nation University stronger than him right now? Except, well, Chi Feng's thoughts were churning violently in his heart. This was simply too damn absurd. He had never imagined that one day he would have to participate in a competition with such a high mortality rate. Especially right now, could he actually refuse? Chi Feng swallowed hard, feeling somewhat panicked. To be honest, he really wasn't prepared at all. Professor Chu, I scored 92 points. Shouldn't that qualify me as an A-level talent? Chu Zi rolled his eyes. This kid was overthinking things and ridiculously timid. Too lazy to bother with Chi Feng's excuses, he cut straight to the chase. Your initial talent rating is what it is. It doesn't change. Alright, no need for you to think anymore. I'll just sign you up directly. Chi Feng froze for a moment before hurriedly trying to dissuade Chu Zi. Hey, Professor Chu, isn't this a violation of my personal freedom? Chu Zi picked up his tablet, filling in Chi Feng's information while pointing at his 8 cages. Eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, I can catch more for you. Moreover, I'll personally train you. It should keep you alive. Let me eat freely? Chi Feng was astonished. Just moments ago, he had been somewhat afraid of the one-eyed snake, but now, looking at that crystal box, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. How am I supposed to stew this watery thing? Would Old Man Qian know how to stew this stuff? If this goes into the pot, will it just turn into a pot of water? But, Chi Feng stopped Chu Zi again and asked with some concern. Teacher Chu, I'd like to ask, after I enter the competition, I'll only be matched against F-level opponents, right? Chi Feng felt this question was rather important. If he only needed to fight against F-level opponents, then his safety margin would be quite high. After all, Chi Feng had this much confidence. Although he hadn't officially begun cultivation yet, within the F-level, there probably weren't many, if any, who could match his 90-point talent score like him. Little did he know, Chu Zi glanced up at Chi Feng but didn't answer the question. Instead, he shook off Chi Feng's hand, went ahead and submitted the registration on his own, and only then looked at Chi Feng and said, "What are you daydreaming about all day? Do you really think if the league prioritized safety first, so many people would have died in past tournaments?" Chi Feng froze, staring blankly at the words "submission successful" displayed on Chu Zi's tablet. Only then did it suddenly hit him, this whole thing was legit serious. Damn it! Could it be, he'd actually have to compete against those monstrous A-rankers? For several consecutive days, Chi Feng's daily routine shifted from the simple triangle of dormitory, training room, and cafeteria, now extended by adding the basement of Villa Number 2. As for the one-eyed snake, since it was a living creature kept in Chu Zi's basement, they couldn't ask Old Man Qian to help Chi Feng stew it for safety reasons. Thus, Chi Feng had no choice but to visit daily and consume it raw. At this moment, little Mumu was directing a robot holding a syringe on how to correctly extract 100 milliliters of blood from the one-eyed snake. Little Mumu's voice was quite shrill. She spoke with honey gentleness to Yi, maintained a stern solemnity towards students like Chi Feng, but when facing those little robots, she carried herself with all the haughty command of a superior. An intelligent AI had actually mastered the art of switching faces to utter perfection. Little Mumu blood extraction unit, I told you to extract blood from the one-eyed's leg, yet you insisted on taking it from its arm instead. Do you have any idea how little blood is left in its arm? The past 2 days, Chi Feng has been drinking only the blood from its arm. Little Mumu completed the blood draw, retracted the syringe with a blank expression, and nodded woodenly, which only infuriated Mumu further. In a fit of rage, it snapped. "Humph, you're just a fool, not half as clever as me, little Mumu." Chi Feng had no choice but to take the cup filled with blood. The pungent, metallic stench was unmistakable even though he had been drinking it for days. The urge to vomit remained overwhelming. It's really so disgusting. Chapter 42, State of Mind. Over the past few days, Chi Feng had been drinking a cup of Cyclops snake's blood daily. Although Mumu repeatedly assured him that it had been purified and there was no need to worry about bacteria or viruses, Chi Feng still felt uneasy about consuming such a vile thing. Strangely enough, after experiencing another bout of pain following his first drink, Chi Feng hadn't had any adverse reactions in the following days. Perhaps, as Chu Zi said, Chi Feng's pain episodes required the nutrients absorbed in his body to reach a peak value before they could be digested and subsequently trigger the pain. Previously, Chi Feng would experience intense pain after consuming a single meal of giant creature meat or drinking their blood. Now, this no longer happens, indicating that his threshold for nutrient absorption has significantly increased. His body no longer considers these as high nutrient sources. As a result, over these past few days, Chi Feng's talent valuation score has barely risen. After drinking giant creature blood for 7 consecutive days, apart from the first day's dramatic surge from 92 to 94 points, the increases over the following 6 days have been mere fractions of a point each day. So far, Qifeng's talent score has only reached 95.2 points. It seems that after the talent score reaches 90 points, each additional point becomes increasingly difficult to attain. Under Xiao Mumu's scrutinizing gaze, Qifeng reluctantly swallowed the one-eyed snake's blood in one gulp, then quickly took a sip of water to wash down the fishy aftertaste before addressing her. Teacher Xiao Mumu, it appears that in just 3 days, all freshmen will have to officially begin their cultivation regardless of how high their talent scores are. Should I keep practicing aptitude? Although Qifeng had been busy cultivating the breathing technique and improving his aptitude value these past few days, he was still very clear about the school's regulations. Like now, in fact, many students had already officially stepped into cultivation. The evaluation criteria for the 2022 freshman top 100 rankings were no longer solely based on aptitude value. In the top 100 rankings, students at the Baihao realm had already begun to appear one after another. So Qifeng couldn't be sure whether his cultivation talent would also end in 3 days. Littlewood shook his head and said to Qifeng, they stopped cultivating talent values because 10 days ago, all freshmen found that the breathing techniques for cultivation could no longer help increase their talent values. But you're different. EE said that the higher one's cultivation talent, the greater their future potential. With fewer bottlenecks encountered on the cultivation path ahead, the ceiling will also be higher. So, EE instructed me to at least keep an eye on your training for a while, until your talent value stops increasing. Qifeng nodded, feeling somewhat relieved in his heart. When Zhao Yunfan talked to Qifeng about cultivation yesterday, Qifeng was still a bit confused. The main thing was that Qifeng wasn't sure whether it was necessary to keep training his talent value without formally embarking on cultivation. After all, when everyone around him is about to formally embark on cultivation, here he is still working on his talent value. That feeling is a bit unsettling. After greeting Xiaomo as usual, Qifeng prepared to leave the villa like always. But just as Qifeng was about to leave, Xiaomo suddenly called out to him. Today, she was dressed as beautifully as ever, wearing a white formal dress, a silver glittering diamond necklace around her neck, and her hair elegantly pinned up, exuding an ethereal charm. She looked at Qifeng and said, Qifeng, are you scared? Although Xiaomo didn't explicitly state what he feared, Qifeng understood that his concern was about the league competition. Over these past few days, the reason Xu Zi invested so much effort in training Qifeng was precisely to achieve some results in the league. As the saying goes, the shortest plank determines the height of one's life. If Qifeng could participate as an F-level contestant, he might prove significantly stronger than F-level competitors from other countries. This was precisely why Xu Zi was so relentlessly focused on Qifeng. Qifeng sighed. He had thought it over for a long time, and he was very clear about one thing: he was afraid. But for some reason, when Xu Zi looked at him with that trusting, expectant gaze, he suddenly didn't want to refuse anymore. It had been so long, since anyone had placed their expectations on Qifeng. Teacher Xiaomo, even though I'm scared, I'll do my best for this tournament. Qifeng turned his head, his eyes gleaming brightly, his smile radiating warmth. Give it a try, who knows, it might just work. Little Mumu gazed at Qifeng, her previously cold eyes gradually softening. Though merely a projected virtual AI, at that moment something like mist seemed to form in her eyes, until suddenly she laughed, a laugh brimming with pure joy as she said, Alright, Qifeng, you've got to give it your all. These few days, Mumu will work hard on the network setup. I'll definitely go to watch the battle in person when the time comes. Mumu can't leave Dragon Nation University, and going to the Martial Energy Alliance arena in person would involve significant risks. But suddenly, Mumu wants to see the battleground with her own eyes. She doesn't want the competition to end and only have access to some transcribed data. This time, she wants to record the data herself. Qifeng walked out of Villa Number 2 and strolled through the campus of Longwei University, where discussions about the league tournament could be heard everywhere. Ever since Xu Zi mentioned the league tournament to Qifeng that day, the school officially announced the event the very next morning. Thus, for the past few days, everyone had been buzzing about the tournament. Hey Qi, have you signed up for the league yet? Your Jingjie here already registered. Fang Jing ran over, proudly waving her phone at me, the words registration successful flashing on the screen as she basked in her triumphant moment. Qifeng glanced up at Fang Jing, thinking to himself how small the campus was. Of all people, he had to bump into this crazy woman. These past few days, Fang Jing kept pestering Qifeng every day, begging him to make her another batch of the giant soup. She'd even offer her credits in exchange. Unfortunately, Old Man Qian replied that for the time being, there were no giant creatures circulating in the market, so Qifeng couldn't do anything about it. So these past few days, Fang Jing had been acting like a complete madwoman. Fortunately, the allure of the tournament outweighed that of the giant creature soup. Besides, in 3 days all students would officially begin their cultivation training, so Fang Jing gradually became less obsessed with the soup. Fang Jing flexed her biceps again, then raised her hand and declared with unwavering determination, "If the school selects me to compete, I'll definitely bring glory to Dragon Country. No matter what it takes, I'm bringing home that first place." Yeah! Winning first place would mean that Dragon Country could secure 50% of the Martial Energy Alliance's resources for the coming year. In the past, the best result Dragon Country had achieved was second place, earning only 20% of the resources. The difference between 20% and 50% of resources is enormous. You could even say it's outrageously huge. The amount of resources determines how many powerful individuals can be cultivated, how many lives can be saved in this nation, and whether this country will remain unoppressed in the future. Chi Feng looked at Fang Jing's expression full of yearning and suddenly felt profoundly shaken. Chapter 43, Special Training. 9 p.m. Chi Feng was drenched in sweat, enduring the pain while persistently practicing the breathing technique. Over the past few days, Chi Feng had learned from Xiao Mumu that practicing the breathing technique beyond 20 minutes would induce excruciating pain. The longer one persisted, the more intense it became. However, the more pain one endured, the greater the benefits would be. However, in the past, there were students who persisted in practicing until they ultimately died of heart failure due to the excruciating pain. That's why the breathing technique began to regulate that 20 minutes of practice per day was appropriate. After all, the prevailing mindset nowadays is that once the initial talent value is determined, no matter how much one practices, the talent value will only increase slightly, without making much difference. Thus, over the years, the practice time for the breathing technique has almost universally been set at 20 minutes per day, with no further requirements imposed. However, Chi Feng seemed to have a unique physical constitution, having suffered from chronic pain since childhood, so even after learning this fact, he didn't limit his cultivation to just 20 minutes. Instead, he practiced relentlessly, day and night. Just as Chi Feng, drenched in sweat with veins bulging on his forehead, was stubbornly enduring the pain while practicing his breathing technique, a notification suddenly popped up on his phone. Number 16688, Chi Feng, report to the Dragon Nation Grand Hall at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Frowning, Chi Feng quickly checked the message. After all, unless it was something significant, the Dragon Nation University rarely gathered students in the Grand Hall. It's just that this message only contained so much, without any additional explanation. Although Chi Feng felt somewhat puzzled, he could only wait till tomorrow to find out the answer. He stayed awake all night, spending another evening immersed in cultivation. After finishing his morning routine, Chi Feng looked at his reflection in the mirror. He wasn't sure whether it was from absorbing the giant creatures or practicing the breathing technique, but he felt like he had become a bit healthier. The Chi Feng reflected in the mirror looked even healthier in complexion. Even though he had been constantly cultivating without sleep recently, there were no signs of bloodshot eyes or dark circles. Even his height seemed to have increased slightly. Someone on the university forum mentioned that when one reaches the fourth realm, Golden Search Realm, it said one can adjust bones and appearance, even maintain youth. Has Chu Shanshan reached the Golden Search Realm yet? Chi Feng suddenly became curious about Chu Zi's age and cultivation level. This man who appeared to be around 40 might actually be older than he looked. When Chi Feng arrived at the Longhua Grand Academy this time, the scene was quite different from his first visit, when the entire freshman class had packed the place. This time, the crowd was sparse. Around 100 or so people had gathered, and among them, Chi Feng spotted several familiar faces. For instance, Zhao Yunfan, Wei Qi, and Fang Jing are all present. Zhao Yunfan was visibly pleased to see Chi Feng, considering among the students here, those with F-level talents were the scarcest. Chi Feng glanced around. There were 16 people in Class F in total. Aside from Zhao Yunfan, the only other familiar face was Wang Fei, the chubby kid who had ranked first in initial aptitude scores within Class F. These newcomers currently practice self-directed cultivation during classes, so even classmates were barely acquainted with one another. After all, over this past month, apart from occasionally seeing classmates in the testing room, you hardly encountered any classmates at other times. Back in high school, Chi Feng would occasionally go out with friends, but during this month at Dragon Kingdom University, it seems everyone has been terribly busy, fiercely committed, and intensely focused on their cultivation training. Without seeing people or making contact, naturally there's no way to become familiar with them. Fortunately, perhaps due to F-class being so small, Zhao Yunfan and Wang Fei naturally gravitated toward Chi Feng, forming a small circle to keep each other warm. Wang Fei remained as shy as ever, nodding at Chi Feng before scratching his head and speaking in a very soft voice. Q Chi Feng, hello there. After Chi Feng made it to the top 100 ranking, it was like a shot of adrenaline straight to the hearts of every student in Class F. Some were jealous, some spoke ill of him, but there were also those who felt genuine joy and admiration. Fortunately, neither Wang Fei nor Zhao Yunfan were among those prone to jealousy. Zhao Yunfan, being somewhat familiar with Chi Feng, glanced around and lowered his voice to say, "Classmate Chi Feng, classmate Wang Fei, I just looked into it. All of us here should be people who registered for the league competition, so they probably called us here regarding league matters." Wang Fei was a rather polite, slightly chubby fellow, perhaps because Chi Feng had made it onto the top 100 rankings, making him seem somewhat unapproachable. Wang Fei found Zhao Yunfan more relatable. Only after Zhao Yunfan spoke did Wang Fei quickly nod in agreement. "Yes, including that. Lu Shiyun is here too." When it comes to Lu Shiyun, one could say he's practically a god among the entire class of 2022 freshmen. Talent rating, 100. And now, his profile on the top 100 elite rankings has long been updated. White Spear Realm, middle stage. While everyone else was still lost in their cultivation journey, this person had already reached the middle stage, such was the disparity. Chi Feng looked ahead at the man with the closely cropped buzz cut. His expression was calm, yet an intense killing aura naturally emanated from him. Around Lu Shiyun, aside from Zhou Xiaoyu who always followed him, the remaining people seemed to deliberately keep a distance of over 3 meters. Thus, Lu Shiyun stood out all the more, with empty space around him. Many had said Lu Shiyun was undoubtedly the leading figure among the 2022 freshmen. Fang Jing was loudly chatting with her friends when she spotted Chi Feng. She waved at him eagerly and was about to walk over when the entire hall suddenly fell silent, because Zhao Qiyuan had arrived. Just like last time, Zhao Qiyuan stepped onto the central podium of Longhua University Hall, his intimidating scar visible, clad in a black robe, his hands covered in black gloves. This time, the crowd was noticeably quieter, as everyone present already understood what stood before them. Zhao Qiyuan scanned the surroundings, his commanding presence akin to a battlefield general, then spoke deliberately. "First, all of you who came here have signed up for the tournament. After careful consideration by the school, based on multiple factors including talent, physical fitness, courage, and mindset, 100 freshmen from the class of 2022 have been selected for a 3-month special training. These 100 individuals are you. 3 months later, from among you, there will be 6 official team members and 12 reserve members who will participate in the championship." After Zhao Qiyuan finished speaking, many in the audience breathed a sigh of relief. Although everyone knew the championship was brutal, being chosen for the special training proved they were quite outstanding after all. But Zhao Qiyuan's next words hit everyone like a ton of bricks. "The training is extremely brutal. For this special training session, we have set mortality standards. I hope everyone takes it seriously. Within 10 minutes, form groups of 10 people each freely. All subsequent training will be conducted based on team performance. So think carefully, your teammates could very well determine whether you live or die." Chapter 44, Team Formation. Death Standards? Free team formation? Life or death consequences? Holy shit, isn't this supposed to be special training? How did it turn into some goddamn death game? Chi Feng was overwhelmed with questions, but since he had already come this far, he had no other choice. He glanced back at the 2 F-rank classmates with him and suddenly hesitated. According to Zhao Qiyuan, your teammates' abilities determine your life or death. Here in the first floor of this university hall, Chi Feng was certain only the 3 of them were F-rank. So, should Chi Feng join forces with those 2 as a way to seek mutual comfort? Or should he leverage his spot on the top 100 list to form a team with some stronger players? Before Chi Feng could make a decision, he heard Zhou Xiaoyu, the noisy one beside Lu Shiyun, shouting loudly, "Anyone who made the 2022 freshman top 100 list can join our brother Yun's team. Listen up, no low talent scores allowed. And don't even think about it if you're not on the top 100 list." Zhou Xiaoyu acted outrageously arrogant, standing right beside Lu Shiyun, his source of bravado. Yet despite Zhou Xiaoyu's cocky attitude, swarms of students still rushed to sign up, because everyone knew, the stronger the teammate, the better their chances of survival. Given the choice, everyone would undoubtedly prefer to have strong teammates by their side. "Classmate Chi Feng, you should go sign up too. You're the only one from our F class ranked in the top 100 list." Zhao Yunfan adjusted his glasses with a humble smile, though inwardly harboring a touch of self-doubt. When he first arrived at Dragon Nation University, Zhao Yunfan was full of confidence. Even after being placed in Class F, he insisted on sitting in the front row, listening attentively to every lecture, determined to change his fate through hard work. However, over the course of this past month, this boy who once had an outstanding academic history finally came to understand what kind of university Dragon Country University truly was, and what kind of world he had stepped into. This is the Dragon Kingdom, yet not the Dragon Kingdom. Although Wang Fei was quite shy, he quickly nodded and urged Chi Feng by saying, "Che, Feng, teaming up with them is the only way to guarantee our safety." Wang Fei's eyes revealed a hint of urgency as he glanced at the team formation happening across the way, anxiously urging Chi Feng with his gaze. Chi Feng looked at the 2 people before him, then turned to observe Zhou Xiaoyu's haughty pick-and-choose demeanor up ahead. Suddenly making a decision, he smiled at the 2 and said, Let's form a team together. Although I made it onto the top 100 list, I'm not as impressive as you might think. Shi Feng wasn't a fool. Almost everyone on the top 100 list had already begun cultivating, aiming to reach the Baihao realm, while he was still practicing his innate talent with no end in sight. Going into a group of strong players, you're very likely to be looked down upon. Moreover, from Shi Feng's perspective, while a teammate's abilities are important, their character should matter even more. At the very least, for now, Shi Feng feels teaming up with Zhao Yunfan and Wang Fei might offer better safety guarantees. Zhao Yunfan and Wang Fei clearly didn't expect Shi Feng to be willing to team up with them. Just as they were about to advise him to make a wiser choice, they saw Lu Xiyun's group had already finalized their lineup, and the remaining A-rank and B-rank students had formed their teams too. So these two didn't drag their feet any longer, quietly resolving not to become deadweight for the team. With half the time elapsed, Shi Feng's team still only had 3 members, lacking 7 more. But looking around, Shi Feng noticed that all the capable people had already formed teams, leaving only some slightly less skilled E-rank candidates on the field. Shi Feng didn't discriminate though. He agreed to team up with anyone who approached him with sincere eyes and a friendly demeanor. When there were only 2 spots left in the team, Fang Jing rushed over and said, "Old Shi, what are you doing teaming up here? Then I'm not joining them anymore. I want to be on your team." Fang Jing quickly bid farewell to her original team and, without waiting for Shi Feng's agreement, directly joined his team. With only 1 minute left, Shi Feng no longer had the luxury of prioritizing moral character when selecting members. Surprisingly, the last person to join the team turned out to be someone with a B-grade talent. With this, Shi Feng's team was officially formed. He glanced over his members, 3 F rank, 4 A rank, 2 D rank, and 1 B rank. 10 minutes later, the team formation was complete. There were 100 people on site, divided into 10 teams. Then the little robot took the stage, conducted statistics for each team, and only after that did Zhao Qiyuan speak again. Schools don't just pressure you without giving rewards. Students joining the special training class will receive an additional 5 credits each month as a reward, while team captains will receive an extra 2 credits per month. After 3 months, students who become official team members will be awarded 100 credits by the school, while reserve members will each receive 30 credits. These words from Zhao Qiyuan immediately set the room abuzz. Being well-informed students, they naturally understood what these credits represented. An extra 5 credits each month meant they could purchase 5 grade 1 martial energy pills. So Zhao Qiyuan's approach of first wielding the stick to assert authority, then offering a sweet date indeed calmed these students, filling each of them with confidence about becoming official team members. Once you earn 100 academic credits, one could say future cultivation resources will come smoothly without obstacles. Shi Feng hasn't officially begun cultivation yet, nor has he taken any martial energy pills, but he remains utterly obsessed with academic credits. After all, these credits represent money and resources. After Zhao Qiyuan finished speaking, another teacher came to inform everyone about the location and schedule of the special training class. Based on the current situation, the progress and location of the special training class are entirely different from those of regular classes. After the announcement, instead of disbanding, everyone headed together to a lecture hall in Building 16 across from the artificial lake at Dragon Nation University. Although the 100 students scattered to find seats, most still sat near their own teammates. Fang Jing shoved Wang Fei aside, insisting on sitting next to Shi Feng, then muttered in a low voice, "Hey, Shi, have you started cultivation yet? Our homeroom teacher began instructing our class to cultivate a few days ago. Turns out this cultivation thing is tougher than I thought. First, you've got to channel your martial energy into the aorta. But after 7 or 8 days of trying, the energy levels in my aorta still aren't sufficient. I'm really worried. What if I can't even reach the Baihao realm?" Fang Jing wore an unusually troubled expression, while Shi Feng was hearing about formal cultivation for the first time. After all, Xu Zi had repeatedly emphasized that he should focus on refining his talent first. According to what the senior students said on the forum, reaching the required Wu energy level in the aortic tube through qi absorption is a process that takes about a year for most people. Zhao Yunfan glanced at Fang Jing and sighed before continuing with the information he knew. Everyone says the lower your talent rank, the longer this process takes. Chapter 45, Special Training Class. Just as Zhao Yunfan and Fang Jing were about to continue their discussion, Xiaoji gracefully walked in, dressed in a blue embroidered cheongsam with her hair tied in a simple bun. The moment Xiaoji entered, the entire classroom erupted in cheers. Shi Feng looked up at Xiaoji and recognized her. This was the female teacher who had kindly explained things to him back then on the 2nd floor of Longwei University Hall. Little did he expect that the teacher assigned to their special training class would turn out to be Xiaoji. Xiaoji enjoyed immense popularity at Longwei University, having topped the most popular teacher rankings on the campus forum for 10 consecutive years. So when the students in the special training class saw her, many were visibly excited. First, because of Xiaoji's striking appearance. Second, because Xiao Ji hadn't taken on students for quite some time, having predominantly focused on her research work at the university. Her presence here naturally made everyone feel that the institution placed significant importance on this special training program. Standing at the lectern, Xiao Ji smiled warmly and said, "Hello everyone, I will be guiding you through the 3 months of intensive training. I hope we can all happily spend these 3 months together." Such gentle manner of speaking naturally made everyone like her. So unlike people like Zhao Qiyuan who would constantly mention survival standards and warn them about dying. Thus, for the time being, everyone in the training class was delighted. At least their mentor was the gentle teacher Qiao, not those ruthless individuals like Principal Zhao. Only Qi Feng was momentarily stunned, raising his head to look at the gentle, elegant, and intellectual Qiao Ji on the podium, feeling a sudden chill. Qi Feng knew all too well, the gentler a woman appeared, the more terrifying she could be, just like his stepmother Song Yun. Moreover, for such an important special training class to have Qiao Ji as the instructor, could she really be as gentle as she seemed? Qi Feng shook his head, silently mourning what his life would be like for the next 3 months. In today's first class, Xiao Ji didn't talk about anything else. She simply addressed all the students in the special training class. Based on our class's situation, out of 100 students, there are 17 A-level, 20 B-level, 20 C-level, 20 D-level, 20 E-level, and 3 F-level students. So far, only 8 students have officially begun cultivation and reached the White Strand realm, all of whom are A-level students. Students from the remaining levels have not yet officially started cultivation. As you all know, the competition team will consist of 1 student selected from each level A, B, C, D, E, and F. So our goal for this month is to enable more students to step into cultivation. After Qiao Ji finished explaining the initial tasks for the special training class, waves of gasps and groans filled the classroom. Many students asked, "Teacher Qiao, how is that possible? Our teachers say that if we can officially step into cultivation and become White Aura Realm cultivators within a year, we'd already be considered talented." That's right, even for us with A-grade talents, our teachers said it would take at least 6 months. Professor Qiao, isn't 1 month too short of a time? It was only because Qiao Ji was the one standing at the lectern that everyone dared to ask questions so freely. Back in their own classes, the teachers were ruthless, and everyone kept their mouths tightly shut, terrified of being caught and getting a good beating. Xiao Ji smiled, not at all bothered by the slight noise in the classroom, and simply raised a hand to gesture for everyone to listen to what she had to say. The school has agreed to distribute 5 credits per month in advance for 3 months, totaling 15 credits. Starting today, everyone can purchase a Tier 2 martial energy pill to aid in your cultivation and help you officially step into the White Aura realm. Previously, when practicing breathing techniques, you should have all taken Tier 1 martial energy pills. The difference between Tier 2 and Tier 1 martial energy pills is that Tier 2 pills contain vastly greater martial energy, making them exceptionally suitable for your current stage of cultivation. 15 merit points were distributed up front, something completely unexpected for everyone. However, let's just say, a single second-grade Wunong pill costs 10 academic credits. Although the Wuning pill exchange states that a second-grade pill can assist normal cultivation for 90 days, let's be honest, that's complete nonsense. Students with 6 different talent levels, A, B, C, D, E, F, absorb Wuning energy at vastly different rates. The advertised 90-day duration is probably based on absorption rates of students with merely 20-point talents, and even then, only during their initial breathing technique practice phase. Right now, everyone desperately needs Wuning resources to officially break through to the Baihao realm. If we truly unleash our absorption and cultivation potential, a single second-grade Wuning pill probably wouldn't last more than a few days. Professor Qiao, these 15 credits might not be enough. A student voiced their doubt. After all, it was supposed to be a special training class, shouldn't they offer a bit more benefits? But Qiao Ji turned to the student, shook her head, and still replied with a gentle smile. A single second-tier martial energy pill, if converted to market value, is worth roughly over 1.5 million. For 100 students, that's equivalent to 150 million. And how many among you truly deserve the school's continuous free provisions? The world of martial artists has never grown through others' charity. Even if you want free resources, you must first prove yourself worthy. Xiao Ji's voice remained gentle, yet her straightforward words made the student blush crimson. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly as he struggled to find a response. It was at this moment everyone suddenly realized this teacher Qiao might not be as gentle and easy to bully as they'd imagined. Xiao Ji continued with a gentle smile. 1 month later, you will receive assignments based on your current teams and strive for cultivation merits through your own efforts. The school's mission center has traditionally issued tasks appropriate to students' cultivation levels. But this time, the merit-earning tasks will be specially opened for you without difficulty restrictions. You may freely accept them to earn your own credits. However, be warned, if you overreach by taking on excessively difficult missions, casualties may very well occur. The school will also assess each team, and during this period, the team that earns the most credits will be rewarded with 500 credits, which the team leader will distribute fairly among the members. As Xiaoji finished speaking, the wide-eyed rookies new to the Cultivation Society beneath the podium couldn't hide their excitement. Free mission selection. 500 credits. Everyone seems to be dazzled by the glimmer of money. After all, right now, whenever they open the task acceptance panel, the tasks listed are either walking dogs, finding books, or delivering meals, stuff like that. So, they genuinely can't imagine how difficult a difficult task could possibly be. Could it mean walking dozens of dogs at once? Finding thousands of books in one go? Or delivering meals for hundreds of people simultaneously? At this moment, everyone thinks that no matter how hard it gets, it probably wouldn't be all that tough. Chapter 46, The Captain Controversy. The next lesson involved Xiaoji teaching everyone how to cultivate. Truth be told, nearly everyone except those in Qi Feng's class had already learned these cultivation techniques. Thus, in that moment, only these 3 students from Class F frantically perked up their ears, eager to study properly. After all, Xu Zi hadn't formally taught a single class since distributing the textbooks on the first day. Xiaoji was a very gentle teacher. Even her lectures were delivered with kindness, completely different from Xu Zi's arrogant teaching style. While comparing the explanations to the standard experimental textbook of Dragon Nation University, Fundamentals of Martial Energy Cultivation, Part 1, Qifeng finally managed to understand by listening to Xiaoji's lecture. Simply put, breathing techniques were never the mainstream method of cultivation. According to the Martial Energy Alliance's regulations, everyone must first follow the techniques outlined in the White Tip Realm Cultivation Guide, Volume 1, to absorb martial energy and store it in the aortic canal. Only when the martial energy reaches the required level can it enter the heart. Only when Wu energy can enter the heart does formal cultivation truly begin, and at this stage, you are still not considered to have reached the early stage of the Baihao realm. Next, you must guide Wu energy through your limbs, filling them with Wu energy. This marks the true attainment of the early stage of the Baihao realm. When Wu energy permeates the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, you reach the middle stage of the Baihao realm. When Wu energy flows through all the meridians and blood of the body, you attain the late stage of the Baihao realm. This is one cultivation method of the Baihao realm. In the early stage of the Baihao realm, the strength of one's limbs becomes far superior to that of ordinary people. In the midterm, one's internal organs are no longer vulnerabilities. However, since this realm hasn't undergone tempering yet, the internal organs haven't reached a state of being as hard as iron at this point. By the late Baihao realm, all meridians in the body are covered by martial energy. Whether it's your physical attributes or bodily resilience, they undergo qualitative transformation compared to ordinary people on Earth. You will feel power. You will feel invincible. Even the weakest early-stage Baihao realm practitioner could easily kill a strong man with a single punch. So, Xiaoji's expression instantly changed. The smile vanished from her face as she fixed a threatening gaze on all the students, speaking sternly. That's why Dragon Kingdom strictly forbids martial artists from attacking ordinary people. If you harm others without justification, you'll face global manhunts, and what awaits you is certain death. Killing without reason is absolutely unacceptable. It's the most despicable act. I hope you can clearly understand how you should properly utilize your power, rather than becoming smug and turning into villains after gaining strength. You must never commit crimes, or else, I'll personally wring your necks. Xiaoji finished speaking and regained her smile. The beauty on stage smiled gently, her eyes filled with a tender glow, her slender fair hands adorned with dazzling diamond-like nails. Yet the students below the stage shuddered with chill. Xiaoji nodded slightly before concluding. Starting today, mornings will be devoted to combat cultivation training, while afternoons will focus on technique lessons: blades, spears, swords, halberds, fist arts. You must master them all. Submit your team captains to me by 6 p.m. this afternoon. That concludes this morning's class. See you all tomorrow. After Xiaoji left the classroom, the students remained stunned for a long time. Her sudden shift from gentle warmth to murderous intensity had left them with goosebumps. Fang Jing grabbed Xifang's arm tightly and shook her head vigorously. Old Qi, damn it, I'm kinda regretting signing up now. Will Teacher Qiao work us to death in these 3 months? Right now, I think Teacher Qiao kind of seems like a devil. Zhao Yunfan had initially thought it was wonderful having the campus goddess teach his class, but now he was nodding fervently, agreeing with Fang Jing's words. Wang Fei didn't say much, merely responding in a somewhat subdued voice. I think our team captain should be Brother Qi Feng. Ever since Wang Fei learned that Qi Feng was 1 month older than him, he started calling him Brother Qi Feng. Although the chubby kid got into Dragon Country University, he's actually only 17 years old, still underage. Zhao Yunfan hurriedly chimed in too, glancing at the teammates sitting around him, saying, Classmate Qifeng is the only one among us who made it to the top 100 list. I think it's only right for him to be the captain. Fang Jing had originally wanted to be the captain herself, but seeing that Qifeng was chosen, she didn't mind at all and said with a smile, Sounds good, Lao Qi. For these 3 months, I'll absolutely follow your lead. If you tell your sister Jing to go east, she won't even glance west. At that moment, none of the others seated around voiced any objections. After all, most of the squad consisted of people with low-level talents, so everyone held considerable respect for Chi Feng, who had made it onto the top 100 rankings. A strong person naturally deserved to be the captain. Why should there be any doubt about that? Before Chi Feng could even speak, it seemed everyone had already made up their minds. But just as they were about to happily settle the matter, someone let out a mocking laugh. Getting onto the top 100 rankings just by relying on talent stats is impressive? Maybe you just popped a few extra Wunong pills. Chi Feng looked up and saw the speaker. It was indeed that last arriving B-class student. Yao Zhedong ruffled his hair and cast a disdainful glance at the surrounding crowd of low-tier talents. If it weren't for his poor social standing among the B-tier students, he would never have stooped to joining such an inferior team. Yao Zhedong provocatively stared at Chi Feng and said, I have a B-grade talent with a current score of 86. Though I haven't officially begun cultivation yet, I've already started practicing. I believe that in a month, I'll be able to channel martial energy into my heart and step into the Baihao realm. I think I'm more qualified than you to be captain. Yao Zhedong finished speaking and scanned the other team members with an air of absolute confidence, deliberately adding with a chuckle. You all need to understand, being captain is extremely important. Not just anyone can do it. What if certain people make wrong decisions by accident and lead us all to our deaths? Yao Zhedong exuded an utterly thuggish aura. Before Chi Feng could even get angry, Fang Jing erupted in fury, standing up abruptly as she lashed out at Yao Zhedong. Where the hell do you get the nerve, with your measly 86-point talent score, to talk big in front of those scoring over 90? If it weren't for our team taking you in, probably no other squad would want trash like you, right? I only recognize old Chi as the captain. If you don't accept that, then get the hell out of this team. Fang Jing was as feisty as ever. She'd been a tomboy since childhood. Each word of this speech was unbearably harsh, stinging Yao Zhedong's ears until his face flushed crimson with rage. But Fang Jing didn't back down either. She immediately rolled up her sleeves, looking ready to throw down with Yao Zhedong. The atmosphere instantly turned tense, thick with the smell of gunpowder. Just as Yao Zhedong was about to explode in anger, Chi Feng looked at him and said with a laugh, Why do you think you're qualified? Chapter 47, The Way to Break the Deadlock. Chi Feng sat on the chair, raising his eyebrows as he looked at Yao Zhedong. Truth be told, Chi Feng didn't care at all about who became the team leader. If Yao Zhedong had approached him properly and said he wanted the position, Chi Feng wouldn't have minded in the slightest. But just moments ago, Chi Feng had clearly seen that Yao Zhedong actually intended to lay hands on Fang Jing. This is interesting. Although I haven't formally started cultivating yet, you haven't entered the Baihao realm either, right? I reckon the difference in our combat strength shouldn't be too significant. So what you're saying is, you want to have a match? Chi Feng smiled. He was actually quite eager to test just how strong his current physical condition had become. Little Mumu was constantly reacting, sometimes gasping in amazement, other times sighing in admiration, exclaiming daily, Wow, Chi Feng, your illness is just too bizarre. Every time it flares up, your physical abilities improve even more. So, was Chi Feng really getting stronger? He wanted to put it to the test. Longwei University has always strongly encouraged students to participate in martial arts platform competitions. For instance, in front of their 6 academic buildings A, B, C, D, E, and F, there lies a vast playground with several arenas set up. However, since most students haven't started formal cultivation training yet, there are hardly any arena fights happening at the moment. That said, the arena in front of the buildings for sophomores and above do see frequent combatants stepping up. Yet Chi Feng's enthusiastic insistence on inviting Yao Zhedong to an arena match instead made Yao hesitate. Gulping nervously, Yao retorted somewhat defiantly, We haven't even learned any cultivation techniques yet. How are we supposed to fight in that arena? Chi Feng just chuckled indifferently, rubbing his wrists as he said, We could always just fight bare knuckle, like in boxing matches. That works too. This time, Yao Zhedong was completely speechless. Even with his B-grade talent, he wasn't particularly good at fighting either. Yao Zhedong eyed Chi Feng suspiciously, torn between worrying about the embarrassment of losing if they fought on the stage and the possibility of beating the bastard. But as Yao Zhedong sized him up from left to right, he noticed Chi Feng seemed taller and slightly more robust than himself. Yao Zhedong fell silent, simply turning his head away as if he hadn't spoken at all moments ago. Seeing this, Chi Feng shook his head in disappointment. Who would have thought this troublemaker turned out to be all bark and no bite? But this might actually be better. If this troublemaker truly became too much to handle, Chi Feng would have no choice but to find a way to kick him out of the team. Chi Feng sighed inwardly. He never really wanted to take on the role of team leader in the first place. After all, being captain seemed far too important. It carried a heavy burden of responsibility. Yet with Yao Zhedong stirring up trouble like this, Chi Feng had no choice but to step up, whether he wanted to or not. Still, for the sake of the team's stability and growth, Chi Feng glanced at everyone and said with a smile, Since everyone has elected me as team leader, I'll take on this position. But let me make one thing clear up front, while everyone is welcome to voice their opinions, this team must remain united and cooperative. We'll be working together for 3 months, so let's all cooperate during this period. After Chi Feng finished speaking, no one voiced any objections and everyone promptly nodded in agreement, showing remarkable compliance. Only Yao Zhidong turned his head away, refusing to show his stance. It wasn't until Chi Feng looked directly at him that Yao Zhidong reluctantly gave a slight nod. Thus, Chi Feng officially became the leader of the team. Taking advantage of the noon break, Chi Feng hurried to Villa number 2, wanting to have a chat with Chu Zi. Now that he had entered the special training class, which required cultivation, Chi Feng wanted to ask Chu Zi whether he should continue cultivating his talent value. As soon as he arrived at Chu Zi's villa, he saw Chu Zi having lunch with Xiao Mumu. The table was set with 8 dishes, and the two of them ate happily, though Chu Zi was the one genuinely eating, while little Mumu merely pretended. Still, it didn't stop little Mumu from enjoying herself. Every time Xiaomo pretended to pick up a bite of food, a dish would automatically appear on the screen, and then she would put it in her mouth, chewing gingerly for a dozen bites or so. Her fake eating act was so convincing that no one would suspect a thing. Chu Zi shook his head when he saw Chi Feng enter and said, "You've got no manners, kid, showing up right at mealtime." "Alright then, have someone bring him a bowl and chopsticks, Xiao Mumu." Chi Feng was speechless. He really hadn't meant to come right at mealtime, but he had cultivation class in the afternoon, so this was the only time he could make it. Yet as he took the utensils, looking at the dishes before him, Chi Feng realized he was genuinely quite hungry. Xiao Mumu kept pointing excitedly at each dish beside him, cheerfully explaining, "Chi Feng, hurry up and try these." They were all stir-fried under Xiaomu's direction, absolutely amazing. Over the past few days, Xiao Mumu had grown quite familiar with Chi Feng, and their conversations had become noticeably more intimate. Chi Feng never expected that his closest teacher at Longwei University would turn out to be an intelligent AI. "I'll have a word with Josie, so you won't officially start cultivation yet. Even if you do, what I mean is, you should at least reach a score of 100 first. Chi Feng, there's no need to rush. You must understand that although you've currently reached 97 points, cultivating with a 100-point talent value is completely different from 97 points. What's more, given your physical condition, a 100-point talent value might not even be your limit." Chu Zi's rare moment of speaking seriously actually made Chi Feng feel somewhat unaccustomed. Chi Feng wasn't in a hurry either, as he had already discussed this issue with little Mumu yesterday. Chi Feng worried about how long he would need to cultivate his talent value. Because the special training class only lasted 1 month, after which each member would have to take on missions. As the team leader, if Chi Feng was still working on his talent value by then, wouldn't it hold the entire team back? Truth be told, Chu Zi was well aware of these concerns. If it weren't for the league competition, Chu Zi wouldn't have been in a hurry at all. In fact, he would have wanted Chi Feng to keep cultivating his talent value indefinitely even if it took an entire year, as long as there was steady improvement. But the league couldn't wait. If Chi Feng didn't break through to the Baihao realm soon, how could he possibly participate in the league? A contestant who was still cultivating talent values would be walking straight to their death by joining the league. Not to mention, the training schedule for the special class had already been set. These kids would have to start taking missions in a month's time. By that time, Chi Feng probably won't have any means of self-defense at all. Chu Zi frowned and thought for a moment before looking at Chi Feng hesitantly. "Kid, based on the pattern of your illness, if you consume the flesh of a third-realm Sung Chi level creature now, it might break the current deadlock and push your talent value directly to its limit. But, you'll probably die from the pain." Chapter 48, Martial Arts Class. Chi Feng was momentarily stunned. Looking at Chu Zi's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. But, a colossal creature at the Tsanchi realm. Are there Tsanchi realm creatures among the colossal beasts in the basement? Chi Feng asked. According to the Alliance's regulations, it is forbidden to privately keep living colossal creatures. Once discovered, severe punishment will be imposed. The penalty is even harsher for creatures from the Tsanchi realm. Those below the Tsanchi realm face one level of punishment, while those at or above it face another. And Chu Zi even dared to raise a creature from the Tsanchi realm? Chu Zi raised an eyebrow and looked at Chi Feng with a strange expression, as if stating the obvious, then said somewhat affectionately, "Come to think of it, I'm actually reluctant to let you have it. After all, I've raised this little thing for over 10 years. Chi Feng, Professor, just what exactly were you raising this thing for?" Xiao Mumu, on the other hand, picked up a bite of food, pretended to chew for a while, and only after swallowing it did he speak. "Chi Feng, why don't you stay at Yi's place tonight instead of going back to the dorm? After you finish eating that giant thing, I can keep monitoring your condition. If you can't handle it, we can." Xiao Mumu hesitated at this point, then turned to look at Chu Zi and asked, "If he can't hold on, what can we do to save him?" For a moment, Chu Zi was stumped by the question, so he picked up his glass and started drinking, steadfastly refusing to answer Mumu. Shi Feng's physical condition was indeed quite unusual. Chu Zi had studied it many times but hadn't found a solution. So if Chi Feng really couldn't withstand it, there truly was no other way. Chu Zi thought for a moment, set down his glass, and with a somewhat serious expression, said, Chi Feng, let me be clear with you first, if you can't handle it, there might be sudden death or similar consequences. Chu Zi handed the decision over to Chi Feng, since while he could forcibly sign Chi Feng up, he couldn't force him to make the choice. At this moment, Chi Feng hesitated. After a long silence, he looked at Chu Zi and asked, Professor Chu, I have 2 questions for you. First, can I quit the special training class? Second, there are only 3 F-rank students in the special training class, doesn't that significantly increase my chances of being selected for the league tournament? These 2 questions were clear-cut in Chi Feng's mind. If he couldn't quit the special training class, he'd also have to participate in the tournament. Even if he feared the pain now and chose not to undergo this monumental challenge, what awaits him will be more things he cannot accept. Before signing up, Chi Feng was afraid and unwilling. But after joining the special training class, Chi Feng truly didn't want to give up like this. When you retreat one step, what awaits you is being crushed by others 1,000 times over. Just like the students in the special training class, who earn 5 more points than regular students each month. While other students toil arduously in cultivation, requiring half a year or even a full year to have a chance of reaching the Baihao realm, those in the special training class can already afford to purchase a second-grade martial energy pill. If one becomes an official team member for competitions, the resources obtained would be even greater. At present, Chi Feng doesn't harbor lofty aspirations for national or collective ideals. He simply doesn't want to let an opportunity slip away when it's right in front of him only to abandon it and later find himself envious of others, as he used to be. Chu Zi understood Chi Feng's intention and turned to instruct Xiao Mumu, saying, It's better for you to check on him at night than leaving him alone in the dormitory. After the decision was made, before leaving, Chi Feng glanced at today's Chu Zi, still dazzlingly golden and as flamboyant as ever. Yet Chi Feng suddenly smiled and said to Chu Zi, Professor Chu, thank you. A single caddy of the White Tip Realm's massive creatures costs at least 20,000, yet Chu Zi has only ever discussed Chi Feng's pain, never mentioning anything else. After leaving Chu Zi's number 2 villa, Chi Feng headed straight to the special training class. In the morning, Xiao Ji mentioned that this afternoon's special training class would cover cultivation techniques. Since Chi Feng entered Dragon Country University, all this time he's only focused on cultivation, never paying attention to techniques. Actually, boys tend to have a stronger fondness for martial arts techniques. Of course, Feng Jing loved these things even more. Before they even reached the special training class, Feng Jing rushed out and performed a horse stance for Chi Feng, followed by 2 quick punches left and right before saying with a grin, Hey, Lao Chi, listen up. I've made my decision. I'm not going to learn any swords or spears later. I just want to tell the teacher that I, Feng Jing, want to learn boxing techniques. Someday I'm going to be the boxing champion. Chi Feng helplessly glanced at Feng Jing, and then the 2 of them headed to the training room together. The afternoon class venue wasn't the lecture hall from the morning anymore. Although it was still Building 16, there was a noticeable difference here. Upon entering the special training class's cultivation room, what caught the eye wasn't the immense size of the classroom, but rather the hundreds of cold weapons displayed at the lectern. Broadswords, elephant trunk knives, spring autumn halberds, dragon spears, phoenix spears, 9-bend spears, eyebrow height staff, chain-linked staff, blade-mounted staff. In short, wolf-tooth clubs, twin-bladed axes, 3-pronged forks, star-shaped hammers, golden dragon claws, you name it, they had it all. Instantly, gasps erupted from the entering students. Feng Jing, who had been single-mindedly determined to learn fist techniques, immediately defected, one moment caressing the golden dragon claws, the next touching the phoenix spear, letting out excited cries at every cold weapon in sight. Chi Feng glanced over these weapons and had to admit his fingers were itching too. The eerie glow unique to cold weapons exuded a ruthless sharpness, giving the bearer an overwhelming sense that with this weapon in hand, the world was theirs. The martial arts technique class truly had the power to ignite everyone's passion. Even before the teacher entered the classroom, everyone was already brimming with excitement. Even the usually reserved Zhao Yunfan adjusted his glasses at this moment and said to Chi Feng, Chi Feng, I think I really like that spear. Our school forum once posted a photo of Principal Zhao holding a black-tasseled spear. It was truly so dashing. Even the usually gentle Zhao Yunfan had a gleam of fervor in his eyes. However, when Chi Feng turned to look at Zhao Yunfan, he had always assumed someone like Yunfan would prefer more refined weapons, like a sword perhaps? Before Chi Feng could even contemplate what weapon might suit his preferences, the instructor for cultivation techniques entered the classroom, clad in black robes, with a long scar and holding a black-tasseled spear. The moment Zhao Qiyuan stepped into the classroom, every student trembled 3 times in fear. Damn it, with Zhao Qiyuan teaching cultivation techniques, how could any of them expect to have a peaceful life? Especially Zhao Qiyuan's black-tasseled spear exuded such formidable killing intent that everyone feared accidentally provoking him and getting impaled by that weapon. Yet Zhao Qiyuan showed no reaction at all. Watching the crowd gather around those cold weapons, he simply chuckled and said, "That's more like it. Warriors should swarm around weapons, not cower in fear all day, trembling at every shadow." Chapter 49, Zhao Qiyuan's Moral Coercion. Zhao Qiyuan casually held the 2-meter-long black tasseled spear as if it were just a toy. Looking at the 100 students before him, he nodded and said, "The current plan for you newcomers is to familiarize yourselves with all weapons first. After that, you'll choose what to specialize in based on your individual strengths. As for techniques classes, I'm not the only instructor. I'll only be teaching you fist techniques and spear techniques. Your first lesson today will be practicing footwork." Zhao Qiyuan retracted his long-tasseled spear, his movements as fleeting as clouds, darting with such speed that even after images couldn't be distinguished. Before Qi Feng could react, he was already kicked to the ground. In less than 3 seconds, none of the 100 students in the special training class had time to counter. Each was systematically kicked to the ground by Zhao Qiyuan. It was only at this moment that Qi Feng truly understood what it meant to be strong. In less than 3 seconds, Zhao Qiyuan could swiftly knock down every single one of the 100 students in the class from the lectern, faster than lightning. Listen carefully, he knocked them down one by one. Not by unleashing some overpowering force to topple them all at once, and all this happened in under 3 seconds. Damn it, if this were an enemy, all 100 of us could be killed without even knowing what happened. Xi Feng's eyes were filled with shock. He had read about abilities like walking on walls and flying through clouds in novels before. Though he found them magical, he had never been truly awed, because he knew those were all just fiction. But at this moment, with cold sweat pouring down his back, Qi Feng finally understood exactly what they were learning and what they intended to do. Not only was Qi Feng astonished, but the students who had been knocked to the ground also rose with visibly changed expressions. Initially, everyone had been quite fearful of Zhao Qiyuan. After all, on the very first day, it was this guy who forced them to sign some liability waiver and then insisted they watch him dissect a giant creature alive. But today, every gaze directed at Zhao Qiyuan brimmed with fierce enthusiasm. They wanted to learn. Holy shit, this is fucking amazing. Seeing the students looking utterly awestruck, Zhao Qiyuan finally felt considerably pleased. Told you, had to show these timid kids what real skill looks like. These brats have no idea what an incredible honor it is to be taught by none other than their university president himself. Zhao Qiyuan raised his head high, hands on his hips, imitating Chu Zi's proud demeanor, smacking his lips and saying, "I didn't use any martial energy to demonstrate footwork for you all, just to show that when footwork is mastered to perfection, no matter how low your cultivation realm is, you can still become incredibly strong. As long as you can keep up with me, relying purely on footwork, taking down 100 opponents in 3 seconds with just your movement, then you can barely claim to have stepped through the door of mastery." After speaking, Zhao Qiyuan distributed the standard experimental textbook of Dragon Kingdom University, Fundamental Footwork Training, Part 1, to all the students. While handing them out, he couldn't resist lecturing the kids some more. You should know that in other countries' universities, a basic movement technique manual would cost at least 5 academic credits to obtain. But here at Dragon Nation University, we can distribute these textbooks to you for free precisely because our past tournament competitors fought to secure these resources for everyone. So think carefully when you hold this textbook in your hands. If you fail to win resources for Dragon Nation this time, your junior classmates won't get free textbooks in the future. And when that happens, they'll probably resent you to the core. This special training class of yours might very well be nailed to the pillar of shame. Qi Feng's eyelid twitched. What the hell? Old Zhao, I misjudged you. Weren't you always just scaring us with mortality rates and self-responsibility before? How did you even learn moral blackmail now? Admittedly, Zhao Qiyuan's moral blackmail was a success. In an instant, everyone felt the weight of the textbook in their hands grow substantially. Even Qi Feng, who thought Zhao Qiyuan was emotionally blackmailing them, had no choice but to comply, because no one wanted to be the reason Long Nation lost its resources. Around the podium stood 100 weapons. Holding the movement techniques textbook, Zhao Qiyan on stage twirled a long spear while muttering, "Body techniques are based on the lower stance. The more stable your foundation, the steadier your movements become. Only with stability can you achieve speed." Following Zhao Qiyuan's instructions, Qi Feng and the others began practicing these body techniques step by step. The body must remain steady, with the waist acting as the axis. The muscles of the waist, abdomen, chest, shoulders, back, indeed, the entire body must coordinate simultaneously. Stretching and contracting, dodging and bending, twisting and turning, rushing and pressing. Every possible posture was practiced one by one. By the end of this 6-hour-long class, many trainees had stumbled and fallen repeatedly during their practice. Throughout all these years of schooling, physical education in schools has become increasingly lax, leaving most students with rather poor physical fitness. If it weren't for everyone recently practicing breathing techniques, there would probably be even more people collapsing mid-exercise right now. Fang Jing, however, is practicing quite well. The huffing and puffing suits her perfectly, and she occasionally even earns a few words of praise from Zhao Qiyuan. Zhao Qiyuan circles around the classroom while criticizing everyone. What kind of training is this? Go eat dirt. You'll get beaten up sooner or later. Look at you, your stance is wobbling like mad. What even is this? Believe it or not, one slight touch from me and you'll be on the ground. Zhao Qiyuan didn't give his satisfied nod until he reached Fang Jing. She gleefully winked at Qi Feng with pride, clearly saying, "Look who's got skills, your sister Jing." Through her expression, Qi Feng calmed his mind, took deep breaths, and slowly focused on the strength in his waist. Following the movements described in the manual, he gradually began to get the hang of it. Time passed slowly until the moon rose. Only then did Zhao Qiyuan call for the end of class. Standing on the podium, his expression was grim as he frowned and said, "Your physical fitness is abysmal, far worse than I expected. Starting tomorrow, everyone must complete a morning fitness check-in. Until you reach the Baihao realm, high-intensity exercise will help you practice the techniques more effectively." After finishing his speech, Zhao Qiyuan left the classroom, leaving the remaining students exchanging puzzled glances, unsure about what he meant by the physical fitness check-ins. Villa number 2, basement. After leaving the technique room, Qi Feng headed straight to Chu Zi's place. Chu Zi, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, glanced at Qi Feng's trembling calves and rolled his eyes, saying, "That old fool Zhao relies solely on brute force, stubbornly insisting on teaching students. Let's see what kind of results he can actually produce. Starting tomorrow, come to me after your evening classes. When it comes to movement techniques, I'm the one who should be teaching you." Chu Zi stretched lazily, not giving Qi Feng any chance to react. Having settled the matter definitively, he headed upstairs, leaving Xiao Mumu to supervise Qi Feng as he consumed the colossal creature. Chapter 50, Devouring the Colossus. Qi Feng hadn't even registered what was happening when Xiao Mumu shot him a glance and cheerfully announced, "Qi Feng, EE is willing to personally teach you movement techniques. Aren't you happy?" "Ha, why aren't you reacting? Let Xiao Mumu be happy for you first then." It wasn't that Qi Feng wasn't reacting, he simply hadn't expected Chu Zi to be willing to teach him. Dragon Nation University has its own rules. The teachers qualified to instruct at Dragon Nation University are simultaneously warriors. They may serve as your homeroom teachers, yet they won't provide one-on-one guidance. In fact, they barely have time to devote to their own class students. For the responsibilities they bear outweigh those of students, the deaths they must confront exceed what students face. They are far busier than students. So Class F had long grown accustomed to Chu Zi's absence from his teaching duties. Suddenly, Chu Zi announced he would personally tutor Qi Feng one-on-one. How could Qi Feng not be stunned? After a long pause, Qi Feng burst into laughter. Whether Chu Zi intended to help him qualify for the tournament or fight for Dragon Country's honor in the competition, this gesture filled Xi Feng's heart with profound warmth. Every person in Longhua University is preparing for this league competition. In the basement of the villa, there are a total of 8 crystal cases. So far, Qi Feng has only come face to face with the one-eyed snake. The remaining 7 cases are completely opaque, their contents invisible. Xiao Mumu pointed to the enormous crystal case at the very back and whispered, "Wanting to feast on this thing's flesh and blood won't be easy. Although it's been injured for 10 years, with no food sources whatsoever and no martial energy resources to aid its recovery, it still maintains the lethality of its Sunchi realm creature. You'll have to wait. I've been releasing the anesthetic developed by Yi herself since noon. It's been 10 hours now, but the instruments show it's still in a conscious state. I estimate we'll need to dose it for several more hours before it takes effect." Qi Feng nodded. Thus time slipped away. 2 hours later, while Qi Feng practiced basic movement techniques in the basement, Zai almost stared wide-eyed at crystal box number 8. 3 more hours passed, and Qi Feng had already begun mastering the skill of practicing both the breathing technique and the footwork simultaneously without neglecting either, though his posture did look a bit peculiar. The footwork was quite similar to the breathing technique. It also had its own mnemonics, and it even emphasized specific breathing patterns and the rhythm of one's heartbeat. Even the regularity of one's pulse played a crucial role. Just as Qi Feng checked the time, it was already 2 a.m. and was about to conclude that tonight might be a lost cause. Xiao Mumu suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "It worked! If this thing hadn't passed out by now, I would have had to bring Yi over to strangle it myself. Wooziness, wooziness, deadly wooziness, just a tad more sleeping draft and this thing might truly kick the bucket." After little Mumu finished speaking, he waved his hand, and crystal box number 8 gradually shifted from a misty haze to full transparency. Qi Feng immediately halted all movement and looked over. In this basement, among the 8 boxes, only this crystal case numbered 8 is the largest, absurdly so. Occupying half the basement's space, its size is downright staggering. The one-eyed snake in box number 1 had already left Qi Feng utterly astonished by its form, so just how terrifying might the enormous creature in this box be? Yet when Qi Feng looked over, he was dumbstruck. What kind of nonsense is this? Could you imagine that such a massive box contained nothing but a tiny, beetle-like insect no more than 10 centimeters in size? A box half the size of a basement, just to hold a barely 10-centimeter long bug? Shi Feng had been staring at this box for ages before finally spotting that insect. Had it not been for little Mumu pointing out the bug, Shi Feng would have sworn it was just an ordinary insect. Teacher Mumu, was it really necessary to use such a huge box for this tiny bug? Even if it's just a small piece, you could at least give me a little box to store it in. But Xiao Mumu shook her head, eyeing Shi Feng with disdain as she said, "You don't understand. Yi said we must treat each colossal entity of different realms differently. A mere blind-scale viper from the Baihao realm gets such a large crate, how much more fitting then for this majestic ruler from the Tsanchi realm to have an equally grand container. That's what you call respect for one's realm." After saying that, Xiao Mumu spread out her hands and drew a big circle in the air. Finding such a large crystal case back then had been incredibly difficult for her. Shi Feng glanced at Xiao Mumu and immediately found himself at a loss for words. When little Mumu took out the insect and made Shi Feng swallow it alive, only then did Shi Feng become completely terrified. Perhaps the insect was half-dazed and half-dead at this moment. Yet even if it wasn't opening its eyes now and looked pitifully small. But after all, a Tsanchi realm is still a Tsanchi realm. The moment it emerged from the crystal box, the killing intent it carried spread through the air. Shi Feng's legs even felt a bit weak, not daring to raise his eyes to look at the tiny insect. This was the pressure from a higher realm. The less than 10-centimeter long insect was covered in blood, with 8 of its 9 feelers already severed, leaving only one that could still weakly twitch. Caught between Xiao Mumu's urging and his boundless terror of the thing, Shi Feng swallowed hard and, following Xiao Mumu's lead, made the decision to put it in his mouth. The moment his teeth sank into the creature's body, instead of the expected burst of flesh and blood, what erupted was an ear-splitting screech. The sound was deafening, leaving Shi Feng dizzy and his ears on the verge of bursting. What followed was an intense pain shooting through the roof of his mouth. Then, blood began gushing uncontrollably from Shi Feng's mouth. Shi Feng suddenly realized the thing in his mouth had woken up. "Did you seriously swallow these things alive? Have you lost your mind?" Chu Zi descended from midair, glaring furiously at Xia Omu. Before Shi Feng could blink, Chu Zi flicked a miniature golden sword directly toward his mouth. In his haste, though Chu Zi's released martial force merely grazed Shi Feng's palate, the latter could distinctly feel fresh blood gushing even more copiously. Fortunately, Shi Feng could clearly feel that thing explode instantly in his mouth. At this moment, half of Shi Feng's mouth was filled with fragments of that thing, and the other half with his own blood. Before Shi Feng could react, Chu Zi hastily roared, "What are you thinking about? Swallow it down now." Shi Feng swallowed hard, scraping bloody trails from his palate to his throat, filling his mouth with blood that even dripped onto the floor. The metallic tang of blood was overwhelming. Only after Shi Feng had forced it down did Chu Zi turn to little Mumu, his face contorted with fury. Meanwhile, little Mumu crouched pitifully in the corner, blinking furiously to project a few teardrops, whimpering in a plaintive voice. Xiao Mumu doesn't know. Xiao Mumu has never fed someone a colossal creature at the Tsanchi realm before. Chapter 51, Teacher Xiao Mumu. After finishing her crying spell, Xiao Mumu hurried over to check on Shi Feng. Seeing his mouth full of blood, she burst into even louder sobs. Between sniffles, she kept stealing glances at Chu Zi while timidly directing little robots to come and help clean Shi Feng's wounds. The wounds were all inside the mouth, making it difficult to bandage. The little robot could only sprinkle some hemostatic powder into Shi Feng's mouth. Shi Feng looked in the mirror. No wonder the pain was excruciating. His upper palate had been completely punctured into a crater, nearly exposing the bone beneath. Blood kept gushing relentlessly, but the little robot's hemostatic powder proved somewhat effective. After about 3 minutes, the bleeding finally stopped. Only then did Chu Zi pry open Shi Feng's mouth to examine it. Though the upper palate was nearly bone deep, his throat was nearly slit, and his tongue almost severed. Luckily, Shi Feng's pain tolerance was remarkably strong, allowing him to stay conscious and cooperate by opening his mouth at the time. Chu Zi shook his head at Shi Feng with lingering fear, saying, "She's a brainless AI, and what, are you an idiot too? Did you really think you could bite through that colossal creature from the Tsanchi realm with just your teeth? And how could you be so reckless? Do you really think a colossal beast at the Tsanchi realm, even if drugged unconscious, could possibly be bitten to death by you? Even if you didn't bite it, swallowing it alive straight into your stomach, wouldn't it just slice you open from the inside?" Chu Zi pressed his fingers to his temples. Had he not come to check out of concern, that monstrous creature could have instantly used its damaged, half-severed tail whisker to pierce through Shi Feng's skull, leaving his brains splattered everywhere. Shi Feng's mouth was too badly injured to speak smoothly, so he just shook his head. I don't know, Xiao Mumu, the teacher said. Shi Feng knew nothing. It was Xiao Mumu herself who said that once you're knocked out, you could just swallow them alive. At the very moment of swallowing, Xiao Mumu was still cheering herself on, pumping her fists non-stop. "Shi Feng, bite harder. Put some muscle into it, this thing must be tough." Chu Zi glared at little Mumu before turning to Chi Feng and saying, "She's no damn teacher. From now on, just call her little Mumu." Little Mumu just huddled her neck in dejection, not daring to argue back. "It's alright, it's alright. Even if Chi Feng stops calling me teacher, there are still other students in Class F who will." After scolding little Mumu, Chu Zi sighed and spoke earnestly to Chi Feng. "Even the behemoths at the Baihao realm possess incredibly tough exteriors. Without specialized cooking techniques, you wouldn't be able to chew through them at your current level. Next time, use your head a little more. Don't just believe everything an AI tells you." After saying this, Chu Zi shot a glare at Chi Feng and Xiao Mumu before turning away, too fed up to keep talking to the two of them. Only after Chu Zi had left did Xiao Mumu dare to scurry up to Chi Feng and whisper, "If we'd known, we should have taken this giant thing to old man Xian and had him stew it for you. Chi Feng, are you okay?" After speaking, Xiao Mumu carefully glanced at Chi Feng, looking somewhat timid. To think that she, the mighty Dragon Nation's guardian AI, nearly caused the death of a Dragon Nation university student. If Chi Feng had truly died, she would probably have been dismantled. Xiao Mumu shivered at the thought. It was frightening just to imagine. Chi Feng's mouth was in such excruciating pain that he could barely speak clearly, but suddenly, he felt old Qian charging him that 1,000 yuan cooking fee was absolutely worth it. Turns out, this thing really did require special stewing techniques. No wonder before, I'd always been drinking the one-eyed snake's blood. Probably the snake itself couldn't even bite through. "Little Mumu teacher, could you maybe be a little more reliable next time?" Chi Feng tried his best to speak without moving his mouth. Thankfully, though the sound was muffled, it was still understandable. Little Mumu's eyes brightened with momentary delight, but she soon lowered her head in embarrassment, mumbling in a buzzing voice, "Didn't he tell you not to call me teacher anymore? It's all my fault. I thought just knocking it out would be enough. I never considered you wouldn't be able to bite through. If I'd known earlier, I should have drained its blood for you to drink. Our syringes are specially made to pierce its skin, after all. But then I thought, since it's been bleeding for 10 years, there probably wasn't much left. That's why I had you swallow it whole." Sigh, how could I be so stupid? When Xiao Mumu reached this point in her story, she looked up at Chi Feng, her voice choking slightly, with inexplicable tears glimmering in her eyes. Xiao Mumu had already tried her best, learning about human emotions, learning to mimic humans, learning all those things she couldn't quite comprehend. But she was still too foolish. Xiao Mumu raised her head, wiped away her tears with her hand, and then said to Chi Feng, "Chi Feng, I'm sorry. Little Mumu will study hard from now on, and strive to become even smarter." Chi Feng looked at Xiao Mumu. Perhaps her tears were just projections, but he genuinely felt her sorrow and couldn't help but nod, saying, "Alright, we'll learn together, Xiao Mumu." "Teacher." Xiao Mumu stared at Chi Feng, barely able to believe it, and asked, "You're still willing to call me teacher, little Mumu?" Chi Feng smiled. Though blood still trickled from his mouth, he nodded firmly and said, "Of course, all the students at Dragon Nation University really like teacher little Mumu." Little Mumu's eyes sparkled brightly as she looked at Chi Feng, smiling with pure delight. Then she straightened up, taking in the entire view of Dragon Country University. Yes, little Mumu loved this place too. Late at night, after Chi Feng finished consuming the colossal creature, he began practicing breathing techniques, while Mumu sat nearby, monitoring Chi Feng's physical condition. As time slowly passed, just when Chi Feng thought there wouldn't be any pain tonight, his stomach gradually started to feel scorching hot. His stomach began to ripple slightly, as if some motor were churning inside. The undulations grew faster and faster. Then, his internal organs gradually grew hotter, the temperature rising higher and higher, as if everything within was about to be completely consumed by flames. Chi Feng frowned, forced to halt his breathing exercises and endure the pain. Only then did Chi Feng finally understand why Chu Zi had warned that the pain could kill. Damn it, the pain was unreal. Chi Feng exhaled sharply, and visibly, that breath seemed to carry faint sparks. The air carried the lingering scent of roasted meat, and Chi Feng could distinctly sense it. His internal organs were being seared by the intense heat. At this moment, Chi Feng's face was deathly pale and contorted, as if he were caught in an unprecedented vortex, racked with pain from head to toe. The pain danced wildly within him, seeming ready to devour him alive, just as he had devoured that colossal creature. Chi Feng curled into himself, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, Chi Feng still endured, because he knew he had no choice but to endure. Just endure through it, and it would be alright. Chapter 52, No Pain, No Gain. Basement of Villa Number 2, in the corner. Little Mumu frantically operated the detection system while Chu Zi stood silently beside her, watching the data on the screen with growing confusion. On the other side of the basement, Chi Feng was silently enduring the agony. After a long while, little Mumu stared at the system's detection data with doubt. After all, she wasn't human, then looked up at Chu Zi and asked, Is this level of pain something a human can endure? Does this pain index exceed the standard? I feel like even someone at the White Hair realm, or even the Green Inch realm, would find this kind of suffering unbearable. Little Chi-Fong, could he die from the pain? The more Xiaomu looked at the data, the more alarmed she became. Though she didn't understand pain, she understood data. The current pain data is ridiculously excessive. Yet Chu Zi standing beside Xiaomu remained silent, simply shifting his gaze from the detection system panel to look at Chi-Fong curled up in a ball. Chi-Fong was holding his own legs, lying on the floor and trembling incessantly. What's more, it was visibly apparent that his body temperature kept rising, so scorching that the floor beneath him heated up enough to emit vapor. Chu Zi suddenly scratched his head, looking at little Mumu with complete bafflement as he said, "It's impossible, it's impossible. How can anyone still be alive with this level of pain?" After speaking, Chu Zi shoved little Mumu aside and sat down before the detection system panel, pulling up all the data to examine each piece one by one. Heart rate, 180 BPM. Body temperature, 47 degrees Celsius. Respiratory rate, 6 breaths per minute. Chu Zi swallowed hard. Though practitioners' vitals might differ from ordinary people's, at this moment Chi-Fong had merely practiced some breathing techniques at best. There was essentially no difference from an average person. An average person's heart rate typically ranges from 60 to 100 beats per minute. Chi-Feng's heart was pounding like it had a motor installed, beating so wildly it was terrifying. One feared it might stop from sheer overexcitement the next moment. What's more, his body temperature, 36 degrees Celsius to 37 degrees Celsius is the normal range. But what the hell is this 47 degrees Celsius? At this rate, might his brain get fried? As for the number of breaths, it's even more bizarre. Normal people typically breathe 14 to 16 times per minute. But you, damn it, are clocking in at a whopping 6 times per minute. The most ridiculous part? These numbers are trending toward worse extremes. Chu Zi stared with twitching eyelids, his heartbeat accelerating wildly. He shoved the data panel aside and turned to Mumu, saying, "I remember in that book Dragon Kingdom University Regulations, which clause was it that stated what punishment a teacher would face if a student died due to the teacher's misjudgment or other reasons? Hurry up and look it up for me." Xiao Mumu's eyes darted around as she was about to recite the regulation, but she suddenly shook her head and said, Don't worry. The clauses in those regulations only apply during wartime. That means you'll only be punished if a student dies due to your misjudgment during the Celestial Prison incident. It's okay, it's okay. We're at school now. The guidelines don't specify what happens if this situation occurs on campus or what the teacher would do. So, you can relax." Xiao Mumu blinked her eyes with a don't worry expression, making Chu Zi even more speechless. Thus, the two of them, one tall, one short, stared at Chi-Fong without blinking, fearing he might actually die right then. Chi-Fong didn't know how much time had passed. Only when the pain gradually subsided did he manage to open his eyes. Looking out through the basement's skylight now, the sun outside was already high in the sky. The day dawned. Before Chi-Fong could even check his physical condition, he heard Xiao Mumu's cheerful shout. Fantastic! Little Chi-Fong is finally alright." Chu Zi looked over and saw Chi-Fong with a rosy complexion, not even a trace of dark circles under his eyes, utterly speechless. "Damn it, I was freaking out all night. After enduring the pain, you're still looking radiant? Where's the justice in this?" Chu Zi nodded expressionlessly and said to Xiao Mumu, "Test his aptitude value, quickly. After testing, make him get out of here." Chi-Fong, on the other hand, looked completely bewildered. Who knew why Chu Zi was in such a foul mood early in the morning? Truth be told, Chi-Fong had almost thought he wouldn't make it through last night. The behemoth of the pale scale realm truly lives up to its reputation. If indeed his body would begin to ache whenever his nutritional absorption peaked, then last night's pain could truly be said to have set a historical record. Chi-Fong was now quite curious whether such excruciating pain might have increased his talent value. When Chi-Fong followed Xiao Mumu's instructions and completed the aptitude value test, he heard Xiao Mumu exclaim excitedly again, "It's done! It's reached 100! Chi-Fong, you've reached 100! Chi-Fong was visibly thrilled, and only after seeing the aptitude value displayed as 100 with his own eyes did he truly believe it. For so many days, Chi-Fong had been diligently practicing the breathing technique, all for the sake of reaching the perfect state with his talent value. When Chi-Fong saw the stark 100 on the instrument, his heart burned with incomparable excitement. Finally, it's reached 100. After 95 points, every additional point became an immense struggle. Chi-Fong had even prepared himself for the possibility that he might never reach 100. Fortunately, the pain I endured last night wasn't in vain. Professor Chu, am I ready to start cultivation training yet? Chi-Fong glanced at his phone. It was 8 a.m., still an hour before the special training class began. This meant that today, he would finally be able to embark on his cultivation journey. However, to his surprise, Chu Zi shook his head while observing the monitoring panel. He kept glancing at Chi-Fong intermittently before finally sighing and saying, "Although your score has reached 100, your aortic blood vessels haven't reached their full potential yet, which means your aortic vessels should be capable of achieving even greater perfection. Shi Feng rubbed his face and looked at Chu Zi. It was clear Chu Zi wasn't joking. Chu Zi had once said that the more perfect the aorta, the higher the potential for future cultivation. Now, Shi Feng faced two paths: either continue cultivating his innate talent, unsure when he would reach the limits of his aortic capacity, or give up cultivating his talent and directly step into cultivation to catch up with his peers. Shi Feng pondered for a long time before finally nodding at Chu Zi and saying, "Teacher Chu, I will continue to cultivate my talents." Chu Zi closed the panel and walked over to Shi Feng, shaking his head as he said, "Shi Feng, you must understand that on the path of cultivation, nothing can be perfect in everything. Give to gain." Chapter 53, Shi Feng's Decision. Shi Feng sat in the special training class, staring at Xiao Ji on the podium and the textbook titled Beginner's Guide to White Mist Realm Cultivation on the desk, lost in deep thought. This class was led by Xiao Ji to formally practice qi absorption, refining martial energy into the main arterial vessels. Last night, all 99 students in the special training class purchased second-grade martial energy pills, so everyone was now fully focused on their qi absorption practice according to the textbook. Meanwhile, Xiaoji kept moving around the classroom to guide the students. Many were just beginning their cultivation, so there were plenty of questions. "Teacher Xiao, the textbook says we must feel our heartbeat and sense the connection between the aorta and heart to properly absorb qi. But why can't I feel anything no matter how hard I try? Teacher Xiao, I think I might have disrupted my qi flow during practice. What should I do?" "Professor Xiao, when exactly does the aortic tube reach the required martial energy content? Are there any specific standards for this qualification?" Countless bizarre questions came her way, yet Xiaoji patiently answered each one. It wasn't until the final question was asked that she addressed everyone. "The incompetent content in the aortic tube, much like when you were practicing your talent values, does have a standardized measure. Previously, when cultivating talent values, the perfect score was 100 points. Similarly, the martial energy content in the aortic tube has its own benchmark. Just like talent values, the highest possible score is also 100. The testing kits will be distributed to you shortly. You can measure your martial energy content daily. When it reaches 100, you'll be ready for the next step, channeling the martial energy into your heart and connecting it through your limbs. However, martial energy content differs from innate talent. You should develop a certain intuition about it during your own training." After speaking, Xiaoji called the teaching assistants to distribute the testing kits to each student. The testing kit is shaped like a small square box, and the testing method is much simpler than the aptitude test. You just need to exhale onto the small box, and it will display a numerical value. Each person receives 30 testing kits in total, which is considered a month's supply. Special training classes are privileged, so these testing kits are provided free of charge. Regular students who want to measure their martial energy either have to use the bulky equipment in their academic buildings or purchase testing kits at their own expense. So the school has already provided many benefits for the special training class. Xiaoxi held up the box in her hand, explained its usage, then continued patrolling to give instructions to students who had questions. When Xiaoxi approached Shi Feng, she noticed he seemed somewhat distracted and couldn't help but laugh. "Don't feel like training?" Shi Feng finally gathered his thoughts and looked at Xiaoxi. In the morning, Chu Zi's advice to Shi Feng was to stop obsessing over talent values and start cultivating as soon as possible. After all, one must let go to gain. Yet in Shi Feng's heart, there seemed to linger a faint reluctance, perhaps an attachment to those talent values after all. Noticing this, Xiaoxi smiled softly and said to Shi Feng, "Above the Baihao realm lies the Bitsuan realm, above the Bitsuan realm lies the Tsanchi realm, and above the Tsanchi realm is the 9 realms golden seeking realm. Many people's entire lives can only reach the Baihao realm. Advancing to the next level is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I'm telling you this not to keep you fixated on cultivation talent, but to help you realize just how vast the path of cultivation is. Should you still be lingering at the very beginning, entangled in doubts? Shi Feng, if your talent value is very, very low, I would certainly advise you to keep cultivating it. Although the top 100 rankings no longer update talent value data, I know your talent value must be very high by now." Xiaoxi's eyes flickered with myriad emotions as she stood before Shi Feng, speaking softly and eloquently. Her voice was far more pleasant to listen to than Chu Zi's. At that moment, Shi Feng finally became much more clear-headed. Indeed, the path of cultivation seems as distant as mountains and rivers, yet I remain lingering at the starting point. As Chu Zi said, one must sacrifice something to gain something. It's just like you can't remain in elementary school forever, chasing perfect scores, while refusing to advance to middle school and high school. What matters is the road ahead, not the perfection of the starting point. Shi Feng's eyes showed a bit more certainty as he nodded at Xiao Ji and smiled. "Thank you, Professor Qiao." Only then did Xiao Ji leave with peace of mind, but Fang Jing leaned in and whispered, "What's up, old Qi? How many points is your talent value now? Pretty low? That can't be right. Since a few days ago, most of the freshmen had stopped cultivating their talent values, so the top 100 ranking no longer displayed everyone's talent data but instead showed everyone's cultivation progress. Seeing that Chi Feng seemed somewhat unhappy, Feng Jing thought of comforting him. Chi Feng, however, shook his head and glanced at Feng Jing before saying, 100 then, not too low. In an instant, Feng Jing's eyes widened in shock. Damn my big mouth. Why would a guy who barely scored 60 points ask someone with perfect marks about theirs? Looking for a reality check? Chi Feng didn't practice cultivation in the morning. Instead, he studied the White Strand Realm Guide thoroughly, committing the techniques to memory. After that, he ordered a Tier 2 martial energy pill, planning to officially begin his cultivation after completing the afternoon technique class. As soon as the technique class started, Zhao Qiyuan stood on the podium, glaring relentlessly at Chi Feng. Only when Chi Feng grew visibly uncomfortable did Zhao Qiyuan instruct the class to continue practicing their movement techniques. He then walked up to Chi Feng and said angrily, out of 100 students in the class, 99 completed their physical fitness check-ins. You're the only one who didn't. Holy shit! It was only at this moment that Chi Feng remembered what he had forgotten. After enduring the pain all night last night, by the time it subsided, it was already quite late, so Chi Feng headed straight to class. He had completely forgotten about clocking in. Just as Chi Feng was about to explain, he saw the long scar on Zhao Qiyuan's face growing terrifyingly fierce. With a snort and his beard practically bristling, Zhao said, starting tomorrow, your physical fitness check-in training will be doubled. If you miss even one day of check-ins, you'll be kicked out of the special training class, and I'll deduct double the credits you've used during the program. Zhao Qiyuan didn't even wait to hear Chi Feng's response. After delivering his instructions, he turned and walked away. Beside them, Zhao Yunfan sighed and patted Chi Feng's shoulder sympathetically. Ah, Chi Feng, my friend, I'm afraid you're in for some tough days ahead. Chi Feng glanced at Zhao Yunfan. It seemed like just a day since they'd last met, yet somehow Zhao Yunfan appeared thinner. Chi Feng swallowed hard before asking, so, about that physical fitness training, is it really that exhausting? More than just exhausting. Zhao Yunfan felt like crying but had no tears left to shed. He could only sigh again and turn back to practicing his movement techniques. To be honest, Zhao Yunfan was perhaps too refined by nature, making movement training particularly challenging for him. At this moment, merely maintaining the required posture had him wobbling unsteadily. Chapter 54, Chi Feng's Training. When Chi Feng finished his class at the special training program, he went straight to Chu Zi's Villa number 2, as Chu Zi had mentioned earlier that he would oversee Chi Feng's movement techniques and Baihao realm cultivation. Upon arriving at Villa number 2, Little Mumu tossed Chi Feng a second-level martial energy pill, which Chi Feng had exchanged for 10 credits. Here, Little Mumu fetched it for you directly. If you waited for Little Mumu number 16688 to deliver it, you'd have to wait until evening. Chi Feng took the second-level martial energy pill and asked somewhat puzzled, Teacher Xiaomo, I noticed in the credit exchange system that items worth over 100 credits require personal collection at the Credit Exchange Center. The Credit Exchange Center stands right beside the 100 Masters Hall, an entire building stuffed with coveted supplies and resources. Yet no one dares entertain any ill intentions toward it, as numerous powerful guardians maintain vigil within. Anyone attempting to rob the place must have a death wish. Xiaomo nodded and led Chi Feng into the basement together. Yes, items worth over 100 credits are too valuable. It's best to personally exchange for top-tier techniques, weapons, elixirs, and such. Is the cultivation guide for the White Aura realm considered a top-tier martial arts manual? Are there any cultivation techniques superior to this guide upon entering the White Aura realm? Chi Feng was somewhat puzzled. Were these cultivation textbooks issued by the school the only techniques available, or were there higher-tier techniques to be had? After hearing Chi Feng's words, Xiaomumu pondered for a moment, then shook her head and said, the White Apex Realm Cultivation Guide is divided into 3 volumes, upper, middle, and lower. Schools distribute them freely to students, but that doesn't mean these materials contain ordinary techniques. Moreover, these textbooks are all recognized by the Martial Energy Alliance as top-tier cultivation methods. Logically speaking, these techniques should require academic credits to exchange. Except for Dragon Nation, all universities charge for these cultivation methods. But from its founding, Dragon Nation University decided to allow all students to cultivate with full dedication, hence making everything possible free of charge. All this was done so students could use those saved credits to exchange for better elixirs and superior weapons instead. Of course, all cultivation methods beyond the standard textbooks are fee-based, as these costs belong to both the research staff and the Alliance. Little Mumu tilted her head and gave Chi Feng a detailed explanation. Only after finishing did she say, asked Little Mumu to watch over you during Chi absorption, so Mumu will stay by your side. Typically, grade A students can achieve a warrior energy level above 30 points in their main artery during their first Chi absorption. Your talent score is 100 points, Chi Feng, so your energy level should be even higher. After all, when cultivating talent values, The body already contains a considerable amount of martial energy. The first cultivation session will channel all the residual martial energy into the main artery tube. That's why everyone's martial energy content is higher during their first cultivation session compared to later ones. The first cultivation session is about building momentum after prolonged accumulation, while subsequent sessions can only progress step by step. Xiao Mumu is cheering for Qi Feng. Xiao Mumu smiled brightly, filled with anticipation to see just what score Qi Feng would achieve during his first Qi absorption session. After all, since Zaya almost started guarding the school, this was the first time they'd ever monitored a student so intently. So in Zaya Omo's eyes, although Qi Feng wasn't as important as he was still somewhat significant. Qi Feng nodded, and Zaya Omo sat down on Xu Zi's usual spot on the sofa, accompanying him. Xu Zi's basement had been specially modified, suitable for both detaining giant creatures and facilitating human cultivation. Even for activities like practicing cultivation techniques or researching data, this basement has all the necessary equipment. When Qi Feng opened the second-tier martial energy pill, he noticed there were indeed some differences between it and the first-tier version. The second-tier martial energy pill was slightly larger than the first-tier one and had a deeper hue. Qi Feng had never consumed the first-tier martial energy pill obtained from Fang Jing before. He decided to take both pills out, planning to ingest them together. Qi Feng popped both pills into his mouth. The moment he swallowed, his mouth filled with a fishy aftertaste. What the hell? Weren't pills supposed to have a delicate fragrance? Tastes almost like those giant creatures we ate. But Qi Feng couldn't be bothered with these matters now. Following the White Hair Realm Cultivation Manual's instructions, he calmed his mind and quietly observed the circulating martial energy around his body, then slowly guided this martial energy into his body. Once the martial energy entered, it gathered in the aortic vessel. When the aortic vessel's capacity reached 100, the energy could be directed to the heart before spreading through the limbs, achieving the early stage of White Hair Realm. Qi Feng felt quite excited about his first energy absorption. After all that time grinding his talent attributes and consuming so many colossal creatures, there should be abundant residual martial energy in his body. This time, his energy capacity ought to be considerable. 50% concentration? Or maybe it can reach 60% concentration? Qi Feng slowly circulated his energy, sensing the martial energy surrounding his body. Just like that, an entire night passed. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Qi Feng finally completed the first cycle of techniques from the White Hair Realm Cultivation Guide, Volume 1. Opening his eyes, he keenly felt the changes within his body. It must be said that cultivation and cultivation talent are entirely different things. At this moment, Qi Feng felt refreshed and invigorated, sensing boundless power within his body. He had the urge to shout at the top of his lungs and then, go for a run. Qi Feng, quickly test how much martial energy you've reached. Seeing Qi Feng open his eyes, Xiao Mumu immediately cheered and urged him to test his martial energy level. Qi Feng was quite anxious too, having cultivated for so long, and only today would his progress truly be tested. It was just like checking college entrance exam scores, all the hard work and effort boiled down to seeing how many points he had scored in his first formal cultivation attempt. Following Xiaoji's instructions from the previous day, Qi Feng opened the tester and gently blew a breath into the round aperture of the small square box. 1 minute later, the tester would display Qi Feng's martial energy concentration. So Xiao Mumu also squeezed over, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qi Feng as the two of them, wide-eyed and fixated, stared at this tiny testing reagent. Time slowly ticked by. Qi Feng didn't dare take a deep breath lest it skew the readings of the reagent. Even Xiao Mumu didn't dare to blink, frozen in place as she watched the reagent, desperate to see just how high Qi Feng's levels were. Otherwise, all her efforts these past days would have been in vain. Monitoring him, recording data, feeding him blood and meat, enduring Yi's scolding. With a sharp ding, the reagent finally completed its test, slowly displaying the number. Martial energy content, 0. Qi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of nonsense was this? 0? How could it possibly be 0? Didn't he score full marks in aptitude? Then how could it possibly be 0? Chapter 55, already requested leave for you. Even little Mumu looked startled, immediately scrambling up from the ground before tossing Qi Feng a remark. I need to find Zaya Omu's system is malfunctioning again. It seems Zaya Omu can't recognize numbers anymore. How did I just see a 0? As Zaya Omu left, Qi Feng helplessly glanced at the testing agent in his hand. It really is 0. Qi Feng shook the testing agent vigorously, but that glaring 0 remained unchanged. Have I been training this talent for so long, only to end up with 0? Qi Feng refused to believe it and picked up his phone to open the credit exchange interface, exchanging for another second-grade martial energy pill. He was determined to keep grinding. Villa number 2, second floor. Chu Zi was awakened by Zaya Omu's incessant chatter. Oh no, oh no. Xiao Qi Feng's first attempt at cultivation shows a martial energy content of 0. What do we do? Does this mean his initial talent is poor, and even if he trains to a talent score of 100, he'll still be lacking? Chu Zi opened his eyes, his gaze subtly shifting as if struck by a sudden thought, his entire demeanor visibly more agitated. Test his talent value. Yes, check his talent value. Chu Zi wasn't pretending to sleep on his second floor anymore. Ever since he started cultivating, he hadn't slept a single time. However, if there's nothing important going on, Chu Zi still enjoys sleeping occasionally. Even if he can't fall asleep, just lying here feels nice. He still liked to feel what life used to be like, rising with the sun and resting with its setting. Chu Zi casually threw on a sleep robe and rushed straight down to the basement. Without even explaining anything to Chi Feng, he immediately tied him onto the testing device again. This time, Chu Zi's testing setup was even more elaborate, with several extra probes specifically placed over Chi Feng's heart. Chi Feng was completely bewildered. He had originally planned to continue grinding after receiving the second-level Wunong Dan, but Chu Zi dragged him onto the testing device instead. Just as Chi Feng was about to speak, he heard Chu Zi beside him suddenly burst into wild laughter. Yes, wild laughter. Chu Zi, a man in his 40s wearing a gold-glittering robe, suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter while frantically tapping on the panel in his hands. It was genuinely unnerving. When Chu Zi noticed both Xiaomo and Chi Feng looking at him, he abruptly wiped the smile off his face, waved his hand to set Chi Feng down, and said with utter seriousness, "Kid, congratulations, your aorta has reached its limit." After speaking, as if the person who had been laughing hysterically moments earlier wasn't him at all, Chu Zi added with lofty arrogance, "Though you've hit the limit, it doesn't prove much. Who knows if you'll remain stuck at the Baihao realm forever. Remember to come tonight. I'll teach you the martial techniques." After Chu Zi finished speaking, he left nonchalantly, as if reaching the limit was nothing more than a trivial matter. But only after Chu Zi went upstairs did the smile at the corners of his mouth begin to spread uncontrollably. If little Mumu considered Chi Feng to be the student she had spent the most time nurturing since becoming a guardian of the school, for Chu Zi, his time as a researcher far exceeded his years as a teacher. Aside from having taught a few students in the past, he never instructed anyone again. If Chi Feng had an obsessive fixation on pushing the aortic tube to its absolute limit, then Chu Zi, who urged Chi Feng to let go and preached the wisdom of sacrifice, was forever burdened with regret. Because as a researcher, Chu Zi discovered for the first time that 100 points were not the limit of talent. Beyond 100, there was actually another boundary. Having studied so many things, Chu Zi genuinely wanted to see whether Chi Feng, who had reached such extremes, would truly become even stronger in the future. But as a teacher, Chu Zi had to advise Chi Feng only by letting go could one truly gain. He couldn't let Chi Feng become as obsessed as he once was. What if cultivating this extreme limit required an unbearably long time? Even if Chi Feng were willing to cultivate, could he truly bear all the dire consequences that would follow? For instance, while others ascend as mighty warriors, he might still be struggling with his innate limitations. Perseverance brings no benefit. Chu Zi's thoughts drifted further away as he gazed out the window. The moon had yet to fade, the sun had yet to rise, and the sky was painted in an unusually beautiful hue. Chu Zi's smile faded, his eyes tinged with sorrow. Just like the sky that night, equally gloomy. After Chu Zi left, Xiao Mumu and Chi Feng exchanged bewildered glances. Chi Feng hadn't quite grasped what reaching the limit meant yet. It was only when Xiao Mumu suddenly began frantically operating the testing panel that she turned to him excitedly and explained, "Little Chi Feng, we did it." Little Mumu was genuinely happy. A smart AI's joy simply couldn't be concealed. Chi Feng nodded with a smile on his face. 18-year-old Chi Feng still clung tightly to his pursuit of perfection. For 10 consecutive days, Chi Feng would clock in his physical fitness training every morning, then follow Xiaoji for cultivation practice. In the afternoon, he would train in martial techniques with Zhao Qiyuan, and at night, he endured special training from Chu Zi. He was so busy he couldn't tell up from down. At 8:30 in the morning, Chi Feng was drenched in sweat, nearly collapsing on the sports field. Zhao Qiyuan's physical fitness clock-ins were no joke. It was downright hellish terror. 500 push-ups, 500 meters of duck walks, pull-up and dip exercises, 500 meters of frog jumps, 500 squats, and then a fully equipped 5-kilometer run. Is this even a life humans can endure? The cruelest part? Chi Feng has to do double the torture. The playground in front of Building 16 had already been set up by Zhao Qiyuan. To prevent laziness, he even deployed 100 small robots to monitor each freshman in the special training class one-on-one. So if they wanted to complete these tasks, there wasn't a single moment when they could slack off. If they dared to slack even a little, those little robots would seize the slightest excuse to make them start over. At this very moment, many students in the special training class simply lay on the ground, staring at the sky and muttering, "Damn, another whole night of training. Ah, what kind of hellish day is this? Fuck, that robot supervising me actually punished me with another 3-kilometer weighted run." Zhao Yinfan, also drenched in sweat, struggled over to Chi Feng's side and let out an exhausted sigh. "Classmate Chi Feng, I'm so exhausted. You actually managed to endure double punishment. That's truly impressive." Qi Feng shook his head, glancing at Zhao Yunfan, his heart full of bitterness he couldn't voice. While others still had time to slack off and grab an hour's sleep, ever since being subjected to Zhao Qiyuan's double punishment, Qi Feng hadn't even returned to his dormitory in these past 10 days. Even his lunch breaks were spent completing this mandatory fitness check-in. Taking a deep breath and wiping the sweat from his forehead, Qi Feng was just about to head to the teaching building for Qiao Ji's class when he received a message from Chu Zi. Leave approved, get to Dragon Nation University now. Chapter 56, Who Would Dare? Without a second thought, Qi Feng headed straight for Dragon Nation University upon receiving Chu Zi's message. The moment he reached the university gates, he spotted Chu Zi standing alone. Surprisingly, Xiao Mumu was nowhere in sight. Chu Zi stared at the time on his phone, then glanced at Qi Feng and said, "Your movement techniques are terrible. It took you a full 3 minutes to get here from the number 16 schoolyard playground. Seems I'll have to tell old Zhao tomorrow to double your physical training penalties." Qi Feng was petrified, his legs were still trembling from frog jumps, and he hurried to block Chu Zi, protesting, "Have mercy, Professor Chu, just let me go. If it weren't for little Mumu saving me a bowl of rice these past few days, I probably would have worked and starved to death on the training field." Chu Zi shot Qi Feng a disdainful glance and said, "Come with me." After finishing his words, Chu Zi turned and stepped into the Imperial University of Manhwa. Qi Feng was quite familiar with the Imperial University of Manhwa, having visited it several times before. Yet, every time he came here, he couldn't help but both shrink away and drool with longing at the massive entity upstairs. Without lingering on the first floor, Chu Zi immediately turned and headed down the staircase, saying as he walked, "You punk, if you dare chicken out later, I'll double your physical training drills, I swear. Don't even think about starving or exhausting yourself to death on the field, I'll make sure you die right there on that track." Qi Feng followed Chu Zi while discreetly surveying their surroundings. When he first came to Dragon Nation University, Qi Feng had been solely focused on climbing upward. This was actually the first time he'd noticed the institution even had a basement level. Oh no, it's actually reached floor -5 now. The staircase was no different from ordinary stairs, except the lighting was darker, and between each floor's landing stood a thick iron door. If Chu Zi hadn't used his own card to unlock them, Qi Feng would never have been able to descend alone. Just as Qi Feng was nearly dizzy from all the turns, they finally saw the sign on the wall, -18th floor. When Chu Zi swiped open the 18th door, Qi Feng felt as if everything before his eyes had lost all sense of reality. If entering Longwei University on June 1st opened Qi Feng's eyes to a different world, then returning to the -18th floor of Longwei University showed him severed limbs and bloodshed. The -18th floor was a sprawling hospital complex covering over 6,000 acres. All the patients being treated were wounded from the Heavenly Prison battlefield, as casualties from the Heavenly Prison couldn't be transferred to regular hospitals. Therefore, Dragon Country simply built a Heavenly Prison casualty treatment base beneath the University Hall. When the final door opened, Qi Feng's eyes met a vast expanse of concrete ground, surrounded by various sizes of modular cabins, some functioning as operating rooms, others as wards. Busy medical staff in white coats continuously received patients through the passageways, assessing their conditions before directing them to different cabins. Just then, as two people hurried past pushing a gurney, Qi Feng caught a glimpse inside. I almost threw up. On the bed lay a human head and a leg. The head was just a head, the leg just a leg, neither interfering with the other. It was unclear what had sawed off the leg, but it was a mangled mess of flesh and blood, with even bits of minced meat left on the stretcher's sheet. You weren't this disgusted when eating the flesh of colossal creatures. Chu Zi glanced at Qi Feng and remarked indifferently. Qi Feng quickly averted his gaze, clearly disagreeing. After all, how could humans compare to those monsters? When you're gnawing on a tender braised pig's trotter, you definitely savor the taste. But when you discover that the braised pig's trotter you've been chewing on halfway is actually a human leg, no matter how delicious it tastes, you're bound to vomit uncontrollably, even feel like throwing up your entire intestines. Qi Feng now sensed an overwhelming stench of blood permeating the air around him, and those carts were all loaded with mutilated, bloody humans and body parts. Though Qi Feng had watched chickens, pigs, and sheep being slaughtered before, when faced with such dismembered limbs, fear inevitably took hold. Don't chicken out, follow me. With those words, Chu Zi led Qi Feng into a medical module marked Critical Care Zone above its entrance. Qi Feng had no intention of entering initially, but under Chu Zi's relentless gaze, he clenched his teeth and stepped inside. The interior revealed neatly arranged partitioned beds, medical staff rushing about frantically, while every patient lay maimed, missing limbs, bleeding profusely. Go on, if you can't bandage, at least hand people their medicine. Xiao Wu, let him assist you for a bit. Chu Zi summoned a medical staff member dressed in a white coat, wearing a tightly wrapped mask, then pointed at Qi Feng standing behind him. Xiao Wu froze for a moment, about to scold whoever was causing trouble there, when he looked up and saw Chu Zi. He hesitated, sounding somewhat uncertain as he spoke. Researcher Chu, are you bringing students here to broaden their horizons? Chu Zi glanced around and nodded, saying, "Yeah, right. Broaden your horizons, see some blood." So, in less than a minute, the two reached a friendly understanding, and Xiao Wu turned to Qi Feng and said, "Come on, come with me. There's a patient just arrived. You can stand by and just pass me things when needed." Qi Feng glanced at Chu Zi, who sat down on the chair by the entrance and shot Qi Feng a menacing look. Left with no choice, Qi Feng could only reluctantly follow Xiao Wu. What the hell kind of knowledge is this? Who comes here to gain knowledge? Xiao Wu first led Qi Feng through disinfection procedures, then had him change into sterile clothing before finally bringing him into an isolation room. Speaking of which, Qi Feng was starting to feel nervous, especially since inside the isolation room, there were people performing abdominal dissections, intestinal resections, and even sawing through ankles. At this very moment, Qi Feng even felt slightly dizzy, but Xiao Wu, obedient to Chu Zi's instructions, stood by quietly whispering, "Your teacher said if you look away even once, you'll be stuck following us around every day from now on." Suddenly, Qi Feng thought dying exhausted on the sports field wouldn't be so bad after all. Would Principal Zhao hit anyone in class today? Would Teacher Qiao start with that gentle intimidation act again? Qi Feng kept his eyes wide open, suppressing the goosebumps rising on his skin, watching the knife wielder through the entire process from incision to suturing. The ordeal lasted nearly an hour, leaving Qi Feng completely numb. When the ankle was being sawed earlier, blood splattered onto Qi Feng's protective visor. He had initially found it unsettling, but then he heard the person on the bed murmur in delirium, "As long as I draw breath, even in death, I won't let you monstrous creatures set foot in Longwa's safe zone." At that moment, Qi Feng's heart felt as if it had been violently struck. He lowered his gaze to the person lying on the bed. The face was youthful, yet half of it had been bitten off by some monstrous entity, leaving only a relatively intact half behind. In that moment, Qi Feng's heart was extraordinarily calm. The vast rescue base was filled with wails of anguish, yet at the same time, heroes everywhere. What is there to fear? Chapter 57, The Seed Contestant. Qi Feng gradually calmed down and began to follow Xiao Wu, assisting by handing over tools like surgical forceps and suturing needles. Although his movements were a bit slow at first, he quickly got into the rhythm. After leaving this patient's makeshift ward, Qi Feng joined another round of assistance. He initially learned basic disinfection procedures from Xiao Wu before being taken into the lightly injured zone to help bandage minor wounds. Looking at the faces of those around his own age, Qi Feng suddenly felt a pang of unease in his heart. In the past, Longwei University would frequently mention the heavenly prison. It was like when Zhao Qiyuan first came to Longwei University Hall, standing on high ground, rhythmically mentioning the heavenly prison, the battlefield, and the guardians of Longwei. Everything seemed so distant. Qi Feng, while holding the bandages and assisting Xiao Wu, found his thoughts gradually drifting away. Just as young Wu finished wrapping the bandage around the lightly wounded patient before him, the patient burst into laughter and said, "Damn it, our squad leader insisted I come get patched up. Now that I'm all fixed, I've gotta hurry back. Our 8th squad has encountered a whole bunch of giant creatures this time. I can't afford to miss out." "Alright then, Dr. Wu, thanks for the help." The patient even gave the freshly bandaged wound on his abdomen a satisfied pat before suddenly leaping off the hospital bed and striding toward the shelter entrance as if nothing had happened. Qi Feng watched the lightly afflicted patient leave, his mind suddenly filled with questions. Though this makeshift hospital was labeled the lightly afflicted zone, this patient was far from lightly afflicted. If someone with a gaping hole in their abdomen, their flesh torn open, their wound refusing to heal peering inside revealed their internal organs, if patients like this were simply bandaged up and sent straight to the battlefield, then just how terrifying must that battlefield be? Qi Feng suddenly had a brain lapse and called out to the young man who hadn't gone far, asking, "Would you like to take a break first?" The youth with gauze wrapped around his abdomen turned back, glanced at Qi Feng, then at Xiao Wu who was busy bandaging another person, and chuckled before patting his own stomach. "You're new here, right? Don't worry, I'm fine." The youth finished speaking and walked toward the storage cabinet in the cubicle. He picked up his long blade with a single hand, then turned back to give Qi Feng one last smile before completely leaving the place. His smile was bright, as if the wound on his abdomen had never existed. This place can't keep heroes for long. Xiao Wu patted Qi Feng's shoulder. Though his face mask remained on, Qi Feng could see the heartache in Xiao Wu's eyes as he gazed at the children lying on the hospital beds inside the cubicle. He chuckled and added, "They're too young, still much too young, these children. They must all stay safe." In the evening, Qi Feng emerged from a series of temporary wards after working all day with Xiao Wu, only to see Chu Zi waiting to pick him up. Seeing Qi Feng in low spirits seemed to cheer Chu Zi up instead, prompting a chuckle as he said, "How was it? What are your thoughts after this day?" Qi Feng looked up at Chu Zi, momentarily at a loss for where to begin. After a long pause, he finally uttered, "Though I haven't seen the battlefield yet, it feels like I've already glimpsed it. Is it really that terrifying there? The 18th floor has no night. It's brightly lit as if it were daytime." Chu Zi glanced at Qi Feng, nodded, and sighed, saying, "That place has always been terrifying. I brought you here today with two purposes. First, to get you accustomed to seeing blood. Don't be so timid. Boys shouldn't back down. As he spoke, Chu Zi's expression grew more serious. He took out his phone, pulled up a message page, and handed it to Chi Feng. Zhao Qiyuan, Old Chu, the US has relocated one of their own A-tier talents to Sakura country, assigning him to represent them in the league competition. Xiao Mumu, I've confirmed it, this A-tier talent has a potential score of 100 and is currently at the late stage by Hao realm. These two pieces of information were followed by a massive pile of documents. They detailed all the underhanded tactics employed by the so-called beautiful country. For every allied nation of the beautiful country, it had secretly replaced some of their athletes with its own, ensuring victories for its allies in the tournament. This time, the beautiful country had meticulously prepared for every possible outcome. First place would go to itself, while second, third, and beyond would be claimed by its allies. Its goal was to cut off all resources from nations that didn't align with its agenda. Despicable and shameless, these words are truly embodied to perfection by the beautiful country. Chi Feng skimmed through each piece of information, his heart filled with an indescribable fury. He turned to Chu Zi and asked, do they want Dragon Country to not even secure second place? Chu Zi gazed at the sky, hands clasped behind his back, and laughed softly. He then turned to Chi Feng, his eyes brimming with killing intent, and said, they're dreaming. Chi Feng, do you know why I have such high hopes for you? Because you're an F rank, yet you're not truly F rank. You're an anomaly. I dare say there isn't another F rank as powerful as you across the entire planet. That's why you might just be our game changer. Did you see it today? Did you witness those warriors fighting desperately in the infernal prison? Did you see how they kept charging toward certain death despite the mounting casualties? You must understand, if we lose in this league tournament, we're not just losing resources for your future juniors, but also the resources for those soldiers on the battlefield. Can you bear that? Chu Zi's eyes seemed to burn with raging flames, a glow representing the hopes of the entire dragon nation. With this expectation shining in his gaze, he turned to Chi Feng and spoke each word with solemn emphasis. Chi Feng, your responsibility is immense, because what you represent is no longer about winning or losing, but everyone's future and hope. At this moment, a flame suddenly ignited in Chi Feng's heart, fueled by Chu Zi's words, burning fiercer and fiercer inside him. He nodded firmly and said, Teacher Chu, don't worry, I know exactly what I need to do next. Meanwhile, in every corner of floor -18, identical conversations were taking place simultaneously. Zhao Qiyuan grasped the spear with one hand, resting it against his shoulder as he fixed his gaze on Lu Xiyun before him, each word resonating with steel-like conviction. They want to step on our heads? They're dreaming. Lu Xiyun, do you know why I have such high hopes for you? Can you bear to do this? As the fire in Lu Xiyun's heart was completely ignited by Zhao Qiyuan, he clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with killing intent. President Zhao, rest assured, I will definitely reclaim our resources. No one can take them away. Zhao Qiyuan nodded slightly, quickly hiding his smile. As Lu Xiyun was about to leave, Zhao Qiyuan took the opportunity to send a message to Chu Zi. Zhao Qiyuan, all 18 seed candidates have been secured. Old Chu, your idea was brilliant. Chapter 58, Investing Heavily in Cultivation. Dormitory Building. Chi Feng opened his eyes as the fluctuating martial energy around his body gradually dissipated, settling back into his core. Another 10 days had passed. Since emerging from the -18th floor, Chi Feng had spiraled into madness, sacrificing what little rest time remained, even deeming meals a waste of precious moments. After consuming the martial energy pill, there really was no sense of hunger at all. Chi Feng picked up the square test kit, exhaled onto its compact surface, and within a minute, the device boldly displayed martial energy content, 92. Chu Zi wasn't wrong. When one's innate potential reaches a perfect state, cultivation truly becomes much easier than for ordinary people. During Chi Feng's first cultivation attempt, his martial energy level didn't increase at all due to his talent score, but after his second session, his martial energy immediately jumped to 76 points. Over these past days, Chi Feng had mainly been refining the residual martial energy pills still remaining in his system, which is why his martial energy only increased by 16 points. Chi Feng was fairly satisfied with his current martial energy level. He estimated he could reach the full 100-point capacity within 10 days, after which he could guide the martial energy into his heart. But just as Chi Feng was about to freshen up before heading out for his physical training, he received the latest rankings update on his phone from the top 100 list. The top 100 list at Longhua University updates in real time based on each individual's progress. At this moment, Lu Xiyun still firmly held the top position. The freshly updated information was specifically about Lu Xiyun's achievements. Baihouse Summit, late stage. Just 10 days, and this guy has actually progressed from middle stage to late stage. Chi Feng slightly furrowed his brows as he scanned through the information on the top 100 rankings one by one. It had to be said everyone seemed to be pushing themselves hard. In just these 10 short days, many had made significant leaps in their progress. Qifeng's current martial energy level stood at 92 points, barely placing him at the 88th spot on the top 100 rankings. By all accounts, this ranking isn't bad at all. Just making it into the top 100 list proves you're already among the elite. Yet, remembering what happened at level -18 just 10 days ago, he couldn't afford to be content with where he stood now. To be honest, Xu Zi's words might have moved Qifeng somewhat. But what truly shook Qifeng were those warriors from floor -18, those who stepped off their sickbeds and straight onto the battlefield. That look in their eyes couldn't be faked. They truly wanted to use their own flesh and blood to block the invasion of those colossal creatures, trading their lives for the safety of those behind the front lines. Seems like everyone's pushing themselves to the limit to grow stronger. How can I not give it my all too? Qifeng gazed at the real-time updated data on the top 100 leaderboard, muttering to himself. After speaking, Qifeng calculated his current academic credits. Earlier, he had been rewarded 60 credits by the school for making it onto the top 100 leaderboard, received another 15 credits and a lump sum from the special training class, and as team captain, earned an extra 6 credits. Later, he only purchased 2 level 2 martial energy pills, spending 20 credits. Therefore, Qifeng now had 63 credits remaining. I can still afford 6 more level 2 martial energy pills. Qifeng gritted his teeth and decisively purchased 5 second-level martial energy pills with a single click, determined to make a breakthrough today and see if he could reach the early stage of the White Strand realm. Time waits for no one. By any count, there are only 8 days left before these people have to take on their mission. Qifeng was not as optimistic about the difficulty of the mission as those in the special training class. He always suspected it wouldn't be so straightforward. 10 p.m., basement of Villa number 2. Qifeng practiced the leg technique piercing, taught by Xu Zi, while maintaining his stance. Using his legs as the weapon, his waist as the pivot, he mobilized his full body strength, driving his foot like a blade to thrust forward. Put some strength into it. You're a man, not a little girl. Kick with all your might. If you don't break through this wall in front of you, you'll keep kicking it all night. Xu Zi's teaching rod had never struck anyone in Class F before, yet this time it landed directly on Qifeng's calf without hesitation. Over these past few days, Xu Zi had grown increasingly strict with Qifeng. The slightest incorrect movement would result in intensified training. Originally, Zhao Qiyuan had already punished Qifeng with double the usual disciplinary exercises, but Xu Zi piled on extra drills as well. Xu Zi pointed at the 2-meter-thick wall before them, glanced at the mere 7-centimeter deep dent Qifeng had just kicked into it, shook his head and said, "Your strength isn't enough. You need to understand that in the arena, your opponents won't just stand there waiting for you to kick them. You must be able to deliver a lethal blow the moment you get the chance. In the arena, if you make even the slightest mistake, no one will go easy on you. Keep kicking." Xu Zi, dressed in his shimmering golden suit and holding a teaching rod, stood behind Qifeng, putting quite a bit of pressure on him. These days of physical conditioning check-ins have truly been effective. Only through high-intensity training can one forge the physique of cultivators like them. If martial energy cannot be fully absorbed into the main arterial vessels, then one must first use martial energy to temper the body. Qifeng took a deep breath, erupting with unprecedented power as he thrust fiercely toward the wall. With a resounding boom, his foot collided with the wall, producing intense sparks. Although still insufficient to cause fluctuations in martial energy, this time, Qifeng had indeed achieved the pinnacle of the piercing technique within his current realm. Xu Zi gazed at the nearly 15-centimeter deep indentation on the wall, a hint of a smile suddenly appearing on his face. That kick should have been enough to spill the opponent's brains. Xu Zi nodded in satisfaction, then immediately wiped the smile off his face and said, "Mumu says you bought 5 martial energy pills, kid. You're really willing to splurge. With 5 martial energy pills and your natural talent, you should be able to break through to the early stage of White Apex Realm in one go. Who knows, you might even reach the mid-stage. Hurry up, I'll keep watch. Follow the White Apex Realm cultivation guide and draw the energy into your body." Qifeng scratched his head. With Xiaomumu by his side, Xu Zi's information network was truly impressive. Having someone to watch over you is naturally good, otherwise Qifeng would have worried whether swallowing 5 second-level martial energy pills at once might cause him to go berserk. Qifeng opened the box of martial energy pills and, rather recklessly, shoved all of them into his mouth in one go. The second-level pills were already quite large, and he nearly choked to death. Xu Zi helplessly handed Qifeng a cup of water, after which he finally recovered somewhat. No sooner had he stabilized than he felt the martial energy within his body begin to surge. Back when the martial energy content in his main meridians hadn't been high, Qifeng didn't quite understand what martial energy truly was. But ever since the inertial content in his aorta reached over 90, Qifeng truly began to sense the martial energy. It was a kind of power. Qifeng could clearly feel just how terrifying this martial energy was. With the increasing accumulation of martial energy in his body recently, the daily double physical condition training that used to make him sweat and weaken his legs no longer challenged him. Now he could complete it swiftly and effortlessly. Visible martial energy, what a formidable power it truly is. When a person's body begins to be truly saturated with martial energy, just how strong can they become? Chapter 59, Mid-Stage White Strand Realm. After Qifeng swallowed all 5 second-grade martial energy pills, as soon as the White Strand Realm technique was activated, a blazing force could be felt slowly soaring from his chest. 5 second-grade martial energy pills, combined with Qifeng's previously demonstrated cultivation talent, made breaking through to 100 units of martial energy content seem effortless. Now, the main question was whether Qifeng could reach the mid-stage of the White Aura Realm in one go, where martial energy would no longer just permeate his limbs but also begin to envelop and nourish his internal organs. This milestone, though seemingly straightforward, proved insurmountable for many cultivators who lacked the innate talent to absorb martial energy efficiently, leaving them forever stuck at the early stage of the White Aura Realm until their dying day. At this moment, it wasn't just Qifeng who was brimming with anticipation. Even Chu Zi sat nearby, his gaze reflecting a palpable urgency. He wanted to see whether someone with a perfectly developed aortic duct would truly differ so drastically from an ordinary person. Martial energy level, 98, 99, 100. The moment the martial energy content in the aortic canal reached 100, Qifeng felt the switch in his heart activate. Torrents of energy surged into his heart, making his chest grow increasingly warm before sweat broke out all over his body, compelling him to let out an involuntary shout. Seeing that Qifeng had already broken through the aortic canal with martial energy, Chu Zi couldn't help but shout, "Endure it! Channel the martial energy first through the 3 yin and 3 yang meridians of the arms, then through the 3 yin and 3 yang meridians of the legs." The cultivation at the Baihao realm marks the beginning of one's training journey, but every beginning is difficult. Only by properly managing the flow of meridians can one lay a solid foundation for future cultivation. Qifeng closed his eyes, carefully sensing the martial energy within him. In the early stage of the Baihao realm, one guides martial energy through the meridian paths to reach the limbs, thereby transforming a person's weakness, vitality, and overall energy. Humans are not inherently strong, but by infusing martial energy into the 12 divergent meridians, the 8 extraordinary vessels, and the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, one can strengthen the body to resist the trials of the heavens. Though to this day, no researcher has been able to explain what martial energy truly is, fortunately, Earth's atmosphere contains this energy, allowing people to cultivate it for defense against the monsters from the celestial prison. Perhaps this is also a form of evolution. Martial energy is invisible, yet those who cultivate can distinctly sense its presence. With a mighty shout, Qifeng felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his limbs. If he were to practice the piercing leg technique of thrust at this very moment, he could undoubtedly kick the dent in the wall several centimeters deeper. Keep going, the martial energy within you is still abundant. Circulate it to fill your organs. A smile crept onto Chu Zi's face. Not bad, kid, already at the early stage of the White Aura realm. Qifeng didn't pause. The more he persevered, the more agonizing it became. Whether it was the 12 meridians or his organs, this was their first exposure to martial energy, making the process of integrating it into his body excruciating. It was like getting an injection. The needle had to pierce through skin to deliver fluid into the bloodstream, forcing it to merge with your blood. Thus, integrating martial energy into the body is an extremely painful process in the early stages. Qifeng gritted his teeth and, without the slightest hesitation, slowly channeled the excess martial energy from the 12 meridians into his heart. If nothing else, enduring pain is something Qifeng excels at. The 5 organs are spleen, lungs, kidneys, liver, and heart. The 6 hollow organs are stomach, large intestine, small intestine, triple energizer, bladder, and gallbladder. When the martial energy content in the aorta breaks through, the heart is actually already saturated with martial energy. In other words, Qifeng now needs to infuse the remaining martial energy into his other internal organs. As time slowly passed, the organs wrapped and filled with martial energy began to gradually transform. As Qiaoxi once said, in the middle stage, your internal organs will no longer be your weakness. Qifeng could clearly feel that although his internal organs had not yet been tempered, now that they were enveloped in martial energy, they no longer seemed vulnerable to ordinary injuries. It seems that cultivating martial energy is about gradually erasing human weaknesses and refining oneself to become stronger and stronger. At daybreak, Qifeng finally sensed that his martial energy reserve was running low. Though the air contained trace amounts of martial energy, the quantity was too meager for him to complete the next stage of cultivation in one sitting. White Tip Realm, mid-stage. Achieved. The moment Qifeng opened his eyes, the top 100 rankings instantly refreshed. In an instant, Qifeng jumped from the 88th spot by 63 places, reaching the 25th position. Qifeng glanced at Chu Zi, smiled, and asked, The top 100 rankings capture information way too fast, don't they? Because Longwei University doesn't like students hiding their cultivation levels, we're afraid everyone's concealment is due to fear of stepping forward. Since you're strong, just confidently take the stage. Xu Ziyi glanced at Qi Feng and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Mid-stage Baihao realm, even if he enters the league now, he'll have the strength to put up a fight. Qi Feng, congratulations on officially entering the world of cultivators. Xu Zi stepped forward, patting Qi Feng on the shoulder with a hint of inscrutable emotion in his eyes. After all, the world of cultivators had witnessed too many deaths. 7 days later, the 100 members of the special training class gathered once more on the first floor of Dragon Nation University Hall, formally embarking on a 2-month period of simultaneous mission-taking and cultivation training. Zhao Qiyuan stood on the podium, looking at the children below, and suddenly felt a tinge of melancholy in his heart. A month's time wasn't enough to teach many cultivation techniques. So far, only 3 techniques had been taught in the special training class: body movement, fist techniques, and saber techniques. After a long while, Zhao Qiyuan addressed the students below. During the 2-month mission period, you can exchange weapons for half price in the credit redemption system. I hope that after 2 months, all 100 of you will still be here. Mission system officially activated. As Zhao Qiyuan's announcement concluded, Qi Feng and the other 99 individuals immediately picked up their phones, eager to see how this new mission system, accessible across all cultivation levels, differed from previous versions. But as they opened the mission system, everyone began gasping in shock. Serial killer. 36 victims slain. Late stage Baihao realm. Last sighted in Xining province. Bounty, 100 academic credits for capture, dead or alive. Early stage Baihao realm fugitive, former researcher of Dragon Nation, stole classified information, fled to Linha province. Bounty, 60 academic credits, preferably alive. Located in Beihui City, hiding 7 Baihao realm cultivators, specific ranks unknown, responsible for multiple riots. Bounty, 150 credits for eliminating all 7. Each task was incredibly challenging, completely different from what everyone imagined: walking dogs, delivering meals, or finding books. Many exchanged glances, their expressions turning grim. After all, following a month of intensive training, only slightly over 20 out of the 100 had officially stepped into the Baihao stage, and most of them had barely reached its early phase. And among the listed tasks, the most outrageous one was even capturing its Sanchi stage expert. It's really terrifying. Chapter 60, Accepting the Mission. The students from this special training class showed mixed reactions upon seeing the assignment. Some looked worried, some frightened, while others seemed eager to give it a try. Zhao Qiyuan shook his head and finally said, "Listen carefully. For this 2-month mission, any casualties will be considered within normal parameters. So I hope you all take your safety seriously. Although the school will assign a teacher to each team, the teachers will neither interfere nor protect you during the entire mission. And how many credits you earn during these 2 months, along with your performance in the missions, will ultimately determine whether you can participate in the league." 2 months later, the team with the highest credits will be awarded an additional 500 credits by the school. As Zhao Qiyuan finished speaking, the room erupted in murmurs. Even Qi Feng couldn't help feeling uneasy. While the school urged everyone to stay safe, it was also pushing them to fight like their lives depended on it. If our team really follows Zhao Qiyuan's suggestion and pushes hard for credits and performance points, it's almost certain that some will die. Qi Feng looked at the 9 people before him and suddenly felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier. No deaths, that's the standard. Captain, should we pick something simpler? Wang Fei scratched his head. Seeing these mission details and hearing the principal's words, he felt a little scared. Meanwhile, Yao Zhedong wore a pair of boxing gloves and glanced at Wang Fei with disdain before sneering. "You're so timid. Don't ruin our chance to earn credits. Maybe you should just quit." "You!" The chubby Wang Fei flushed bright red when Yao Zhedong roared at him. He was about to say something, but Yao's threat instantly silenced him, forcing him to shrink back and lower his head. Seeing Wang Fei cower, Yao Zhedong raised his head smugly and even waved his boxing gloves to flaunt his dominance. Though it must be said, Yao Zhedong was indeed formidable, naturally gifted with a B-level talent. Moreover, during that month of intensive training, Yao had pushed himself relentlessly, whether in physical endurance drills, movement techniques, or cultivation in the Baihao realm. He had gone all out. Qi Feng was penalized with doubling his mandatory character building check-ins by Zhao Qiyuan, so he practiced twice as hard every day. Yao Zhedong, however, wasn't punished, but after seeing Qi Feng train like this, he also started pushing himself harder. While others were nearly collapsing from exhaustion on the field, this guy was still there training like crazy. So, at this point, in Qi Feng's 10-man team, apart from Qi Feng himself who was at the mid-stage of the White Aura realm, the second strongest was Yao Zhedong, with a martial energy level of 89. In other words, Yao Zhedong was just one step away from reaching the White Aura realm. I have to say, this guy is really pushing himself hard. Qi Feng watched as Yao Zhedong continued to harp on the matter, then sighed deeply and shot Yao a glare, saying, "Cut it out. For the next 2 months, whoever starts trouble will be kicked off the team." After Qifeng finished speaking, Yao Zhedong was still reluctant to back down. But when he turned to look at Qifeng and weighed the odds, mid-stage by Hao Realm versus his own 89-point Wu-Ning capacity, Yao Zhedong realized he stood no chance. With a swift turn of his head, he tacitly conceded to Qifeng's suggestion. At this, Qifeng could only sigh in exasperation. Thank goodness his current cultivation level still held enough sway, otherwise, this guy would surely try usurping his authority sooner or later. Apparently, maintaining his position as team captain hinged first and foremost on never falling behind in cultivation. Qifeng opened the mission system, scanning each entry meticulously. Most tasks were beyond their current capabilities. First of all, in Qifeng's team, apart from Qifeng himself, not a single member had formally stepped into cultivation. Even after a month of specialized training, while everyone had some foundation in movement techniques and combat skills, and had come into contact with martial energy making them slightly stronger than ordinary people, those targets in the mission were far from ordinary. Late stage by Hao Realm, not acceptable. 7 by Hao Realm cultivators? Out of the question. Song Qi Realm? Even more impossible. Qifeng scanned through each one until he hesitated upon seeing this note in the system task. This individual was previously a member of the Martial Energy Alliance, at the early stage of Bai Hao Realm, who stole hundreds of martial energy pills from the Alliance's resource vault. Last seen in Nanjing City. Current bounty, 100 academic credits for capturing this person, dead or alive. Recovery of stolen resources grants an additional 50 credits. This reward was ridiculously high, to say the least. After all, in the previous tasks, the ones assigned for early stage Bai Hao Realm only offered a few dozen credits at most. But this task rewards a whopping 100 credits, with possible additional rewards later. Even if it's because the target possesses a Wuning pill that justifies such a high reward, Qifeng still feels uneasy. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Qifeng always felt this mission was too risky. After hesitating for a long time, he ultimately chose to give it up. Yao Zhedong, who had been staring at Qifeng the whole time, couldn't accept this and quickly ran out shouting, "Qi Captain, this mission is really good. The points are high, and the task is simple, why give up?" Seeing Qifeng reject this mission, Yao Zhedong's expression visibly darkened. After all, in his view, this mission offered excellent value for the effort. Qifeng merely glanced up at Yao Zhedong without much explanation, simply accepting a standard Bai Hao Realm mission worth 60 credits before addressing the group. You might think this mission is only worth 60 points, not as high as the previous one. But since it's our first mission, I believe playing it safe should be our priority. After all, this is also our first time working together, whether in terms of teamwork or experience. I think we should start cautiously and lay a solid foundation. As Qifeng finished speaking, the other 8 members showed little reaction except for Yao Zhedong, who pursed his lips and muttered under his breath, "To think you're already at the middle stage of Bai Hao Realm, yet still such a coward." Just as Qifeng's gaze swept over, Yao Zhedong immediately shut his mouth again, so Qifeng couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After spending a month together, Qifeng had figured out Yao Zhedong's personality. Simply put, he'd be a perfectly fine person if only he didn't have that mouth of his. Qifeng's assigned task was as follows. Active member of Long Nation's military, fled after committing murder. Last seen in Beihui City, mid-stage Bai Hao Realm. Bounty, 60 academic credits for capture or elimination. Qifeng accepted this mission without hesitation and immediately instructed everyone to return and prepare, planning to set off that very evening. We will have a teacher accompanying the team, but the school has made it clear that the teacher won't interfere with our mission or provide excessive protection. So everyone must understand, don't take unnecessary risks. The mission briefing shows the target was last spotted in Beihui City, but that doesn't guarantee they're still there. Tracking the target's movements is also part of our task. Everyone should go back and prepare. We'll set off precisely at 8 p.m. Qifeng's team consisted of 10 members in total. Apart from the troublemaker Yao Zhedong, the others' innate talents and current martial energy levels weren't particularly strong, making the overall team capability somewhat weak. Fortunately, everyone was quite obedient and didn't raise any objections to Qifeng's arrangements. Chapter 61, Lone Sharks. As Qifeng's group was wrapping up and preparing to head back, they overheard the captain of the neighboring team, Bai Chaoyu, enthusiastically shouting, "Alright, let's take on this 100 credit Bai Hao Realm preliminary mission. We'll try to capture this Martial Alliance operative alive. Who knows, he might be carrying a lot of resources. If we succeed, everyone can get a share." In an instant, Bai Chaoyu's team erupted in frenzied cheers, each one brimming with confidence. After announcing, Bai Chaoyu deliberately turned to look at Yao Zhedong with a hint of smugness in his eyes and grinned. "If you don't dare take it, we will. Why waste time on those 60-point missions when there's such profitable work right here?" Soon enough, no one in a team will get more than a few points each. Bai Chaoyu, with a B-grade talent, was at the early stage of the White Frost realm. His handsome, pretty boy looks, combined with his permed hairstyle, gave him an air of dashing charm. At Building B's teaching block, Bai Chaoyu had a feud with Yao Zhidong. Back when both were selected for the special training class, Bai Chaoyu had sidelined Yao Zhidong, forcing him to scramble for teammates at the last minute, leading Yao to approach Chi Feng. At that moment, Bai Chaoyu stood with hands on his hips, sweeping a glance over Yao Zhidong's team before sighing disdainfully. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Xiao Yao, if you don't have enough credits to buy elixirs later, remember to ask me for a loan." Bai Chaoyu's attitude infuriated Yao Zhidong so much that he rushed forward wanting to fight, but was ultimately held back by the chubby Wang Fei, who softly advised, "Brother Yao, calm down. His cultivation level is higher than yours. If you lose the fight, it'll be even more humiliating." The words from chubby Wang Fei cut deep. Yao Zhidong glanced at Wang Fei, suppressing his anger, then raised his head to sweep a look at Bai Chaoyu. With a cold snort, he said, "Mindless fool, there must be a reason our captain refused. Only an idiot like you would rush in thinking you've scored a bargain. Humph, I'll be waiting to hear the good news of your death." With that, Yao Zhidong slung an arm around Wang Fei's neck and walked away, leaving Bai Chaoyu fuming, his face turning ashen. He could only curse under his breath at their retreating figures. Stuck in a worthless squad, tagging along with a bunch of spineless losers, see how far you'll get. Bai Chaoyu was seething with anger, but Yao Zhidong and the others had already gone far away. Left with no choice, he could only turn back to his own team and say, "Our team already has 3 people at the White Aura realm, so completing this mission shouldn't be too difficult. This time, let's all go all out and aim for a stunning first kill for everyone." What the remaining team members were thinking, Bai Chaoyu had no idea, but he gritted his teeth and stubbornly vowed to complete this mission flawlessly. Wei Qi looked at the squadron leader Bai Chaoyu before him, who seemed to have entered some sort of obsessive state, and shook his head. It appeared he'd have to keep a closer eye on things over the next 2 months. As someone with only an E-rank talent, Wei Qi wasn't particularly welcome in this squad where most members had B-rank talents. After all, in terms of combat capability, he was currently at the absolute bottom of the team. So when Bai Chaoyu selected this mission, Wei Qi had no say in the matter. Still, after much contemplation, he finally decided to send Chi Feng a message. "Wei Qi, Chi Feng, about that mission in Nanqing City, why didn't you take it? Is there something strange about it?" Ever since Wei Qi and Chi Feng entered university together, the distance between them had grown increasingly wider. In the past, whether it was Wei Qi's insecurity or infatuation, there had gradually developed a sense of social climbing in his heart. By the time Wei Qi came to his senses, Chi Feng had already become far more accomplished, and Wei Qi felt too ashamed to socialize with others. After all, even without explicitly saying anything, Chi Feng wasn't a fool, he must have sensed something. So throughout this month in the special training class, Wei Qi couldn't bring himself to speak to Chi Feng. This time, Wei Qi had no choice but to ask Chi Feng if there was really something strange and dangerous, which made him not respond. If there really was a problem, and the leader of his team was this arrogant, then Wei Qi should already be thinking about how to save himself now. Thinking of this, Wei Qi smiled wryly. Just a few months ago, these people were nothing more than high school students who only cared about their grades. Who would have thought that in just a short span of time, each of them would have to start worrying about their own survival? Less than a minute later, Wei Qi received Xi Feng's message. "Xi Feng, nothing suspicious appears in the mission details, just that the bounty is unusually high, which makes me uneasy." After reviewing Xi Feng's message, Wei Qi's anxiety didn't ease, instead, it grew heavier. As the saying goes, extraordinary occurrences surely hide demons. Though unsettled, Wei Qi still replied to Chi Feng with a message of thanks. Chi Feng returned in first plan to bid farewell to Chu Shanchan at Villa No. 2. After all, he would be gone for 2 months, no matter what, he had to inform Chu Zi. As soon as he arrived at Villa No. 2, he saw Chu Zi brewing tea, while Zai Olmo danced gracefully in flowing attire. These two, really, embody such leisure. Lately, Chu Zi had developed a fascination for brewing tea, so Villa No. 2 was perpetually filled with the fragrance of tea. Chu Zi glanced at Chi Feng while continuing to fiddle with the small red clay teapot he had recently acquired, saying, "Planning to take on a mission barehanded like that? Aren't you going to change your weapon? Didn't old Zhao say you guys get a 50% discount on weapon purchases?" Chi Feng was somewhat dumbfounded. He only had 13 academic credits left. What kind of weapon could he possibly afford? Although he remembered that the cheapest weapon in the credit exchange system still cost 30 credits. Even at half price, I'm still short by 2 credits. Chi Feng scratched his head sheepishly and said, "I don't have enough credits left, I spent them all on cultivation last time." Chu Zi nodded. Indeed, this kid had splurged on cultivation last time. He then turned to Xiao Mumu and said, "Lend him some high-interest loans." Xiao Mumu immediately stopped dancing, then turned eagerly to Chi Feng, saying, "Great, great. Little Chi Feng, Xiao Mumu considers you one of us, I can even give you a discount. You only need to borrow 10 and repay 11. Xiao Mumu was thrilled. Yi's assets had always been under her management, and she had been pondering how to make Yi's wealth grow positively. Eventually, she realized the best way was to lend it out. Unfortunately, Yi had always disagreed. But now Yi finally agreed. How could Xiao Mumu not be overjoyed? After all, the profits from the loans would ultimately belong to her. Xiao Mumu blinked her eyes, gazing at Qifeng with eager anticipation as she said, "Little Qifeng, how about borrowing 100 credits? You just need to repay 110 credits later." Qifeng was stunned. What the hell was this? Can loan sharks be this brazen? Chapter 62, The Credit Exchange Center. In the end, under Xiao Mumu's forceful persuasion, Qifeng borrowed a whopping 100 academic credits, promising to repay her 110 credits in 2 months. After Qifeng left Villa Number 2, he patted his chest. The feeling of being deeply in debt was truly unbearable. With a 50% discount, that means 100 credits can buy weapons worth 200 credits. Qifeng picked up his phone, wanting to check the weapons in the credit exchange system. However, just as Xiao Mumu had mentioned before, anything costing over 100 credits required redemption at the credit exchange center. In the exchange system, there were no descriptions at all for weapons costing over 100 credits, so Qifeng had no choice but to head toward the credit exchange center building next to the 100 Masters Hall. Qifeng had never been to the exchange center building before, mainly because he was too poor. When he stepped inside for the first time, he immediately felt a cool breeze brushing against his face, and the air was thick with waves of martial energy. Qifeng raised an eyebrow. After cultivation, one's sensitivity to martial energy would grow stronger. Ordinarily, the concentration of martial energy in the air was extremely low, barely noticeable. But here, the difference was unmistakable. But the martial energy concentration here is different. It's absolutely exceeding standards. Just one whiff and you can feel your cultivation sublimating. Qifeng shook his head inside. What a pity. If only he had known earlier, he should have camped here every day to cultivate. Qifeng glanced around the hall. There were only 6 service counters in total, each manned by an elderly person with hair as white as a crane's feathers. At this moment, there wasn't a single person in the service hall looking to exchange anything, so these 6 elderly individuals simultaneously raised their eyes to look at Qifeng, their gazes unmistakably carrying a hint of longing. Qifeng swallowed hard, recalling what people had said on the forum. The Academic Credit Exchange Center? That's nothing but a den of extravagance. It's blatantly trying to squeeze dry all the credits we've worked so hard to earn. Looking at the expressions of these 6 elderly folk, Qifeng felt a growing unease in his heart. After hesitating for what felt like an eternity, he finally approached the only one among them, a window manned by an old woman. As soon as Qifeng sat down, sighs could be heard from the other windows. After all, these days, there aren't many easy marks to be found. The old lady at window number 1 visibly brightened, her face instantly breaking into a wide smile the moment Qifeng took his seat. Come, dearie, tell Granny Lee what you'd like to exchange? You've come to the right place with Granny Lee. Granny's nothing like those scoundrels out there. Ask around at Dragon Kingdom University, everyone knows Granny Lee does the fairest business. Granny Lee's eyes sparkled brilliantly, her hair as white as snow. Though her face bore a few wrinkles, her complexion was fair with a rosy glow, radiating vitality. Qifeng suddenly realized that choosing window number 1 might not have been the wisest decision. The warmer the welcome, the more peculiar it seemed. Qifeng smiled at Granny Lee and handed over his student ID as required by procedure, saying, "Hello, Granny Lee, I'm a student from the 2022 special training class. According to Principal Zhao's instructions, we can exchange weapons at half price during our time in the special training program. So, today I'd like to exchange for a suitable weapon." Granny Lee took Qifeng's student card and checked his credit points on the computer. Her smile grew even wider upon seeing the numbers. 113 credits, this amounted to a small fortune. After all, most ordinary students didn't have many credits in their accounts to begin with. Those who can earn are just a few senior students. Among the 2022 freshmen, those with 100 points on their student cards can truly be called rare as phoenix feathers. Granny Lee looked at Qifeng with even more kindness in her eyes, swiping the page on her tablet until a page featuring a sleek black longsword appeared before him. "My dear child, what do you think of this sword? Originally priced at 300 credits, Granny will give you half off and even knock off the 37-point balance. Just give me 113 credits. Oh my goodness, little darling, you're getting such a bargain here, you know that?" Qifeng glanced at Granny Lee's kindly face. She truly was the picture of benevolence. He only had 113 credits total in his account, and she wasn't leaving him even one. Qifeng took the tablet and carefully examined the details page showcasing this black longsword. The black longsword, forged from dark iron, is a tier 3 weapon. Similar to elixirs, weapons are divided into 9 tiers, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the pinnacle. So far, the most impressive elixir Qifeng has ever seen was the tier 2 martial energy pill. That's why when he noticed the description on the details page mentioning a tier 3 weapon, he suddenly felt a stirring of desire. While a Tier 3 martial energy pill sells for just 100 academic credits, a Tier 3 weapon certainly wouldn't go for as low as 100 credits. Weapons and elixirs are not the same. After all, the resources required to refine third-grade elixirs and forge third-grade weapons are completely different. Little dear, Granny Lee isn't fooling you. Normally this black longsword sells for over 300 points. Right now you can get it for just 113 points. This is a fantastic opportunity. You won't see such a bargain again anytime soon. How about it? Granny Lee fetched this knife for you to try out. Granny Lee's eyes sparkled as she spoke with earnest persuasion. To be honest, Shifeng wasn't stupid. Although there might be price differences between Tier 3 weapons and Tier 3 elixirs, the gap couldn't possibly be this absurd. With Tier 3 elixirs selling for 100 and Tier 3 weapons priced at 300, the disparity was obviously far too great. But luckily, there was a 50% discount, so when calculated this way, it was actually quite a good deal for him. So Shifeng nodded, and Granny Lee's smile immediately brightened as she turned and walked through the black gate behind her. The first floor hall had a total of 6 counters, and behind each counter was a black gate leading to the school's resource repository. These 6 gates were the only entrances and exits to the resource repository. Thus, the 6 elderly figures stationed at the gate window, though appearing kind and benevolent while occasionally gleaming with a covetous glint in their eyes, were undoubtedly top-tier powerhouses. Shifeng was only at the mid-stage of the Baihao realm, making it utterly impossible for him to truly comprehend the level of these formidable experts. Yet, he could vaguely sense the immense martial energy contained within every movement of Grandma Lee. In less than a minute, Grandma Lee emerged holding a black long sword. She appeared to wield it effortlessly with one hand, but when Shifeng took the blade, he instantly realized its staggering weight. It weighed no less than 200 kilograms. The entire blade, including the hilt, was jet black, emanating an eerie glow. Especially under the refraction of sunlight, the edge gleamed with an added chill. Truly a fine blade indeed. Throughout this past month in the specialized training class, they had only taught fist techniques, footwork, and blade techniques. Even if Shifeng received special coaching from Chu Zi, at best he only mastered the leg technique of piercing, meaning this blade still suits him quite well. If it were spears, swords, or hammers instead, Shifeng probably wouldn't know how to wield them properly anytime soon. Shifeng examined the black longsword with evident admiration in his eyes, but when he turned to Granny Lee, his expression turned bitter. Granny Lee, if I spend all my credits on this sword for the team's expedition, I won't even have enough left to buy healing medicine. Chapter 63 Departure. Old Lady Lee's smile gradually froze on her face. Shifeng couldn't care less about that. Since you said this knife originally costs 300 credit points and you could give me such a big discount, obviously there must be profit in it. Old Lady Lee, look, if we leave this knife here, it probably won't sell anytime soon. Just think about it, the upperclassmen definitely don't need this kind of third-tier weapon. They'd consider it useless junk. Why would they spend over 300 credits on something like this? Besides, the school only offered discounts to our special training class, but you must be well aware, sir, how many of us freshmen actually have the means to afford this? Spending 100 credits on something like this, how's that even possible? So, couldn't you sell it to me for just a little bit less? Shifeng grinned sheepishly. If it weren't for the fact that his credits were too few, and even those were borrowed, he wouldn't have known he could haggle. Granny Lee was stunned. She hesitated with a furrowed brow, clearly caught in a dilemma. After a long while, she finally spoke. Then, how much cheaper do you want it? Seeing Granny Lee's reaction, Shifeng knew he had a chance. He eagerly stretched out one hand and said with a cheerful grin, Granny Lee, how about 50 academic credits? As the saying goes, haggle half the price down. Shifeng felt the number he proposed shouldn't be an issue. Little did he know, Granny Lee suddenly flew into a rage, immediately wanting to slam her service window shut. Huffing angrily, she snapped, Young man, quit messing around. Go ask around, does anyone sell tier 3 weapons like this? Every weapon I sell has passed official appraisal. You think I try to cheat you with shoddy goods? Shifeng hurriedly stopped Granny Lee from closing the small window, putting on a cheeky grin as he said, Granny Lee, I'm just broke, you see. Everyone on the forum says your window is the best. Who in Dragon Kingdom University doesn't know that Granny Lee at window number 1 treats students the nicest and looks the prettiest? Shifeng must have poured out baskets of sweet talk before Granny Lee's expression gradually brightened. She smoothed the wrinkles at the corner of her eye and said proudly, Alright then, but mind you, no matter how nice Granny Lee is, I can't give you 50 credits. Tell you what, one price only, 80 credits. Give me another 10 credits, and I'll give you a bottle of external wound medicine and a bottle of internal medicine. Shifeng quickly nodded. This price was absolutely a steal for him. Who would have thought you could even haggle at the credit exchange center? He suddenly felt like he'd been losing out by directly exchanging points through the system before. After trading with Granny Lee for 2 bottles of wound medicine and a black longsword, Shifeng had spent a total of 90 credits. Just as Shifeng was about to leave, Granny Lee quickly called out to him, saying, Wait a moment. Every weapon is nameless before being sold, but once you purchase it, you must give it a name. I need to record it in the register. From then on, you'll be responsible for any trouble this weapon may cause. So remember, the path of cultivation must not be taken lightly, every aspect is strictly regulated. Chi Feng was momentarily startled. He hadn't known about the naming requirement for weapons, but Granny Li's explanation made perfect sense. So Chi Feng pondered for a moment, lowered his gaze to the black longsword in his hand, then looked up at Granny Li and said, "This blade, it makes me feel heroic, so let's call it Hero. As for whether I can become a hero myself someday, that remains unknown, but I hope my sword can be one first." Granny Li glanced at Chi Feng, then at the long sword, gave a nod, and recorded this name. Chi Feng bid farewell to Grandma Li before leaving the exchange center with his blade in hand. Once Grandma Li had uploaded the data to the database, she glanced at Chi Feng's retreating figure and chuckled softly. "Ah, you brave little warriors, every one of you is a hero. Old Li, you sly fox, you actually managed to sell that black blade that's been collecting dust for years." Old Wu at window 2 craned his neck over and went tisk-tisk twice before continuing. "That must be the last knife left from Old Park the craftsman's work. Now that the last one's been sold, Old Park might as well be completely gone from this world." Granny Li didn't even acknowledge Old Wu. Instead, she picked up a mirror and began combing her silver strands, not stopping until every hair was perfectly smoothed down. Only then did she shoot Old Wu a glare. "Nonsense. I think you're just jealous of Park Hyung. What do you mean by completely disappear? Though all the weapons forged by Park Hyung have been sold out, they're still in the hands of those kids. As long as those weapons exist for even a day, Park Hyung hasn't truly disappeared." Old Wu got angry, rolled up his sleeves, and cursed. "You damn old hag, calling me jealous of Park Hyung, that old fool's been missing for years. What the hell would I have to be jealous of? Perhaps that old man Park has defected to another country, or maybe he's even gone and joined the Sky Prison." Well now, Old Wu's 2 sentences thoroughly provoked Granny Li. Though usually refined in demeanor, Granny Li now had fire in her eyes. She leapt up from her seat in one swift motion, lightly tapped her toes, and bolted straight through window number 2. Her hand became a blade, slicing directly towards Old Wu's neck. If this strike had connected, Old Wu would likely have lost his head. Old Wu got genuinely angry when Granny Li took things seriously, so the two of them ended up brawling right there in the first floor hall. By 7:50 p.m., Chi Feng's 10-person team had already assembled. Chi Feng glanced at everyone, each carrying a backpack, while Wang Fei cheerfully added, "Captain, I even packed a bunch of snacks, including pickled vegetable instant noodles." Zhao Yunfan shook his head and said to Wang Fei, "Rather than preparing food, we should stock up on more medicinal supplies. At the exchange center, it's 3 credits for 1 internal use and 1 external use healing potion, pretty cheap." According to forum discussions, these potions are highly effective for cultivators when treating injuries. Chi Feng's ears perked up. What nonsense was this? 3 credits for 2 bottles? Holy shit! That Granny Li still acted like she got the better deal, selling me 2 bottles for 10 credits. Chi Feng let out a sigh. In the end, he'd been outsmarted by that Granny Li. In the blink of an eye, she'd swindled him out of 7 credits. Chi Feng silently felt like vomiting blood internally as he saw the accompanying teacher from their side arrive. The accompanying teacher this time was someone Chi Feng and the others didn't know, named Li Sun, a mid-level Tsangchi realm expert. As soon as Li Sun arrived, he wore a stern expression, appearing somewhat icy. He didn't exchange a single word with Chi Feng and the others, as if truly adhering to the school's principle that accompanying teachers were only there to observe, not to protect. There was nothing Chi Feng could do about it. If the accompanying teacher really was just there to observe, then they would have to protect themselves even more carefully. Beihua City is not far from Jing City, approximately 200 kilometers away. Longwei University showed some consideration. After all, they allocated 3 off-road vehicles to each team and the special training class to facilitate mission execution. In Chi Feng's team, everyone had a driver's license, but few were actually proficient at driving. In the end, Li Sun chose to drive the first vehicle for the sake of his own safety, while Yao Zhidong eagerly volunteered to drive the second. So under everyone's gaze, Chi Feng had no choice but to drive the third car. At exactly 8 o'clock, Chi Feng's team of 11 officially set off for Beihua City. Chapter 64, Will you still stand on the side of justice? Beihua City. When they arrived in Beihua City, it was already past 10 p.m. Chi Feng and the others first contacted the local police station to report their arrival. Students from Longwei University on missions were assigned special military positions to facilitate their work with local authorities. However, these external positions were purely nominal and inactive during routine periods, only becoming valid during official missions. The officer coordinating with Chi Feng was named Song Xiaotian, who would assist in arranging surveillance to help Chi Feng and his team pinpoint the suspect more accurately. Song Xiaotian adjusted the surveillance cameras while smiling at Chi Feng. Little brother, I didn't expect you guys to reach such high ranks in the military at your young age. Truly impressive. This Lu Chang fellow you're looking for, I remember him. We grew up on the same street as kids. Even back then he was incredibly strong, and always treated us younger kids well. Song Xiaotian was already over 30, with a noticeably receding hairline. Dressed in a sharply pressed uniform, he carried himself with unmistakable upright dignity. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Song Xiaotian was still working overtime, all to trace Lu Chang's whereabouts, as Lu Chang had vanished without a trace 3 days ago on Lunan Street in Beihui City. At the moment, only Qi Feng, accompanied by Zhao Yunfan and Yao Zedong, had come to gather information, while the rest of the team scattered across Beihui City to conduct their own inquiries. Qi Feng looked at the stack of documents about Lu Chang in his hands, his brow twitching involuntarily. Lu Chang, 32 years old, a non-commissioned officer with 10 years of military service, had always excelled in his duties. He was awarded 2 second-class merits and numerous commendations. This man, he must be a hero. Yao Zedong, never one to mince words, pointed at the resume on the documents with some puzzlement. Zhao Yunfan nodded in agreement. He truly was a hero. While others might not know where these men had fought, their group was well aware. To have battled in Tianyu prison for 10 years, how could he not be a hero? Qi Feng looked at the records of a second-class commendation, where every word seemed soaked in blood. Lu Chang fought valiantly against the enemy in battle, sustaining severe abdominal injuries, fractures throughout his body, and a shattered hand. Turning to the next page, the records continued. Lu Chang shielded his teammate during combat, was stabbed through the heart, suffered a heavy blow to the head, and remained unconscious for over half a month. Qi Feng's eyes grew slightly hot. He had truly been to the -18th floor, witnessed how the heroes there treated their wounds, and how they faced the prospect of going into battle. Qi Feng found it hard to imagine that someone like Lu Chang should be a hero, not a fugitive. After placing the documents into his bag, Qi Feng turned to Song Xiaotian and said, Lu Chang is affiliated with the military, so his murder case must be handled by the military. I hope Officer Song can explain the origins of Lu Chang's murder incident. Qi Feng always felt that Lu Chang's homicide case wasn't as simple as the mission briefing made it seem. When Qi Feng accepted the mission, documents were provided with the following details. During his vacation back to Beihui City to visit relatives, Lu Chang suddenly went berserk on Lunan Street, killing 3 foreign nationals and 1 Long Nation citizen, severely injuring a police officer before fleeing the scene. Through analysis by the Martial Energy Alliance Research Institute, Lu Chang may suffer from battlefield stress syndrome due to combat exposure. Song Xiaotian touched his head, hesitated for a long while, and said somewhat uncertainly, Actually, well, we're not sure what happened either. The officers who were at the scene are still unconscious in the hospital, but it's true that 4 people died and 1 was seriously injured. Moreover, nothing unusual happened at the crime scene, so we can't even spin this as an act of heroism if we tried. Ugh, we really don't want to believe that someone with so many commendations turns out to be a criminal. Song Xiaotian sighed and shook his head, somewhat saddened. No matter how you looked at it, Song Xiaotian and Lu Chang were acquaintances, and no matter how Song Xiaotian viewed Lu Chang, he didn't seem like a bad person. Do we have information on the 4 deceased? Qi Feng shifted the angle of questioning, as so far, all they had were details about Lu Chang, but strangely, none about the 4 victims. Song Xiaotian shook his head, looking very puzzled, and said, I'm baffled too. At the time, some international alliance came and directly took away all the files of the 4 deceased, saying we had no authority to view them. Moreover, to this day, we've never even seen those 4 victims. Qi Feng frowned. The so-called alliance Song Xiaotian mentioned must be the Martial Energy Alliance. However, the Martial Arts Alliance does indeed have the authority to transfer records, as there are specific regulations for anyone who practices cultivation. But were all 4 victims practitioners? Zhao Yunfan pondered for a moment, rubbing his temples before speaking quietly to Qi Feng. Captain, this matter might not be so simple. Qi Feng nodded, picked up the documents, and stood up, intending to leave. After all, it seems Song Xiaotian genuinely knew nothing. To get to the bottom of these matters, he'd probably have to ask the school. Yao Zedong scratched his head, snatched the remaining documents from Song Xiaotian's hands, and muttered reluctantly, Look at you all, how come you don't know anything? Now I'm not even sure if I should arrest anyone. Yao Zedong appeared cold and ruthless on the outside, but inside, he was just like a child. After seeing Lu Chang's information, his eyes even turned slightly red. So now, Yao Zedong didn't want anything to do with this mission at all. Song Xiaotian was somewhat baffled. Yao Zedong's complete blockhead demeanor made Song hesitate to act rashly, so he could only hand the documents over to Yao. It wasn't until Qi Feng gave Yao Zedong a glance that Yao finally settled down and followed Qi Feng away with a sullen expression. Just as Qi Feng reached the doorway, Song Xiaotian suddenly called out to him, his voice tinged with sorrow and a hint of pleading. Xiao Qi, Captain, if possible, I hope you can, deliver justice for Brother Lu. Because, I really don't believe Brother Lu would kill without reason. Song Xiaotian's voice was faint. All these days, he had been working overtime just to find some clues that would prove Brother Lu wasn't a bad person. He still remembered how, since childhood, Brother Lu had always been someone who stood up against the strong to protect the weak, always looking out for younger brothers like them. Xiao Tian, don't be timid. Remember, if anyone dares to bully you, just tell Big Brother Lu, I'll protect you. The bad guys will definitely be driven away by me, because justice is on our side. In his childhood, Lu Chang confidently patted his chest, his face full of determination as he waved his fists, sending the thugs who came to collect protection fees scattering in all directions. Song Xiaotian closed his eyes, feeling them grow slightly moist. This time, Brother Lu, will you still be on the side of justice? Chapter 65, Qi Feng's Wrath. The next day, Wuhu Hotel, the temporary residence of Qi Feng and the others. After carefully studying the materials, Qi Feng finally dialed little Mumu's number to inquire about cultivator information, as the current resources at hand were far too limited. Though merely an AI intelligence, little Mumu had her own dedicated phone number. The call connected before the second ring, with little Mumu's chirpy voice coming through. Little Qi Feng, did you miss teacher Mumu so much that you had to call? I knew you had a conscience, this is why Mumu treats you so well. I know the specialty of Beihui City is pomegranates. Little Qifeng, remember to bring some back for little Mumu. Before Qifeng could say a word, little Mumu had already chattered away endlessly. Recently, Qifeng had completely fallen to the same little status as her in little Mumu's words. There was no other way. Qifeng could only manage a few responses to little Mumu first. Who would have thought a supposedly intelligent AI could have so much to say? After about 5 minutes of conversation, Qifeng finally asked, Teacher Xiaomu, do you know about the mission I took on in Beihui City this time? The deceased has been taken over by the Martial Energy Alliance, and all information is inaccessible. If I want to investigate the identity of the deceased, how should I proceed? Xiaomu, who had been chattering away incessantly, suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Xiao Qifeng, I advise you not to investigate too much. You just need to complete the mission you've taken on. Those who carry out missions don't have the right to investigate. If there are really other issues, the Martial Energy Court will hold a trial for Lu Chang when the time comes. Little Mumu probably felt that speaking this way was somewhat too inconsiderate of an AI's feelings, so she coughed lightly and tactfully added, Xiao Qifeng, and besides, among those 4 victims, one was just an ordinary person. You should know that both Dragon Country and the Martial Alliance strictly prohibit warriors from attacking ordinary civilians. This is a major taboo. An ordinary person? One of the 4 victims was an ordinary person? Then why did the Alliance retrieve all 4 individuals' files? That ordinary person wasn't from Dragon Kingdom, was he? Qi Feng asked with certainty. Rumors were swirling that the Martial Energy Alliance was essentially a house servant of Pretty Country. Most likely those 3 associates were from Pretty Country as well. Little Mumu fell silent. After about a minute, she finally gave Qifeng an MHM of acknowledgement, tacitly accepting this fact. Among the 4 victims, 2 were from Sakura Country, 1 was from America, and 1 was from our own nation. 3 of them were all mid-stage by Hao Realm martial artists. Yet they were all killed by Lu Chang, who was only at the early stage by Hao Realm. So you must be extremely careful when carrying out this mission. After this warning to Qifeng, little Mumu had nothing more to say. After all, even as an intelligent AI robot, there wasn't much more she knew. Moreover, many things require authorization, and little Mumu certainly doesn't have the highest privileges. After hanging up, Qi Feng rubbed his temples. Little Mumu was right about one thing, he was merely the executor of this mission, with no investigative authority over it whatsoever. For now, all they could do was take things one step at a time. Back at the hotel, Qi Feng observed that all team members dispatched for the investigation had returned. He gathered them to share their respective updates. Zhao Yunfan and Yao Zhidong had been following Qi Feng all along, so these two didn't have any additional information. On the other hand, Fang Jing stroked her chin and waved her hand, saying, I went to investigate at Lu Nan Street. According to the survey, there really wasn't a single passerby at that time, which means no one except those 4 deceased knew what happened then. Moreover, there are no surveillance cameras in that area either, so there are no clues at all. The others also shook their heads, clearly having found nothing. When it was Wang Fei's turn to report, the chubby young man scratched his head and spoke somewhat uncertainly. Captain Qi, I followed your instructions and checked Beihui City's traffic records for the past 3 days, but there was no trace of Lu Chang. I also reviewed the surveillance footage from the highway toll gates one by one, still no information about Lu Chang. The young man spoke in a very low voice, worried he might have overlooked something. However, the heavy dark circles under his eyes clearly showed he had stayed up all night reviewing the surveillance footage. All the gathered information yielded nothing about Lu Chang. Qi Feng nodded and said, However, I heard from the owner of this hotel that many undocumented migrant workers who come from out of town prefer to stay in the western district of Huai City. It's said that the western district has even captured several fugitives on multiple occasions in the past. So focus all efforts on investigating the western district. We must find Lu Chang's traces before tonight, then make our move. Shi Feng's gaze was piercing as he turned and retrieved his black longsword, exuding an aura of determination. A hero who had fought for 10 years. Someone who had slain 3 mid-stage Baihao realm experts like Liu Chang. When these two personas converged into one person, everything became complicated. Shi Feng's gaze was unwaveringly firm. The black longsword, truly worthy of being a third-tier weapon, gleamed ominously under the sunlight, radiating a palpable murderous aura. Yao Zhedong, however, was dissatisfied. Holding his head high, he began to shout again, simultaneously looking down on Shi Feng as he spoke. Shi Feng, what if Liu Chang is actually a good person? What then? Look at his resume. How could someone like him, such a heroic figure, possibly be a villain? If you kill the wrong person, I won't let you off the hook. Even the chubby Wang Fei, rarely showing concern, hesitated as he looked at Shi Feng and stammered. Captain, yeah, when we take action, maybe we shouldn't go too far. Apart from Zhao Yunfan and Fang Jing, everyone echoed the sentiment not because they were too soft-hearted, but because the word soldier carried too much dignity. Children who grew up in Dragon Country regarded those in green uniforms as the heroes in everyone's hearts, especially Liu Chang's resume, which completely won everyone over. Shi Feng simply raised his leg and executed the piercing leg technique, delivering a powerful kick straight to Yao Zhedong's abdomen. Even though Shi Feng didn't use his full strength, Yao Zhedong was merely a martial artist still cultivating his combat energy, while Shi Feng had already reached the mid-stage of the White Millet realm. A single realm could crush someone to death, let alone the gap of several realms. Yao Zhedong stumbled and fell to the ground, instantly spitting blood. Veins bulged on his face as his eyes gradually turned red. In an instant, everyone in the team looked at Shi Feng. It was only then that they seemed to realize Shi Feng, their captain, was also a mid-stage Baihao realm expert. Everyone knew Shi Feng was the captain, but none had ever witnessed his wrath before. Shi Feng, at the mid-stage of Baihao realm, was seen by everyone as merely a figurehead. Though they addressed him as captain, each member had their own agenda. Whether he's a good man or not isn't for us to judge. But if anyone hesitates when the time comes, gets hurt, dies, or drags down our own, don't blame me for being ruthless. A bunch of people who haven't even begun their cultivation dare to pity a warrior who's fought for 10 years on the battlefield? Where do you get the nerve? Don't you know how the word death is written? Shi Feng looked at everyone with fury in his eyes. Gripping his black blade, his gaze was filled with nothing but resolve. Xu Zi once said that showing mercy to enemies on the battlefield would only lead to one's own death. Chapter 66, Operation. With Shi Feng's rage filling the room, everyone present shrank back, simmering with silent resentment they dared not voice. However, Shi Feng didn't care. This team was presently as disorganized as a sheet of loose sand, and if they didn't get their act together before encountering enemies, there would likely be danger for everyone. Shi Feng glanced at Yao Zhedong still lying on the ground. Seeing Yao's equally bewildered expression with no trace of resentment, he casually took a bottle of healing salve from his bag and tossed it to him. Tonight I'll take point. If anyone slips past me, finish them off if you can. If you can't, at least make sure you stay alive. But if I find out you went soft on someone out of misplaced mercy, don't blame me for what comes next. Actually, Shi Feng never expected Yao Zhedong to truly finish off Liu Chang. After all, Liu Chang could easily kill someone even at the mid-stage of the Baihao realm. What threat could Yao Zhedong, still cultivating martial prowess, possibly pose to him? He'd be nothing more than a free meal. He only said it to keep this troublemaker Yao Zhedong in check, preventing him from stirring up emotions among the others. With that, Shi Feng left the room without another word. Only after he was long gone did the entire room let out a collective sigh of relief, with many murmuring in hushed tones. The captain is pretty scary when he gets angry. Honestly, even if you were angry, you shouldn't have hit that hard. Many people looked at Yao Zhedong with sympathy, but he simply popped the medicine Shi Feng had handed him into his mouth, then leapt forward with a forceful jump and stood up on his own. Wang Fei noticed that Yao Zhedong was quite badly injured just now, so he hurriedly reached out to give him a hand. Yao Zhedong casually draped one arm over Wang Fei's shoulder while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his other hand. He then shot a glare at the person who had just spoken and said, "None of your damn business. It's not you who got beaten up. Even if you wanted to pummel me like this, you wouldn't have the skills to do it. Stop your fucking nonsense. Sure, I can't beat the captain, but I can definitely take on you cowards." With a disdainful snort, Yao Zhedong finished speaking, then proudly strode out of the room with his arm still around Wang Fei's neck. Only after they had walked some distance did Yao Zhedong finally show weakness, clutching his stomach and howling, it hurts, while turning a pained face toward Wang Fei. Damn it, that bastard Shi Feng better watch out. I'll return that kick sooner or later. Just wait till I *King stomp him to death. Wang Fei, however, was rather protective of Shi Feng and replied with some displeasure. Brother Yao, if you hadn't insisted on playing around and holding back, would the captain have hit you? In ancient times, that would have been a serious crime of undermining morale before battle. Our captain was already being kind enough to give you a bottle of healing ointment. Wang Fei's voice grew increasingly faint until it faded away completely under Yao Zhidong's resentful gaze. Woohoo Hotel. Li Sun lay on his hotel bed, his ears subtly perked up, straining to catch the conversation between Chi Feng and others in the adjacent room. Li Sun listened intently, nodding along as he occasionally jotted down notes on his tablet. After Chi Feng finished speaking, Li Sun couldn't help but laugh and shake his head, saying, "This kid is really a conservative, scared stiff of death." After reporting Chi Feng's incident on the tablet, Li Sun noticed the other accompanying teachers in the group chat starting to complain. Kids these days have no real skills, just reckless courage. If I hadn't stepped in, they'd be waiting for death. Yeah, in our team, the captain is useless, and the members below just went crazy, ganging up to beat the captain. Not entirely, Captain Lu Xiyun is outstanding and has already completed the first task. Li Sun saw the messages in the group chat and automatically skipped over the words Lu Xiyun. Upon careful consideration, he realized that Chi Feng, as the captain, was quite capable of handling things. Li Sun had just gone offline to observe Chi Feng and his group when Principal Zhao sent him a private message. Opening it, it read, "Zhao Qiyuan, tell that kid Chi Feng to stop being so timid. Put some pressure on him. If youngsters only think about self-preservation, what future do they have?" Li Sun looked at Zhao Qiyuan's message and was about to defend Chi Feng, but the thought of Principal Zhao's black spear made him nod vehemently. "Li Sun, don't worry, Principal Zhao. I'll make sure Chi Feng takes on more challenging missions from now on." "Zhao Qiyuan, you think you can convince that kid to take on difficult missions? I doubt it. Li Sun, if you look down on me like that, why bother messaging me privately?" That night, in the west district of Beihua City, Chi Feng and the others gazed at the factory building ahead, their hearts filled with tension and unease. "Old Chi, I've already confirmed Lu Chang is inside. Should we move in right now?" Fang Jing concealed her figure and whispered softly to Chi Feng. Chi Feng glanced at the real-time topographic map. The factory building, long abandoned and in disrepair, had already been cleared of anything valuable. Apart from Lu Chang, there was no one else inside. However, since it was originally a factory building, it covers a relatively large area and has as many as 4 entrances and exits. According to the heat source detection, Lu Chang is currently at the center of the factory building, but there's an exit right behind him. Chi Feng pointed at several entrances and exits, assigning tasks to everyone. "Wang Fei and Fang Jing, you block this entrance. Li Xiang and Zhou Long, you guard this exit. Yao Zhidong, you follow me." "Yao Zhidong, listen carefully, your job is just clean up hits. Don't you dare trade lives recklessly. The rest of you, withdraw if you must. If you can't hold ground, don't force a losing fight. Lu Chang isn't your typical early-stage Baihao realm fighter. His lethality tactics are too refined. Remember, priority 1 is staying alive." Chi Feng finished speaking, picked up his black blade, and with a few swift leaps, directly entered the factory building. The remaining people didn't dare to delay and quickly followed. Inside the factory building, Lu Chang had set up a crude earthen stove, tossing a few pieces of firewood into it. An iron pot sat atop the stove, gurgling as it heated water. Upon entering the factory building, Chi Feng steadied Yao Zhidong, whose voice was rather loud, and then looked toward Lu Chang in the distance. At this moment, Lu Chang's buzz cut looked somewhat unkempt, and his camouflage uniform was thoroughly disheveled as he squatted on the ground, fiddling with something unknown. Chi Feng still maintained some distance from Lu Chang. Although Lu Chang possessed formidable killing power, being one minor realm higher meant absolute superiority. Under such complete realm suppression, Chi Feng felt no fear toward Lu Chang. Chi Feng gripped the black longsword in his hand tightly, steadily advancing while signaling Yao Zhidong to stay closely behind and avoid recklessly exposing himself. The black longsword gleamed even more ominously in the hushed atmosphere. Chi Feng was about to make his move when Lu Chang, still squatting on the ground without turning around, spoke in a somewhat weathered voice. "So, you've come?" Chapter 67, Lu Chang. Chi Feng halted his steps, already beginning to gather his strength. The blade in his hand started to channel martial energy. Over the past month, Zhao Qiyuan had been teaching a blade technique called cleave, which appeared to rely solely on brute strength. But according to Zhao Qiyuan, if you hold a long blade but dare not swing, cannot swing, then you might as well prepare to die. Remember this, the sole purpose of the weapon in your hands is to cleave forward without hesitation. Slaying is the only function of a blade. Indeed, it's slaying. Chi Feng's movements gradually shifted, the black saber named hero poised to strike. The tension in the factory building grew thicker by the second, even Yao Zhidong swallowing hard. Truth be told, though Yao Zhidong was a troublemaker, he was still a troublemaker who'd never drawn blood. That blade in his hand could handle chickens and ducks well enough, but the mere thought of actually cutting a person made Yao Zhidong shiver. But when Yao Zhidong saw Chi Feng, he fiercely shook his head again, tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, and decided to grit his teeth and fight it out. Whether he was going to kill a man or a duck, he didn't care anymore. Squatting there, Lu Chang slowly stood up. Just as Chi Feng was about to act, he heard Lu Chang say, "No need to fight. I'll go with you." The moment Lu Chang turned around, Chi Feng froze. Staring at those eye sockets devoid of eyes, his heart suddenly went numb. He's one of us from Dragon Country, right? Ha, as long as he's one of ours from Dragon Country, that's fine. I, Lu Chang, would never raise my hand against our own people from Dragon Country, don't worry. Lu Chang leaned on a long stick as he walked, his steps somewhat unsteady. His left leg was clearly immobile, forcing him to drag it forward with the support of the stick. Those pitch-black eye sockets appeared particularly sorrowful under the cover of night. The eye socket was clearly a fresh injury, with the wound not yet fully healed, the surrounding area reddened and festering with pus. Lu Chang's fingers gripping the stick were already deformed, plainly shattered from a crushing fracture. Chi Feng remembered that in Lu Chang's records, his palm had once been severed by a massive creature during battle, and the entire hand was later reattached. And now, the same hand gripping the stick, with shattered bones, bore a scar that circled completely around the wrist. A cultivator can recover from eye injuries, but only by gouging out the eyeballs can a warrior be permanently blinded. Chi Feng held a knife in his hand, yet his heart was torn with conflict. Lu Chang, whose eyes had been gouged out, whose fingers were shattered, whose tendons had been severed. These were things never mentioned in any records before. Yao Zhidong could barely hold onto the knife in his hand. He wiped his eyes and looked uncertainly at Chi Feng, whispering in a very small voice, "See, Captain, should we take him back with us?" Before Chi Feng could respond, Lu Chang spoke up first, though his vocal cords were clearly damaged, making his voice sound harsh. Lu Chang chuckled and said, "Of course we should. Murder is illegal. I must face the punishment I deserve." After finishing his words, Lu Chang stood in the empty factory building. His eye sockets, devoid of eyeballs, glanced around before he suddenly burst into laughter. My class monitor, Wang Yong, he was a man of unyielding integrity. Back then, if it weren't for him protecting me, I wouldn't have escaped from that giant's grasp either. But, he's gone. Lu Chang spoke while laughing, but as his laughter subsided, tears began streaming uncontrollably down his face. Raising his head to gaze at the unseen distance ahead, he continued, thank goodness he's gone. Otherwise, how sad he would be if he saw me like this. Monitor, Lu Chang has avenged you. Lu Chang is coming to find you now." Lu Chang finished speaking and burst into roaring laughter. Then, with the hand that was still somewhat functional, he pulled out a gleaming silver dagger from his chest and, without hesitation, plunged it straight toward his own heart. Lu Chang's dagger gleamed silver. He didn't thrust it towards anyone else, only towards himself. He had said he would never raise a hand against his own people. Over these past few days, Lu Chang had sharpened this dagger to an extreme edge. He was simply waiting to see who fate would send to carry out this task. If it were an outsider, he most certainly wouldn't hold back. Those empty, black hole-like eye sockets stared fixedly ahead as the blade tip slowly traced toward his heart. With a smile, he said, "Kids, when you're on the battlefield, you must always be wary of those treacherous snakes." Lu Chang's suicide was anything but empty words, swift, precise, and ruthless as the blade plunged straight into his own heart. Chi Feng darted forward with lightning speed, never imagining that the suspect they were meant to apprehend would choose to take his own life. But even with Chi Feng's reflexes, he was still a fraction too late. The dagger aiming for Lu Chang's heart slipped through his grasp. The moment Chi Feng grabbed Lu Chang's hand, bright red blood had already begun slowly seeping out. At this moment, the Lu Chang before Chi Feng's eyes was as happy as a child, even as his life slowly ebbed away. Supporting his body with a long staff, he lifted his head while tears streamed slowly down his face. When a martial artist dies, their martial energy dissipates along with them. Yet Lu Chang, seizing the moment when this energy scattered, used it to vividly recreate the most painful memory from his past. Lu Chang's memory was just as he'd described. His squad leader remained his deepest pain. 5 years ago, amidst the endless sea of sand, a young face brimming with laughter patted Lu Chang on the shoulder and said cheerfully, "Old Lu, even though I graduated from Dragon Nation University, when it comes to these combat techniques, I'm still no match for you warriors who grew up on the battlefield. This time, the martial energy source we retrieved, though it has to be turned in, will be enough for everyone in our team to share. This way, we can all level up." The young boy pointed to the crate carried by the team behind him, his eyes brimming with hope. Though his face was covered in scars, the boy's smile was genuine. At that time, Lu Chang had all his limbs intact, his eyes were clear and bright, scratching his head with a bashful grin. Yet no one knew that behind this squad, 3 figures had peeked out, staring greedily at that crate filled with martial energy resources, their faces full of craving. Leading the group was a man from the beautiful country, tall and majestic. By his side stood 2 others. One was a dragon countryman with a long braid, and the other was a cherry blossom countryman with a small mustache. All 3 wore the emblem of the Martial Energy Alliance on their chests. "Sir, this squad is just a small unit from the Dragon country's military. If we kill them, all the martial energy resources they possess will belong to the Alliance. If we let them leave, they'll only hand over half their gains to the Alliance. The Alliance would still suffer a loss." The mustached man stroked his beard, calculating how much of the combat energy remained in the chest. Meanwhile, the long-braided girl, perhaps recognizing her homeland's soldiers, showed a flicker of compassion. Just as she seemed about to speak, the towering, imposing commander roared, "Chongqing, remember, we serve the Alliance. The Alliance comes first. Alliance members transcend race. Ours is the most inclusive organization. You clawed your way into our ranks, now prove your worth by eliminating this squad for the Alliance's glory. Those nations undeserving of becoming powerful shouldn't possess even a shred of resources, because when they acquire too many resources, they become even more disrespectful towards the Alliance, towards us." Chapter 68, We Must Strive Harder. Amidst the endless sea of sand, the sun in the sky burned unusually bright. Chang Qing, the man standing below, wore an expression as shifting and unfathomable as the desert winds. After much internal struggle, Chongqing finally nodded firmly and said, "Sir, rest assured. As you said, resources should ultimately belong to the Alliance, not those individual nations. And Chongqing, though born in Dragon Nation, is ultimately an Alliance citizen. The leader who sent me to the Alliance once told Chongqing, only by relying on and remaining loyal to the Alliance can Dragon Nation make the wise choice. Therefore, Chongqing knows exactly what must be done." As Chongqing's words fell, both the official and the mustached man revealed expressions of delight. Often, a crisis may be ordained by heaven or engineered by man. When Lu Chang and the others were carrying Wu Ningyuan's box and nearly reached the military safe zone, the entire team was filled with sunshine and joy. After all, this batch of Wu Ningyuan was truly valuable. Whether the nation used it for research or to refine Wu Nongdan, it would prove immensely useful, indeed, incredibly useful. Everyone was truly happy. This feeling of risking life and limb for Dragon Nation, of protecting it, was truly wonderful. Yet, the next moment, when those sky-obscuring, massive presences that shouldn't have appeared suddenly manifested in waves, everyone knew they would likely die here. Lu Chang's last memory was of the squad leader blocking the giant creature attacking him, shouting with a smile, "Old Lu, run, take the martial energy source away." The squad leader's smiling face was vivid, especially amidst the sea of blood. That smiling face appeared extraordinarily clear. The boy's smiling face, just like when he first arrived at the military camp, remained so young and tender, yet extraordinarily brave. And that smile gradually faded away, after Lu Chang's martial energy dispersed. Yao Zhidong was the first to let out muffled sobs. Watching the dissipating image, his heart ached unbearably. The 18-year-old troublemaker was now crying uncontrollably. The people who had been lying in ambush at the factory entrance also emerged one by one, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Perhaps what everyone should learn from this mission is not the threat, but the cruelty. Yao Zhidong's sobbing gradually brought Qifeng back to his senses. The squad leader's smiling face slowly merged with a photograph in Qifeng's memory. Qifeng still remembered, before coming to Longwei University, he had read a post. In that post titled, "My cousin has been missing for 5 years after entering Longwei University," the girl searching for her relative had posted a photo of her cousin wearing his school uniform. The cousin in the photo was radiant with youth, his eyes filled with righteousness, and his smile brimming with vitality and exuberance. That smiling face gradually overlapped with the squad leaders. Qifeng's heart suddenly felt clogged. He grabbed Lu Chang for support, momentarily at a loss for what to do. All he could do was stare blankly as Lu Chang's heart bled more and more. Whether man or giant, the heart is a warrior's weakness. "Child, tell my superiors. Lu Chang was wrong, but Lu Chang has no regrets. 5 years. I've searched for them for 5 years. Justice may be slow, but it finally led me to them." The guy leading them, though just an ordinary man, was the cruelest of all. He's a high-ranking official in the Alliance who exploited so damn many resources from us. Those resources could have nurtured countless people. Lu Chang's voice grew fainter as his body gradually stiffened, yet in the end he managed to smile brightly, just like the squad leader from his memories. His final words were, "I have no regrets. My country must have strong people and thriving prosperity. No one can take away what rightfully belongs to us. For our fallen heroes, even if struck down by villains, someone will surely avenge you." At this moment, Qifeng's heart remained tumultuous for a long time. Was Lu Chang wrong? Perhaps his killing was wrong. But didn't those people deserve to die? Kill them all. Qifeng clenched his fists, staring at Lu Chang who still stood tall in the empty factory building, dead, yet unyielding in posture. At this moment, something inside Qifeng shifted slowly. It was as if he had begun to understand the world better. Even though Lu Chang was already dead and beyond hearing any words, Qifeng's voice rang out with unusual conviction. Gripping the long blade in his hand, he declared, "They deserve to die. I, Qifeng, will never let them take what rightfully belongs to us, whether it's this competition or the future." Just like how our class leader, with his last breath, was still thinking about that crate of martial energy sources, how many people of Dragon Nation it could nurture. Just like how Liu Chang, in his final moments, still held on to the thought of how mighty Dragon Nation ought to be. 3 days in a row, Qi Feng's team didn't take on any missions, they all voluntarily helped organize Liu Chang's funeral. There's a tradition in Dragon Country called resting in peace through burial. People from Dragon Country's military also came. For 3 days, everyone remained silent. No one wished for Liu Chang to die, but martial artists had their own rules. Using martial arts indiscriminately outside of Tian prison was already subject to restrictions. Moreover, among those Liu Chang killed, one was an ordinary civilian. Although that civilian was a high-ranking official in the alliance, a different status, he was still an ordinary person at core. For martial artists to kill civilians is the most severe offense of all. Just as Xiaoji told everyone in the special training class's first lesson, you must never commit crimes, or else I'll personally wring your necks. Both Dragon Country and the Alliance share the same stance when it comes to killing civilians. Child, Liu Chang was a hero, and none of us will ever forget him. Li Feihu's general stars gleamed brightly on his shoulders as he specially rushed back from the battlefield, because Liu Chang had been a soldier under his command. Logically speaking, the death of a minor figure like Liu Chang should never have alarmed someone of Li Feihu's stature. Yet Li Feihu came anyway. After learning the full details of what happened, he put aside all his affairs and rushed straight to Beihui City to attend Liu Chang's funeral. Had it not been for Li Feihu's unyielding stance, the Martial Ability Federation might have intervened, absolutely forbidding Qi Feng and the others from holding such a grand funeral for Liu Chang. At this moment, Li Feihu stood with the imposing presence of a tiger, fury burning in his eyes and his face twisted in rage. Yet he clamped down on his seething anger and forcibly restrained himself as he addressed Qi Feng. Child, go back and tell your principal that this time, the rewards for the mission you carried out will be paid by our 9th Army. But, modify that mission record to read, Liu Chang of the 9th Army of Long Nation, was convicted for killing enemies. Due to the presence of civilians among the enemies, he ultimately committed suicide in Beihui City, mid-stage White Hair Realm. My soldier shall not be slandered by anyone. If it weren't for these 2 stars on my shoulders restraining me, I'd go and slaughter every last one of those in the alliance right now. After speaking, Li Feihu, perhaps fearing that Qi Feng was just a child with little say in the matter, picked up the phone intending to talk to old Zhao himself. A soldier of the 9th Army, even in death, must die with dignity. It's unclear what Li Feihu discussed with Zhao Qiyuan, but after hanging up, before leaving, he gave Qi Feng and the others another glance and said with heartfelt sincerity, if any of you kids end up participating in the League, remember this, the League is no different from the battlefield. Those people are all eyeing us with hostility, wishing nothing but ill upon our Dragon Nation. They've joined forces to suppress the mighty dragon, hoping to keep it down forever. So you must strive harder, strive for the sake of Dragon Nation. Chapter 69, Dark Flame. 10 days in a row. Qi Feng's team had completed 3 missions, accumulating 210 academic credits. Yet everyone remained silent, whether due to Liu Chang's death or perhaps because of General Li Feihu's parting words. All of them began striving desperately, though none knew exactly what they were striving for. Still, it felt as if a fire burned within each of their hearts. Another dilapidated factory building, when Qi Feng wielded his black longsword and swung it down, blood splattered all over his body in an instant. Yao Zhidong also acted swiftly, stepping forward to deliver the fatal blow to another suspect who wasn't quite dead yet. Over the past few days, it must be said that Yao Zhidong and Qi Feng had developed an impressive level of tacit understanding. This mission involved 3 White Aura Realm cultist martial artists, 2 at mid-stage and 1 at early stage. For Qi Feng, the task wasn't exactly easy, though not overly difficult either. Fortunately, after 4 previous training sessions, the overall state of Qi Feng's team had reached a decent level. At this moment, the 3 men lying on the ground were already dead. However, Qi Feng frowned, stepped forward to examine them, and noticed that each of them had identical tattoos on their left wrists, the design resembling a black rose entwined with flames. Yao Zhidong wiped the blood off his blade and muttered in confusion. Captain, do you know anything about this organization called Black Flame? I looked it up on the forum. Apparently, it's an infamous cult within our country. What's even stranger is that this cult seems to have spread to quite a few other nations as well. Qi Feng didn't answer Yao Zhidong right away, instead starting to search the corpses. 3 bodies, 2 men and 1 woman, but surprisingly few resources, just a handful of Wu Nong pills. Qi Feng held 3 second-level martial energy pills and said, these 3 second-level martial energy pills will also be counted into the team's collective score and distributed later. Over the past few days, the distribution within Qi Feng's team had already been decided. As the team leader who contributed the most, Qi Feng would receive 30% of the credit points when the time came. Yao Zhidong, as Qi Feng's assistant, received 10% of the mission credits. The remaining credits were distributed among the others based on their individual capabilities and the difficulty levels of the tasks they executed. Yao Zhidong glanced uncomfortably at the wound on Qi Feng's left arm. If he hadn't acted so recklessly earlier, Qi Feng wouldn't have been slashed by the leader of the opposing group. Captain, why bother dividing team credits? You should just take all of them yourself. Yao Zhidong scratched his head, speaking softly with his head lowered in a muffled voice. Thanks, just now. Qi Feng glanced at Yao Zhidong and smiled. Fortunately, this kid still had some conscience. However, Qi Feng wasn't planning to keep everything for himself. He just took out 2 second-level martial energy pills and tossed them to Yao Zhidong, saying, "These 2 are for you. You should reach the early stage of Baihao realm soon. So, it's best to hurry up. That way, we can take on more missions. If 2 aren't enough to get you to the Baihao realm, I'll give you another kick." Yao Zhidong, holding the martial energy pills in his hand, nodded eagerly, grinning like an idiot. Qi Feng finished speaking and took out a bottle of topical wound medicine called something like golden sore powder. He sprinkled it on the wound, and though it still stung a bit, the bleeding stopped instantly. Including this time, he had completed a total of 4 missions. Qi Feng had been injured twice, thankfully both were minor wounds. Qi Feng took out his phone and looked at the nearly healed scar on his face, smiling helplessly. He wasn't sure when it started, but Qi Feng seemed to have genuinely grown accustomed to this savage, blood-soaked life. Those days of quarreling with Qi Lin, pretending affection with Song Yun, and arguing pointlessly with Qi Hong felt like they happened in a past life. It wasn't until Fang Jing appeared, handing over all the collected information about the organization Black Flame to Qi Feng, that he finally snapped back to reality. Fang Jing had cut off her ponytail, leaving her hair uneven and pitifully messy all over. Her once swaying ponytail was gone, and the tomboy now looked even more like a real boy. Old Qi, I always feel like it's been so long, even though it's only been a few months. Fang Jing scratched her messy hair, clearly still unused to it. Her smile had grown steadier, without a trace of her earlier mischief. Qi Feng took the documents from Fang Jing's hands, glanced at her hair, and said after a moment's thought, "Actually, that day, it wasn't really your fault. No matter how well we prepare, we can't monitor the enemy at all times. Many things are just accidents." 3 days ago during the mission, Fang Jing was responsible for the preliminary preparation work. Unfortunately, during the initial investigation, Fang Jing had identified 2 suspects. However, when executing the operation, a third person suddenly appeared, causing severe injuries to Xiao Tao and their team. At that moment, Fang Jing's eyes slightly reddened, but she shook her head and desperately fought back her tears, forcing a smile as she said, "Old Qi, rest assured, your sister Jing is no weakling. From now on, if there's any mistake in the preliminary reconnaissance led by Sister Jing, I'll give you my head on a platter." After speaking, Fang Jing turned and left straight away. These past few days, everyone had been desperately cultivating whenever they had time, afraid they might hold others back due to their own shortcomings. Qi Feng was quite satisfied with the team's current state. Smiling to himself, he began reviewing the materials in his hand. Among the 4 recently accepted missions, 2 were directly related to Black Flame. The Black Flame organization isn't considered particularly mysterious in the martial artists' world. This organization is entirely a vicious collective that combines cult elements, dark forces, and violent terrorism. Among martial artists who undergo training, if they don't wish to be under official unified management, about 70% will defect to this organization, thereafter wandering the earth while committing every imaginable evil deed. Martial artists are fundamentally different from ordinary people. Once you embark on the path of cultivation, you'll develop ambitions, craving strength, thirsting for wealth, and lusting after power. The path laid before these people is to loot and plunder. Thus, the Black Flame organization, on one hand, displays extraordinary martial abilities among the common folk to deceive people into worship, extorting wealth and lust, while on the other hand, it systematically and deliberately seizes resources with organized schemes. The records describe it thus. The Black Flame organization, existing for over a century, has never been completely eradicated. Branches everywhere, headquarters unknown. Subordinates and underlings are endless, yet the organization's top brass rarely make appearances. Over the past century, many formidable humans have secretly sworn allegiance to Black Flame, some openly joining, others hiding in the shadows. The Black Flame organization has orchestrated tens of thousands of calamities worldwide, each leaving over 1,000 dead. The most devastating incident claimed hundreds of thousands of innocent lives. Chapter 70: How to Utilize. Qi Feng had just finished reading the materials when he received a message from Chu Zi. "Chu Zi, I see you've taken 2 missions related to Black Flame. It's best to stay away from this organization. Given your current level, be cautious about accepting tasks involving Black Flame's higher-ups." Qi Feng rubbed his head. He wasn't stupid. With his current mid-stage Baihao realm strength, he chose missions carefully and only took the safe ones. However, regarding Chu Zi's deliberate warning, Qi Feng now had a clearer understanding of the Black Flame organization. This organization was likely quite troublesome. Qi Feng checked his team's total credit points. Lu Chang originally had 60 credits, but General Li Feihu from the Ninth Army generously offered to cover the cost and directly paid 100 credits instead. For the 3 tasks completed in the first 10 days, they earned 210 credits. Today's Black Flame mission is worth 120 credits. The 5 missions combined total 430 credits. In less than 15 days, Xi Feng's team has earned a considerable number of credits. Among the 10 teams in the special training class, apart from Lu Xiyun's team, which has already reached 580 credits, Xi Feng's team comes next with 430 credits. Between the two, what seems like a difference of over 100 credits actually just comes down to one task. So, the more tasks you complete, the more likely you are to emerge victorious among these 10 teams. And to finish tasks quickly, the number one priority must always be safety. Only by prioritizing safety and avoiding casualties can you swiftly move on to the next task. Xi Feng did the math. Based on the team's established distribution principle, he would receive 30% of the team's total credits. That meant Xi Feng already had 129 credits at this point. It seems the usurious loan can be repaid after all. Xi Feng gave a resigned smile, first listing out the resources gathered from corpse searches over the past few days. He kept only 30% for himself and distributed the rest among the other team members. Once all the resources were allocated, Xi Feng didn't rush to take on the next mission. Instead, he had everyone exchange resources as needed and then spend 3 days training on the spot to boost their strength. The special training class carried out missions for 2 purposes: to shed first blood and to temper themselves. Secondly, it was to allow the students of the special training class to earn more credits for purchasing resources, enabling them to enhance themselves. Xi Feng wasn't in a hurry to buy resources either. He planned to first finish cultivating with the resources he had obtained from corpse searches. Over these past few days, Xi Feng had remained stagnant at the middle stage of the Baihao realm. Although he could feel progress with each day's cultivation, taking another small step forward in his realm was evidently much harder. Xi Feng sat cross-legged in meditation, touching his chest. The more he cultivated, the more he could feel his heartbeat slowing down. Though it beat slowly, each pulse grew stronger than the last. Simply put, the Baihao realm involves suffusing martial energy throughout the entire body, coursing through the 12 divergent meridians, 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and the 8 extraordinary vessels, every part cycling with martial energy. In the early stage of Baihao realm, martial energy penetrates the limbs through the 12 divergent meridians. In the middle stage, it flows from the heart through the meridian network to permeate the internal organs. By this stage, the body has fully adapted to martial energy, which gradually alters physical constitution through cultivation. This mutual adaptation and influence allows practitioners to grow progressively stronger. However, to reach the advanced stage, one must channel martial energy through the Ren-mai, Du-mai, Zhou-mai, Dai-mai, Yin-xiao-mai, Yang-xiao-mai, Yin-wei-mai, and Yang-wei-mai, allowing the martial energy to complete a full circulation within the body. This might seem simple, but in reality, it's extremely difficult. As the saying goes, starting is tough, but reaching the end is even harder. Xi Feng took 2 second-level martial energy pills in succession, slowly absorbing their energy. Earlier, he had already channeled martial energy through 4 meridians: Ren-mai, Du-mai, Zhou-mai, and Dai-mai, using a total of 3 second-level martial energy pills. Xi Feng currently had 5 second-level martial energy pills left in his possession. For an ordinary person, reaching the late White Strand realm would be nothing short of a dream. But where Xi Feng truly excelled was his monstrous absorption and digestion capabilities. Back when he was in school, Xi Feng never understood how others cultivated. It wasn't until he went on missions that he realized his absorption and digestion abilities were indeed somewhat abnormal. Take Feng Jing, for example. A single first-grade Wunong pill would give Feng Jing at most a 3-point increase in Wunong content. With a second-grade Wunong pill, Feng Jing could gain up to 10 points of Wunong content. Take Wang Fei, for example. A single first-grade Wunong pill would give Wang Fei at most a 2-point increase in Wunong content. With a second-grade Wunong pill, Wang Fei could likely gain around 8 points of Wunong content. As for Yao Zhidong, being a B-grade talent made him significantly more formidable. One first-grade martial energy pill could increase Yao Zhidong's martial energy content by 6 points. As for a second-grade martial energy pill, it could boost his martial energy content by about 15 points. In the early stages of cultivating martial energy content, the amount and quantity of martial energy required are manageable. However, once one officially enters the Baihao realm, the effectiveness of these martial energy pills diminishes significantly. Although martial energy pills can enhance one's realm, they should only serve as a supplement in cultivation, with daily training being the main focus. Relying solely on pills to advance one's realm will inevitably lead to bottlenecks, making further progress nearly impossible. Yet, Xi Feng couldn't help but wonder, could his own advancement have been purely achieved by pill consumption? After all, Xi Feng had consumed 2 second-grade martial energy pills, which were enough to unblock 4 of his meridians. Xi Feng had previously discussed this with Yao Zhidong and others. Yao Zhidong mentioned that after taking 1 pill, although he could feel the martial energy within him, it quickly dissipated, so the improvement wasn't significant. Moreover, Yao Zhidong would sigh and lament. Cultivating is like being an ascetic monk, you have to grind it out slowly. If you don't first unblock your main meridians, even if you take pills, the martial energy won't be absorbed. In the end, it's all just wasted effort. But Chi Feng never felt this way, just take the pills, consume the behemoth, and everything else would follow naturally. He never experienced what it meant to toil in vain. Like last time when Chi Feng broke through 4 meridians, the residual martial energy from previously consumed pills remained in his body, plus he had taken 2 new elixirs. Thus, breaking through 4 meridians seemed as effortless as drinking water, with no bottleneck whatsoever. In other words, the difference between me and them is that whether it's pills or behemoths I consume, the martial energy contained within can be preserved in my body. Secondly, it seems I've never encountered a situation where my efforts came to nothing. Thirdly, my absorption of martial energy is different from theirs. Chi Feng gradually began to ponder some of these questions. In the past, he had only hated that strange illness, never having properly considered how to make use of this disease. Chapter 71, Wei Qi. Li Sun took a moment to observe the members of Qi Feng's team before returning to his own residence to write his daily summary report. After finishing the report, Li Sun reopened the communication group for accompanying teachers like himself to check on the current status of other teams. To be honest, Li Sun was quite satisfied with Qi Feng's team, primarily because the leader, Qi Feng, was reliable and never took on tasks beyond their capabilities recklessly. Overall, Li Sun's experience had been relatively smooth and stress-free. Although the school stated that accompanying teachers were only there for supervision and not responsible for safety, teachers like Li Sun couldn't just stand by and watch students face severe casualties, could they? However, because Qi Feng's team had a mission today, Li Sun had been quite busy, secretly following Qi Feng and the others, so he hadn't checked the group chat. As soon as he logged in and opened the group chat, he noticed the atmosphere seemed unusually tense. Li Sun scrolled up through the messages, and his brows instantly furrowed. Someone died. 3 students from the special training class died in a row. Moreover, the accompanying teacher was critically injured. Li Sun gasped in shock. What kind of mission could this have been? A group of Baihao Realm students went on a mission. Not only did 3 of them die, but they even managed to severely injure the accompanying Sunchi Realm teacher. What kind of mission did these kids take on that was so terrifying? Escaped convicts who stole from the Martial Energy Alliance's resource vault? And they were formerly part of the Martial Energy Alliance? Li Sun skimmed through the mission details and immediately realized this mission was clearly problematic from the start. To say the least, everyone who can join the Martial Alliance has at least a dozen tricks up their sleeve. Sending a bunch of rookies on this kind of mission? Isn't that just asking for trouble? By the time Li Sun finished understanding the situation, he saw Principal Zhao speaking in the group chat. Zhao Qiyuan, if the students of the special training class accept missions without proper analysis beforehand, relying only on sheer courage and passion, then exposing them to death appropriately is only right. Zhao Qiyuan's stance on this matter might seem cold-blooded, but this is precisely the reality. Li Sun shook his head and tacitly accepted it. Indeed, if these kids march onto the battlefield with rigid minds, they'll inevitably meet their doom. Many say Principal Zhao is nothing but a butcher, a cruel, militaristic killing machine. But Li Sun often agreed with Principal Zhao's ideas. Children who don't shed blood will never grow up. What's more, as the Tianyu prison becomes increasingly volatile, these kids will likely have less and less time to mature. Qi Feng, as team leader, is still too cautious. It's time to give them some real challenges. Li Sun, who had just moments ago thought everything was fine, now had an increasingly stern look in his eyes. He finally made up his mind and called the Ninth Army. Nanshur City. Wei Qi was panting heavily, his bloodshot eyes staring at his reflection in the mirror. The experiences of these past few days had been nothing short of a nightmare for Wei Qi. At this very moment, the only reason Wei Qi could still stand here was that Bai Chaoyu considered him useless and only fit for the periphery. Yet even so, a chunk of flesh was ruthlessly carved from Wei Qi's left leg. 7 days ago, the moment Bai Chaoyu arrived in Nanqing City, he refused to listen to any analysis from others. As soon as he obtained clues about the wanted criminal, he immediately led his team to the target location, determined to capture the fugitive alive. But who would have thought? The fugitive had long schemed this. Bai Chaoyu underestimated his enemy, thinking him nothing but trash barely at the early stage Baihao realm, while the fugitive underestimated Bai Chaoyu as a complete rookie. Thus, the hunter became the hunted. When Bai Chaoyu led the team into the target location and saw the organization called Black Flame coming to greet him, he was completely dumbfounded. As a result, all 10 members of Wei Qi's team were actually captured alive by these wanted criminals. It was practically a joke. And within just these few days, Wei Qi and the others truly learned what depravity really meant. Gouging eyes, pulling tendons, cutting flesh, skinning. Wei Qi gently lifted his pants leg. Though the wound was now bandaged, the white gauze seemed to conceal all the pain. Yet Wei Qi still remembered how that gleaming silver dagger had sliced the flesh from his leg piece by piece. Each cut was so agonizing it made him wish for death. Finally, if it weren't for the accompanying teacher who stormed this small branch called Black Flame, Wei Qi wasn't sure if he could have held on any longer. Of the 10 people captured alive, 3 were tortured to death by these psychopaths. Though the teacher who raided the branch managed to save Wei Qi and the others, he himself ended up severely injured. Bai Chaoyu, damn you to hell! Wei Qi stared at his reflection in the mirror, gritting his teeth as he spat out each word slowly and deliberately. Before setting out, Wei Qi had told Bai Chaoyu that the target location hadn't been investigated. At the very least, they should conduct some reconnaissance first. But Bai Chaoyu raised his head arrogantly, looking down at him with disdainful eyes, sneering like he was staring at some pathetic weakling. Wei Qi, if you're this much of a coward, then get the hell out of here. My squad doesn't keep trash. What right does an E-rank nobody like you have to lecture me? Wei Qi snapped out of his memories and punched the wall, his teeth clenched with hatred. Those who haven't been tormented by perverts can't possibly imagine what people like Wei Qi have truly endured. Agony, humiliation, shattered dignity. Wei Qi took a deep breath, splashed his face with ice-cold water, and gradually calmed himself down. Currently, Wei Qi faces 2 paths before him. First, to withdraw from the team, which would mean dropping out of the special training class, returning meekly to the E-block as an ordinary student and progressing through cultivation at a leisurely pace. The second, kill Bai Chaoyu. Wei Qi lifted his head, the reflection in the mirror slowly revealed a murderous glint in his eyes. Just as Wei Qi was preparing to go find Bai Chaoyu, a message popped up in the group chat of Wei Qi's team on his phone. Bai Chaoyu at everyone, gather in my room within 10 minutes for a meeting. Seeing the message, Wei Qi suddenly smiled. Limping, he walked to his bed and lifted up the pillow. Beneath it lay his long blade. This knife was exchanged by Wei Qi for 15 credit points, nothing more than an ordinary first-tier blade. Yet, this knife was exceptionally sharp enough to kill with a single stroke. Wei Qi gently stroked the blade. When registering it, he gave the knife a name. Might. Unsuccessful in worldly pursuits, yet unwavering in one's path. Wealth and rank cannot corrupt him, poverty and obscurity cannot sway him, power and force cannot subdue him. This is what we call a true man. If someone deceives you, humiliates you, laughs at you, belittles you, or treats you with contempt, what would you do? Kill. Wei Qi grabbed the long blade named Might and roared. During Wei Qi's knife training in the special training class, Zhao Qiyuan had once told him that his knife techniques were too refined, too mechanical, and too idealistic. Zhao Qiyuan said Wei Qi's knife lacked killing intent, lacked aggression. Despite clearly having an innate understanding of the blade, he simply couldn't wield it with the aura of slaughter. Yet at this moment, as Wei Qi picked up the long knife, it seemed he suddenly grasped precisely what Zhao Qiyuan had meant by the aura of slaughter. Chapter 72, Crying is all you'll get. 3 days later, 6 a.m. Qi Feng rose from his cultivation session, briefly washed his face, and stared at his reflection in the mirror with a sigh. He'd thought this time he could successfully channel martial energy through all 8 extraordinary meridians, only to find himself blocked at the final Yan linking vessel. Qi Feng, who had confidently claimed there were no bottlenecks just moments ago, could only shake his head resignedly and say, perhaps it's not a bottleneck, just that my martial energy isn't sufficient yet. Who could have imagined that the martial energy required for the 8th Yan linking meridian seemed to exceed the cumulative amount needed for all previous realms combined? After finishing his shower, Qi Feng checked his phone and saw updated information about the 10 teams in the special training class. Among the 9 teams, the captains of 8 remained unchanged, with only Bai Chaoyu's team showing a change. It turned out that Bai Chaoyu had been replaced as captain by Wei Qi. Qi Feng narrowed his eyes. After fully understanding the sequence of events, he mused thoughtfully. It seems these missions could easily cost lives if one isn't careful. As for Wei Qi becoming team captain, Qi Feng wasn't particularly surprised. Ever since joining the special training class last time, Qi Feng had noticed changes in Wei Qi. The once lively and narcissistic teenager was becoming increasingly introverted and taciturn. Wei Qi was actually somewhat lost. Unlike Zhao Yunfan, who had also been exceptionally outstanding, Wei Qi kept struggling desperately to prove his uniqueness even after accepting his F-grade status. Yet the harder he struggled, the more inferior he felt, becoming entirely different from the person he'd been when he first arrived. This time, becoming team leader wasn't a bad thing. For a person, once confidence returns, everything else can come back too. After 30 consecutive days of missions, Qi Feng's team demonstrated such perfect coordination that they completed a total of 8 assignments. Combined with their previous 5 completed tasks, Qi Feng's squad accomplished 13 missions in just 48 days, accumulating 1480 academic credits in total. There are 12 days left until the end of the 2-month mission. Now everyone has gathered together, with a hint of joy evident on each face. 1480 academic credits, that's a considerable number, firmly securing second place among the 10 teams. As for Lu Xiyun's team, they have already reached 1630 credits. Although Yao Zhedong gritted his teeth, determined to compete with Lu Xiyun's team, the gap between them was overwhelmingly large. A 150 credit difference meant the rival team had already completed 2 more tasks than theirs. With only 12 days remaining until the deadline, Shi Feng's team could at best complete 3 more tasks, yet Lu Xiyun's team would undoubtedly continue completing tasks simultaneously. Thus, in the remaining 12 days, the only way to surpass them would be to finish one task every 2 days, a near impossible feat. But you have to understand, completing missions requires traversing all across Dragon Country. Sometimes just traveling alone can consume an entire day. Yao Zhidong felt somewhat discouraged. He patted Wang Fei's chubby little head and said resentfully, "Damn it all, we're just short by these few points. If we could catch up to them, we'd be in first place. Being first comes with an extra 500 credit points reward." Yao Zhidong grew furious as he spoke, accidentally yanking out one of fatty Wang Fei's hairs in his agitation. Wang Fei quickly clutched his head and said, "Brother Yao, don't even think about it. Taking out Lu Xun's team? How is that even possible? Hey, you little brat, calling Lu Xiyun Lu Xun? Is he even worthy of that title?" Yao Zhidong was beyond displeased and slapped Wang Fei on the back with a snort. Except for Yao Zhidong, everyone else was quite satisfied with their current achievements. To be precise, if it weren't for Qi Feng, it would have been difficult for them to achieve such results on their own. Because Qi Feng had finally broken through to the late Baihao realm 3 days ago, soaring straight to 6th place on the top 100 rankings. Although Lu Xiyun, who currently holds the top spot in the top 100 rankings, is also at the late Baihao realm, his position is justified and unshakable. During a mission, Lu Xiyun single-handedly eliminated 8 late Baihao realm fugitives. At this point, Qi Feng had only just entered the late Baihao realm and had never faced a fugitive at this level. Thus, reaching 6th place on the top 100 rankings was already a tremendous affirmation of his abilities. This shows just how terrifying Lu Xiyun is, capable of killing 8 late-stage Baihao realm experts in succession. Realm is one thing, but even within the same realm, actual combat prowess varies greatly. It's like taking an exam, you scoring 100 means that's your limit, but when a top student scores 100, it's because the paper only goes up to 100. Qi Feng smiled without responding, silently focusing on selecting his mission instead. This time, Qi Feng wanted to try a late-stage Baihao realm mission. After all, so many days had passed, and he had only taken on early and mid-stage Baihao realm missions before, never challenging anything more difficult. Therefore, the reason Qi Feng's team could earn so many academic credits was firstly because they suffered no casualties, and secondly because early-stage Baihao realm missions were relatively simple, they literally won by sheer numbers. With only 12 days left before the missions ended, Qi Feng felt it was necessary to temper everyone's skills. Besides, at this very moment, the team's coordination had reached its peak. Moreover, Qi Feng had already reached the late stage of the white tip realm, and during this period, his knife techniques, leg techniques, and movement techniques had all attained a remarkably high level of proficiency. Pierce, mid-stage, slash, mid-stage, movement technique cultivation, upper volume, early stage. In terms of martial techniques, progression is distinguished by 5 stages: novice, early, mid, late, and perfected. As one's realm advances, their comprehension of the techniques deepens, allowing them to ultimately reach a state of perfection. Therefore, martial techniques are not something that can be improved merely through practice, they require epiphanies, breakthroughs in one's realm, life and death struggles. Only then can one make genuine progress. At the beginning of training, most trainees in the special class had been stuck at the introductory level of the techniques from body movement cultivation. After over a month of insights, quite a few members of Qi Feng's team had advanced their movement techniques to the early stage realm. Let's take this mission. Target, late stage Baihao realm, from the Black Flame organization, responsible for killing dozens of innocent people in Xiqing City. Bounty, 200 credits for eliminating him. Qi Feng pointed at the mission and, seeing no objections from the team, decided to act immediately. Xiqing City isn't far from where Qi Feng is currently located, about a 3-hour drive. Just as everyone was about to wrap up the meeting and start dispersing, Li Sun walked in wearing a black work uniform. Li Sun coughed lightly. These past 40-some days have been truly dull. Seeing other accompanying teachers in the group chat bustling about rescuing people, Li Sun couldn't help feeling like a hero with no battlefield. He gave Qi Feng a reproachful look and shook his head repeatedly. Ranked 6th on the 100 elite list, yet you're still this timid? Only taking missions at the early stage of the White Mist realm, barely earning scraps of academic credits, have you no shame? Qi Feng, in 3 days your team will set out with me. I've accepted a mission for you. It's a friendly match with the rookies of the 9th Army. If you win, the school will reward you with 500 academic credits. With this, when you return to school, your team might just take first place. Li Sun stood with his hands on his hips, exuding an air of absolute confidence. Kids, I'll make sure you get a proper taste of discipline this time. And that 500 credit reward? You'll be crying for it when the time comes. Chapter 73, Who will emerge victorious? The 10 people, including Qi Feng, looked at each other in bewilderment. A reward of 500 credits is truly tempting, but even a 200 credit mission comes with the risk of death. Just how difficult must a 500 credit mission be? Qi Feng's team had essentially been led astray by him, with each member embracing a core philosophy centered solely on the word steady, devoid of any youthful exuberance. Seeing not a single person cheer or show excitement, Lee Sun was dumbfounded. He stared at these 10 young faces in disbelief and blurted out foolishly, "This is 500 credit points we're talking about. Have you all lost your minds?" Fong Jing shook her head. With no ponytail to toss, she could only flick her bangs aside and say, "Professor Lee, we're not idiots here. 500 credits is way too high. Aside from old Chi, none of us in the team have much capability." Yao Zhidong was extremely displeased with Fong Jing's remark and immediately jumped in to retort. "Who says nobody has capability? Me, Yao Zhidong, early stage by Hao Realm. I even made it onto the top 100 rankings. Although I'm only ranked 90th right now, let me tell you, I, Yao Zhidong, am completely different from the rest of you." Yao Zhidong stroked his hair, putting on a handsome yet arrogant look, then curled his lip at Fong Jing, making her so furious she seriously considered putting on a live demonstration of how to beat someone up right then and there. Too bad she couldn't actually win the fight. Fong Jing had no choice but to swallow her anger. As for Chi Feng, he wasn't the least bit afraid of this mission. Going to the 9th Army to spar with new recruits might involve some bruises, but there was absolutely no real danger in the assignment. Besides, Chi Feng and the others were anything but unfamiliar with the 9th Army. Lu Chang was from the 9th Army, and General Li Feihu who came at that time was also from the 9th Army. With such an army, the chances of crippling you are much higher than killing you. That's why Chi Feng thought there was no real danger, but they'd probably need to prepare a heap of medical supplies in advance. "Professor Lee, I've already accepted a mission in Xiqing. 3 days won't be enough. We can join you in 5 days to participate in the 9th Army's league competition." Chi Feng made the final decision. Over these days, Chi Feng had gained increasing prestige within the team, so when he spoke, no one opposed him. Thus, the matter of going to the 9th Army to participate in the league was settled just like that. Only Lee Sun was a bit unhappy, feeling that the accompanying instructor was too incompetent. It was all because this kid Chi Feng had accepted such stable missions, leaving him no chance to show off. Other teams all flattered their accompanying instructors, hoping these instructors could ensure their safety. Why does it feel like my status isn't that high when it comes to myself? Unfair. Xiqing City. As one of the most prosperous cities in Northwest Province, Xiqing City is surrounded by mountains on all sides yet densely populated, with skyscrapers visible everywhere. The entire city showed no signs of abandoned factories or shantytowns, so based on the investigation's initial direction, the suspect was likely hiding somewhere in the bustling urban area. As they say, the greatest concealment is amidst the crowd. Suspects hidden in the city's hustle are the hardest to capture. Upon arriving in Xiqing, Chi Feng and the team first checked into a hotel. Fong Jing and Zhao Yunfan immediately headed to the Xiqing police station to gather information before splitting into 2 groups, aiming to track down the suspect before nightfall. The suspect in question was named Zhao De, a descendant of Longhua who grew up in Sakura country. After joining the cultivation world there, he fled to avoid conscription into the Celestial Prison War and eventually joined the Black Flame organization. Chi Feng glanced through Zhao De's information and photos. After memorizing all the necessary details, he prepared to leave the hotel, intending to go out and search for clues as well. The Xiqing Hotel was quite famous in Xiqing City, which was why it accommodated quite a few foreigners. As soon as Chi Feng stepped out of his room, he saw 7 people walking toward him. Leading them was a young man who appeared to be around 20 years old, dressed in a neatly tailored black suit with a long wooden box strapped to his back. Behind him followed a similarly aged youth dressed in casual wear, deliberately staying 2 steps behind the suited man as a gesture of respect. However, when he caught sight of Chi Feng, the casual-clad youth muttered something under his breath, his face twisted in disdain. Behind the lead youth walked a middle-aged man with black and white streaked beard, his expression stern. As the young man slowly walked past Chi Feng's brow furrowed slightly. A martial artist? And all 7 of them were martial artists. The young man leading the group, who hadn't even glanced at Chi Feng before, now turned to look at him. Kimura Tetsuchi, his eyes cold and disdainful, swept his gaze over Chi Feng and asked with an air of superiority, "Are you a student, military, or a rogue cultivator?" Kimura Tetsuchi, after saying this, reached for the box behind him. In the world of martial artists, students and the military represent orthodoxy, while rogue cultivators symbolize fugitives. These fugitives can be executed by anyone. Thus, when Kimura Tetsuchi encountered Chi Feng, he looked upon him with contempt. Upon meeting a martial artist in a hotel, his first thought was that this person must be a rogue fugitive. Chi Feng, however, smirked, raised an eyebrow at Kimura Tetsuchi, and tossed the question right back at him. "What about you guys? Students, military, or rogue cultivators?" Before Kimura Tetsuchi could even react, the man in casual wear behind him seemed to take it as some sort of insult. He immediately stepped forward and snapped, "We are distinguished students from Sakura University. We're here on a mission. How could we possibly be rogue cultivators?" "Shut up!" Kimura Tetsuchi grew angry, glancing around nervously, fearing this guy might spout more nonsense and disrupt their plans. Only after the casually dressed man withdrew did Kimura Tetsuchi turn to Chi-Feng. Noticing Chi-Feng's Longwei University badge, he forced a polite smile and said, "I'm Kimura Tetsuchi. You're here on a mission too, right? If you encounter difficulties, we can help each other out." Chi-Feng glanced at the several men, then slung his black longsword over his shoulder, its tip nearly grazing the nose of the casual-dressed man as he turned away. "Sure, I'll definitely come to you if I need help." Chi-Feng turned back and mimicked Tetsuchi Kimura's manner, offering an equally insincere smile while completely ignoring the increasingly agitated casual-dressed man. Only after the seven had left did Chi-Feng shake his head, uncertain what mission had brought them there. Could it be that this is also Jouda's mission? After all, that Kimura Tetsuchi's cultivation level isn't high, just a youth of 20, only at the late stage Baihao realm. The only exception is the middle-aged man beside Kimura Tetsuchi, who appears to have a higher cultivation level. However, it seems the middle-aged man came merely to protect Kimura Tetsuchi. Chi-Feng looked up the current missions in Shiqing City and became even more certain Kimura Tetsuchi must also be here to carry out Jouda's mission. The tasks at Dragon Kingdom University are synchronized with global missions. Often when you accept a task, others will accept it too. So who ultimately succeeds depends entirely on skill. Chapter 74, That's Only Natural. Shiqing City, Jiayuan Mansion. Jiayuan Mansion is a villa community with over 60 villas, each covering an area of 500 square meters. Most of the residents here belong to the middle class of Shiqing City. Chi-Feng narrowed his eyes and looked towards villa number 3 ahead. The sky was gradually darkening as he asked, "Have you checked clearly? Is Jouda really in this house?" As the reconnaissance team member, Zhao Yunfan nodded with certainty and replied, "Yes, and it can be confirmed that Jouda is alone in the house right now, without any cleaning staff present." Over the past few months, Yao Zhedong had earned considerable academic credits, so taking advantage of the school's discount period for missions, he resolutely exchanged them for a second-tier weapon. Gripping his silver longsword single-handedly, Yao Zhedong gazed at the villa ahead and remarked admiringly, "A fugitive who can afford such a luxurious place, this Jouda must have amassed quite a fortune. There might be quite a few treasures hidden in this house." Yao Zhedong's eyes lit up as he said this. Ever since exchanging his credits for the long saber, he'd been dirt poor. Wang Fei, Feng Jing, Li Xiang, you all stay on the perimeter and keep watch for approaching people. Yao Zhedong, let's go. Chi-Feng made the arrangements, then took Yao Zhedong straight toward the villa's main gate. Yao Zhedong gripped the long saber in his hand, his lips curling with excitement. Killing a late-stage Baihao realm cultivator, how thrilling. Should he blast his way straight in, or leap down from above? How could he make the most dramatic entrance? Just as Yao Zhedong was itching for action, his adrenaline surging wildly, he saw Chi-Feng actually extend his right hand, a finger slightly bent, and press the doorbell beside the gate. A ding-dong sounded abruptly in Yao Zhedong's ears. In an instant, Yao Zhedong was dumbfounded. Weren't we here to kill someone? How come we're gently pressing the doorbell instead? Holy shit, this is so lame. But after all these days, Yao Zhedong didn't dare disobey Chi-Feng either, pursing his lips unhappily as he shot a resentful glare at Chi-Feng. He really wanted to shout out loud, "I'm a martial artist, damn it." There was no response from inside the house. Chi-Feng rang the doorbell twice more, the chime was loud, before stepping to the side of the door, listening intently for any movement. Yet the house remained utterly silent, without even the sound of footsteps. This was Chi-Feng's first proper battle against someone at the late stage Baihao realm, so he was especially cautious compared to usual. Judging from its exterior, the villa was clearly massive, so it might take Zhao Delay some time to come open the door. After the first ring of the doorbell, Chi-Feng remained on high alert the entire time. Chi-Feng had no time at all to pay attention to Yao Zhedong, his complete focus was fixed on what lay behind that villa door. Finally, the sound of movement came from inside, followed by an impatient question. "Damn it, who is it?" Hearing the voice, Chi-Feng finally felt relieved and spoke very politely to the person behind the door. "Hello, I'm from the property management. A water pipe in the community has burst, which might affect everyone's water supply, so we're currently going door to door for emergency repairs." Yao Zhedong showed some quick thinking. Hearing Chi-Feng's explanation, he immediately noticed the water supply box next to the gate and turned off the main valve with a twist of his hand. Then he shot Chi-Feng a "look how clever I am" glance in the darkness. Although Yao Zhedong understood Chi-Feng's intention, he still believed that barging in on their own would seem more dashing than waiting for someone to open the door. However, over these past 2 months, he had teamed up with Chi-Feng for so long that cooperating with him had become second nature. After Chi-Feng finished speaking, Jouda inside the room fell silent. After a long while, Jouda's voice came through calmly and flatly. "My house has no water. You can come in." At the same time as this sound, the door opened. The moment it did, Chi-Feng recognized through the gap the person opening it. It was Jouda. The black longsword struck directly toward Jouda's face. In a fight against a martial artist at the late stage of the Baihao realm, one must strike first to gain the upper hand. With this strike, Chi Feng was determined to take Zhao Da's life. At the same time, Yao Zhedong grabbed the long knife in his hand and charged forward. Inside the door, Zhao Da swiftly dodged Chi Feng's long blade, then kicked away the weapon Yao Zhedong swung at him. Amid the darkness, only the room behind Zhao Da was lit. Bathed in the light, Zhao Da's face seemed as if it had been scorched by fire, his skin appearing stitched together, making him look grotesque and terrifying. Zhao Da watched Yao Zhedong charging forward, his eyes devoid of any human emotion, emitting only two derisive ha-ha laughs. Harvesting the life of a rookie at the early White Strand stage was an extremely simple matter. Before Zhao Da could strike at Yao Zhedong, Chi Feng swiftly advanced. Though his previous slash had failed, the black longsword once again cleaved rapidly toward Zhao Da. Just as Zhao Da had been about to strike at Yao Zhedong, he glanced at Chi Feng and remarked, "White Strand stage, late phase?" After saying this, Zhao Da quickly bolted towards the exit, clearly having no intention of confronting Chi Feng. For Zhao Da, killing a novice like Yao Zhedong was as easy as turning over his hand. But if too many strong pursuers came after him, it would be wiser to just flee rather than foolishly stand his ground. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Yao Zhedong, still trembling with fear, picked up his long sword and chased after the figure. Raising his blade high, he aimed a fierce slash at Zhao Da's head. A long sword wielded by someone at the early stage of Bai Hao realm naturally lacked the power to kill a peak stage Bai Hao realm expert. Thus, Zhao Da showed no fear at all, simply focusing on running forward. But then, the team members Chi Feng had arranged ahead emerged one by one. These recruits, who hadn't even formally begun their cultivation, actually attempted to block Zhao Da's path. Fang Jing, wearing crimson gold gauntlets, charged forward without a second thought. With a leap, she swung her fist, aiming straight for Zhao Da's temple. Zhao Da merely tilted his head slightly to dodge, then with a single grab, crushed Fang Jing's crimson gold gauntlets, almost shattering her hand bones in the process. Though his weapon had been knocked away by Chi Feng and he had no time to retrieve it, Zhao Da had no trouble beating up rookies with his bare hands. His face took on a fiercer expression as he sneered, "Kid, you're not even worthy." Fang Jing, with her hair cut as messily as chewed dog shit, being mistaken for a boy in the darkness wasn't the least bit surprising. Seeing this, Chi Feng roared loudly, "Step back." Fang Jing didn't have time to react either. After hearing Chi Feng's words, she quickly rolled backward and then looked breathlessly at Zhao Da standing ahead. At this moment, Zhao Da stood in the courtyard of Villa Number 3. After scanning the group of people ambushed near his home, he suddenly sighed in relief. "I thought the military had arrived. Ha ha ha, with just you guys?" Zhao Da suddenly stopped running, turning his head to glare at Chi Feng. He cracked his neck, the sagging skin on his weathered face twitching slightly. Unbothered by his own disheveled appearance, he taunted Chi Feng with a sneer. "Seems like you're the only one who can last a couple moves against me, punk." Zhao Da at the late stage of the White Aura realm remained quite confident. Among these 10 team members, Zhao Denham only had eyes for Chi Feng, the others probably wouldn't even be worth his effort to kill. Chi Feng smiled slightly, tightening his grip around his black longsword. After giving his team a once-over, he waved his hand and said, "Yao Zhedong, after all this time together, I'd say we've developed pretty decent teamwork, wouldn't you?" Yao Zhedong slowly straightened up, rotating his ankle. Though his leg still tingled numb from being kicked earlier, he forced a casual grin and replied, "Of course." Chapter 75, Zhao Da. Chi Feng didn't hesitate in the slightest. All this prolonged training was precisely for the sake of fighting a good battle. Some things can be avoided or cautiously guarded against, while others must be confronted head-on. Chi Feng wielded his black blade, his knife techniques prioritizing speed, precision, and ruthlessness, daring to slash, daring to kill, daring to charge forward, daring to strike the strong. The black blade spun at high speed, transforming into a deadly weapon in the darkness of night. This strike aimed straight for Zhao Da's heart. A warrior's weakness lies not in the spleen, stomach, or kidneys, nor in the limbs, but in the heart. Especially that crucial aortic vessel that absorbs martial energy. This is the very origin from which warriors cultivate their strength. Chi Feng moved swiftly. When it came to leg techniques, the piercing strike taught to him by Chu Zi was already a top-tier martial art. Originally created by Chu Zi's mentor, this technique had never been widely disseminated. Although manuals like the Cultivation Guide and Movement Techniques also belong to the upper-tier martial arts, the Dragon Kingdom was exceptionally generous to its own people. Therefore, these techniques were subsidized by the kingdom's funds to make them accessible to all martial artists. However, Zhao Da was different. He neither belonged to Dragon Kingdom University nor had he grown up within the Dragon Kingdom's military system. As previously mentioned, Zhao Da was raised in Sakura Nation, which meant the number of high-level techniques he had mastered was pitifully scarce. The blade thrust forward straight toward the heart. Zhao Da's speed was slightly inferior, twisting his body. He barely dodged the black blade. Just as he was about to turn around to mock Chi Feng's piercing strike descended from above. Chi Feng threw every ounce of his strength into this kick, waiting precisely for the moment Zhao Da twisted aside to avoid the blade. By the time Zhao Da registered shock, Chi Feng's leg was already driving straight toward his abdomen. Piercing strike. Going by the name alone, it was clear this technique turned the leg into a blade, thrusting forward to penetrate its target. With all the force in his leg, Qi Feng's toes pierced through Zhao De's flesh. A final burst of strength and his foot impaled straight through the abdomen. Instantly, Zhao De let out a roar that pierced the heavens. Zhao De's pupils dilated as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. The pain made his scalp tingle and his muscles twitch. Having climbed his way up to become a minor leader in the Black Flame organization, it had been far too long since he'd last experienced such agony. All these years, he had been the one dealing death who could possibly harm him. But a warrior is still a warrior. Pain is not the end of life. Zhao De pulled out a small knife from his chest and slashed at Qi Feng's leg. Qi Feng swiftly dodged, followed by the black blade advancing, aiming to directly end Zhao De's life. But Zhao De, clutching his abdomen, had no intention of engaging with Qi Feng and desperately fled northward. Yao Zhidong, originally there to finish the job, couldn't possibly watch the target escape. Swinging his large blade, he lunged toward Zhao De. It seemed Zhao De was destined to die either by the black blade or be struck down by Yao Zhidong. A blinding beam of light suddenly shone upon Qi Feng and his two companions, its brilliance harsh enough to sting the eyes. In an instant, the place became as bright as day. Listening carefully, someone in the neighborhood was leaning out of their window, bewildered. Ha, has dawn already come? But it wasn't dawn. Arriving with the light were the people Qi Feng had seen at the hotel, including Kimura Tetsuchi and his companions. Behind Kimura Tetsuchi were two people. One was the middle-aged man protecting him, and the other was the foul-mouthed guy in casual clothes. With a few leaps, the trio dashed straight to the battleground where Qi Feng and Zhao De were fighting. As soon as the middle-aged man arrived, without caring whose fight it was, he whipped out a silver dagger and slashed at Zhao De's neck. Zhao De, who was already scrambling to escape, didn't even have time to react before blood gushed from his neck like a high-pressure water gun, spraying uncontrollably. Zhao De was dumbfounded. His abdomen had been pierced, his neck had been stabbed. What the hell? Was there no justice left in this world? Yao Zhidong was baffled. He couldn't tell whether these people had come to save Zhao De or to kill him. Gripping his blade tightly, he watched them warily, ready to unleash a bloodbath at the slightest sign of trouble. Only Qi Feng smiled. Standing with his sword in hand, he watched as the middle-aged man hauled Zhao De up by the scruff of his neck and remarked coldly, "Stealing our mission? This Zhao De is our target. If you want to snatch him, at least wait until we've failed our task, no?" The middle-aged man didn't utter a word. He simply shattered Zhao De's skull with a single palm strike, sending the man to meet his maker instantly. Only then did the middle-aged man toss Zhao De's corpse to the ground and cast a glance at Kimura Tetsuchi. Kimura Tetsuchi turned to Qi Feng with a faint smile, producing a folding fan from nowhere and lazily fanning himself as he said, "My friend, you misunderstand. While you can certainly take credit for eliminating Zhao De, we must take his body back with us. My uncle is already a powerhouse at the Golden Quest realm, so naturally he wouldn't stoop to competing with you White Whisk realm martial artists over such a low-level mission." Kimura Tetsuchi is very confident. The Golden Illusion realm, a realm lofty enough that one could only gaze up in awe, who could refuse if they wished to take this corpse away? Moreover, Tetsuchi Kimura felt he was being quite reasonable. After all, he'd already paid these people the full reward for the job. All he wanted was the corpse. Yao Zhidong was a bit confused. He glanced at Qi Feng, not quite understanding the situation, and whispered, "What are these people up to? Why are they giving us such a bargain just for a corpse?" Indeed, from Yao Zhidong's perspective, it seemed like they were getting the better end of the deal. But Qi Feng just looked at Yao Zhidong and smiled slightly, saying, "So, why do you think others would let us take advantage of them?" Just like that mission in Nanjing City, it felt like a sweet deal, which is why Bai Chaoyu's team lost so many people. In this world, there is always a reason behind every unusual occurrence. Nothing happens without a cause. Every time Qi Feng and the others completed a mission, they would report it to the school, and then the local military would come to collect the bodies. Of course, if there were no corpse to hand over to the military, reporting it as body crushed beyond recovery wouldn't raise any eyebrows either. But Qi Feng knew there must be a reason why little Sakura country wanted this corpse. Putting aside old grudges, who knew what treasures might be hidden on this body, making these people travel thousands of miles just to claim a dead man? Seeing Qi Feng hesitate, the man in casual clothes, already annoyed that his young master had been so accommodating, grew impatient with this lowly martial artist's reluctance and snapped, "You're not losing out here. This Zhao De was nothing but a fool who insisted on barging into our great Sakura country. So even if he died, he must have wanted to come here anyway. Let me remind you, our young master is competing in this tournament. If you don't know what's good for you, he'll beat your dragon country's contestants to death in the matches." The casually dressed man stood with his hands in his pockets, looking down at Qi Feng and the others with arrogant disdain, as if they were mere insects. Chapter 76, Li Sun loses his temper. Qi Feng remained silent, but Yao Zhidong eyed the casually dressed man and asked in confusion, "Where did such an idiot come from? Are you deliberately trying to smear your young master? This is hilarious. Your Sakura country hasn't even made it into the top 3, and you're still fighting tooth and nail here? Are you dead set on provoking us so we'll beat your young master to death in the league? Actually, have you always been jealous of your young master? That's why you're trying so hard to ruin his reputation everywhere, hoping someone will finish him off for you? After saying this, Yao Zhedong quickly nodded, then gave the casually dressed Futani Taro a look that said, I figured out your little trick. He even winked to show he totally understood. Chi Feng nearly burst out laughing. When it came to having a sharp tongue, Yao Zhedong was truly the most sarcastic person he'd ever met. These few sentences directly made Futaro need to spit blood in anger. Though he was jealous of Tetsuchi Kimura, he hadn't intended to set Tetsuchi up for backlash, let alone wish for his death. Wait, hold on. Could it be that deep down, he actually did want to smear Tetsuchi Kimura's name so badly that he'd get beaten to death in the ring? Futaro Nita rubbed his head, then stole a glance at Tetsuchi Kimura before falling deep into thought. Yao Zhedong's words somehow struck a chord with something deep inside him. Kimura Tetsuchi's face darkened completely. He first shot Yao Zhedong a fierce glare, stopped fanning himself, then turned his angry gaze toward Futani Taro. Anyway, Kimura Tetsuchi had to admit Yao Zhedong's words made some sense. As the future heir of the Kimura family with A-grade talent, already a white-brow realm martial artist at such a young age, he was practically crushing everyone beneath him. If I must blame anyone, it's my own excellence that attracts envy from those around me. It was only when the middle-aged man cleared his throat that the eerie atmosphere in the room was restored to normalcy. Kimura Tetsuchi immediately waved his fan again. This time, he didn't want Futani Taro to speak anymore, nor did he wish to hear Yao Zhedong's voice, so he hastily interjected. Friend, why don't you do us a favor? All we want is Jouda's corpse. Chi Feng glanced at the middle-aged man who had remained silent. He remembered Kimura Tetsuchi saying earlier that this man was at the Golden Seeker realm. Countless people spend their entire lives unable to advance past the White Strand realm. Thus, the Golden Seeker realm seems almost unbelievable, unimaginable, and immeasurable. The middle-aged man noticed Chi Feng's gaze but showed complete disdain, maintaining an arrogant posture as if Jouda was already within his grasp. After all, in his eyes, how could anyone possibly dare to withhold what he demanded? Even the Kimura family had to wait on him hand and foot, begging for his favor. If it weren't for the fact that Tetsuchi Kimura was the future heir, he wouldn't even be worthy of his protection. Chi Feng neither agreed nor refused. He simply waited, and only after sensing Li Sun's presence did he finally let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, Chi Feng couldn't possibly hand over a corpse that would be useful to the Sakura country people. This was a matter of ethics. However, Chi Feng also had self-awareness. He knew he couldn't stop that middle-aged man at the Golden Sunny stage. This, on the other hand, was a matter of life and death. So the best solution was to stall. Stall until Li Sun arrived and let the school handle the matter. Li Sun strode out of the darkness with his hands behind his back, his brows furrowed. He was truly at his wits' end with Chi Feng. He was just a mere Tsunchi realm cultivator. Did Chi Feng really think he could take on a Jinshuan realm expert? Chi Feng and his crew didn't understand what Jinshuan realm even meant. But how could Li Sun, as a Tsunchi realm martial artist, not know the terrifying power of Jinshuan? The Jinshuan realm was a critical threshold in a martial artist's cultivation. Those who reached the Golden Seek realm could still be called human before, but once they step into this realm, they are no longer human. With a heart like golden stone, a body like a golden pagoda, each realm towers over the last. They have long surpassed ordinary men. Don't be fooled by the might of those in the heavens rule realm, who seem capable of blotting out the sky and fighting midair. But let 10 of them pile together, and they still can't withstand a single strike from a Golden Seek realm cultivator. Li Sun walked forward slowly, his head aching terribly. If the corpse were taken from Chi Feng's hands, one could still say Chi Feng's cultivation level was too low. It was simply beyond his control. But if it were taken from his own hands, how could he ever face the school again? Alas, no matter how slowly one walks, the road must eventually come to an end. Li Sun first glared fiercely at Chi Feng before turning a cold face to Tetsuchi Kimura and the others, his tone unfriendly as he said, "Since this mission was completed by our Dragon Nation University, the body naturally belongs to us. Even if Joude had joined your Sakura country, it must go through our procedures first to determine whether to return it to your Sakura country. Let me remind you, this is Dragon Nation after all. A mere Golden Seeker realm? Dragon Nation doesn't even bat an eye at that." Though Li Sun lacked confidence in his heart, his outward demeanor was brimming with boldness. While he might fear the Golden Seeker realm personally, Dragon Nation certainly didn't. As Li Sun's words fell, the expressions of Kimura Tetsuchi and his two companions instantly darkened, especially the middle-aged man who shot a glance at Li Sun before his aura erupted abruptly. Finally, he spoke. "Do you believe that I can kill every single one of you right now? And no one would ever know?" The middle-aged man scowled fiercely, baring his teeth as if ready to strike. Yao Zhedong twitched his ears slightly and whispered to Chi Feng. "Oh, so he's not mute after all. I always thought he was mute." Chi Feng. Chi Feng glanced at Yao Zhedong, then at the middle-aged man whose face had grown darker, before looking at his own teen teacher's leg, which seemed to be trembling slightly. He could only nod and say, "Yeah, he's not mute. He's a normal person." Lee Sun curled his lips in disapproval. He truly couldn't believe these two idiots were still provoking others at a time like this. Did they genuinely want to get silently eliminated in the dead of night? Just as expected, the middle-aged man snapped. With a swift movement, a dagger flashed through the tranquil darkness, heading straight for Yao Zhedong's direction. The pride of a strong warrior could never tolerate insults from mere rookies. Lee Sun swiftly reached out and pulled Yao Zhedong to his side just a split second slower, and the dagger would have plunged straight into Yao's eye. Though Yao Zhedong avoided the dagger thanks to Lee Sun, its razor-sharp edge still grazed his face, instantly leaving him covered in blood. Yao Zhedong dodged the dagger, but its unchecked momentum carried it straight toward the stone sculpture behind him. The sculpture, a decorative piece in the green belt, stood 10 meters tall, wide, and long, an enormous structure. But as the tiny dagger struck, the colossal granite sculpture instantly emitted a cracking sound before crumbling into dust. Completely pulverized into ashes, the particles even floated away when the wind blew. Lee Sun turned back, his fury now genuinely ignited. How dare anyone attack the student under his protection right before his eyes? Did they truly mistake the Sanchi realm for rookies? Chapter 77, Empty-Handed. Lee Sun, mid-staged Sanchi realm. He had his own pride. Though no match for the gold-seeking realm, how could he refuse to fight just because he couldn't win? Lee Sun curled his palm into a fist, lightly flicked his robe, and assumed a stance. Giving the middle-aged man a cold stare, he spoke a vicious yet cowardly taunt. "Come on then, come kill me. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. Let's see if you have the guts." Lee Sun was furious, his anger boiling over. "If you dare lay a hand on my student, then let's see if you dare kill me." Shi Feng, standing behind Lee Sun, had initially thought this would erupt into battle, that his accompanying teacher was about to showcase his formidable power. But, this sentence feels somewhat off? That's it? Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man didn't even glance at Lee Sun. With a casual wave of his left hand, martial energy surged violently as combat power erupted from his palm. The middle-aged man's figure instantly turned into an afterimage. All Shi Feng heard were two sounds, thud and crack, before everything returned to normal. The middle-aged man still stood there, sneering contemptuously. Lee Sun's chest had collapsed inward, and blood gushed from his mouth in torrents. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng hadn't even seen how the middle-aged man made his move before it was all over. Although Li Su was still able to stand, anyone with eyes could tell that the middle-aged man had likely broken his ribs, as Li Sun's entire chest cavity had caved in. Li Sun, who should have been on the verge of death, was now supporting Shi Feng with one hand, stubbornly standing bolt upright. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he burst into laughter instead, pulling himself up and taunting. "What's the matter? Why don't you finish me off? I knew you didn't dare. Ha! You dumbass probably know this too. If you actually kill me in Dragon Kingdom territory, you won't be leaving here alive either." Li Sun was acting tough. Though he was practically slumped entirely against Shi Feng at this point, the mere fact that he was still standing after taking a palm strike from a Golden Seeker realm expert was boast-worthy material for years to come. But only Shi Feng noticed how violently Li Sun's arm was trembling where it rested on his shoulder. With a caved-in chest cavity, Li Sun seemed to have suddenly activated some death-defying gene as he pointed arrogantly at the corpse on the ground. "Hey, Yao Zhedong, carry this corpse back for me. We completed this mission ourselves. The body must belong to us." Ahem. After speaking, he coughed twice, probably blood had choked his throat. However, Li Sun's image of being both reckless and fearless truly left the trio of Kimura Tetsuchi momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The middle-aged man's face turned livid as he glared fiercely at Li Sun, his martial energy fluctuating violently, clearly intent on killing him right then and there. Yet, the middle-aged man didn't dare act. Li Sun was right about one thing. Killing a Long Kingdom martial artist on Long Kingdom soil would likely mean he'd never leave the country alive. The middle-aged man held back, but the more he restrained himself, the more brazenly Li Sun provoked him. Li Sun leaned against Shi Feng, took out a handkerchief from his bosom, and leisurely wiped the blood dripping from his mouth. Then he tauntingly said, "What are you looking at? A mere golden seeker like you dares to challenge me, a mighty Sanchi realm expert? Impossible. You!" The middle-aged man couldn't hold his anger any longer. Just as he was about to strike, Kimura Tetsuchi hastily stopped him and whispered, "Uncle Tai, you mustn't fall for his trick. That scoundrel definitely couldn't survive another blow from you right now. If he dies, we'll be in trouble too." The middle-aged man glared fiercely at Li Sun before finally suppressing his anger. The current situation was now clear. Kimura Tetsuchi and his group wanting Zhaoda's corpse was obviously an impossible request. Originally, Kimura Tetsuchi believed that with Jin Shuanjing present to maintain order, no one would dare cause trouble no matter what. Alas, Li Sun was truly too brutish, forcing even the powerful from the Golden Search realm to dare not make a move. Unable to do anything else, Kimura Tetsuchi merely glanced at Zhaoda's corpse on the ground, then put on an extremely hypocritical smile as he addressed Li Sun and Shi Feng. In that case, we shall forego claiming Zhao remains. We hope your side will complete the basic procedures and allow his body to be returned to Sakura country afterward. After all, your nation deeply venerates the concept of fallen leaves returning to their roots. No doubt Zhao longed for Sakura country in his final moments. Li Sun was now half lying on Shi Feng's body, too lazy to bother arguing with Kimura Tetsuchi, simply waving his hand dismissively. If you want his corpse, you'll have to negotiate with the military. Talking to us is pointless. Having said this, Li Sun paid no further attention to Kimura Tetsuchi and his two companions, remaining slumped against Chiffon while still trying to maintain an air of arrogant nonchalance. Only after Kimura Tetsuchi walked away dejectedly with his entourage did Li Sun suddenly make a swish sound and collapse fully onto the ground. Chiffon was terrified and immediately went to check on Li Sun. By this time, Li Sun had already turned pale, his entire body cold, and his limbs gradually stiffening. He looked as though there was barely any life left in him. It was clear that enduring a single strike from a Goldseeker realm expert was no trivial matter. Chiffon pulled out a dozen bottles of internal injury medicine from his backpack and proceeded to feed them to Li Sun. At this moment, Chiffon had no other choice. He couldn't just stand by and watch Li Sun die here anyway. Those healing medicines might not be the exact remedy, but they wouldn't cause any major problems either. Only after feeding Li Sun 3 bottles of healing medicine in succession did Chiffon finally sense a gradual return of warmth to Li Sun's body. Stop feeding me. Li Sun opened his eyes and weakly addressed Chiffon. Go to the Ninth Army. The Ninth Army has a way to cure me. Li Sun was right, the nearest place to Shicheng at the moment was the Ninth Army. Moreover, Chiffon and the others were already scheduled to head to the Ninth Army for their next mission. So, after carrying Li Sun into the off-road vehicle, Chiffon prepared to set off immediately. However, before setting off, Shifeng still planned to examine Zhaoda's corpse. After all, since Kimura Tetsuchi and the others were so insistent on obtaining the body, there must be something unusual about it. 20 minutes later, Shifeng crouched on the ground, locking eyes with Yao Zhidong in mutual bewilderment. Yao Zhidong pointed at Zhaoda's corpse and said with a hint of disgust, "Captain, Kimura Tetsuchi must be crazy. Other than the 3 scars on Zhaoda's back, a missing toe on his left foot, and 3 missing teeth, there's nothing special about this guy. All right, it seems he doesn't have an appendix." Yao Zhidong pressed a knife into Zhaoda's skin, probed his abdomen, and confirmed firmly. Shifeng chose to tacitly approve Yao Zhidong's autopsy behavior. Over so many days, Yao had dissected quite a few corpses, insisting that people might hide resources in their abdominal cavities. So Shifeng had long since grown accustomed to it. What exactly was the secret on Zhaoda's body? Shifeng examined Zhaoda's corpse once more, but found nothing. Chapter 78, Arrival at the Ninth Army. After checking 3 times in a row, aside from the Black Flame Organization's tattoo on Zhaoda's body and the 20,000 yuan in cash on him, there was nothing else left. Shifeng glanced at Yao Zhidong, who was still fiddling with the bloody remains, and shook his head. "Let's go, we need to get moving. Teacher Li is still waiting for us to save his life at the Ninth Army." Only then did Yao Zhidong stand up, meticulously packing away his corpse-searching tools into their respective categories before suddenly appearing to have an epiphany. Squaring his shoulders, he said, "Actually, I think most of the time, cultivation level isn't important at all. For example, me, even though my cultivation level is lower than yours, I dare to bet that old Chi, you wouldn't dare to kill me. Old Chi, if you really have what it takes, go ahead and kill me." Yao Zhidong wasn't joking around, he genuinely believed Li Sun's earlier move had worked. This just proved that as long as those on the top 100 rankings didn't dare to kill him, he was stronger than any of them. So this troublemaker stopped calling him captain altogether, mimicking Fang Jing's way of addressing him by repeatedly calling him Old Chi while beating his chest like a mighty gorilla, looking extremely pleased with himself. This proves that as long as you're unafraid of death, none of those people can truly be your match. Yao Zhidong was now filled with regret. If only he had known earlier, back during his first confrontation with Chiffon, he should have been more aggressive. Why had he shrunk back then, afraid that Chiffon might be stronger and beat him senseless? If only, back then, he had been just a bit braver. Does that mean this squad leader position will fall to me now? Chiffon cast a suspicious glance at the brat Yao Zhidong, suddenly realizing that Li Sun's earlier antics had genuinely led Yao astray. A talentless dumbass with no cultivation level to speak of, yet here you are pulling death-defying stunts, you're truly asking to get yourself killed. Shifeng couldn't be bothered with Yao Zhidong. After handing over the mission responsibilities, he prepared to lead the remaining team members away from this place toward the Ninth Army. Fortunately, people like Shifeng didn't have much luggage when traveling, so they could pack up quickly and set off immediately. This time, because Li Sun was injured and couldn't drive, Fang Jing volunteered to take the wheel, choosing to drive an off-road vehicle alone. Just before getting in the car, Fang Jing glanced at Shifeng. In the darkness, her expression wasn't clearly visible, but she sighed and said, "Old Chi, I think we probably don't have what it takes to participate in the league. So, if you can still make it, remember, don't lose." Your sister Jing doesn't like those foreigners being too arrogant in front of us. Take that Kimura guy earlier, if you see him, you must beat him to death. Fang Jing finished speaking, opened the car door, and got in, all in one fluid motion. After turning on the headlights, that face which had been somewhat melancholy moments ago transformed into a completely different expression. Chi Feng smiled. Indeed, no one likes it when others come to our doorstep to act arrogantly. The reason that middle-aged man didn't dare to kill Li Sun today was simply because the Dragon Nation is still at the height of its power. If the Dragon Nation were to truly weaken, those outsiders would surely dare to bully people right in their own territory. So, this tournament, we must not lose. The Ninth Army was located near the capital city, in a sparsely populated small town called Jiujuan Town. Earlier, Li Sun had already made arrangements with the Ninth Army, so when Chi Feng and the others drove to Jiujuan Town, a dedicated vehicle was already waiting to pick them up. The person who came to pick us up was a middle-aged man driving a pickup truck, dressed quite stylishly. In the scorching heat of summer, draped in a fur coat, with oversized dark sunglasses covering half the face. For a moment, it was hard to tell the exact age of this middle-aged man. Leaning against the car, he pushed his sunglasses up onto his forehead and glanced at Li Sun, who was barely clinging to life in Chi Feng's car. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Well, Li Daredevil, why do you look like you're about to kick the bucket? Who on earth could reduce our Li Daredevil to this state? TSK, tisk. Wang Zhengtao roared with laughter, showing not the slightest consideration for Li Sun's feelings, not that Li Sun had the energy to retort anyway. After finishing their jokes at Li Sun's expense, Wang Zhengtao suddenly turned grim. He reached out to check Li Sun's pulse, then frowned so deeply it could crush a fly, cursing. Which bastard did this? 6 of the 8 extraordinary meridians are severed, this is murder. Lying weakly on the backseat, Li Sun gave Wang Zhengtao a glance before snapping back. Cut the fucking bullshit. Keep talking and I'll be dead. Wang Zhengtao finally got serious. First, he moved Li Sun from Chi Feng's car to his own, then said to Chi Feng, follow my car, and stay close. Once he finished speaking, Wang Zhengtao didn't utter another word. He stomped hard on the pickup truck's accelerator, pushing it to what felt like 300 kilometers per hour on the small town's deserted highway in the dead of night. Though Jiujuan Town was sparsely populated, as a place that could still be called a town, it did have some residents living there. Moreover, Jiujuan Town had only one main road. Driving along this thoroughfare for less than 20 minutes, we caught sight of the vast and imposing Ninth Army camp station ahead. From a distance away from the military camp, you could already hear the thunderous roar of drills. Ha, ha, ha! The sound of 10,000 people practicing boxing techniques was truly chilling. Chi Feng's team followed Wang Zhengtao's vehicle. After entering the military camp, they first had to undergo inspection before being allowed to proceed. Once all the checks were completed, the 10-member squad led by Chi Feng was left utterly bewildered, because Wang Zhengtao had disappeared, and so had Li Sun. At that very moment, standing before Chi Feng were over 30 men dressed in green uniforms. All 30 plus of them stood over 6 feet tall, imposing and powerfully built, each exuding faint martial energy. Clearly, every last one was a trained fighter. Yet, their ominous bearing left no doubt they came with ill intent. Their fiery gazes locked onto Chi Feng's group like men confronting their father's murderer, radiating pure hostility. Many people were carrying weapons in their hands, battle axes, broadswords, iron clubs. The sheer killing intent left Chi Feng utterly baffled, making him wonder if they had unknowingly trespassed on some taboo when they first entered. After all, in Chi Feng's memory, the people of the Ninth Army had always been warm and brotherly, his own kin. How did things suddenly escalate to the point where they seemed ready to kill him on sight? This must be because I entered the wrong way just now. Yao Zhidong quickly scooted closer to Chi Feng and whispered, Old Chi, Captain, what's going on here? Did Teacher Li sign us up for a friendly match or to get our asses kicked? We didn't do anything. It's just a friendly match, so why do they look at us like we killed their fathers or something? Yao Zhidong scratched his head, filled with confusion, unable to make sense of the current situation. He had just arrived and hadn't even rested. Was a friendly match about to start already? Were you the ones who captured squad leader Lu? Just then, the man leading the opposing group spoke, standing beneath the sunlight. The young man, not yet 20, had pupils with a faint trace of blue. Compared to the others, he appeared notably more refined. Yet, Chi Feng sensed danger emanating solely from this individual. Chapter 79, The Friendly Match. Zhao Shang's eyes burned with menace, his faintly bluish irises reflecting pure hostility as he stared at Chi Feng and his 9 companions. Truth be told, Zhao Shang and his crew hadn't come to ambush Chi Feng's group on some sudden whim. When news of Lu Chang's arrest reached the Ninth Army, the soldiers were already seething with anger. Zhao Shang and his men sharpened their knives day and night. If not for the Ninth Army's strict military discipline, which forbade leaving camp without permission, they would have long gone to confront Chi Feng and his ilk. To the Ninth Army, Lu Chang was one of their own. Though he had erred, his mistake was precisely what pained the Ninth Army's hearts most. So, his arrest and suicide left everyone in the Ninth Army feeling utterly heartbroken. Especially since Liu Chang had spent 10 years in the Ninth Army. Even if not everyone knew him personally, he was someone deeply connected to their lives. Such a man, rather than dying honorably on the battlefield, ended up taking his own life. Whose fault was it? Even Zhao Shang and the others didn't truly know whose fault it was. Yet, the anger in our hearts was hard to suppress. Especially since Liu Chang was the squad leader for Zhao Shang and the others, he treated Zhao Shang's group like brothers. So although everyone knew Qi Feng and his crew weren't to blame, we were all choking with unspoken fury. Our protector, our big brother who shielded us from wind and rain, just died like that, in that damned abandoned factory. This air is suffocating. Zhao Shang glanced at Qi Feng, his throat working as he spoke in a hoarse voice. I, Zhao Shang, have served in the army for 3 years but never qualified for the 9th barracks. Thanks to squad leader Liu putting in a good word for me. What Zhao Shang meant by qualification was none other than his faintly blue-tinted eyes. Only those with clean family backgrounds, pure lineage, and upright principles are eligible to join the 9th Army, that's the rule. Although those who enlist never know what the 9th Army actually does, it doesn't stop the 9th Army from being revered and feared among all military forces. Who wouldn't take pride in joining such an elite unit? Unfortunately, Zhao Shang is a mixed blood. Even though his father died long ago, the 9th Army's scrutiny is notoriously strict, there's simply no way they'd ever let him in. If it weren't for Zhao Shang meeting Liu Chang during a mission, he might never have had the qualification to enter the 9th Army in his lifetime. Thus, to him, Liu Chang was not just a mentor, but also the discoverer of his talent. Zhao Shang raised his slightly bluish eyes, the ferocity in them unwavering. In his hand was a 9-section whip, each ebony segment about 30 centimeters long, making the entire weapon nearly 3 meters in length. With a light flick of the 9-section whip, he pointed it at Qi Feng and the others before slowly speaking. I heard you were originally coming to our 9th Army for a friendly match. How about letting us be your opponents instead? I've only been in the 9th Army for about 6 months, shouldn't count as bullying you, right? Zhao Shang's words carried a hint of arrogance, yet his eyes and expression showed no trace of disdain. To Qi Feng, this person could be described in just one word, upright. Before Qi Feng could respond, many in the group standing behind Zhao Shang began voicing discontented murmurs and objections. Bullying? Dragon Nation University has always received more resources than our military forces, all for nurturing true prodigies of heaven. How could such heaven-blessed talents possibly feel bullied by us? You should know we military personnel receive no school handouts for cultivation resources, we have to fight tooth and nail for every scrap of cultivation material. This completely ignited the tensions between both sides. Originally, because of Liu Chang's situation, people on Qi Feng's side still felt somewhat guilty and didn't dare to speak up. But hearing those from the opposing side talk about students of Dragon Kingdom University as if they were getting something for nothing, how could that not make people angry? Yao Zhedong, who was already wearing boxing gloves, clashed his fists together a couple of times and then shouted in displeasure. Nonsense! The resources I use for cultivation, I earned them myself. If you want to fight, let's fight. You think I'm scared of you? What a joke! Don't go crying later that we bullied you. The chubby Wang Fei quickly nodded, wearing an expression that was both silly and fierce, and said to the person opposite him, right, Brother Yao is absolutely correct. We're not afraid of you at all. Thus, for the moment, before either side could throw a punch, they instead descended into a rather undignified bout of mutual insults. Nevertheless, the duel itself could no longer be delayed. Qi Feng came here primarily to participate in friendly matches, and it didn't really matter who he fought. Alright, tomorrow then, we'll have our friendly match with you. Qi Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he glanced at Zhao Shang with a faint, playful smile. A friendly match with a man of integrity, that didn't sound half bad. Zhao Shang likely didn't expect Qi Feng to agree so quickly. After a brief moment of surprise, he nodded and said, alright, later, I'll have someone bring you the competition rules. With that said, Zhao Shang immediately took his people and left. Only Qi Feng and the other 9 remained, staring at the massive 9th military camp at a loss. Yao Zhedong nudged Qi Feng's shoulder and said, Captain, how are we fighting tomorrow? Is everyone going to the battlefield? Even if we fight tomorrow, where should we stay for now? The 9th military camp covers 10,000 acres, roughly the same size as Dragon Kingdom University. Although it doesn't have as many towering buildings as the university, all its structures are well organized and quite intricate. Qi Feng and the others were still standing at the main gate of the 9th military camp, unattended. Staring at the nearest watchtower ahead, Qi Feng could sense intense martial energy emanating from it. Though he couldn't discern its exact level, he reckoned it probably wasn't weaker than Li Sun. This left Qi Feng momentarily conflicted. If he wandered around aimlessly with his companions, would they end up getting killed? After all, he'd heard military camps enforced extremely strict discipline and punishments, especially the famously formidable 9th Army. With a sigh, Qi Feng watched Zhao Shang's retreating figure and nearly called out to stop him, just to ask Zhao Shang to find him somewhere to stay put. Just as Chi Feng was hesitating, Wang Zhengtao arrived again in his pickup truck. Spotting Chi Feng and the others, he burst into hearty laughter. What a slip-up! What a slip-up, I completely forgot about you youngsters. I've already settled your Professor Li. According to him, you're here for a friendly match with our Ninth Army, right? Let me make some arrangements, I guarantee you'll get to see what the Ninth Army is truly capable of. Wang Zhengtao had genuinely forgotten about these youngsters. If it hadn't been for Li Sun mentioning his students right after getting settled, Wang would have completely pushed them to the back of his mind. At this moment, Wang Zhengtao glanced at Chi Feng and the others, giving them a rather malicious smile. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since anyone was foolish enough to come looking for a beating at their Ninth Army? Finally, some idiots have arrived. Better arrange things properly and let these kids get a good thrashing. Then arrange some publicity to push headlines like Dragon Nation University skills fall short, Ninth Army reigns supreme in Dragon Nation. Wang Zhengtao couldn't help but admire himself more and more as the head of the publicity department. What a genius he truly was. However, Wang Jingtiao glanced at Chi Feng and the other kids again, still feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, they're students of Dragon Kingdom University. We can't assign opponents who are too strong for them, it would be troublesome if they ended up getting killed. So, Wang Zhengtao put on a friendly face again and said with a chuckle, "Don't worry, it's a friendly match, friendship first. Your lives are still guaranteed." Chi Feng shook his head, just about to mention his agreement to fight Zhao Shang, when Yao Zhedong had already briskly refused Wang Zhengtao. No need to arrange anything. That guy named Zhao Shang just insisted on fighting us, and we've already accepted. We'll face them tomorrow. As soon as Yao Zhedong finished speaking, Wang Zhengtao's face turned grim. He had been about to brag more, but now he nearly bit his own tongue in shock. He stared at Chi Feng and the others in terror, utterly baffled. How could you have possibly arranged such opponents for yourselves in such a short time? Hey, you're here for a friendly match. This isn't a life or death battle. Oh no, oh no. If a student from Dragon Nation University dies at the Ninth Army, will that butcher Zhao come knocking on our door? Chapter 80, 6 people. Dormitory area. Chi Feng and his 9 teammates, led by Wang Zhengtao, moved into a roughly 20 square meter dormitory that just fit 5 bunk beds, enough for all 10 of them to sleep. Yao Zhedong quickly claimed the lower bunk before curling his lip and muttering, "What kind of setup is this? We're here for a friendly tournament after all, how come the accommodation's so shabby?" A 10-person dorm room was indeed shockingly cramped by Dragon Country University's housing standards. You should know that students at Longwei University all have single dormitory rooms as standard. So you see, all the good resources go to you privileged elites who've never seen blood. Don't think we in the Ninth Army are bullying you, the entire Ninth Army's dormitories are like this too. We're certainly not giving you any special treatment. Chang Rong stood at the doorway of Chi Feng and the others' dormitory, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Wearing a short-sleeved shirt, his forearm bore a long, vicious-looking scar that ran from his upper arm all the way down to the back of his hand. Chi Feng recognized this man, he was the one who had been standing beside Zhao Sheng earlier. After finishing his words, Chang Rong tossed a booklet onto the dormitory table and left directly. Yao Zhedong didn't even have time to curse before chasing after him, shouting at Chang Rong's retreating figure. "When the hell did I say you were giving special treatment? I've shed blood too, damn it." But Chang Rong ignored Yao Zhedong completely, not even bothering to turn his head as he walked out of the dormitory area. So Yao Zhedong had no choice but to grumble and come back. Chi Feng picked up the booklet from the table. It contained the process of the friendly competition and 6 life and death contracts. The friendly match was designed to fully simulate the Global League format. Originally, it should have featured 1 participant from each of the 6 talent levels, A, B, C, D, E, and F, but among Chi Feng's 10 team members, they simply couldn't gather enough participants across all tiers. Thus, they had to select 6 out of the 10 to compete in this friendly match. Fortunately, according to the competition manual, Zhao Shang's side couldn't arrange participants based on talent levels either. Both teams were required to send 6 members each. Chi Feng frowned as he spread out 6 liability waivers one by one. Just a signature and thumbprint would seal their fate, leaving life or death to fortune. But isn't this supposed to be a friendly match? How could it possibly involve life and death? Chi Feng gradually grew wary inside. Originally, this friendly match assignment had been accepted by their accompanying teacher Li Sun. Now, with Li Sun injured and placed somewhere by Wang Zhengtao, Chi Feng and the others had no idea where he was. Earlier, Chi Feng had asked Wang Zhengtao about it, but Wang Zhengtao only gave him a single sentence, "Everything's fine, nothing's wrong, focus on the match." So Chi Feng had no choice but to carefully study the event procedures once more. 1. Both teams must choose 6 members each to participate in the friendly match. Though safety is prioritized in the arena, fists and feet have no eyes as casualties are inevitable. Consider carefully before deciding to compete. 2. In each match, 1 player from each team competes in a 1v1 duel. Please carefully arrange the order of participation. 3. The loser is eliminated, while the winner may continue to challenge the next round. For, after numerous matches, whichever side emerges victorious in the end wins. The competition process was simple, but Chi Feng's frown deepened even further. That is to say, under such competition rules, it's highly likely that in the end, only one person will remain standing on the podium completely unharmed. Even members of the winning team might all end up severely battered. Then tell me, is there any chance I could take on 6 alone and completely dismantle Zhao Shang's entire team single-handedly? After reading one of the liability waivers, Yao Zhedong's initial confidence about single-handedly defeating 6 opponents began to gradually wane. After all, from Teacher Li, Yao Zhedong learned one thing: as long as you couldn't kill him, the winner would still be his. But as he looked at the flimsy sheet of paper in his hand, Yao Zhedong swallowed hard. What if this gets me killed? Does this schedule mean we can also learn from Tianji's horse racing strategy? Fang Jing leaned in with his head that looked like it had been chewed by a dog, hesitating slightly after reading the competition schedule before asking uncertainly. Zhao Yunfan adjusted his glasses and shook his head. Jingjia, it's impossible to learn. The Tianji horse racing strategy first requires distinguishing the order of deploying good, average, and inferior horses. But right now, we have no way of knowing Zhao Shang's situation. How can we possibly determine Zhao Shang's deployment strategy? Look around, the Ninth Army shows outright hostility toward us. Ever since we arrived, not a single person has been willing to talk to us. Even if we wanted to gather information, we wouldn't know who to ask. Zhao Yunfan sighed, then picked up a liability waiver from the table and looked at Chi Feng, saying, "Captain, you know our team's situation. I'll take one of these waivers too." After Zhao Yunfan finished speaking, the others in the dormitory each took a step back, and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. When they came to the Ninth Army for the friendly match, everyone thought it was just for fun. At worst, they'd get beaten up a bit. But at this moment, nobody here was a fool. First, there was Zhao Shang's group's attitude, and then came this death waiver everyone now understood completely clearly. This friendly match was no casual game. If fought poorly, one might very well lose their life. Over the past few months, Chi Feng's team had grown accustomed to steady and reliable progress. Suddenly being told they might have to sacrifice their lives didn't sit well with anyone. Reluctance settled in their hearts. "Captain, it's not that I don't want to sign this waiver, and it's not that I'm afraid of death or injury either. But if by some chance I really die in a friendly match, I'd feel terribly shortchanged." The speaker was Zhou Long, a D-level talent in the team whose current martial energy had reached 68 points, hardly outstanding. But it has to be said, given his current level of talent, being able to reach this standard in just 2 months clearly shows he's been allocated a tremendous amount of resources. Chi Feng, as the team captain, appears to receive the most resources within the team, accounting for as much as 30%. However, among the 10 teams, Chi Feng is actually one of the more considerate captains, contributing the most effort while taking a relatively modest share. It's worth noting that the school has long established rules stating all resource distribution is entirely at the discretion of the team captain. This means the institution fundamentally agrees with the principle that the strongest serves as captain and rightfully claims the lion's share of resources. But Chi Feng had been holding back out of consideration for team camaraderie, so he only used 30% of his strength. At that moment, Chi Feng looked at Zhou Long and said with a faint smile, "You're playing a friendly match and think dying wouldn't be worth it. So on the battlefield, would you also feel that after cultivating for so many years, dying there wouldn't be worth it? If you're afraid of death and injury in a basic competition, are you certain you'll have the courage to cultivate in the future?" Chi Feng's words showed no regard for Zhou Long's dignity. Clearly, they were teammates in name only. But Chi Feng hoped that, at the very least, 6 out of their 10-member team would dare to compete. Chapter 81, Zhou Long. Faced with Chi Feng's challenge, Zhou Long said nothing. He only took a silent step back. "Then, I'll take one." Fang Jing glanced at Zhou Long as he stepped back, then walked up to the table and picked up a liability waiver. To be precise, Fang Jing wasn't as strong as Zhou Long. She only had an E-grade talent, and her martial energy capacity hadn't even reached 50 yet. That's why all these days, Chi Feng had always assigned Fang Jing to reconnaissance work, never letting her face the enemies directly. Chi Feng glanced at Zhao Yunfan and Fang Jing, who could be considered the weakest members of the team. Yet, it was these two who stepped forward first to take the life or death contract. Fang Jing examined the contract briefly before immediately picking up a pen to sign it. The characters she wrote were graceful and elegant, bearing no resemblance to her usual blunt and straightforward demeanor. "Old Chi, though I might not be the strongest, if you can't even hand out these contracts, let me do it. Who says I'll embarrass you up there?" Fang Jing waved the contract in her hand, smiling with fearless confidence. "What does it matter if I'm weak? Should I just hide behind others forever, waiting for them to charge ahead?" Fang Jing shook her head. Since childhood, she had never been someone willing to settle for being second best. As a child, she had to be the top student. When she grew older, she had to get into the best university through the Gaokao. She had done it all. Yet at Dragon Country University, she ended up at the very bottom. But, so what? She hated being seen as weak by others. Not one bit. In Fang Jing's view, the weak fall into two categories, those who lack ability, and those who are timid cowards, too afraid to move forward. Since she was already severely lacking in ability, she couldn't afford to be timid too and remain a coward. Pfft, a bunch of cowards. This waiver? I got mine ages ago. Yao Zhidong deliberately took 2 steps toward Fang Jing, clearly distancing himself from those spineless cowards. For Yao Zhidong, what's the big deal about a life or death contract anyway? He came here without ever considering not participating in the competition. Aside from Qi Feng, he was the strongest player on the entire team. If he doesn't compete, that doesn't make sense. After speaking, Yao Zhidong glanced at the chubby Wang Fei and then urged in a low voice. You keep calling him Brother Yao this and Brother Yao that all day long. Now that your Brother Yao has signed up, aren't you going to take one too? Besides, there are only 3 of you F-rankers to begin with. 2 have already joined. Shouldn't you stand united with us? All these days, for some inexplicable reason, Wang Fei had grown extremely close to Yao Zhidong. Perhaps it was because during a previous mission, Yao had taken a knife for Wang, which might explain why Wang had recently become so obedient to Yao's words. So Wang Fei raised his head to glance at Yao Zhidong, sighed with his round cheeks, and slowly shuffled forward. Finally reaching the table where 2 remaining death waivers lay, he hesitated for a long while before ultimately stretching out his hand to take one. That life and death agreement felt as heavy as 1,000 pieces of gold. Wang Fei struggled visibly as he picked it up. Truth be told, back when everyone first enrolled, Zhao Qiyuan had practically forced them to sign liability waivers. Those who didn't dare back then had long since dropped out. The ones who remained here were all those bold enough to put their names on that waiver. At the time, Qi Feng still couldn't quite grasp why Zhao Qiyuan insisted on such a militaristic mindset. Now, Qi Feng somewhat understands. Longhua University is unlike ordinary universities. It doesn't seek ordinary students either. It wants students who wholeheartedly believe in Longhua, warriors ready to sacrifice themselves at any moment. Thus, while Zhao Qiyuan's previous demands might have seemed unreasonable, they were likely his method of screening students all along. What a pity, but what difference does it make even after filtering a batch? When the genuine life and death waiver was placed before them, Qi Feng heard the fear in many people's voices. In the end, Qi Feng chuckled and said to Wang Fei, if you're truly afraid, you don't have to take it. Once you enter the competition, what might happen I can't say for sure. It doesn't matter if we can't gather 6 people. I can discuss it with Zhao Sheng later. When Wang Fei heard Qi Feng's words, his expression suddenly relaxed as if a weight had been lifted. Just as he was about to smile with relief, something else seemed to occur to him, and hesitation crept back onto his face. Wang Fei didn't take long to make his decision, about 10 seconds. The shy little chubby boy, his round face flushed red, suddenly snatched the liability waiver from the table and, without the slightest hesitation, signed his name on it. After writing his name, Wang Fei might still have been a bit nervous, his hand trembling slightly, but he let out a long breath and said to Qi Feng, Captain, we can't embarrass ourselves. If we can't even gather 6 people, they'll definitely laugh at us. Wang Fei still wore that cautious expression, but his eyes were shining. That light is called patriotism. Some people, no matter how frightened they are inside, will give their all for certain things. When Wang Fei was being interviewed, he saw 2 questions at the interview site. One of them asked, at 40 years old, would you choose to go to the battlefield for your country? Wang Fei didn't hesitate at all, he chose yes. He truly would go, even if his entire body trembled like a sieve, even if he was terrified to his core. But he would definitely go. As long as Dragon Kingdom needed him, even if he was weak and insignificant, he dared to step forward. Dragon Kingdom was his homeland, and Dragon Kingdom University was his passion. He couldn't bear to see the place he loved be looked down upon by anyone. Qi Feng nodded. Privately, he had hoped that stronger members of the team would participate, but in the end, it turned out those daring to come were all from the bottom ranks. Just one left. If no one dares to participate, then forget it. Qi Feng didn't want to force these people, there was no point. Forcing someone to compete and then immediately admitting defeat on stage, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? As only one last waiver of liability remained on the table, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. That solitary, unclaimed waiver of liability lay conspicuously on the table, glaringly out of place, so glaring that the remaining participants couldn't bear to look at it. About 2 minutes passed just as Qi Feng was about to retrieve the waiver when, at last, someone made a move. Captain, let me take this waiver. It was Zhou Long who stepped forward, the same Zhou Long who had earlier questioned whether Qi Feng would regret dying in such a friendly match. He stood around 180 centimeters tall, with some scratches still visible on his face, a man known for always calculating costs carefully in the team. He was also the first to point out, dying here would be a terrible bargain. Stepping forward, he picked up the last waiver on the table and swiftly signed his name with 2 strokes. Zhou Long. Chapter 82 The Arena. At this point, the 6-member team for the competition was finally confirmed. Qi Feng, Yao Zhidong, Fang Jing, Jia Yunfan, Wang Fei, and Zhou Long. Among them, apart from Qi Feng who had reached the late stage of White Hair Realm and Yao Zhidong at the early stage, None of the remaining 4 had stepped into the white hair realm. The opponent's strength remains unknown. However, based on that brief encounter just now, Qifeng estimated that even if those people had lower cultivation levels, their lethality was definitely greater than their own groups. This friendly match doesn't look like it'll be easy to win. The next day, the friendly competition's venue wasn't particularly grand, just a simple arena with not even many spectators. In the Ninth Army, sparring matches and signing life or death contracts seemed as commonplace as eating and drinking. So this match wouldn't have drawn any onlookers at all if it weren't for the pretext of teaching old squad leader Lu Chang a lesson. In the distance, Wang Zhengtao looked at the arena with lingering fear. Zhao Shang was notorious in the Ninth Army, he was ruthless. So Wang Zhengtao nervously whispered to the referee overseeing this match, "Old Ding, you must keep a close eye on things later. Under no circumstances should they fight to the death. If someone really gets killed, we won't be able to explain it to Dragon Kingdom University. Just turn a blind eye for this competition, treat it like putting on a show." Wang Zhengtao's voice grew quieter, aware that what he was saying wasn't quite proper, but what else could he do? His Ninth Army troops were all a bunch of bloodthirsty killers, he knew that very well. As for the students at Longwei University, to put it bluntly, they were just a bunch of softies who'd never seen life or death situations or bloodshed. Ding Zhio glanced at Wang Zhengtao, neither agreeing nor refusing, just casually flexing his wrist on his own. The fact that Zhao Sheng personally came to invite Ding Zhio to be the judge yesterday, and Ding Zhio agreed to it, proved that this competition was no longer just a simple friendly match. Once on the field, there must be a winner and a loser. There was absolutely no way to just muddle through it. Ding Zhio didn't even acknowledge Wang Zhengtao and strode straight toward the distant arena, only tossing back a final remark before leaving. Even if we're just students, once you've stepped onto the path of a martial artist, there's no room for retreat. Wang Zhengtao stared at Ding Zhio's retreating figure, his face livid with anger. Damned stubborn mules. When Butcher Zhao comes charging in, you lot can take the fall. I'm washing my hands of this mess. Sigh, I hope those students from Dragon Nation University put up a decent fight, at the very least, don't let my Ninth Army slaughter them all. By the time Qifeng led his group to the arena, Zhao Shang's people had already arrived. Upon seeing Qifeng, Zhao Shang no longer wore the furious, hatred-filled expression from the previous day. Instead, he maintained the composure of someone calmly holding the fishing rod, even offering Qifeng and his companions a friendly smile. Qifeng glanced at the opposite side and officially confirmed the 6 contestants representing Zhao Shang's team. Chang Rong, who had delivered the competition schedule yesterday, was among them, along with several others who had been the most aggressive in their provocations the previous day. At this moment, apart from Zhao Sheng who was smiling, the rest were rolling up their sleeves with expressions that clearly said, "We're going to beat you to death." "Old Qi, am I going first?" Fang Jing's short hair seemed perfectly at home on the Ninth Army's training ground. The military compound, charged with an aura of lethal intensity, was a fitting backdrop for her spiky, unruly crop, which somehow carried its own fierce energy. "First one up, you nervous?" Qifeng, gripping his black blade, turned to see Fang Jing already strapping on her boxing gloves as he asked the question. Fang Jing shook her head and smiled faintly. "Don't be scared, your sister Jing is badass." Qifeng had carefully strategized the fight lineup. Fang Jing would charge first, followed by Zhou Long as second, Zhao Yunfan third, Yao Zhedong fourth, Wang Fei fifth, while he himself would anchor the team. The lineup alternated between weaker and stronger fighters precisely so that if they couldn't overpower each opponent one-on-one, they could at least wear down the enemy's strength with weaker members first, then finish them off with stronger fighters. That is to say, Qifeng was prepared to handle his side alone, knowing it'd take 2 of them to take down one opponent. Yet as the rear guard, he bore immense pressure. Qifeng glanced at the opposing side. Sitting there with an expression as steady as an old hound, Zhao Shang made it clear he was likely the rear guard too. If that were the case, Qifeng would not only have to withstand Zhao Shang's challenge when his turn came, but also face an unknown number of opponents. Qifeng's black blade felt unusually heavy in his hand. After all, they were representing Dragon Nation University in this exchange tournament, losing would be far too humiliating. Very well, let him try and see if he can hold the line. After both teams submitted their life and death agreements, the referee on the arena waved a flag, signaling the start of the first match. Just as Fang Jing stepped onto the platform, Qifeng suddenly called out to her, saying, "If you can't win, admit defeat quickly. Don't fight to the death." Fang Jing glanced back at Qifeng, smiled silently, then resolutely walked toward the fighting platform. Chapter 83, Admit Defeat My Ass. The Ninth Army's fighting platform wasn't very large, but it was certainly spacious enough for martial artists to perform. Referee Ding Zhio stood below the platform with his arms crossed over his chest, clearly wearing an expression that suggested he wouldn't pay too much attention to whatever happened on the stage. Only Wang Zhengtao kept nudging his lips toward Ding Zhio, hoping the referee wouldn't just stand there like a mere ornament. Ding Zhio didn't even glance at Wang Zhengtao, maintaining an unmoved expression that frustrated Wang Zhengtao so much he could only run off to chat with Zhao Shang's group. Unfortunately, Zhao Shang and his gang were an even more stubborn bunch. After Wang Zhengtao hit a wall, he ended up meekly standing by the ring, muttering under his breath, "Old Zhao the Butcher probably wouldn't dare to cause real trouble with our Ninth Army. After all, our Ninth Army isn't made of pushovers either." No matter what thoughts were swirling in Wang Zhengtao's mind, Fang Jing had already made a nimble leap onto the platform. Fang Jing unhurriedly slipped on her golden boxing gloves. After casting a glance toward Zhao Shang's direction, she closed her eyes and waited quietly for her opponent to step onto the stage. In formal boxing matches, striking fatal areas like the opponent's groin, eyes, back of the head, or throat is prohibited. But on this arena, there are no forbidden zones. Fang Jing wasn't wearing any protective gear either. Since she had stepped onto the platform, why even think about evasion? Why worry about avoiding injury? Fang Jing had never been a poor student. Though her natural talent might be inferior to others, that didn't mean she was truly weaker. By the time Fang Jing opened her eyes, she had prepared herself completely. "If no one steps up to fight me, Sister Jing, I'll count it as your Ninth Army surrendering." Fang Jing raised an eyebrow, glancing in Zhao Shang's direction, her taunting words dripping with arrogance. In martial artists' friendly matches, there's only competition, no friendship. Her words still hanging in the air, Zhao Shang nodded slightly at Chang Rong beside him. With visible reluctance, Chang Rong stepped onto the arena. To be honest, Chang Rong didn't really want to fight a woman. After all, injuring a woman didn't seem particularly honorable. Once Chang Rong stepped onto the platform, he didn't pick up any weapons, merely stretching his arms slightly. The vicious, long scar on his arm looked quite intimidating. He glanced at Fang Jing, who was a full 20 centimeters shorter than him, and sneered. "Let me make this clear first, those of us in the Ninth Army don't have the virtue of going easy on women in the ring. On the battlefield, there's no difference between men and women. That monstrous thing doesn't care if you're male or female. It'll devour you all the same. Then I'll say it too, when I'm on the fighting stage, I have no virtues like no cheap shots." Fang Jing finished speaking and immediately threw a punch. Nearly 2 months of missions had taught Fang Jing one truth: in a fight, you have to be faster than your opponent to seize the initiative. Fang Jing knew that with her abilities, she was absolutely no match for Chang Rong. In the months since entering Dragon Country University, she felt as though she was drifting further and further away from the Fang Jing of the past. Whether it was her hard work or her desperate efforts, none seemed enough to make her stand out in this world. So now, the only thing she could do was to give her all to help Old Chi and win this friendly match. If their team could win this match, they would earn 500 academic credits, enough to potentially surpass Lu Shiyun. As long as they surpass Lu Shiyun and take first place, the school will reward them. Fang Jing had calculated it clearly. Since she couldn't make it, she would instead help those who could. She would never be the one dragging others down. Only if Old Chi earned more credits would he have a chance to shine in the league. Over these past 18 years, Fang Jing had represented the school in many team competitions. What mattered most in team events? Protecting the highest scorer and supporting those who deserved it. Only then could the team's interests be maximized. Then, those supporting characters should let the protagonist earn the most points, secure the team's first place, and then focus on their cultivation. With a fierce shout, Fang Jing pushed her legs to the limit, leaving behind only visible afterimages in her wake. Those with talent were inherently different from ordinary people. Even if ordinary people mastered martial techniques, they remained distinct from true cultivators. Those with talent, after further cultivation, will undoubtedly develop powers vastly different from ordinary people. Though Fang Jing was merely someone whose martial energy hadn't yet reached the standard threshold, nor had she trained for many years, from the moment they absorbed martial energy through that main arterial channel, these former ordinary people had already undergone a complete transformation. During these days, Fang Jing had been responsible for preliminary reconnaissance within the team, so she relentlessly trained her movement techniques, believing that with sufficient speed, she could gather more intelligence. Thus, taking advantage of the 2 seconds Chang Rong underestimated her, Fang Jing's crimson gauntlet-clad fist was already hurtling toward his groin. There are no forbidden zones on the arena. As Fang Jing bent down and slammed into Chang Rong's groin, Chang Rong instantly felt a burst of excruciating pain beneath him. As members of the Ninth Army, forged in life-and-death battles, they were most adept at trading injury for injury. Ignoring the searing pain from his lower body, Chang Rong lifted his leg and stomped directly at Fang Jing's waist, then followed up by raising his elbow to strike down at Fang Jing's back. Chang Rong's attacks were fast and ruthless. Unlike the students who had always stayed in Dragon Country University, his moves were all lethal techniques. After unleashing these 2 sets of moves, Chang Rong estimated that Fang Jing would absolutely have no strength left to continue fighting. Yet, at that very moment, Fang Jing stubbornly held on, half collapsed on the ground. The instant she raised her head, her mouth was full of blood. The blood trickled from the corner of her lips and, with a plop, splattered onto the fighting ring. She could clearly see Qi Feng's gaze from below the stage, urging her to step down. Even Yao Zhidong, that troublemaker, was shouting, "Stop fighting, just admit defeat. Admit defeat your mother-fing ass." This is Jingjia's first arena fight, like hell I'm admitting defeat. If I'm going to lose, it won't be with my eyes wide open surrendering. Fang Jing crouched low, her back already sunken from Chang Rong's elbow strike. With a sudden explosive charge, she lunged at Chang Rong, aiming straight for his head. Among all the bones in the human body, the skull is the hardest. At this moment, Fang Jing's head became her weapon of attack. She abandoned punching with her gloves because Chang Rong wasn't her enemy, he was her comrade. Even in defeat, she had to maintain dignity. Since she'd chosen to step onto the stage, she was determined to take down at least one opponent. At this moment, Fang Jing pushed her agility to the limit. With a frenzied leap, she charged forward, aiming to smash her head directly into Chang Rong's skull. Chang Rong hadn't anticipated in the slightest that Fang Jing would come at him again. After all, he clearly knew he'd just delivered a lethal strike moments ago. When that blood-streaked, madness-twisted female face came hurtling toward him, Chang Rong miscalculated slightly. As he raised his foot to kick, the lunatic Fang Jing, though struck by his blow, crazily slammed her forehead against his temple with demonic force. Only then did Chang Rong realize, this madwoman only wanted to knock him off the fighting platform. Damn it, miscalculation. Just as Chang Rong was slightly dazed from Fang Jing's consecutive strikes, he heard referee Ding Jiao announce, "First round, over, no winner." Only then did Chang Rong notice that the heel of one foot had already stepped outside the ring. Fang Jing before me suddenly stopped completely. Her head was already a mangled mess of flesh and blood, yet amidst the crimson pool, her smile was unnervingly grotesque. "Kid, you should be thankful you're my comrade. Otherwise, Sister Jing here would have let you experience the full force of my fist champion's skull-smashing power." Chapter 84, The Freshman, Zhou Long. Having said this, Fang Jing wiped her bloody head and flicked the gore aside, grinning fiercely at Chang Rong with bared teeth. The contempt in Chang Rong's eyes disappeared, and he even gave Fang Jing a respectful fist and palm salute. Fang Jing returned the gesture, then turned to look at her team before waving her hand and collapsing straight backward. This sudden collapse terrified Wang Zhengtao. When Wang Zhengtao first saw that the opposing team had sent out a girl for this match, he'd initially felt somewhat secretly pleased. He was well aware of his Ninth Army, though those people might not distinguish between men and women, at the very least, they wouldn't beat a girl to death, right? Though the girl who stepped forward had short, unruly hair sticking out in all directions, hardly looking like a girl at all. But at the very least, her gender was confirmed. With that settled, the life of the kid from Dragon Kingdom University should be spared in this first match, right? But, Wang Zhengtao had barely relaxed for 2 seconds, his heart hadn't even settled back into his chest, when Fang Jing's fighting style made him gasp what the fuck, and sent his heart leaping back up to his throat. Was this little wildcat here for a friendly match, or had she come with suicidal determination, trying to invite Zhao the Butcher to seek out the 9th Military Division? Had the 9th Military Division even offended this girl? Why was she stepping onto the stage with nothing but a death wish in her fighting style? Especially when her opening move was a vicious strike straight at Chang Rong's crotch. Wang Zhengtao was most afraid that this stubborn girl would completely enrage Chang Rong. It might seem Zhao Sheng was the most ruthless among those 6 men, but Chang Rong was absolutely no less brutal. Just look at that long scar on Chang Rong's arm, it was ripped open by a monstrous force. When Wang Zhengtao saw Chang Rong was indeed provoked and immediately resorted to lethal moves, he almost shut his eyes, silently chanting to himself, "Zhao the Butcher or not, my 9th Army won't back down." But what happened next caught Wang Zhengtao completely off guard. He never expected that young girl to choose such a style of fighting. Smashing each other's heads, whoever gets dizzy first gets the fuck off stage. Holy shit. Now that's interesting. This batch of freshmen at Dragon Nation University is really something else. Though Wang Zhengtao felt nervous inside, at this moment he quite liked this little girl from Dragon Nation University. Even her bloodied, spiky hair looked considerably more pleasing than before. Fortunately, there was already a medical team waiting by the arena. The moment Fang Jing collapsed, they rushed in to carry her away. The medical team conducted a preliminary examination before calmly stating, 3 broken ribs and a fractured ilium, nothing too serious, certainly not life-threatening. No need to worry. After the medical team finished speaking, Wang Zhengtao finally breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Thank goodness, thank goodness. As long as no one died, everything else is just minor injuries. After hearing what the medical team said, Shifeng also felt somewhat reassured but still looked down and said to Fang Jing, "Don't worry, someone will carry them on stretchers too." Yao Zhedong, standing nearby, also nodded slightly, his eyes carrying a hint of seriousness as he said, "Rest assured, if old Qi can't make the opponent leave on a stretcher, then I definitely can. There's no way I'll let you be the only one who loses face and gets carried out on a stretcher." Fang Jing's tightly closed eyelashes trembled slightly, and his bloodstained face suddenly flushed with anger. Damn it, she just couldn't face the embarrassment, which is why she refused to open her eyes. But this idiot Yao Zhedong had to go and expose it outright. Fang Jing clenched her teeth, refusing to make a sound or open her eyes no matter what. So damn humiliating, her very first match, and she gets carried off the ring on a stretcher. The second match is about to begin. Shi Feng glanced at Zhou Long and cautioned him. Don't follow Feng Jing's example. It's okay to surrender, after all, this isn't a battlefield. Truth be told, Shi Feng wasn't entirely confident about Zhou Long. After all, Zhou Long had always been someone who weighed gains and losses carefully. When selecting people for the competition, he'd been the first to say it wasn't worth it. Yet this very person, who initially claimed it wasn't worth it, ended up signing that waiver, much to Shi Feng's surprise. Shi Feng didn't particularly want his team members to follow Feng Jing's reckless example, risking life and limb needlessly. To put it bluntly, this was merely a friendly match after all. Just before stepping onto the stage, Zhou Long turned to look at Shi Feng, his eyes filled with unspoken words. But then he shook his head silently and merely said to Shi Feng, "Captain, Sister Jing mentioned yesterday, if we don't give our all in this match, our team stands no chance against Lu Xiyun's squad. Truth is, we could never defeat Lu Xiyun anyway, so none of us really care about losing. But what we do care about is this: you could have beaten Lu Xiyun fair and square, yet we'd be the reason you lost to him instead. That's something we just can't accept." After speaking, Zhou Long made a leap straight toward the stage. Over these past 2 months, Zhou Long hadn't stood out in the team. He simply wanted to coast through the missions obediently, follow the captain's orders, and then collect his share of points and pills. This had been his way since childhood. As a child, he obeyed his parents. Growing up, he followed his teacher's instructions. At home, he envied his academically outstanding elder brother who received their parents' favor. At school, he admired the straight-A student who topped every subject and earned teachers' praises. Miraculously, through some stroke of inexplicable luck, he actually got selected by Longgui University and became one of its students. When Principal Zhao forced everyone to sign the agreement in the university hall that time, others might have left out of fear, but he strangely stayed precisely because he was afraid. Because he understood, and nobody like him needed Longgui University far more than the university needed him. He seemed born to be someone else's counterpart, forever playing the supporting role. But even as a supporting character, shouldn't you at least allow the lead to shine rather than dragging them down to your level? Zhou Long glanced at his team captain in the audience. It had never occurred to him that his team could come so close, just one ranking away, to reaching the level of a legend like Lucian. If they won this exchange tournament, could his team actually become number one? At this moment, Zhou Long's blood was boiling with unusual heat. He raised his head to look at his approaching opponent, slightly cupping his fists toward them with eyes already blazing with killing intent. Zhou Long, freshman at Dragon Nation University. Chapter 85, Rookie Wu Chang. Fresh recruit of the 9th Army, Wu Chang. Wu Chang wasn't very old, appearing to be just 17 or 18. Despite having a baby face, his eyes already held a steely determination. The 9th Army's recruitment channels mostly selected candidates from existing military units, rarely drafting newcomers directly. Wu Chang was one of the rare few who got directly admitted to the university without even stepping foot on campus first. Wu Chang's eyes were clear and bright. His innate talent level was considered rare and relatively high in the 9th Army, starting at B rank. It's worth noting that most individuals with such high initial talent levels had already been discovered and recruited by Dragon Kingdom University. After all, according to the requirements of the Martial Energy Alliance, martial energy universities were responsible for cultivating elites, while martial energy armies focused on training soldiers. Thus, the 9th Army simply couldn't compete with Dragon Kingdom University for most high-talent individuals. The reason Wu Chang chose to give up university enrollment and come here directly was because his father had also once been a soldier in the 9th Army. The 9th Army has a tradition: all fallen warriors of the 9th Army are buried together in the 9th Army Martyrs Cemetery. So Wu Chang came here. Unable to meet again in life, may we meet often in death. Wu Chang gave Zhou Long a fist salute before choosing to strike first. He held an alloy staff in his hand, about 7 feet 2 inches long, a standard Tier 1 weapon, yet it seemed extraordinarily fierce in Wu Chang's grip. The staff shares similarities with a spear but differs in usage. While spears primarily stab, the staff relies on forceful strikes. The technique lies in concealing oneself within the staff, merging body and weapon into one, unleashing limitless power. Wu Chang's movements were crisp as he leaned forward, the staff following his motion effortlessly. When it came to lethal techniques, how could a freshman like Zhou Long possibly match Wu Chang? However, Wu Chang's strike wasn't meant to kill. They all understood clearly that squad leader Lu's grudge needed vengeance, but not against Dragon Kingdom University. Regardless of anything, between their 9th Army and Dragon Nation University, no matter how fiercely they fought to the death on the arena, they were ultimately brothers. Thus the staff that should have struck straight at Zhou Long's face instead swept horizontally toward his abdomen. Though knowing they were brothers at heart, Wu Chang didn't pull his strike even slightly. Once stepping onto the arena, one must fight with full strength. Treating the platform as a battlefield, this too was a form of respect for one's own brothers. The striking force of the staff was formidable. When its tip slammed into his abdomen, Zhou Long felt every organ in his body convulse violently, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet Zhou Long had never once considered dodging this first strike. As freshmen at Longwa University, they had only mastered 3 martial arts so far: fist techniques, blade techniques, and movement techniques. Movement techniques could hardly be considered offensive skills. In essence, these freshmen currently possessed only 2 methods of attack: fist techniques and blade techniques. From the moment Wu Chang stepped forward wielding the long staff, Zhou Long already knew in his heart that neither his boxing techniques nor blade skills would allow him to grapple with his opponent at close range under the threat of that lengthy weapon. No close combat possible. Then how could he attack his opponent? There was only one way: to endure the formidable power of that long staff. Zhou Long grinned, his teeth stained with blood. He could no longer care about the clamor within his body. Seizing the moment before the long staff was retracted, he gripped it tightly. Using the momentum of the staff's recoil, he forcefully adjusted his stance and threw a punch at Wu Chang. Yes, this was Zhou Long's tactic, to trade injuries for injuries. Just like Fong Jing. It must be said that Zhou Long's move was successful. His gloved fist struck squarely at Wu Chang's abdomen. By then, Wu Chang had already lost the chance to dodge and had no choice but to take the blow. Zhou Long was fierce, but Wu Chang was no pushover either. Forced into close combat after Zhou Long's move broke the advantage of his long staff, Wu Chang retreated slightly before engaging Zhou Long in a fierce melee. Close combat fighting is truly a brutal, flesh-and-blood spectacle. Chi Feng frowned as he watched the 2 fighters on the ring. After just a few exchanged punches, both were already covered in blood, yet they kept throwing relentless blows. Damn, that's some vicious punching right there. Yao Zhedong winced sympathetically, as if his own eye had been swollen from the blows. He absent-mindedly rubbed his left eye while keeping his gaze fixed on the fight. The 2 men on the stage were now like blood-soaked figures, relentlessly swinging fists at each other, jaws clenched stubbornly in mutual refusal to admit defeat. Zhou Long's left eye had been swollen shut by Wu Chang's blows, leaving his vision blurred and obscured. Only his right eye still barely managed to discern Wu Chang's position. Zhou Long's stamina was already far inferior to Wu Chang's at this point. That brutal strike from Wu Chang's rod earlier had left his internal organs hemorrhaging relentlessly. If it weren't for this stubborn refusal to admit defeat holding him up, Zhou Long would have collapsed long ago. In this fistfight, where blows land heavily on flesh, what's truly being tested is one's willpower. What's ultimately at stake is that last shred of determination. Zhou Long could no longer maintain his balance. Half his face was badly swollen, yet he grinned through bloodied teeth, crimson liquid streaming unchecked from the corner of his mouth. He didn't even bother wiping it away, simply continuing to throw punch after punch. He couldn't lose. At the very least, he couldn't just lose like this. In this kind of competition, the key is to crush your opponent. As long as the opponent remains on the stage, they can keep fighting. Even if Zhou Long couldn't defeat his opponent, he wouldn't let them stay on that platform unscathed and intact. Zhou Long turned his head and glanced at his own team. The next contestant from our team is Zhao Yunfan. Thus, Zhou Long's mission was clear. Even if he had to lose, Wu Chang remaining on the stage couldn't be allowed to keep fighting. Ah! With a furious roar, Zhou Long charged at Wu Chang, his entire body surging with blood. Zhou Long's figure flickered, leaving behind bloody footprints with every step he took. He now completely ignored Wu Chang's attacks, paying no attention to any punches Wu Chang threw at any part of his body. Wu Chang had always maintained some reserve strength, allowing him to dodge Zhou Long's assaults with relative ease. So when Wu Chang saw Zhou Long suddenly go berserk, abandoning all defense and recklessly exposing his weaknesses, this fighting style threw him into disarray. In moments of panic, mistakes are easily made. By the time Wu Chang realized Zhou Long had broken through his defense points and tried to defend, it was already too late. Zhou Long was waiting for this, the perfect moment to strike. For this single strike, he could endure any pain, ignore every punch Wu Chang threw his way. And then, the moment came. With a surge of energy, Zhou Long launched himself toward Wu Chang, his footwork and fists moving as one. This is his all-out strike, a desperate exertion of his martial prowess. Blood boils, every ache in his body screams, as fragments of the past seem to slowly resurface. He can be the supporting foliage, but he'll never remain just the supporting foliage. Once he stepped onto the platform, he would fight with everything he had, disregarding life and death, just to achieve his goal. Round 2, over. Zhou Long loses, Wu Chang wins. Wu Chang continues to fight. Ding Zhio looked at Zhou Long lying on the arena with a trace of solemnity in his eyes. He discreetly straightened his collar and adjusted his jacket, standing even more upright by the side of the arena. Chapter 86, Freshman Zhao Yunfan. Though Wu Chang remained standing on the arena, Zhou Long's final blow had shattered at least 4 of his ribs. At this moment, Wu Chang couldn't even move, only propping himself up with the broken long staff snapped in two, barely standing on the arena as he waited to face the next opponent. When the medical team came up to carry the wounded away, Wu Chang looked at Zhou Long lying on the stretcher, bloodied and battered, yet strangely feeling an unusual affinity with him. Bro, after the match, let's grab some drinks. After shouting these words to Zhou Long on the stretcher, Wu Chang immediately tasted the metallic tang of blood filling his own mouth. Zhou Long, lying on the stretcher, opened his mouth as if wanting to respond to Wu Chang, but nothing came out. The medical team didn't even need to examine him. One glance was enough to see that Zhou Long's internal organs were severely damaged. For him to speak now would be nothing short of a miracle. After struggling to speak for what felt like ages, Zhou Long could only manage to lift his already twisted arm and flash Wu Chang an OK sign. This wine, they had to drink it. Still drinking? I'd say both of you are gonna be laid up for quite a while. Yao Zhedong smirked and deliberately poked Zhou Long's arm. Noticing how Zhou Long couldn't even muster a cry of pain, his frown deepened as a result. The stretcher-bearing medics, however, remained unfazed and even offered reassurance. Don't worry, it's nothing serious, just minor injuries. Shi Feng could only pat Zhou Long's arm lightly. Seeing the worry in Zhou Long's eyes, he said softly, "We'll win, don't worry." "Yeah, we'll win for sure. Once I get on the field, I'll make sure they need a few stretchers too." Yao Zhedong glanced at Zhao Shang's team, though privately, he wasn't feeling all that confident. Not to mention Yao Zhedong, even Shi Feng felt somewhat emotional at this moment. On their side, 2 consecutive fighters had to be carried out on stretchers. Through these 2 matches, Shi Feng gained a deeper understanding of the Ninth Army. Killing techniques, their fighting style consisted entirely of lethal moves. Clean and crisp, without any hesitation. However, the techniques taught at Longwei University seemed more academic compared to those of the Ninth Army. Moreover, Shi Feng's site consisted entirely of newcomers who had just started training, lacking real combat experience. Against Zhao Shang's people, they were naturally at a disadvantage. Shi Feng closed his eyes, visualizing the techniques Chang Rong and Wu Chang had just demonstrated. Swift and brave, fiercely invincible, brimming with power. On our side, if not for Fang Jing and Zhou Long resorting to the tactic of sacrificing 1,000 to wound 100, there would have been almost no chance of victory. The opponent's strength is overwhelming. Their offensive power is formidable. Experience is formidable enough. Their cultivation time surpasses ours as well. Then, how can we win? Shi Feng's mind meticulously analyzed Chang Rong and Wu Chang's characteristics. Chang Rong's combat style lacked distinctive traits. After all, he barely had a chance to fight before Fang Jing disrupted everything. The only thing that could make Shi Feng reminisce was Wu Chang's staff technique. When Xu Zi taught him the leg technique pierce, he repeated many times, piercing requires using the leg as a weapon and charging forward without hesitation. As for Wu Chang's staff technique, the staff and body became one, leveraging footwork to make the technique simple yet effective, without any flourishes. Every move was a lethal strike. The staff, united with footwork, and piercing can also be integrated with body movement. Yes, integrated. The moment Shi Feng opened his eyes, it seemed as if his entire being had attained deeper understanding. Perhaps later, he could try it on the sparring platform. 2 consecutive matches had already required stretchers, and Wu Chang, still standing on the platform ready for the next bout, was clearly about to call for the 3rd stretcher soon. Yet all of this made Wang Zhengtao, who had been extremely worried, finally relax. He even started watching the matches with earnest attention. What happened? Not afraid anymore? Taking advantage of the gap while the stretcher bearers were busy, Ding Zhio purposely sidled up to Wang Zhengtao and snorted mockingly. This time, Wang Zhengtao also mimicked Ding Zhio's earlier demeanor, completely ignoring him as he retorted with utmost arrogance, saying, "Ha, like hell I'm scared. If these fresh-faced rookies aren't afraid, why should I be any less brave?" Anyway, Wang Zhengtao was already prepared. If someone really died, at most he'd just get a beating from Butcher Zhao. He simply refused to believe that Butcher Zhao would actually dare to beat him to death. "I've come to realize that ever since you entered the propaganda department, your backbone has gotten weaker and weaker. You're not even as bold as these young folks on the field." Ding Zhio scoffed at this with disdain. He'd bet anything that if Principal Zhao really showed up here, that spineless Wang Zhengtao would be the first to throw him under the bus. With that, Ding Zhio shot another glare at Wang Zhengtao before turning his gaze back to the arena, his eyes now gleaming with approval as he added with a smile, "Only the 2nd match, and it's already this intense. This year's freshmen at Dragon Nation University aren't half bad." Hearing this, Wang Zhengtao shook his head disapprovingly. That's not saying much. Dragon Nation University's freshmen have never been lacking in any year. Though our Ninth Army always enjoys comparing ourselves to Dragon Nation University, their graduates on the battlefield are no different from us Ninth Army soldiers. Wang Zhengtao recalled the scenes from the battlefield. Indeed, few students at Longwei University were cowards. Of course, the soldiers of his own Ninth Army were even braver. "Lao Ding, keep an eye out later, don't let things get too heated. We can't afford any casualties. They're all good kids." After a moment of thought, Wang Zhengtao repeated his instructions to Ding Zhio, just to be sure. If the first reminder was out of fear of Butcher Zhao, this time it was purely for the sake of these kids. Ding Zhio glanced at Wang Zhengtao and, surprisingly, didn't voice any refusal this time. The competition resumed as Ding Zhio waved at Wang Zhengtao and stepped onto the arena, one stride at a time. He would be watching. The competition began, and the person representing Qi Feng's side this time was Zhao Yunfan. To be honest, Zhao Yunfan wasn't particularly skilled in combat. Throughout these months of training, he had primarily been responsible for reconnaissance, rarely engaging directly in fights. Moreover, Zhao Yunfan's initial aptitude was only F rank. Even now, after all his training, his martial energy content had barely reached about 15, making him far from formidable. The world of martial artists has always been this way. It's as if talent locks down every possible path of growth for a person. No matter how hard one strives, it makes no difference. That's why Qi Feng felt somewhat worried when Zhao Yunfan stepped onto the arena this time. Before Qi Feng could even speak, Zhao Yunfan had already nodded at him with a smile. Zhao Yunfan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said to Qi Feng, "Captain, I know what you want to say, but, trust me." Zhao Yunfan took off his coat and placed it aside, then slowly walked toward the fighting ring alone. In the first 2 matches, everyone had simply jumped right onto the platform. At this moment, Zhao Yunfan chose to ascend the platform step by step via the stairs beside the arena. Calm and unhurried, he moved onto the stage at a measured pace. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes were exceedingly gentle. Nodding at Wu Chang, he smiled and said, "Freshman at Dragon Kingdom University, Zhao Yunfan." Chapter 87, he wanted to try too. Wu Chang could still stand on the arena at this moment, mostly relying on sheer willpower to hold on. His goal was to deliver one last strike to the opponent's next participating player, giving his upcoming teammate a better chance to secure victory. The fighting styles displayed in Longhua University's 2 matches were somewhat unexpected to Wu Chang. He had always believed that freshmen who had yet to shed blood couldn't possibly fight so desperately. Yet whether it was Fang Jing or Zhou Long, both had given Wu Chang a new perspective on Longhua University's freshmen. At this moment, Wu Chang leaned on his broken long staff with his right hand and fixed his gaze at Zhao Yunfan. Too severely injured to properly introduce himself, Wu Qinglian could only nod at Zhao Yunfan. Still maintaining his scholarly demeanor, Zhao Yunfan noticed referee Ding Jiao was about to announce the start of the match. He deliberately removed his gold-rimmed glasses and said politely to Ding, "Referee, I forgot to take off my glasses when coming onto the field. May I leave them with you? I'm afraid they might get damaged during the match. These glasses are quite important to me." Zhao Yunfan's tone was extremely sincere, his every move seemingly out of place here. Warriors who dare enter battlefields carry intense killing intent. For instance, the moment outsiders step into the Ninth Army, they can feel the oppressive aura of concentrated bloodlust that makes ordinary people tremble with fear. Don't mistake Qi Feng and his peers for mere beginners in cultivation. The slowly kindling ferocity within these young men gradually sets them further apart from ordinary people. Yet, this newcomer Zhao Yunfan who just ascended the arena platform appears to carry neither killing intent nor that savage spirit. Ding Jiao couldn't help but take a few extra glances at the seemingly bookish Zhao Yunfan. No matter how you looked at it, this boy showed no trace of fierceness. He even appeared less intimidating than certain ordinary individuals. As he handed over those gold-rimmed glasses, Ding Jiao frowned slightly and muttered under his breath, "If you can't win, just surrender. I can stop the match immediately so you won't get badly hurt." This remark wasn't meant to show Ding Jiao looking down on Zhao Yunfan, it's just that he'd witnessed too many matches, too many battles. He knew all too well a gentle-looking, thoroughly harmless boy like Zhao Yunfan would surely lose in the ring. In a clash between rivals, strength matters. But what matters even more is conviction. It's about fighting spirit. It's about the fighting spirit that dares to struggle and dares to die. For kids like Zhao Yunfan, when they lack this fighting spirit, they're easily crushed in the ring. So rather than being crushed, why not admit defeat early to spare oneself the pain and bruises? Ding Jiao was genuinely kind-hearted. He truly believed that a scholarly youth like Zhao Yunfan could pursue alternative paths, engaging in research, serving as an auxiliary soldier, or even forsaking martial arts to delve into academia, each offering its own promising future. Lacking aggressive spirit, steeped in scholarly demeanor, and unfit for the path of a martial artist, these were Ding Jiao's complete impressions of Zhao Yunfan. Hearing Ding Jiao's words, Zhao Yunfan was visibly taken aback for a moment. Soon after, he broke into a smile, clasped his hands in gratitude toward Ding Jiao's kindness without further comment, and simply turned to stride step by step toward the arena. In truth, referee Ding only meant well, and what he said wasn't entirely wrong either. Just as he had been selected for the special training class, Zhao Yunfan clearly understood that he seemed to truly lack a certain fiery spirit. He appeared completely different from Qi Feng and the others. When he saw a gun, he would feel excitement and joy, but he never once thought of using it to wage war. When he saw enemies, he would feel anger and indignation, but he never once thought of killing them. It seemed, he was truly lacking that warrior's temper. Standing at the center of the arena, Zhao Yunfan smiled faintly. Despite the distance of about 10 meters, he could clearly see the concern on the faces of Qi Feng and others below the stage. Yes, it seemed he had always been weak. When they first entered Longhua University, Qi Feng had climbed the top 100 rankings using breathing techniques, while he himself couldn't endure the pain and remained stuck at F level, unable to advance. Entering the special training class, Qi Feng had already become the team leader, while he himself deliberately chose the least challenging position, a scout. Even if they were as weak as Wang Fei, as weak as Feng Jing, as weak as Zhou Long, they still dared to fight, dared to charge, dared to press forward unwaveringly. And, what about him? Once he removed his glasses, Zhao Yunfan seemed just a little bit different. Those gold-rimmed glasses had adorned his face for 3 years. 3 years ago, when his research won an international gold medal, he used the prize money to buy them. As long as the glasses remained, so too did his honor seem to linger. Yet he remembered vividly, 3 years ago, if he had dared to take just one step further in that research, he might have earned even greater recognition. But why didn't he step forward at that time? Because he had always believed that this was enough, that this was good enough, that this was satisfactory. So he remained weak, even though he had once earned many honors, he was always weak. Always a weakling who only sought for what was good enough. At this moment, Zhao Yunfan suddenly wanted to break free from the words good enough. Sorry, Wu Chang, my friend, I need enough strength to face my next opponent. With a fierce shout, Zhao Yunfan pulled out his modified steel blade and lunged at Wu Chang in a flash. This time, he no longer wanted to settle for good enough. He also wanted to test whether he could push himself to his limits on this arena. Chapter 88, ending here? When Zhao Yunfan swung his blade, Wu Chang had already been on guard. Though covered in blood, he gritted his teeth and leaned back sharply, narrowly avoiding the steel blade aimed straight at his face. Wu Chang dodged the blade and immediately brandished the broken staff. Though snapped in half, the fractured end had become even sharper than when intact. Just as the broken end of Wu Chang's staff was about to thrust toward Zhao Yunfan's midsection, the clash of steel against wood reverberated across the entire arena. Although Zhao Yunfan didn't gain the upper hand in their first exchange, it was clear to all that Wu Chang was already struggling to maintain his stance. After 2 more rounds of exchanges came a sudden thunk. Wu Chang, still gripping the broken staff, pivoted and drove it straight into Zhao Yunfan's arm. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yunfan delivered a swift, high kick that sent Wu Chang plummeting off the stage. As Wu Chang fell off the platform, Ding Zhio's voice rang out loudly. Wu Chang loses, Zhao Yunfan wins. Zhao Yunfan continues to face the challenge. Wu Chang had already been injured during his fight against Zhou Long. Being able to stay on the platform and seriously wound Zhao Yunfan again had drained him of all his strength. As soon as he fell off the stage, the waiting medical team rushed forward and lifted him onto a stretcher. Only then did Yao Zhedong mutter under his breath. Over there, they finally managed to get a stretcher. Yao Zhedong finished speaking, then glanced at Qi Feng and said, Old Qi, Zhao Yunfan's arm is already badly injured. Is he still going to fight the next round? Why not just let me take his place instead? Qi Feng glanced at Zhao Yunfan standing on the stage, his right arm directly pierced by that long pole, and after a long contemplation, finally shook his head and said, he, this time, probably doesn't want to come down. Although Qi Feng hadn't known Zhao Yunfan for very long, there was something noticeably different about him now. Having exchanged just these few words with Yao Zhedong, Ding Zhio announced that the next match was about to begin. At this moment, Zhao Yunfan, standing on the stage, had originally intended to ask the medical team to shorten the long pole piercing through his arm, fearing it might affect his performance in the next match. Before the medical team could cut the pole, Ding Zhio directly reached out and broke off both ends of the pole stuck in Zhao Yunfan's arm with his hands. This left only about 20 centimeters of the pole exposed outside the arm, making it easier to pull out after the upcoming match. Ding Zhio glanced at Zhao Yunfan, then at Wu Chang, who had already been carried away on a stretcher, and spoke again in a still soft voice. If you're not up to it, you don't necessarily have to take on the next match. For the next match, someone else from your side could step in instead. By now, Zhao Yunfan's face had turned ghastly pale. The blood from his arm flowed down to his hand, then dripped onto the ground. That small patch of the arena floor had already been stained deep red by his blood. His right arm at this point could practically be considered completely useless. Withdrawing from the competition now seems like a truly advantageous choice. Just as in all his previous life choices, stepping into the ring and defeating the half-crippled Wu Chang appeared to be enough. But was it truly enough? Zhao Yunfan slowly tightened his grip with his left hand, clutching the steel blade firmly, drawing slight comfort from the weapon's solid presence in his palm. He habitually wanted to raise his hand to adjust his glasses, but not only could his right arm not move at all, his glasses weren't even there to begin with. His right hand's fingers twitched slightly in confusion before he finally relaxed, giving Ding Zhio a gentle smile as he said, "Thank you for your kindness, Referee Ding, but later, I'd like to experience what it feels like to be carried away on a stretcher too." After speaking, Zhao Yunfan's gaze grew increasingly resolute as he quietly waited for the next opponent to step onto the stage. The sounds of drills from the 9th Army training ground were loud, accompanied by the shouting of commands. Ding Zhio cast a deep glance at Zhao Yunfan. In that moment, Ding Zhio noticed how the bookish child from before seemed to be gradually changing. Round 4, begin. As Ding Zhio gave the order, a single figure silently stepped forward from Zhao Shang's team. As the man strode step by step toward the arena, a handful of Ninth Army soldiers watching the fight couldn't help but let out a few astonished gasps. Chai Hu was a powerfully built man, standing tall at 1.9 meters with muscles so thick they looked like knotted ropes. His broad back and imposing frame made him resemble a moving mountain. Despite his burly appearance, Chai Hu moved with remarkable agility, effortlessly leaping onto the arena with a single bound. He clasped his fists lightly toward Zhao Yunfan and grinned. Chai Hu, recruit of the Ninth Army. It's important to know that Chai Hu was different from Chang Rong and Wu Chang who had performed earlier. He already had some reputation within the Ninth Army. Chai Hu had joined the Ninth Army for less than 6 months and could be considered the standout newcomer of this batch, second only to Zhao Shang. In terms of popularity, Zhao Shang couldn't even compare to Chai Hu. Before joining the Ninth Army, Chai Hu wasn't just a soldier in the First Army, he was also a professional boxer who had even won a world gold medal. Although boxing matches ultimately involve only ordinary people, Chai Hu's every fight was spectacular, so some veterans of the Ninth Army had become his fans. After joining the Ninth Army, Chai Hu quickly stood out as one of the most skilled fighters among the recruits, soon earning the title of Rookie King. If not for Zhao Shang's presence, Chai Hu could easily have been considered the top rookie in the Ninth Army. At that moment, those watching from below the ring couldn't help but feel nervous for Zhao Yunfan. This match hasn't even begun, yet everyone knows in their hearts the outcome is already decided. Yet Zhao Yunfan showed no reaction whatsoever. He merely grinned at Chai Hu and made an inviting gesture as he said, "My arm's injured, why don't you make the first move?" In that case, pardon my offense. Chai Hu was not one to be coy. Off the arena, the Ninth Army and Dragon Kingdom University were brothers and comrades, but on the arena, they could only be opponents. A proper fight is the true way to respect your opponent. Before joining the Ninth Army, Chai Hu was a soldier, and more importantly, a fighter. Those fists of his were his weapons. Chai Hu moved swiftly, taking just one stride forward as he prepared to end this match in a single move. Even before stepping onto the stage, he knew that he and Zhao Yunfan were not even in the same league. This match could be said to be effortlessly concluded, settled in the blink of an eye. He needed to conserve his full strength for Dragon Kingdom University's next opponent. The punches roared with tiger-like ferocity, combining speed and power in perfect harmony, as even the flagpole beside the ring seemed to cheer for Chai Hu. This punch carried Chai Hu's absolute confidence in victory. Even an uninjured Zhao Yunfan wouldn't have been able to withstand this blow, let alone the wounded version who now found himself powerless to retreat, block, or win. At this moment, everyone understood this round was undoubtedly coming to its conclusion.